Li Xiang fortuitously stumbled upon a simulator for cultivating a family of immortals. He discovered that the descendants within the game would present him with an array of peculiar offerings. Thanks to the blessings of our esteemed ancestor, our family has ascended to become the foremost lineage. Hasten to present the offerings. This magical artifact is a gift for our venerable ancestor. Ancestor, we have achieved dominance over the Immortal Realm. Until one day, the disciples of the Li family, sailing on flying vessels, grandly appeared on Earth. Under the astonished gazes of the world, those once virtually descendants approached Li Xiang in reverence. We welcome our ancestor back home. Chapter 1. The Cultivation Family Simulator. The year is 3014.8T, the premier institution for cultivators in Xianxia, California. On his way home, Li Xiang, unlike the students returning on flying swords, summoned a sports car from the spatial ring in his hand, which materialized on the main thoroughfare. Hey, being a minor allows for reckless driving, no fear of traffic after school. He then pressed a token against the steering wheel, igniting the engine to head home, thinking, what a marvelous world. Even after 3 years of traversing this realm, he often marveled at its wonders. A millennium ago, this world resembled the blue star he once knew. However, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the world transformed into a fusion of technology and cultivation, with the ancient civilization of Xianxia naturally emerging as the sole sovereign nation as a new era dawned. Everyone practiced cultivation in pursuit of longevity, and in a remarkably short time, Xianxia even embarked on interstellar journeys. Look, isn't that the young master of the Li family? He's out flaunting his magical artifact again. I heard it cost a fortune in spirit stones. He spends at least 3 low-grade spirit stones daily just traveling to and from school. Being wealthy is truly enviable. What's there to be proud of? He's just another ordinary mixed spiritual root like us. I heard he was expelled from the Li family. The other young masters refer to him as the shame of the Li clan. Along the roadside were many students unable to fly with swords and lacking funds for magical artifacts. Li Xiang, often cruising in his spirit stone-draining sports car, naturally became the center of attention. Listening to the gossip of passers-by, he remained unfazed. Donning sunglasses, he glanced at the rearview mirror where several students were watching him with envy, whispering to one another. With one hand on the steering wheel, he extended the other out the window, unfurling his middle finger before accelerating away. Engaging in trivial banter with him seemed less appealing than returning home to play games. Soon, Li Xiang purchased his groceries and drove back to Jishin Villa. The elder guarding the high-level caves formation was enjoying a meal of grains and gnawing on a chicken leg. Upon hearing the roar of the engine, he set down his bowl and kindly opened the formation for Li Xiang. Young Master Li, did you travel far just to buy groceries? Is the high-grade fasting pill unpalatable? Uncle Chun, Li Xiang replied with a smile. No matter how refined a fasting pill is, it still tastes like chewing wax. We shouldn't suffer our palates while cultivating, should we? What's the point of cultivation otherwise? Upon hearing this, Uncle Chin's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up in agreement. Well said. In this age, who would consume fasting pills for a pure body? It's simply foolishness. One must have a broad mindset to cultivate. Well then, Uncle Chun, I shall return to cook. Li Xiang drove into the villa area, greeting various uncles and aunties, or elderly individuals whose ages were beyond reckoning, all of whom greeted him warmly. Unlike the students, the cultivators in Jishin Villa had long since learned the ways of the world, showing no disdain for Li Xiang's youth or rumored mixed spiritual root aptitude. They were friendly and welcoming, as everyone knew that those who resided here were not ordinary individuals. The cave residences in the villa area were not much different from ordinary villas, yet most held hidden wonders. His own residence, Xian Villa No. 1, sat at the end of the estate. As Li Xiang returned, a celestial-like maiden caught his eye, clad in a white maid's outfit. Her long, slender legs adorned in white stockings were captivating, especially her enchanting visage framed by her bangs. Even after 3 years of cohabitation with this automaton, Li Xiang found himself momentarily entranced by her alluring gaze. Welcome home, Master. The automaton's voice was like a soothing stream, instantly melting away the stress accumulated from a day of studies. Yu Xian, please return the car to the garage. Li Xiang tossed a set of keys to the automaton. The groceries are in the front compartment. There's quite a bit. Please cook and serve in my room. I plan to spend the upcoming holiday playing games. Understood, master. Xian nodded, then remarked as Li Xiang approached the villa's entrance, "By the way, master, the spirit stone stipend from your family hasn't arrived this month. Our account is running low on spirit stones. Should I contact them?" This automaton was of an unknown grade to Li Xiang, having cared for him since his birth, far surpassing any advanced artificial intelligence he had known in his previous life. Not yet? Li Xiang furrowed his brow. Please give them a call first. Contact the old ghost, he's one of us. Let's see what's going on. Yes, master. With Yu Xian's response, Li Xiang dismissed the matter and returned to his room. Throughout California, there were numerous cultivation families, and the Li family undoubtedly ranked among the elite. However, Li Xiang knew little about the Li family. Perhaps it was due to his poor aptitude or the strained relationship with his missing parents that he had resided in Jixin Villa. Since birth, raised by Yu Xian, that he had encountered Li family members fewer times than he had spent with the uncles and aunties of Jixin Villa, as a direct descendant of the family. Despite not growing up within its confines, he received a generous allowance each month for his daily expenses. He had heard from the elders that it was due to his parents' significant contributions to the Li family. As long as the Li family endured, his lineage would be eternally honored. Thus, Li Xiang harbored no worries about his livelihood. Upon returning to his room, Li Xiang sat before his computer, lost in thought. It seems in this life, I can only resign myself to mediocrity. With a chuckle, he powered on the computer. This existence could be described as the life he had always yearned for. The title of rich second generation ensured his comfort. He was content with the status quo provided he did not invite trouble. His life was already enviable. Li Xiang even envisioned a simple and carefree future. However, he paused, recalling the grand lives of the masters in this world, who could gaze upon a broader universe amidst the stars, while he remained confined to Jixin Villa for eternity. I truly am greedy. Li Xiang chuckled at himself as the computer booted up. Though this world revolved around cultivation, it also featured gamisa, means for people like him to pass the time. However, VR games abounded, enhancing cultivators' reflexes, serving as an alternative form of education. Yet Li Xiang preferred the traditional games of his past life, akin to the antique he was currently playing with a mouse. After all, contemporary VR games often revolve around combat, and he had grown weary of them. He opened the ancient game that Yu Xian had painstakingly sourced, derived from computers of a millennium ago, just like his own antiquated device. Looking left and right, Li Xiang hesitated to click on a game. After all, he had mostly exhausted his interest in them. After some contemplation, Li Xiang opened a folder to see if any forgotten treasures lay within. As he searched, a game file caught his eye. xianxiaaudiobooks. Is it a simulation game? With a spirit of curiosity, Li Xiang launched the game. In an instant, the screen loaded, revealing an antiquated artistic style that, even in Li Xiang's previous life, appeared remarkably retro. A picturesque landscape gradually unveiled a quaint wooden cottage. A young man was arranging offerings before a bronze incense burner, burning incense. On this day, your only descendant, lost to the world, is paying homage to you as a slave. He bears no surname, having merely heard from others that kneeling before ancestors will invoke their blessings. Please establish a surname for this family, which is on the brink of either rising or fading into obscurity. Family. Li Xiang nearly choked on his drink. Was the start this dismal? Was there truly only one person in the entire clan's registry? Nevertheless, he entered Li family as per the game's prompt. Upon entering the surname, the game interface began to evolve, though it remained as elegantly simple as before. Li Xiang took a moment to glance around. To the left, a slider marked time rate indicated 1 hour per year real time. There no option to pause. Upon inspection, it appeared that only ancestral worship or special events would halt the passage of time, and even then, the activity would automatically cancel after 5 minutes. 8 to the outset. It was indeed the first ancestral worship. Seemingly part of a beginner's tutorial, the Li family's tablet materialized with a prominent character, Li. The family's sole descendant witnessed this change, and a line of text appeared above his head. The ancestral spirit has manifested. My surname is Li. I finally have a name. Ha ha ha. Observing the ecstatic joy of his virtual descendant, Li Xiang found himself torn between laughter and a sense of empathy, realizing he could not truly connect with a game NPC. At that moment, A large black panel on the right side of the screen displayed a message. Your descendant feels your presence and is overjoyed. He has named himself Li Dalong. Incense 1.I in the member list. Li Xiang discovered the family tree. First generation member. Li Dalong, he could even view Li Dalong's personal information in utterly ordinary individual. Xianxia, Zuimo, and I. Chi means I can only observe the family's growth. Li Xiang still struggled to grasp the essence of the game. Your descendant is performing ancestral worship with a grand ceremony every 10 years. Offerings, a pile of ashes from burned yellow paper. Would you like to retrieve it? What on earth would I need that for? Despite the absence of an equipment bar, Li Xiang clicked no. You have canceled the offering. A gust of wind swept across the screen, scattering the ashes into the air. Yet, the sole descendant of the Li family was thrown into a panic. Ancestral spirit, please forgive me. Your unworthy descendant has failed to present you with a worthy offering. During this ancestral worship, do you wish to bestow a gift upon your descendant? Staring at the screen, Li Xiang became entranced, his drink suspended midair, trembling slightly, his eyes widening, and his mouth agape. It was not merely the game graphics that astonished him rather. An incense burner, which should not have existed, materialized beside his cluttered computer desk. Li Xiang could even smell the lingering scent of burnt yellow paper from the incense burner, identical to the one he had just seen in the game. What on earth? Chapter 2: The Ancestors Have Manifested. The game, Xianglu game, Xianglu. Li Xiang stared blankly at the computer screen, his mind racing at an astonishing speed. This world was inherently one of cultivation, where anything was conceivable, especially since he was a transmigrator who had encountered an abundance of peculiar occurrences. He quickly grasped that this was no mere game. This computer had been excavated from an ancient tomb. This implied that the game contained within might very well be a golden finger, inadvertently becoming his. The options of sacrifice and blessing were the conduits through which this golden finger could bestow him benefits. Through blessing, the descendants within the game would grow powerful, enabling them to acquire precious items in the game world, which would, in turn, benefit him. Thus, he must do everything within his power to assist Li Dalong in his growth. In the room, amidst the familiar strains of music, Li Xiang could even hear the beat of his own heart. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. He had always possessed an unnerving calmness. Even when the adults in the gathering at Jixinzhuang suspected the world was coming to an end, Li Xiang remained unperturbed. Glancing at the game screen, he noted, "Please offer your blessing to the Xianglu." With a timer reading 3:45. Time was slipping away. If the timer reached 0 without him bestowing a reward upon Li Dalong, the next ancestral tribute would not occur for another decade. By which time Li Dalong would already be 20 years old, and a Li Dalong without skills would likely perish from hunger. Li Xiang abruptly stood, pondering useful information while surveying the room. What should I provide him now? Food? No, given his background as a slave, if he could escape, finding a way to fill his belly in a short time would pose no problem. Should I give him spiritual stones? No, that would not do. Li Dalong was merely an ordinary person, innocent yet burdened by the weight of potential. The path of cultivation, yes. Strengthening oneself was imperative for survival and the future prosperity of the family. Li Xiang hastily searched the room and ultimately discovered a pitch-black stone. Trembling, he carefully placed it into the blessing slot with a remaining time of 100. At that moment, the game system's text reappeared. Detecting the blessing you have offered. Manual of Qi Refinement. Would you like to proceed with the offering? Without hesitation, Li Xiang clicked yes. This manual of Qi Refinement, augmented by modern technology onto discarded spiritual stones, encapsulated the essence of Qi refinement teachings from numerous cultivators throughout the millennia, serving as the foundational instructional material for all cultivation academies in Huaxia. Undoubtedly, this was the most suitable material for Li Dalong's studies. Only by mastering power could he enhance his chances of survival in the game world and lay a solid foundation for the family's future. At this moment, the screen depicted Li Dalong holding the blessing, seemingly grasping a profound understanding, bowing in gratitude before the altar. The ungrateful descendant expressing his thanks to the ancestors for their generosity, vowing not to disappoint their expectations. Gulping, Li Xiang reclined in his esports chair and took a hearty sip of his drink. Indeed, I must not let my expectations go unfulfilled. He must survive, bear children, and strengthen the clan. He then accelerated the game interface to the fastest speed. Soon, the altar in the game vanished, leaving only a dilapidated hut. Yet, under Li Xiang's focused gaze, the environment of Li Dalong's dwelling began to transform slightly. A field gradually formed beside the hut. The original wooden structure began to be constructed with stones. There was a pole outside for drying jerky, and the surrounding trees multiplied. An entire hour passed, and it felt as though he were peering into someone's life, an experience that left Li Xiang utterly enchanted. Your descendant Li Dalong has adapted to living in solitude in the mountains, diligently studying the manual of qi refinement, and has finally become a qi refinement practitioner. Ancestors bless. Li Xiang once again witnessed Li Dalong bowing in worship at the altar. Incense too. He had finally achieved a breakthrough. Equally elated was Li Xiang, who examined Li Dalong's information. Among the lengthy list of data, he found the crucial information. Trait, diligent and determined. Although his aptitude is poor, he works harder than anyone else. Truly my descendant, facing life with the same positivity as I do. After a moment of praise, Li Xiang restored the time speed to match reality, calculating it was time for a meal. He walked to the dining area, where a meal of 2 dishes and a soup awaited him on the table. He poured a bowl of soup, took a sip, and then filled his bowl with food while glancing at Yu Xian, who looked at him with curiosity, and asked, "Have you contacted the old ghost?" "What did he say?" Yu Xian replied, "I have contacted him, but the old ghost hasn't responded, nor have the others in the Li family." Li Xiang paused, furrowing his brow. Logically, even if they wished to deliberately delay my allowance, they would not dare to ignore me. Let us do this. You should personally visit Cave No. 8 to leave a message. Uncle Qin goes out daily. Please ask him when he does. Yes, master. After giving the order, Li Xiang hastily returned to his room to continue the game. While pocket money was trivial, he now clearly understood that a significant opportunity lay before him. And only by treating Cultivation Family Simulator with utmost seriousness would he prioritize everything else. As he reached the door, Li Xiang paused, glancing back at Yu Xian, who was preparing to clear the table, saying, "By the way, please pack up this food." Yu Xian had already prepared the containers. "Understood, master. Just like before. I will deliver it to the gatekeeper, Old Chen." Right. Upon returning to his room, Li Xiang discovered that the time speed had been set to match reality. He clicked on Li Dalong's genealogy list, and the game interface unexpectedly began to transition to an environment outside the clan's location. In the upper right corner of the game, map, Wild Boar Forest appeared. The screen displayed a forest with Li Dalong's animated character visible, alongside several wild boars. The extensive notes on member actions in the lower right corner recorded Li Dalong's activities. Several wild boars have repeatedly destroyed the vegetable patches. Li Dalong, having acquired skills, vows to take revenge. Li Xiang promptly accelerated the time slightly, then adjusted it back down again. Special event. Descendant Li Dalong encounters the Wild Boar King during a battle, sustaining minor injuries. Would you like to use the Ancestors' Blessing? Ancestors' Blessing. 1 Love from the Ancestors. 2 Charge Forth, my children. 3. 15 Revive, my descendant. What a confusing array. Li Xiang scratched his head, quickly clicking to investigate. This seemed to be a mechanism for when his descendants faced enemies, allowing him, as the ancestor, to consume incense to activate abilities. Currently, he could only utilize Love from the Ancestors, which would consume 2 points of incense to provide light healing to his descendant. As for Revive, my descendant, it required an exorbitant amount of incense and had exceedingly complex conditions. Without hesitation, Li Xiang used some incense to heal his soul descendant. The ancestors have manifested again. Li Dalong's character expressed immense gratitude. Not long after, as Li Xiang accelerated the time speed, he soon saw Li Dalong again bowing at the altar. Li Dalong is deeply grateful for the ancestors' protection. Incense too. Li Xiang sighed in relief. Li Dalong was his only descendant, and if he were to perish, it would be a direct, "Is this what it feels like to be an ancestor?" Fearing that his lineage might not endure, my grandfather was much the same. When I was merely a high school student, he urged me to take on the role of a schoolboy and hastily find a wife. At this thought, Li Xiang couldn't help but chuckle, though a tinge of melancholy washed over him as he pondered the well-being of his family in another realm. He quickly shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. Subsequently, he retrieved a flat stool, settled himself with a high-grade spirit stone to meditate, all while observing the game screen. Time in the game flowed slowly. Li Dalong's humble abode transformed into a stone house, and the vegetable garden outside began to sprout. Perhaps due to the ability to venture into the mountains for hunting, the drying meat increased significantly, and Li Dalong even raised a dozen pigs. By the 3rd year, Li Dalong successfully broke through to the 2nd layer of qi refinement. During this period, Li Xiang acquired 4 points of incense. This pace was by no means slow. Li Xiang had reviewed the lad's data. Starting from a mortal, Li Dalong had cultivated from nothing, despite his poor aptitude and lack of resources. This was indeed the maximum result achievable through diligence. At that moment, while meditating, Li Xiang suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze bright with excitement. Li Dalong entered the city to sell beast skins, intending to exchange them for silver to purchase some elixirs to assist in his cultivation. He encountered a farmer's daughter, and the two developed mutual affection. Ah, The lad has awakened to his feelings. Forget mere affection. Let us hasten to the bridal chamber. Li Xiang was no longer concerned whether the woman hailed from a peasant or affluent family. All that mattered was Li Dalong's happiness in marriage. Ideally, he would quickly become a progenitor, ensuring the continuation of the Li family's legacy. Soon, the scene shifted. On the screen, Li Dalong was already holding the hand of a young lady, returning to the altar in his courtyard. Unfilial descendant Li Dalong today weds Su Tsuhua from Su family village, humbly requesting the blessings of our ancestors. Blessings, abundant blessings. Li Xiang was filled with joy, immediately locating the option for ancestral blessing. Expending 2 points of incense to invoke love from the ancestor. The ancestor's spirit manifested once again. Thank you, dear ancestor, for your grace. As Li Dalong bowed in gratitude, the scene swiftly transitioned to night. The sole descendant of the Li family and his wife consummated their marriage. Today, Li Dalong weds. Incense 4. The house was adorned with auspicious characters, signaling a sleepless night ahead. Li Xiang observed the scene, even more exhilarated than if he were the one entering the bridal chamber. Let the progeny be conceived, my child. Let them flourish and demonstrate the vigor of our Li family. Chapter 3. The Li family's progeny flourishes. With harmonious marriages among descendants, Li Xiang felt a profound sense of contentment. As time flowed within the game, Li Dalong and his wife embraced a life of toil and harmony, diligently cultivating their skills. In the 5th year, Li Dalong, through relentless effort, broke through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. In the same year, Su Tsuehua, having carried a child for 10 months, successfully gave birth to a son, named Li Yaozu. Congratulations on the addition to the family. Incense 10. A child was born, finally. With double happiness, Li Xiang too was ecstatic, taking a hearty gulp of his drink. Meanwhile, in the game, Li Dalong waited anxiously outside, dancing with joy. The ancestor's spirit had manifested, and it was a boy. The Li family had an heir. Quickly, the scene changed. Li Dalong cradled his newborn son, weeping at the ancestral altar. Dear ancestor, behold our family's chubby little one. My son Yaozu possesses the potential of a celestial being. There must be a reward. Using ancestral blessing, love from the ancestor, consuming 4 points of incense. In an instant, light enveloped Li Dalong and his son before the altar. Child, do you see? Our ancestor has manifested again. May our ancestor bless my son with health and fortune. Obtained incense 2. After the joy, Li Xiang quickly opened the newborn's personal information. Compared to Li Dalong's mixed spiritual roots, Li Yaozu's aptitude appeared superior. Spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Wood spiritual root, 56. Though still a mixed spiritual root, each type possesses its strengths and weaknesses. Achieving 100 points denotes a complete spiritual root, and 56 points can be considered average, compared to Li Dalong's 38 points in metal. This was a marked improvement. The Li family was thriving. Soon after, Li Xiang joyfully instructed Yu Xian to prepare a late-night snack. After enjoying his meal, he resumed his endeavors in the room. Such is the advantage of cultivators. They fear not fatigue, even through the night. He quietly observed the development of the Li family. Since the arrival of the child, the game interface reflected significant changes in the Li family. Li Dalong repaired the house, which grew considerably larger, and several acres of fertile land were cultivated. The game seemed to depict seasonal changes, with Li Xiang even witnessing the fields lying fallow at times. Fortunately, as a cultivator, Li Dalong faced no fear of hunger from hunting. Before long, an action prompt caught Li Xiang's attention. Li Dalong has hunted all the wild pigs in the forest, earning the trait Wild Boar Slayer. What an intriguing trait. He clicked to examine it. Wild Boar Slayer increases combat power by 10, damage to boar-type creatures increased by 200. Remarkable. Li Xiang gave a thumbs up, sensing that his descendants had made remarkable progress in a certain domain. Following the addition of a child, this small Li family abode brimmed with vitality. He even saw the scene where the young Li Yaozu, barely crawling, was brought by Li Dalong to the altar to pay respects, clearly understanding the importance of ancestral worship from a young age. Obtained incense 3. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiang noticed Su Tsuehua's belly had grown once more. He glanced at the game timeline. It was the 7th year. Truly, my descendants are real men. Before long, Su Tsuehua successfully gave birth to a daughter, named Li Yaoqing. Congratulations to the Li family on the addition of a child, gaining incense 10. Following the same scene, Li Dalong again brought his family to the altar for worship. Unfilial descendant has disappointed the expectations of our ancestors. This time, we did not bear a son. Please forgive us, dear ancestor. Li Dalong wept bitterly, as if he had committed a grave sin. He held the bewildered Li Yaozu while Su Tsuehua cradled the newborn girl, her expression downcast. What does this mean? A preference for sons over daughters? Li Xiang's expression darkened. In his view, as long as descendants could bring prosperity to the family, It mattered not whether they were sons or daughters. Both biases were unacceptable. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to use ancestral blessing, love from the ancestor, consuming 2 points of incense. However, this time, the skill was only granted to Li Yaoqing, not to others. In that instant, Li Dalong seemed to grasp Li Xiang's intent, and his act of worship appeared somewhat anxious. Dear ancestor, please do not be angry. Dalong understands that as long as they are children of the Li family, all will be cherished. Thank you for bestowing blessings upon Yaoqing. Obtained incense 3. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiang's expression finally eased. Although he couldn't communicate directly with the characters in the game, he found ways to convey his intentions. Last time, he had invoked the blessing for everyone. This time, it was solely for Li Yaoqing, a clear message. As the family continued its operations, Li Xiang examined Li Yaoqing's personal information. The aptitude of this child was somewhat lacking, even inferior to Li Dalong, with only a meager 20 points in water spiritual root. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as long as family members increased. They would contribute to the clan, and having more hands for farming was beneficial. Glancing at the upper right corner, Li Xiang noted that time had reached the 8th year. Periodically, the Li family's descendants would bow at the altar. Li Xiang gradually understood the conditions for incense generation. It likely increased through sincere worship or special events. At present, his incense had reached 38 points. At this moment, Li Yaozu had already learned to run about freely. Although he was merely 3 years old, perhaps due to a diet rich in meat, his physique was sturdier than that of an average child. Li Dalong even gifted him a wooden sword, encouraging him to practice swordsmanship from a young age. Cultivation must begin from infancy, yet 3 years of age is evidently too early to grasp the intricacies of immortality. Conversely, Li Yaoqing, though only 1 year old, displayed little interest in cultivation. Instead, he often crawled towards the vegetable garden, his face alight with curiosity as he observed Li Dalong irrigating the fields. Then, to Li Xiang's astonishment, Li Dalong's wife had recently given birth, and she was already showing signs of pregnancy again. Blessed by our ancestors, unfilial descendant Li Dalong, accompanied by his wife, came to pay homage, grateful for the ancestral blessing of another son. Marvelous! Li Xiang unhesitatingly bestowed upon Li Dalong the affection of the ancestors. Thank you, venerable ancestor, indeed. You are ever watchful over this unfilial descendant. Rest assured, with your blessing, my wife will surely bear even more children, thereby glorifying the Li family. Li Xiang was thoroughly content. Look at the descendants of Li Dalong. Although their talents may be lacking, they are remarkably sensible, especially regarding their reproductive capabilities, which filled him with a sense of pride as an ancestor. After the scene transitioned, an unusual event appeared in the action list. During a year of severe drought, as the number of children in the household increased, the wild boar forest was devoid of small animals, and the children had grown weary of eating pork. He resolved to venture further afield in search of alternative sustenance, planning to hunt extensively and prepare provisions for his family. What a responsible child! Li Xiang opened the map and soon saw Li Dalong traversing towards a place called Yin Tai Lin. Before long, he witnessed Li Dalong confronting a horse. Li Dalong battled the demon beast, the Tai Lin Ma, injuring it and pursuing it for 3 days and nights until he finally captured it. However, upon seeing the horse's pleading gaze, he recognized its sentience and chose to release it, discreetly extending his hand to avoid splattering blood on himself. Unexpectedly, the Tai Lin Ma, filled with gratitude upon witnessing the bow raised by the human, followed Li Dalong back to the Li family, becoming his steed. With the acquisition of a demon beast, Li Dalong constructed a stable, and within the family estate, one could see a horse joyfully running about. Not long thereafter, the Li family received another piece of joyous news, causing Li Xiang to beam with delight. Su Tsuehua successfully gave birth to a son, naming him Li Yaodai. Congratulations to the Li family for welcoming another member, earning 10 incense points. 3 children already. With Li Dalong's reproductive prowess, it would not be long before he could assemble a football team, perhaps even an entire class. Once again, Li Dalong and his family expressed their gratitude at the ancestral tablet. The newborn Li Yaotai also displayed commendable potential. Jin Lingjin, 42. Hua Lingjin, 51. Especially this child, one could only wonder what he consumed in the womb, for he exhibited traits immediately upon birth, even pulling out a strand of Li Dalong's hair. Trait: robust skeleton. His bones were larger than those of ordinary children, enhancing his strength by 5. Venerable ancestor, do you see? My son Yaotai possesses tremendous strength. He will undoubtedly excel at carrying dung in the future. Thank you on behalf of your grandson Yaodai. Li Xiang rejoiced at the increase in family members. Li Dalong was evidently diligent, continually hunting in Yin Tai Lin, though it appeared that numerous demon beasts resided there. On one occasion, Li Dalong, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, sustained minor injuries. Nevertheless, Xiang promptly employed the affection of the ancestors to aid him. To Xiang's surprise, the drought in the game world persisted for an extended duration, affecting even the fields adjacent to their home. Their only daughter, Xiang, was seen weeping while clutching a handful of dirt. Time swiftly advanced to the 9th year. The drought continued unabated, yet Li Dalong had been well prepared. His 3 children and wife did not suffer from hunger, and the well's water remained untainted. As Xiang observed the gradual development of the family, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the 10th year when the incense burner would permit him to utilize grace, he furrowed his brow tightly. Special event, bandits. During this year of drought, as crops withered, many common folk resorted to banditry. 13 thieves descended upon the Li family under the cover of night. One bandit, upon spotting the Tai Lin Ma, foolishly attempted to steal it, only to be slain by a kick from the horse, stirring Li Dalong from his slumber. In the scene, the Li household was brightly lit under the night sky, and through Li Xiang's eyes, he saw Li Dalong burst from his room wielding a hatchet. He shouted at the thieves outside the stable, "Leave our home, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Chapter 4, Mysterious Offerings from Descendants. This was the first time Li Xiang witnessed an intrusion upon his family in the game. It seemed that farming alone was not entirely without peril, and a certain degree of danger existed. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes, quietly observing how Li Dalong would handle the situation at hand. He noted a line of text above the bandits' heads: "Surrender all your wealth and food, or we shall make you regret it." Due to their numbers, the bandits displayed a degree of arrogance. However, their bravado quickly waned. After 10 years of cultivation, Li Dalong had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, and the Qi refinement manual provided by Li Xiang included combat techniques and some rudimentary spells. Moreover, Li Dalong frequently engaged in battles in the wild boar forest, and in Tai Lin, his combat prowess was already formidable. This band of bandits, comprised of starving commoners, stood no chance against Li Dalong. Furthermore, the Tai Lin Ma in the stable charged forth. Li Dalong's wife, Su Tsuwa, also revealed her fierce disposition. Having spent her days tending to the fields and raising children, she now brandished a kitchen knife, rushing from the kitchen, compelled to display her fierce nature in defense of her family. Even young Li Yaozu, brandishing a wooden sword, dashed from his room. A small phrase appearing above his head: "Those who dare steal from our home will meet their demise. Do not harm us. We are but common folk." The bandits pleaded, "We shall never return." As the family surged forth, the Tai Lin Ma galloped among the bandits in chaos. Soon, the bandits were overwhelmed, kneeling before the Li family. "Today, I shall spare your lives. Should you dare return, I will break your legs," Li Dalong declared, glaring fiercely. "Thank you, sir. We shall never dare return." In an instant, the bandits expressed their gratitude and prepared to leave. Witnessing Li Dalong's unexpected act of mercy, Li Xiang furrowed his brow deeply. Clearly, until now, Li Dalong had been diligently nurturing the family. Even in combat, it was against wild animals and demon beasts. These bandits, being human, received ample clemency from Li Dalong. Yet, Li Xiang believed that this decision to let the bandits go was a grave error. Regardless of how the bandits arrived at the Li household, it was a year of drought. They had discovered that the Li family still possessed sufficient grain. Even if they did not dare return, would they not relay the information to other bandits? Li Xiang inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "Even if Li Dalong has the strength to defeat these ordinary men, he will eventually need to leave home to hunt. What if his 3 children, still young, and Su Tsuhua, who is only slightly stronger than an average woman, were to suffer misfortune?" The mouse cursor slowly hovered over ancestral protection. Li Xiang discovered a skill, Ancestral Fury, an attack emanating from the ancestral tablet. The greater the number of family members, the stronger the power of the skill, consuming more incense. Using Ancestral Fury, consuming 20 points of incense. In an instant, the ancestral tablet shone brightly, rising into the air and bursting forth from the Li family's door, tracing a beautiful purple arc across the night sky in the game. On this occasion, Li Xiang discovered that he could manipulate the ancestral tablet displayed before him. The ancestors had manifested once more. The members of the Li family immediately knelt down, including Tai Lin Ma, who imitated Li Dalong. What was this? It seemed to be a spirit tablet. The bandits also turned their heads in astonishment, gazing at the tablet. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiang controlled the tablet and clicked on the bandit who had fled the farthest. Then, a token pierced through the bandit's body. "Did we not agree not to kill us? Run. Help. I do not wish to die. I beg you, spare me." Li Xiang furrowed his brow, continuing to maneuver the mouse and targeting the bandits daring to escape. Setting aside the fact that this was a game, even if Li Xiang were to face such a situation personally, he would make the same choice. Since these rogues had harbored ill intentions towards him, they must be eradicated, lest the roots remain and spring forth anew. However, Li Xiang did not slay all the bandits. He only eliminated those who dared to flee. Only 5 bandits remained on the screen, and Li Xiang's gaze shifted towards Li Delong. The ancestral tablet came to a halt. Li Delong looked around, seemingly hesitating. But soon, he stood up, gripped the knife he had just set down, and charged towards the bandits with it. The ancestor was furious. My wife, I have gained insight. Only by vanquishing them can we protect this family. Thank you, ancestral teachings. How perceptive. Li Xiang appreciated this quality in Li Delong. The man was quite insightful. And these 5 bandits were meant for him. The ancestral token returned to its rightful place. Under Li Xiang's watchful gaze, Li Delong, in front of his wife and children, killed all the bandits and, under the cover of night, disposed of their bodies outside the courtyard. Meanwhile, Li Yaozu, the eldest son who had just rushed out with a wooden sword, though still at a naive age, calmly observed his father carry away the corpses. A hint of reverence evident in his young eyes. Your descendants have resolved a family crisis, gaining 12 incense points. You have obtained loot, a small amount of silver, tattered clothing, and a manure fork. Witnessing Li Delong slay the family's enemies, the innocent child seems to understand something, a strange notion etched deeply in his memory. Li Yaozu gains the trait, slaughter potential. Slaughter potential becomes more frenzied in battle, strength increases by 20, comprehension of offensive techniques improves by 5. Li Xiang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this act of slaughter would not only eliminate enemies, but also bestow more than mere spoils upon the Li family. The greatest gain was undoubtedly the latent potential of the mere 4-year-old Li Yaozu, a natural-born killer, a warrior. After this night of carnage, the Li family returned to their previous tranquility. Of course, the internal changes within the descendants after slaying their foes were beyond Li Xiang's perception. He once again accelerated the flow of time. The Li family continued to flourish. Their stone houses became increasingly exquisite, and the wooden fences, having suffered from prior thefts, were gradually replaced with stone, forming a spacious courtyard. They even constructed a dedicated training ground for practicing techniques. What surprised Li Xiang the most was that during a hunting trip in Yintai Lin, Li Delong returned with smooth stones, stacking them prominently in the courtyard to build a small temple dedicated to the ancestral tablet, where incense would burn perpetually. Li Delong, with his descendants, has specially constructed an ancestral temple for you, gaining 20 incense points. A dutiful child. Li Xiang stroked his chin with satisfaction, then paused. It felt somewhat strange that, while still alive, his descendants were building a temple for him. At long last, after much anticipation, the interface welcomed the once-in-a-decade grand ceremony. Li Delong, accompanied by his wife and 3 children, along with Tai Lin Ma, arrived at the small stone temple, igniting incense and commencing their worship. Unfilial descendants pay homage to the ancestors, grateful for the protection bestowed over the past decade, allowing the family to thrive. Li Delong bowed repeatedly, then turned to his eldest son, Li Yaozu, saying, Yaozu, quickly bring forth the gold and silver prepared by your father to present to our ancestors. You have received offerings, 10 pounds of silver, 1 pound of gold. Would you like to retrieve them? Retrieve them. At the computer, Li Xiang rolled his eyes. In his era, gold and silver were no longer rare commodities. Even diamonds, if left on the street, would go unclaimed. The hood of his sports car was crafted from pure gold, and his villa's bath was adorned with decorations filled with diamonds. He clicked no. Li Delong stared blankly at the ancestral tablet, perplexed. The ancestors did not bestow that warm blessing. Could it be that the ancestors do not favor gold and silver? Su Chuihua inquired. Yes, it must be that the ancestors disdain such trifles. Li Delong nodded vigorously. The ancestors were so formidable that these mundane items could hardly catch their eye. Yaozu, go to the warehouse and find something of value. We must satisfy our ancestors. Watching his descendants scurry about in the game interface, Li Xiang shrugged. In truth, he had no intention of making offerings at this moment. After all, the Li family was just beginning to establish itself. What valuables could they possess? Conversely, he had already prepared a reward for this occasion as an investment in the Li family's growth. Only when the family grew stronger could they hope to acquire items worthy of his attention. Soon, Li Yaozu returned, carrying a large pile of items and placing them in front of the temple. You have received offerings, the tendons of the wild boar king, 2 pounds of black rock, or, would you like to retrieve them? A collection of peculiar items. Though he had no desire for them, they were a reflection of his descendants' intentions. As Li Xiang sifted through the items, he raised an eyebrow. One item caught his eye, a long spear, rusted and worn, which he remembered seeing Li Delong train with during a prior scene transition. Mysterious iron spear, sealed. The game interface even recorded the spear's origins, stating that Li Delong had acquired it while hunting in the wild boar forest, amidst a pile of human bones in the wild boar king's cave. A sealed weapon? Li Xiang's expression grew serious. In the realm of cultivation, anything worthy of being sealed bore an extraordinary origin and could also be immensely dangerous. Clearly, Li Dalong, with his limited cultivation, had not recognized the spear's value. Retrieve the spear. Li Xiang did not hesitate to take out the spear, even he found it intriguing. You have chosen to retrieve the mysterious iron spear offered by your descendants. In an instant, a rusted long spear appeared before the incense burner on his computer desk, and Li Xiang could smell the rust emanating from it. Yet simultaneously, he was captivated by the faint patterns visible on the spear, etched with strange characters. Li Xiang suddenly realized that his limited knowledge could not decipher their meaning. For now, he set aside the spear and held a brocade box, placing it before the copper burner. You have bestowed upon your descendants a variety of elixirs, 36 in total. Would you like to deliver them? Chapter 5. The Million Incense Points and the Unsealing of the Long Spear. 12 Qi Nourishing Pills, usable by cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the Dantian. One pill can reduce the time required for a Qi refinement cultivator to absorb this energy by at least a year. 12 Tian Yuan Pills, also for Qi refinement cultivators, cleanse bodily impurities. Consuming this elixir grants the effects of half a year's cultivation as if aided by divine intervention. The Tianji Spirit Replenishing Pill. As for the final 12 elixirs, Li Xiang was uncertain if they existed in the game's cultivation world. However, he was well aware that even in the present world, the Tianji Spirit Replenishing Pill was a rarity on the market. This item could potentially enhance a person's spiritual root over a span of 3 years, entirely dependent upon personal fortune. The elixir, a remarkable concoction, is exclusively crafted by the Li family's adept alchemists, possessing the secret formula. Over years of experimentation at the Li Family Alchemy Corporation, an extraordinary record was established. An individual with a mere 24 points of spiritual roots elevated their score to an astonishing 50 within 3 years, with other enhancements to various spiritual roots left unrecorded. This discovery is heralded as a blessing for cultivators. However, it is crucial to note that the potency of such elixirs correlates with a heightened resistance upon consumption. The Tianji Bouillon Dan can only be utilized once in a lifetime. With 36 elixirs at hand, I possess merely a tenth of my current stock. Observing the elixirs being delivered, Li Xiang felt no remorse. For these were gifts from his family over the years, now rendered useless to him. The ancestors have once again manifested their grace. So many elixirs. The mere scent of them suggests their extraordinary nature. Grateful for the blessings of the ancestors, I vow to spare no effort in leading my kin to strengthen our clan. The Li family expresses profound gratitude. Li Xiang then diverted his gaze from the computer screen. His hand rested on the mysterious spear, gently caressing it. A wave of energy rippling across its surface, stirring the objects within the room. Soon, a box appeared on the screen, inquiring whether he would spend 1,000,000 incense points to lift the spear's seal. With only 80 incense points accumulated, the request seemed preposterous. Should he resort to theft instead? Nevertheless, this only solidified Li Xiang's conviction regarding the spear's formidable power. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the time on the computer, 4 a.m. Had he truly spent the entire night immersed in this? Li Xiang slowly rose, stretching his limbs. Normally, he would retire for the night. Yet today he felt no inclination to sleep. His spirit remained invigorated, suggesting an outing was in order. While the game held significance, real-life matters awaited his attention. Moreover, during a midnight snack, Xian had shared some unsettling news with him. Li Xiang placed the spear into his spatial ring. Having previously found the seal to be rather formidable, he then retrieved a detection stone and positioned it before the computer, releasing a wooden figure from his spatial ring onto the gaming chair, ensuring he could operate the computer remotely before stepping out of the room. Master, shall I prepare breakfast? As he closed the door and made his way to the living room, Xian, standing in the center with her eyes closed, opened them to present Li Xiang with the first smile of dawn. No need, Li Xiang replied with a smile, inquiring, by the way, is Ling Nai Nai at home in Cave 12? She has been here, returning from the outside world 2 months ago, and has not left the cave since. Xian observed as Li Xiang donned his shoes, blinking as she asked, are you going out, master? Do you require my company? Just a brief outing. I shall return shortly. Please prepare the car for me, Li Xiang instructed. As he pulled out his phone, monitoring the screen via the detection stone, he noted that all the Li family members in the game, after receiving the elixirs, had commenced their seclusion for cultivation, exhibiting a fervor for not depleting their food supply until they emerged. Li Dalong, having evidently discerned the nature of these elixirs from the Qi refinement manual, noted that nearly all Li family members had consumed a Tianji Bouillon Dan, even the likes of Tai Linma. Their talents had seen some enhancement. Yet no significant changes were observed at present. Simultaneously, the member list revealed that besides Li Dalong, who was at the 4th level of qi refinement. 2 new cultivators had joined the Li family. Li Dalong's wife, lacking fortune, would likely never become a cultivator. Yet after consuming the elixir and guided by the prenatal education methods of the qi refinement manual, she ascended to the 1st level of qi refinement. Li Yaozu, too, had reached the qi refinement stage, a promising 5-year-old at the 1st level. Blessings upon the ancestors. My children must diligently practice, lest they squander the ancestors' efforts. This ancestral tribute did not yield gifts to please the ancestors. The next decade must be dedicated to repaying their kindness. The Li family members in the game brimmed with ambition. Li Xiang nodded in satisfaction, returning the antiquated phone to his pocket. Master appears quite pleased today. Yu Xian's laughter interrupted his immersion in the game. A serving of braised pork at noon might elevate my spirits further, Li Xiang replied, grinning as he accepted a box from Yu Xian, revealing a cake within. Shortly thereafter, he departed the villa in his car. After a brief journey, he arrived at Cave 12 of Jixinzhuang, where dawn was breaking. The weather, typically chilly at this hour, revealed no abnormalities at Cave 12. Yet a wave of warmth emanated from within. Checking his phone for any special events in the game, he found none, and the family continued to develop steadily. With that, he knocked on the door of Cave 12. Ding ding ding. Ling Nai Nai, it is Li Xiang, here to visit. Upon calling out, the door swung open. And unlike his own home, the interior of this cave radiated a vibrant red, releasing a scorching aura that tousled Li Xiang's coat and hair upon entry. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane, appeared before him, seemingly frail yet ethereal in her presence. Having grown accustomed to this scene, Li Xiang felt no alarm. Instead, he greeted her with a gentle smile. Ling Nai Nai, I hope I am not interrupting your crafting? The elder, with her flowing white hair and wrinkled face, beamed with kindness. Not at all. It brings joy to have a young visitor like you. Come, Xiao Xiang, let us go inside for tea. Ling Nai Nai grasped Li Xiang's hand, leading him into the cave. As the pair entered, the flames within the cave extinguished, returning to normalcy, revealing wooden tables and chairs. They settled down, and a pot of hot tea appeared on the table. Li Xiang and Ling Nai Nai engaged in casual conversation for nearly half an hour, with most queries stemming from her nurturing and chatty nature. However, Li Xiang understood that Ling Nai Nai had lived for at least 3 centuries and was a remarkable alchemist. All residents of Jixinzhuang sought her expertise when in need. Ling Nai Nai, I find myself in a predicament, Li Xiang said, appearing deflated. Oh. Ling Nai Nai furrowed her brow. Has some thoughtless wretch at school been bullying you? Or is it a family matter? Not at all. You know I prefer to avoid trouble. Li Xiang replied straightforwardly, producing a long spear from his spatial ring, which caught Ling Nai Nai's attention as the ornate patterns dazzled her. This spear was gifted by a friend. I could not discern its nature and thought of your expertise. At the very least, it is a high-quality spiritual artifact. Upon grasping the spear, a gust of energy surged, igniting the once ordinary surroundings into flames before subsiding. After holding the spear for 10 seconds, Ling Nai Nai nodded. It is undoubtedly a superior spiritual instrument. The sealing method is relatively common. If you trust this old woman, you may come to collect it the day after tomorrow at dawn. If not Ling Nai Nai, whom else can I trust? After showering her with compliments for an additional 10 minutes, Li Xiang left the mysterious spear in her care and exited Cave 12. Glancing at his phone, he noted that no threats loomed over the family, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he drove towards the exit. Chen Diyi, wake up. I have matters to attend. Upon reaching the gate, Li Xiang called out to the slumbering guard. Moments later, Chen Diyi peeked out, bleary-eyed. Young Master Li? Out so early? Indeed, Li Xiang sighed, slowly opening the car door to retrieve the cake from the passenger seat, offering it to Chen Diyi. You've risen early today. It's only 4 a.m. Oh, a cake? Young Master Li truly knows how to indulge. Mr. Chen gazed at the cake, his face brimming with joy. What fortunate event had transpired? Rising early in the morning, he had no particular reason. Li Xiang grinned, explaining. I merely discovered a sealed weapon and entrusted it to Grandma Ling at cave number 12 for her examination. By the way, I forgot to inquire about when my item will be ready. Could you please ask her during your patrol? That is no trouble at all. I shall inquire about the timing. Rest assured, she is quite amiable. Whatever you entrusted to her will certainly be returned in due course. Mr. Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the table. For this matter, there was no need for you to venture out so early. Ah, it's not merely a family issue. Our Li family patriarch has perished on the alien battlefield. Several elders have taken a large contingent to seek vengeance in the other realm. As a result, the newly appointed patriarch, a rather unscrupulous individual, has confiscated my allowance, and I fear I may soon be unable to afford even a meal. Li Xiang sighed deeply. This distressing news had been conveyed to him by Yu Xian the previous night. Were it not for the necessity of sustenance, he would never have left the table. What? Mr. Chen's eyes widened in alarm. This is quite serious. You must address it promptly. Mr. Han from cave number 82 is knowledgeable about such matters. You should consult his law firm. He may offer assistance. Indeed, in this world, even lawyers exist. I am prepared for a legal battle with my family. Li Xiang nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I shall seek his counsel. My Yuxian is preparing braised pork for lunch. I will ensure she brings you a portion upon my return. Ah, that would be delightful. Li Xiang's car sped away. Mr. Chen waved farewell before yawning and headed towards cave number 12, rapping firmly on the door. The sound resonated throughout the villa community, illuminating many houses. Greetings, residents of cave number 12. I am the gatekeeper of the villa area, sincerely at your service. Chapter 6, Strive for Revenge, My Descendants. At dawn, Li Xiang drove at a brisk 160 miles per hour down the empty streets and soon halted in front of a high-rise building. He remained inside for a full 2 hours before descending. It appears I must indeed pursue legal action, he muttered, surprised by the magnitude of the predicament confronting the Li family. The new patriarch, having usurped power, had misappropriated his allowance for his own children. I shall return home and reassess the situation. Glancing at his phone, he noted the considerable passage of time and the drastic changes within the Li family. Frowning, he stowed his phone in his pocket. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the sky, prompting him to look up. Above the skyscraper, over 30 lawyers clad in suits were soaring through the air on swords, brandishing magical artifacts. Faintly, he overheard voices emanating from the clouds. Relay to our colleagues that Boss Han has issued orders to encircle the Li family. Seek out the governor and inform him that the Li family patriarch is suspected of murder, or rather, colluding with alien insect tribes. Inquire if any of our clients are in custody and prepare them. Boss has matters to discuss with them. Do not question why. Merely relay that someone may perish in prison soon, and we have business to attend to. Are they raiding the Li family? Nonsense. We are merely engaging in legal proceedings. We are a reputable law firm. Indeed, it appears they are there to assist with the lawsuit. With such righteous lawyers on his side, Li Xiang felt assured that reclaiming his allowance was a certainty. His worries eased as he made his way home, finally able to focus on playing games. Welcome home, master. Upon returning, he was greeted by the radiant smile of Yuxian, more brilliant than the sun. In truth, you only needed to contact us. There was no need for your personal presence. By the way, Mr. Liu from cave number 7, Miss Wu from number 39, and Mr. Wang from number 92 visited, expressing a desire to see you. Indeed, I must pay them a visit. Otherwise, they might assume I have perished. Li Xiang chuckled. I shall retreat to my room for gaming. All the braised pork is for Mr. Chen. I will suffice with fried rice. If anyone seeks me, inform them I am not home. I have debts of gratitude that I cannot afford to accrue further. Individuals like me cannot repay. Once external matters settled, they would cease their visits. Understood, master. Yuxian withdrew. Li Xiang hurried to his room, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. After 5 hours of toil outside, he gazed at the computer screen, feeling as though 5 years had elapsed. In the simulation game of the Cultivation family, the Li family was flourishing. The initial humble cottage had transformed into a grand estate comprising 6 rooms and numerous other structures. The action list brimming with information read. Su Zuohua successfully gave birth to a daughter, named Li Yaowen, now 3 years old. Li Yaowen was seen running about the courtyard. The other 3 children were thriving as well. Li Yaozu, now 10 years old. Delighted Li Xiang with his enhanced aptitude due to a potion, achieving a wood spirit root value of 62 and reaching the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Qi refinement manual, progress 12. The other 2 children were not lacking either. The 8-year-old girl, Li Yaoqing, though her aptitude was somewhat inferior, had nonetheless reached the 1st layer of Qi refinement, particularly due to a special trait. Plant affinity. Innate sensitivity to plant cultivation, greatly enhancing success rates in planting and nurturing plants. Although the year was still marked by drought, perhaps due to Li Yaoqing's presence, the vegetable garden thrived, with plants flourishing. The youngest, previously the most gifted, Li Yaotai, possessed a mixed spirit root with 3 attributes exceeding 50, and at just 6 years old, he had already achieved the 1st layer of Qi refinement. Compared to the initial solitary existence of Li Dalong, the Li family was now bustling with life. However, it was uncertain whether Su Zuohua's lack of further pregnancies was due to age. Nonetheless, this was a minor concern given she had already borne 4 children. Truly a monumental contribution, and Li Xiang could not demand more. As he hovered the mouse over the member list and selected Li Dalong's profile, the scene shifted. Li Xiang furrowed his brow. In the room, after 5 years of cultivation, Li Dalong had reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement, but was now lying in bed. One leg bound with bamboo strips, secured with white cloth. Li Dalong. Status, severely injured. Despite his busy morning, Li Xiang had kept a watchful eye on the game. Over the past 5 years, Li Daolong had undoubtedly been the most dedicated member of the Li family, frequently traversing the Silver Iron Forest, bringing back meat while never neglecting his duty to educate the children. Yet, no one's life is devoid of challenges. In the 15th year, Li Daolong traveled to Chonglin town to sell beast materials, encountering a reckless young noble on horseback and saving a child from imminent danger. The young master of the Hu family, impressed by Li Daolong's prowess, sought to recruit him. Li Daolong, citing his responsibility to raise his children, politely declined, only to incur the wrath of Hu Wei, who dispatched an 8th-layer qi refinement expert to severely injure him. Damn it, Li Xiang gritted his teeth, recalling his attention during the incident, and it was indeed his ancestral love that had preserved Li Daolong's life. It was a close call. After 15 years of nurturing, his precious treasure was nearly lost. Li Xiang yearned to teleport to Chonglin town and unleash the fury of his ancestors. Meanwhile, at Li Daolong's bedside, all family members gathered, observing his injuries, their heads adorned with dialogue. Seek revenge. 5 years ago, a band of bandits invaded our home, and we eradicated them all, the Hu family included, exclaimed Li Yaozu. Calm down, my child, replied Su Tsuwa, attempting to soothe the situation. I have inquired, and the Hu family possesses an ancient ancestor who has reached the foundation establishment stage and has lived for over a century. We are simply no match for them. Li Yaoqing, mother is right. Now is not the time for impulsive actions. Oh, father, please recover soon. Li Yaozu, are we just going to let this go? Li Daolong, children, do not worry about your father. The ancestor has already eliminated the master who harmed him. Half of our vengeance has been avenged. A gentleman takes his time to settle scores, as long as the descendants of the Li family strive to grow. There will come a day when the Hu family will pay for their transgressions. Observing the exchange among the Li family members, Li Xiang stifled his inner fury. Indeed, the ancestor's wrath is a formidable skill, yet Li Xiang discovered while rescuing Li Daolong previously that it could barely eliminate a qi-refining 8th-layer practitioner. Whether it could defeat a foundation establishment master remains uncertain. Acting recklessly would only expose the Li family to insurmountable calamities. Concealing strength, nurturing growth, and ultimately dazzling all. That is the optimal choice. With this thought, Li Xiang activated Ancestor's Blessing and employed a new skill on the wounded Li Daolong. The Ancestor's Embrace. In the Li family ancestral hall, a spectral image manifested above the Ancestor's tablet, flowing into Li Daolong's body amidst the astonished gazes of the Li family members. In an instant, Li Daolong's leg began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and soon he was able to rise from his bed and walk. Utilize the Ancestor's Embrace. Consuming incense, 100. Compared to the previous mild healing from the Ancestor's love, this skill was significantly more powerful, capable of even treating internal injuries. The Ancestor has manifested. I am restored to my former self. Thank you, Ancestor, for your life-saving grace. Rest assured, Ancestor. One day Daolong will lead all the Li family members to avenge today's humiliation, witnessing the spirited determination of his descendants. Li Xiang bestowed another dose of the Ancestor's love upon Li Daolong. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with elation. Though faced with peril, the Li family members will strive even harder, having felt your encouragement. Incense, 30. Li Xiang felt a sense of comfort within. At that moment, a small red dot in the member list caught his attention. Upon clicking it, he discovered, Family, the Fury of Vengeance. Cultivation speed increased by 20 until sufficient strength for revenge is attained. This seemed to manifest only after a particular event. Strive for cultivation and fight for vengeance, my descendants. Li Xiang cheered for his family before clicking on the statuses of the Li family members to discern if this incident had imparted any additional traits to them, but alas, there were none. However, when he clicked on Li Yaozu, he was taken aback as the scene shifted to the Li family's training grounds, where Li Yaozu was diligently practicing the basic sword techniques from the Qi Refinement Manual. This young man was training with remarkable diligence and ferocity, each strike imbued with an aura of lethality, cleaving a stone slab, and even carving a deep, lethal mark. This is the attitude we need. Li Xiang nodded slightly. Envisioning the moment this young man would charge into the Hu family in the future, his fervor bound to be unfathomable. At that moment, amidst the boundless ocean, a flying spirit vessel soared through the sky, populated by numerous cultivators riding their swords, clad in distinctive white garments emblazoned with the Yanhuang emblem. They were members of the New Era Huaxia Historical Exploration Team, tasked with investigating the reasons behind the revival of spiritual energy a millennium ago and uncovering the histories buried beneath this planet for millions of years. I have found a stone deep in the ocean, sealed for ages, inscribed with the history of the primordial era. Below it may lie a vast expanse once inhabited by cultivators or even the remnants of an unimaginably large family force. An excited investigator emerged from the depths, clutching a sizable stone, breaking through the ocean's surface and ascending to the spirit vessel. In an instant, the entire crew surrounded the stone, using their expertise to clear away the layers of historical dust obscuring the inscriptions. After an entire day and night, they finally revealed the stone's true form. Exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Such a potent aura of lethality. The stone bore ancient inscriptions that read, "Kill Hu Wei." Chapter 7. Su Tsuihua. You are indeed a fierce one. Under the weight of hatred, the Li family members practiced with increasing intensity. As Li Xiang focused intently, he noticed Li Dalong gathering all the Li family members, except for the 3-year-old Li Yaowen, to embark towards the Yin Tai Lin. He quickly clicked on Li Dalong's icon. The screen instantly began to follow the family's journey. Our ancestors' elixirs are running low, but during my last foray into Yin Tai Lin, I encountered a fruit tree with an enticing fragrance. This time, I need my family to unite with me. The family stood resolute together. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, seated before the screen, held his breath, prepared to utilize skills should they encounter danger. The Yin Tai Lin was not the previous wild boar forest. It teemed with many demonic beasts. Even though Li Dalong had previously traversed the Yin Tai Lin, he always remained near the edges, where he could act with ease. This time, however, the entire family ventured forth, comprising individuals with little hunting experience. Yet, Li Xiang did not intervene. If the Li family wished to grow, they must endure trials and tribulations. Remaining passively at the altar waiting for his blessings would be tantamount to annihilation. Soon enough, the family entered the Yin Tai Lin and encountered their first skirmish, an ethereal feline demon with a flaming tail and golden fur. Li Xiang maneuvered his mouse, clicking on the peculiar cat demon, instantly retrieving its information. Flame-tailed spirit cat, ordinary. Description, small in size, yet possessing incredible speed, enabling it to survive on the fringes of the Yin Tai Lin. Beware its swiftness and fiery tail. Observing this demon beast, Li Xiang felt a tinge of surprise. Following the revival of spiritual energy, this planet was now home to demon beasts that had formed considerable races. However, such species had not appeared in the school's curriculum. A search online yielded no useful information. Nevertheless, Li Xiang understood that ordinary demon beasts typically possess strength within the Qi refinement range. At that moment, the flame-tailed spirit cat was fleeing desperately from Li Dalong's pursuit. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow slicing through the air rang out as 6-year-old Li Yaotai drew his bow. Meow! The flame-tailed spirit cat narrowly evaded the arrow, turning back to hiss and scowl, undoubtedly uttering foul words. Yet, the next moment, it found itself silenced. In its escape direction, the Li family had already set up a trap. Su Tsuihua and her daughter Li Yaoqing sprang forth from behind 2 trees, wielding a large brown net, and catching the fleeing flame-tailed spirit cat. They had smeared themselves with ash, seemingly to mask their scent. The flames on the flame-tailed spirit cat's tail ignited fiercely, yet their net appeared adequately prepared, impervious to incineration. As the flame-tailed spirit cat clawed and bit at the net, Li Yaozu approached, performing a hand seal, causing the net to emit a bluish glow, completely ensnaring the flame-tailed spirit cat. Meow meow meow. As the family encircled the captured flame-tailed spirit cat from above, it unleashed a torrent of curses. Captured an ordinary demon beast, the flame-tailed spirit cat, which glared angrily at all the Li family members. However, after receiving food and gentle strokes from Su Tsuihua, it reluctantly displayed a hint of contentment. Are they planning to domesticate the flame-tailed spirit cat? Li Xiang raised an eyebrow at the cat confined within the cage, realizing that this cat's flesh would scarcely suffice for a meal. Raising it for companionship and as a guardian would indeed be a prudent choice. However, the game graphics do not reveal the thoughts of the clan members. They have already begun preparing for the next hunt. In Li Xiang's memory, Li Dalong had encountered numerous in the past, yet he often found himself alone, unable to catch them as they frequently escaped. Now, with the family working together, Li Dalong felt considerably lighter. Before long, Li Xiang witnessed his family engaging in battles against an Yin Tai Lin, mostly against smaller creatures. As the size of the offend indicated its strength, they spent 5 days in Yin Tai Lin. They captured an ordinary, the Yining hound, which, after being subjected to a fierce beating by Su Tsuihua, obediently stuck out its tongue. Once Su Tsuihua walked away, it began to bark wildly again. They also captured a nest of ordinary, the Bai Li Gu, and with the enchanting sound of a long flute played by Su Tsuihua, the Bai Li Gu fell into a trance. Additionally, they caught an ordinary, the Shi Yi Shou. So many captured? Li Xiang scratched his head, sensing that this family intended to cultivate all the. However, taming requires skill, and all of this relates back to Su Tsuihua. Wow, Su Tsuihua, how deeply you've concealed your abilities. You've secretly learned the art of beast taming? Opening the information on Li Dalong's wife, Li Xiang was suddenly enlightened. Su Chuihua. Realm. Refining Qi Level 1. Skills. Qi Absorption Technique. Beast Taming Technique. Traits. Affinity with. She can easily sense the emotions of, making it simpler to bond with and tame them, doubling the probability of success. Just as Li Xiang was puzzled, the Li family in Yin Tai Lin gathered around a fire. Under the moonlight, Li Delong presented the ancestral tablet, burning incense and bowing before it. Ancestors, bless this journey with smooth sailing. Thanks to the cultivation manual bestowed by our ancestors, the unworthy descendant Li Delong has discovered a method to strengthen the family. The child shall diligently utilize the refining Qi manual, and one day, he will eradicate the Tai Lin Hu family and rectify past grievances. Su Chuihua also knelt, expressing gratitude as DeLong's wife. After 11 years of raising chickens and ducks, Chuihua has finally mastered the art of beast taming, which she will use to bolster the Li clan. Your family has benefited from your blessings, gaining the art of beast taming from the refining Qi manual. Incense, 100. Li Xiang was taken aback. The refining Qi manual has such an effect? He quickly opened the materials he had studied for an entire year at school and indeed found several documents. The optimal cultivation methods for spiritual herbs. How to communicate with and establish trust. The division of labor in pill crafting. The refining Qi manual was akin to a middle school textbook from his previous life. However, in this world, spiritual herbs and pills are managed by specialized individuals or monopolized by companies. The planet's environment has been heavily developed over the millennia, leaving no surplus resources for ordinary students to practice. Only those at the Golden Dance stage or above have the qualifications for interstellar travel and the opportunity to cultivate on other planets. Thus, apart from practicing the methods of absorbing the world's spiritual energy and the skills outlined in the refining Qi manual, most of the coursework was disregarded. This knowledge seemed useless to him, yet for the Li family, the refining Qi manual encompassed a wealth of practical information, ripe for utilization. Li Xiang inhaled sharply. He had underestimated this foundational textbook all along. Indeed, it is a supreme guide for beginners in the world of cultivation, distilled from the millennia-long revival of the Huaxia spirit. The passage of time in the game is swift. While Li Xiang marveled at the refining Qi manual's brilliance in the game world, the Li family was already making their way through the thick fog. Before long, the game displayed a grand tree adorned with vibrant red fruits. Li Xiang moved the mouse and accessed the tree's information. Beast Blood Fruit Tree. A tree that can only flourish in areas where congregate, cultivated with the blood of various, yielding beast blood fruits. The more blood from, the stronger the fruit, resulting in a greater abundance of spiritual energy. Powerful often monopolize such trees, hunting to cultivate with their blood for their own breakthroughs. As per usual, Li Xiang searched for information about this fruit tree, yet found none. However, he could sense the tree's immense value. The stronger the blood, the richer the energy of the fruits, indicating that such a tree has no definitive rank limitation. While Li Xiang assessed the value of the beast blood fruit tree, a massive snake suddenly emerged, coiling around the trunk, its crimson eyes fixated on the Li family. The two enormous horns atop its head crackled with lightning, seemingly warning the family that if they dared to approach, they would be treated as nutrients for the cultivation of the beast blood fruit tree. This is bad. It's a peak ordinary. The last time I saw it, its presence wasn't this formidable. Let us leave, father. It shows no intent to attack us. Thunderlight python, ordinary. Description, an absolutely formidable presence among ordinary, poised to undergo a transformation once it sheds its skin. The Li family hesitated to retreat. Yet, Li Xiang noticed that it was not Li Delong's recklessness, but rather that the beast blood fruit tree was home to two thunderlight pythons. Retreat? How could they possibly retreat? Before the screen, Li Xiang's gaze sharpened as he glanced at the remaining incense count. 180. No way, I will not yield the beast blood fruit. Using the ancestors' wrath, consuming 20 incense points. In an instant, Li Xiang's ancestral spirit tablet burst forth from Li Delong's clothing, charging fiercely towards the thunderlight python. The ancestors have manifested. Li Delong was overjoyed. Yes, we have the ancestors' protection. Do not fear this snake. Let us take it down. At that moment, Li Xiang and the Li clan united in purpose. This time, Li Xiang also discovered the limits of the ancestors' wrath skill. Against the peak ordinary, the skill could no longer achieve instant kills. Even against a beginner in the foundation establishment stage, a peak ordinary could still put up a fight. The ancestral spirit tablet soon collided with the lightning unleashed by the thunderlight python's horns. The Li clan members attempted to assist. Yet Li Yao Tai's arrows barely left a mark on the python's hide, and others could not even approach. Before long, Li Xiang's skills, which had previously obliterated bandits, faltered under the thunderlight python's assault. Damn, it's so powerful. Li Xiang gritted his teeth and decided to go for 2 more strikes. He clicked the ancestor's wrath repeatedly. The spirit tablet split into two, tracing a path of purple light through the air, charging once more. Do not fear. The ancestors have not given up. We, the descendants, shall fight to the end. These spiritual fruits shall be ours. Li Delong gritted his teeth, determined, and charged towards the other two smaller snakes alongside Li Yaozu. Ancestors bless us. Chapter 8. The beast taming home rapidly develops. Fight, my tablet. Before the screen, Li Xiang felt his blood surge with excitement as he fought for the beast blood fruit. Ancestors' Wrath, 5. Li Xiang commanded the 5 ancestral spirit tablets within the game, realizing that these tablets equated to the strength of a peak refining chi practitioner. By clicking on a spirit tablet, he could manipulate its trajectory and unleash powerful attacks. Explode. Whenever an ancestral spirit tablet's radiance dims in the struggle against the Lei Guangmang, it signifies that the energy of the ancestral spirit is nearing depletion, heralding the moment for action. Despite the Lei Guangmang's formidable resilience and astounding electrical energy, it cannot withstand the relentless assaults of the ancestral spirit tablets. As the energy of 5 tablets is exhausted, the Lei Guangmang is left battered and bruised. With a roar, the Lei Guangmang, now utterly enraged after the last spirit tablet detonates, directs its fury towards the Li family, vowing to consume them and unleash its pent-up wrath. Dare to act so brazenly. Li Xiang's eyes widen. Another spirit tablet materializes before the Lei Guangmang, and the once furious creature halts in its tracks, paralyzed by fear before this spirit tablet, which is no larger than a human arm. Subsequently, it remarkably lowers its massive form in submission, its eyes filled with a desperate yearning for survival. Simultaneously, the Li family does not remain idle. Their ancestor has triumphed. This colossal serpent is no match for their forebear. Long live the ancestor. As the Li family rejoices at the sight of the defeated Lei Guangmang, they realize they have captured 2 of its offspring in their giant nets while hunting other beasts. The Lei Guangmang's eyes grow dimmer, and from the center of its head, a diamond-shaped crystal filled with electrical arcs emerges. The creature, filled with trepidation, pleads for mercy for itself and its young, offering its life core. Would you like to consume 50 points of incense to contract the Lei Guangmang and make it a guardian beast of the temple? Upon seeing this message on the screen, Li Xiang raises an eyebrow. Such a situation is unprecedented. The Lei Guangmang's life core appears only upon contact with the spirit tablets, suggesting that this game harbors many undiscovered features. Without hesitation, Li Xiang affirms, as the incense offered by his kin grants him just enough to forge a bond with the Lei Guangmang. You have contracted the Lei Guangmang as a guardian beast. It shall protect your ancestral temple, safeguard your spirit tablets, and convey messages from your ancestors. A violet light envelopes the Lei Guangmang, and a circular icon depicting a roaring serpent materializes in the upper left corner of the game screen. As Li Xiang clicks on it, he discovers the Lei Guangmang's information, with one particular entry filling him with excitement. Please enter the message you wish to convey. I can communicate with the descendants of the Li family? Li Xiang eagerly tests it. Tell my descendants to bring back the beast blood fruit tree for cultivation. The Lei Guangmang appears to sense the message, momentarily startled, before it begins to meander around the ancestral tablets, circling the Li family. It eventually approaches Li Delong, who stands in a daze, affectionately nudging him with its massive head. Then, it proceeds to circle the beast blood fruit tree. The Li family exchanges glances. Their ancestor has tamed this gigantic serpent. Father, it seems to be trying to express something. Long live the ancestor. Ultimately, it is the 8-year-old Li Yaoqing who looks at the Lei Guangmang, and then at the ancestral tablet, tugging at Li Delong's sleeve. Father, does the ancestor want us to take this tree back to plant? At this, the Lei Guangmang's head crackles with electricity, nodding vigorously. It has acknowledged the connection to the ancestor. Li Delong is overjoyed. Let us first gather the fruits and bring all our spoils home. This tree is immense. We must plan wisely. Seeing his descendants comprehend his intent, Li Xiang stands with exhilaration. Until now, he could only convey rudimentary messages through the love bestowed by the ancestors. But now, with the Lei Guangmang, he can accomplish so much more. In the following days, the Li family returns to their ancestral residence laden with bountiful spoils. The spoils section of the screen dazzles Li Xiang. In the ensuing days, the Li family embarks on a path of astonishing growth. In the 16th year of the Li family, Su Zuohua has completely tamed all spiritual beasts, releasing them into the wild boar forest, which she renames Spirit Beast Park. Ever since marrying Li Delong, she has remained quietly devoted to child-rearing and agricultural tasks, but now, her contributions rival those of Li Delong. After mastering the art of beast control, Su Zuohua has astounded even Li Xiang. The Spirit Beast Park, with her frequent ventures into the Silver Iron Forest alongside Li Delong, has burgeoned with over 30 species. However, due to insufficient food for the spiritual beasts, She has become cautious about taming new ones. These beasts have become the hidden strength of the Li family, aiding in their development. Iron-hoofed cattle till the fields. Waterfowl irrigate the crops, and doves and anteaters assist in pest control, allowing the Li family's farmland to expand significantly, conserving the energy of its members. Tracking hounds accompany Li Delong on hunts, while a swift leopard aids in the chase, and with the help of the iron forest horse for transport. Li Delong consistently returns from the silver iron forest with abundant harvests. The 11-year-old Li Yaozu has not been idle. He is fervently dedicated to martial training, with numerous powerful beasts serving as his sparring partners, honing his combat skills daily. Meanwhile, Li Yaoqing remains steadfastly interested in botany. Within the Spirit Beast Park, protected by the beasts, he has established a medicinal garden featuring the prominent beast bloodfruit tree. Li Yaoqing has even built a straw hut beneath the tree, monitoring its growth daily. Strangely, this fruitful tree from the silver iron forest has yet to bloom after a year. He draws blood from the beasts daily, merely sustaining the tree's vitality. Conversely, various herbs have begun to sprout robustly beneath the tree. Among the Li family, the most gifted is the 7-year-old Li Yaotai, who, unlike his older brother, is less inclined towards combat and has developed a keen interest in crafting tools after a chance encounter with a traveling blacksmith. Presently, he has constructed a simple forge in the Li family's courtyard for his smithing endeavors. Beside him, the flame-tailed spirit cat and the fire-breathing anger lizard assist him in tempering iron, while an ice spirit fish, kept in water, is ready to douse the red-hot iron with icy water for cooling. The entire family is striving to contribute to the Li family's prosperity. Only the youngest, 2-year-old Li Yaowen, enjoys a tranquil existence. This little girl seems naturally inclined towards serenity, already practicing her writing on stones, her morning utterances filled with a soft, childlike voice, occasionally muddling through her reading. In the 17th year of the Li family, Li Delong breaks through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. After over a decade of hunting, during one excursion, he feels an unprecedented connection with the forest, gaining the trait, Forest Hunter. Trait, Forest Hunter. With a wood attribute spiritual root, he receives a minor enhancement while in the woods. Years of hunting experience have made him intimately familiar with the forest, increasing his combat prowess by 100. Though Li Delong's talents were initially poor, even after the enhancement from the Tianji spirit replenishing pill, he begins to break through after consuming 5 beast blood fruits, aided by 2 years of digestion time. Particularly, possessing 3 traits seems to compensate for his initial deficiencies. Not just him, but this year, the strength of the entire Li family has seen a notable increase. Aside from the young Li Yaowen, who has begun to grasp the pen and write a considerable number of characters while also being able to read clearly, all members of the Li family have ascended to a slightly higher realm. Surprisingly, even after offering 20 beast blood fruits to the Lei Guang Mang, they still have more than half remaining. Their development has been quite commendable. Li Xiang has been observing the progress of his family on the screen, his face adorned with a paternal smile. Occasionally, he deals with the bandits and robbers that have troubled the Li family during the years of severe drought, having encountered them only twice in 2 years, and he has only invoked the ancestral fury once. He wonders when the Lei Guang Mang will awaken. The ancestral temple crafted for him by the family has become the finest structure in the settlement. Beneath the towering ancestral tablet, the Lei Guang Mang is in slumber, its skin shedding as it undergoes a breakthrough. During this period, Li Xiang has been unable to relay messages to his family. Of course, he possesses the ability to awaken the Lei Guang Mang, but he is uncertain whether disturbing its shedding might have adverse effects. The Li family has endured 18 years of persistent drought, yet the fields around them remain lush, and the wild boar forest is gradually rejuvenating. Increasingly, people are realizing that this may be a prosperous land, and despite the terrifying tales of bandits who enter the Li family's domain never returning, a large group of robbers has set their sights on this fertile territory. Father, someone has intruded into the spirit beast garden. In the video, Li Yaoqing, stationed in the herbal garden, hurriedly returned home with a monster, stating that they had consumed everything they could find there and were now heading towards their family. The members of the Li family gathered together. A perceptive 100-mile pigeon landed on Su Tsuehua's shoulder, chattering in her ear. Su Tsuehua's expression darkened as she informed her family. Among them are cultivators, far more formidable than those who have previously harassed our home. With a scoff, she added, "If they dare to come, let them come without return." Li Dalong stepped forward, standing at the entrance of the courtyard, wielding 2 large machetes, exuding an aura of invincibility. Behind him, the Li family members were filled with fighting spirit, with various beasts roaming behind them, ever vigilant against the impending intruders. A gust of demonic wind swept through the settlement, stirring up dust, yet it could not dispel the indomitable fighting spirit that the Li family had accumulated over the years. The tablet of Li Xiang glimmered brilliantly in the ancestral hall. Li Dalong raised his machete high, proclaiming, "May our ancestors bless the Li family. Invincible in battle." Chapter 9, Invasion? The Slaughterhouse of the Li family. By the heavens, so many. Initially, Li Xiang did not take the invasion seriously. Having witnessed numerous similar events in the past, merely the frenzied actions of refugees during years of disaster, which posed no real threat. However, this time, Li Xiang's expression changed drastically. The Li family settlement was now dotted with countless red points, suggesting a crude estimate of over 1,000 individuals. The last encounter with the Lei Guangmang, whose strength was nearly at the foundation-building stage, had stirred his blood. This time, he felt a wave of anxiety. Over 1,000 people scattered across the map. The power of his ancestral tablet was no longer of great significance. After all, if he were to command all of them individually, it would occupy him for half a day. Even if they were refugees, this was alarmingly excessive. Observing those wielding pitchforks and wooden sticks as weapons, their faces twisted with bloodlust, a chill ran down Li Xiang's spine. He took a deep breath. Glancing at the prepared Li family disciples scattered throughout, his brow furrowed, realizing he could only rely on their own strength. To his relief, the Li family members did not cower in fear, but instead sprang into action at the first opportunity. Rest assured, our ancestors. As long as there is one of us left in the Li family, no one shall set foot in the ancestral hall. Li Xiang's spirit tablet had already emerged from the ancestral hall. Li Dalong knelt on the ground, feeling the protection of their ancestors. And after bowing 3 times to the tablet, he stood with his sword outside the Li family's courtyard. A gust of wind swept across the open field outside the Li family, and further away lay the spirit beast garden. As the wind rustled the grass and the shadows of trees swayed, a number of ragged refugees suddenly emerged from the spirit beast garden. These starving refugees seemed oblivious to Li Dalong's presence, their gazes fixated on the lush fields behind him, filled with grains. Beside the grains, there was also a large enclosure housing a multitude of plump livestock. In the center sat a little girl with twin ponytails atop a large stone, holding a scroll, her voice ringing out in clear recitation. "I have 1,000 acres of fertile land, every blade of grass a labor of love. The enemy treads upon my soil, now only to become prey for wolves and tigers. Why suffer, why suffer?" The gentle breeze carried Li Yaowen's melodious voice, resonating sharply in the momentary silence. Yet her innocent words failed to evoke any compassion in the crazed refugees. Food. It was food. No one should dare rob me. I want meat. I want meat. There is only one adult and one child. It is all ours. Do not take it. They have gone mad, completely mad, even in their hunger. The refugees surged forth at an alarming speed towards the Li family settlement. However, what awaited them was not food. With a mighty gust, Li Dalong stepped forward, swinging his 2 large machetes simultaneously, unleashing 2 waves of blade energy that cleaved the foremost refugees in half. Blood and flesh flew. In that instant, the advancing refugees regained a semblance of reason. The blade energy carved a wide scar into the ground, resembling an insurmountable chasm, deterring them from daring to cross even a step further. Li Dalong bellowed, "This is my home. If you seek food, I may offer you some. But anyone who dares to cross this line shall meet their demise." As his voice faded, the iron forest horse, which had accompanied Li Dalong for many years, emerged from the house, pulling a cart laden with provisions. The horse delivered the food outside the spirit beast garden, swiftly severing the ropes and racing back to Li Dalong's side. "Food. How wonderful, finally something to eat. Thank you, great lord, for your generosity. Quickly seize it." Seeing the refugees rush out from the spirit beast garden to snatch the food, Li Xiang furrowed his brow. Li Dalong's tactic of giving them a taste of something sweet after a beating was indeed clever. After the refugees were frightened, they received what they desired, likely making them hesitant to cause further trouble. However, while pondering this, he suddenly noticed a group of cultivators emerging within the herbal garden amidst the chaos of the refugees. "What are you doing? With so many of us, once we finish this meal, what will be our next?" they yelled. "Look at their fields and their livestock. They could sustain us for at least a month if we ration it. And their homes may conceal vast stores of grain. Seizing their territory could allow us to survive for a year. The insatiable greed of humanity knows no bounds." As these words echoed from the cultivators, most of the looting refugees paused, drooling as they gazed longingly at the Li family's fields and livestock. "Yes, the elder speaks truth. He can provide us with a cart. His family likely has 10 carts hidden away. Why should they only give us this little? Why not share all their livestock with us?" The refugees furiously questioned Li Dalong. At this moment, Li Dalong had gripped his machete tightly. Li Xiang, who had been drinking from a cup, nearly crushed it in his grasp. "I'll be damned," he exclaimed, abruptly setting the cup down, consuming 20 points of incense, invoking the ancestral fury. In an instant, the ancestral tablet radiated with brilliant light, charging straight towards the group of cultivators. He realized that the reason these refugees had come to the Li family settlement must involve some sinister plot, and it was undoubtedly connected to these cultivators. Otherwise, why would the cultivators wade through this murky water during a year of great calamity? As they traversed the disaster-stricken, the ancestral tablet surged toward the cultivators, causing the instigator among them to change countenance. What peculiar artifact is this? Yet before he could finish his words, the tablet pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth, sounding the horn for the disaster victims to charge toward the Li family. A multitude of afflicted souls surged toward the Li residents, invoking the wrath of their ancestors. Li Dalong, witnessing the fury of his forebears, hesitated no longer. He closed his eyes and bowed his head, seemingly attuning to the rhythmic tremors of the earth. As the disaster victims neared, he abruptly raised his head, unleashing his vital energy to stir the surrounding dust. With a swift motion, his twin blades cleaved through the air, severing the advancing victims in twain. Without a hint of compassion, he plunged into the fray, bellowing to the heavens. I offered you a chance. Yet you forced my ancestors into anger. Wives, children, today the Li clan shall show no mercy. Kill. Li Dalong effortlessly mounted his steed, leaving no survivors in his wake. As his declaration echoed, commotion arose from all directions around the Li stronghold. The disaster victims, startled by the carnage inflicted by Li Dalong, began to panic. Some casting terrified glances around. Monsters! Help! This child has gone mad. Run! These victims sought to seize the grains, vying for this fertile land. Yet they were oblivious to Li Dalong's relentless slaughter, as the ancestral tablet glowed with a violet hue, pursuing the cultivators. Other members of the Li family began to appear on the battlefield. Li Yaozu emerged directly behind the disaster victims, wielding a longsword, accompanied by the beasts he had trained. He moved through the crowd like an elegant dancer, effortlessly claiming lives, blood splattering upon him. Yet he bore no fear, his eyes gleaming with madness. To the west, a giant eagle soared, with Li Yaoqing astride, observing the carnage below. With a deep sigh, she slowly unfurled a bundle strapped to the eagle's back, releasing black dust that cascaded over the crowd, settling upon the disaster victims. Following this, a bamboo tube attached to the eagle spilled forth a dark liquid. Before long, the afflicted began scratching at their reddened skin. Those tainted by the black liquid found smoke rising from their flesh. Having cultivated spiritual herbs for years, none understood their properties better than Li Yaoqing. Meanwhile, to the east, Su Tsuhua and Li Yaotai also appeared, accompanied by a multitude of fierce beasts, charging mercilessly into the throng. This woman, seemingly a simple farmer, possessed a fierceness rare among her kind. Those disaster victims overlooked by the beasts would face her unyielding blade. Although young, Li Yaotai displayed considerable combat prowess. His fiery lizard struggled to pull a cart laden with arrows. Each time Li Yaotai drew his longbow, the fiery-tailed spirit cat would fetch another arrow for him. Whoosh! An arrow every 3 seconds. The normally strong young blacksmith became akin to a mobile artillery. The disaster victims were oblivious. The Li family now possessed ample strength to safeguard their lineage, accompanied by an unwavering resolve. The frenzied victims began to regain their senses amidst the slaughter, halting their advance as they gazed upon the sea of corpses and blood, kneeling in supplication. Spare me. I know I was wrong. Help. I shan't dare again. I beg you, spare my life. Whoosh. Li Yaoya's arrow struck down a begging victim. It turned out that the family I nurtured has become so powerful. At that moment, Li Xiang, controlling the ancestral tablet, had already vanquished 12 cultivators, coming to a halt. Observing the Li clan's massacre, his initially tense heart finally relaxed. A family's strength lies not solely in their power, but also in their formidable spirit. Li Xiang felt fortunate that the Li family lacked any self-righteous, pitying individuals. Their strikes were swift and decisive. Just then, a resounding crash. Li Xiang furrowed his brow as his tablet was shattered by a flying sword. Soon after, a cloaked cultivator emerged from the spiritual herb garden, the sword that had shattered the tablet hovering beside him. I never expected such a family beyond Tailing Town. Ha! Li Xiang merely frowned. The Wrath of the Ancestor, Chapter 10, Guardian Beast of the Temple, the Purple Thunder, Celestial Python. This is bad. A foundational stage expert. Li Dalong exclaimed, halting his actions. Sensing the cultivator's formidable presence, the Li family quickly gathered around him. Oh, what kind of artifact is this? One turning into 10? And it resembles a spirit tablet. Quite intriguing. The foundational cultivator gazed at the 10 tablets before the Li family with interest. Who are you? Why do you seek to harm the Li family? Li Dalong, appearing rugged, displayed a hint of cunning, realizing the invasion of disaster victims was linked to the cultivator before him. However, with the ancestral tablet present, he felt somewhat reassured. Oh, your family has some intrigue. The cultivator raised an eyebrow. The victims hailed from Tailing Town, You ask who I am? The Hu family. Li Dalong gritted his teeth. The only person he could think of with whom he had a conflict was Hu Wei, a wise man, quick to grasp. The cultivator smirked, dismissing the Li family as insignificant. In truth, he had refrained from acting to gauge the Li family's hidden cards. It appeared they were merely a family of ordinary individuals, with the combat power of these common beasts being negligible. Upon emerging from seclusion, my grandson claimed there was a family in these deep woods that had slain his subordinates of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Initially, I found it hard to believe. But now, it seems you are indeed the culprits. Hu Wei. Li Dalong's countenance darkened. I have never wronged your Hu family. I was even severely injured by Hu Wei. Why must you act so aggressively? Aggressive? Not at all. The cultivator brushed off the dust from his robes, casting a disdainful glance at the Li family. With your strength, you truly do not catch my eye. I merely investigated your background out of curiosity. How does a person of slave origin become a 7th layer Qi refinement expert in less than 20 years? And your children, TSK, outperforming my own. Look at your beasts. They fetch a handsome price. This is truly amusing. My useless grandson has finally accomplished something to my satisfaction. The cultivator's playful tone suddenly chilled. Now tell me, what secrets do you hide? Hand over your treasures, and I shall spare your lives. And this wretched tablet. You do not believe that this useless artifact can protect you, do you? The Li family fell silent, glancing at the ancestral tablet. They have a secret. They possess a mysterious ancestor. But I say, may your ancestors be damned. Li Dalong's eyes turned crimson as he suddenly seized the longbow from Li Yaoye's hands, drawing and knocking an arrow, channeling all his spiritual energy into the shot. The iron arrow creaking ominously. He knew not how the ancestor existed, nor the astonishing secrets held within the tablet. He only understood that as a descendant of the Li family, even unto death, he would reveal not a whisper of the ancestor's existence. And he would fight for the honor of his forebears. Whoosh! The arrow, imbued with vital energy, screamed through the air, embodying the resolve of the Li family. As Li Dalong's arrow flew forth, all members of the Li family tightened their grips on their weapons, with Li Yaozu even unleashing a sword qi. Yet, it was futile. Li Dalong, expending the majority of his true energy, found his bow and arrow feebly grasped by the venerable ancestor of the Hu family, who had achieved the foundational stage of cultivation. Even Li Yaozu's sword aura could not penetrate the protective true energy surrounding his adversary. I believe it would be wise for you to surrender everything, including your secrets. The Hu family's ancestor sneered at Li Dalong, who once again strung his bow with a demeanor akin to that of a predator toying with its prey. He leisurely defended against the attacks while advancing towards the Li family members. As long as these weaklings were sufficiently terrified, he had no doubt he could extract what he desired. Truly, they were a testament to my training. Observing the descendants of the Li family, who stood resolute in the face of a foundational stage master, even as they expended their last reserves of true energy, Li Xiang felt an inexplicable surge of pride. In that moment, he began to see these descendants not merely as characters in a game, but as genuine kin. He even wished that these Li family members were his real relatives. Then, his gaze fixed upon the Hu family's foundational cultivator, a grin spreading across his face. You think you're quite formidable? The 10 talismans hovering before the Li family finally sprang into action. The first talisman flew towards the ancestor of the Hu family, who was just about to block it. Press. Explosion. Oh no. This time, the Hu ancestor was thrust backward, hastily utilizing his true energy to defend, never having anticipated that these peculiar talismans possessed such a tactic. The ancestor displayed formidable power. Eliminate this wretch. The Li family member's eyes gleamed with hope upon witnessing the talisman repel the Hu ancestor. Such power exists? The Hu ancestor frowned at another talisman that began to stir, letting out a cold huff. Let me see what this useless object can truly accomplish. This time, the Hu ancestor unleashed his flying sword. Bang! Li Xiang manipulated the talisman to self-destruct once more, sending the sword flying. He quickly directed 2 more talismans at the Hu ancestor, and then pressed. Let us see just how arrogant you are. Amid the explosions, the Hu ancestor retreated again. A lock of hair was tousled, obstructing his vision. His expression darkened as he brushed the hair aside. There are still 6 left. What will you do when they are gone? Bang! 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 Meanwhile, Li Xiang, seated before the screen, paid no heed to the small words that appeared above the Hu ancestor's head. He persistently manipulated the talismans, pressing again, until at last, one talisman finally shattered the Hu ancestor's true energy, sending him hurtling backward. Blood seeped from the corners of the Hu ancestor's mouth, his clothing disheveled. Yet, his face bore a mocking smile. Ha ha ha, it's gone. Your peculiar artifact is no more. But in the next instant, his laughter was abruptly silenced. Consume 20 points of incense, invoking the wrath of the ancestor. A talisman reappeared before the Li family. How can there still be more? Is this never-ending? The Hu ancestor's lips twitched as he gazed at the talisman, momentarily caught in a dilemma. He had just boasted, and if he retreated now, he would surely feel shame in his dreams. However, after being blasted 9 times, with only half of his true energy remaining, who knew how many more of these things existed? Yet, he was mistaken. Li Xiang summoned this talisman not to attack the Hu ancestor, but to protect the Li family descendants. For within the ancestral hall of the Li family, the thunderlight python coiled beneath the ancestral talismans finally opened its eyes. Its form had grown immensely, nearly occupying half the space of the ancestral hall. The once pitch-black scales began to fade, transforming into a deep violet hue, with smooth purple skin adorned with mysterious and beautiful patterns. The 2 sharp horns atop its head curved forward after shedding its skin. Roar! Upon awakening, the thunderlight python let out a roar that transcended the hissing of a serpent, resonating like the roar of a fierce beast. The lightning emanating from its body radiated 10 meters outward, with the purple arcs visible even to those outside the ancestral hall. What commotion is this? If the ancestral talismans merely instilled a sense of trepidation in the Hu ancestor, now he was engulfed in sheer terror. He gazed fearfully towards the Li family's ancestral hall, where an overwhelming aura emanated that made him feel an immense pressure. Flee! Just as he had arrived in arrogance, the Hu ancestor now found himself in utter disarray. He dared not glance back at the Li family, turning to flee towards the spirit herb garden. He even dared not look back. But bang, bang, bang. The sounds of trees crashing behind him echoed ever closer, until he reached the beast bloodfruit tree. He could even smell a pungent odor. In that moment, he was paralyzed with fear, lowering his head to see the purple lightning arcs landing on the ground beneath him. Yet they did not strike. Of course, this arc conveyed a message. If he dared to move, he should be prepared for death. His head rigid, he struggled to turn around, swallowing hard, until he was cloaked in shadow, the smooth scales appearing before his eyes. What is this thing? The Hu ancestor's head trembled involuntarily. When he finally mustered the strength to raise his gaze, he could see what was pursuing him. A serpent, nearly 20 meters long. A massive python of profound purple. Atop this colossal python rested a talisman, the very one he had just mocked, now terrifying him. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, seated before the screen, gritted his teeth as he stared at the Hu ancestor, who appeared as a mere mouse before the thunderlight python. He slowly clicked on the image of the thunderlight python and entered. Eliminate him. Do not let his death be too easy. In an instant, the thunderlight python ensnared the Hu ancestor's body, slowly electrifying and tightening its grip. It must be said, the Hu ancestor still possessed some spirit, although he was fleeing. He did not plead for mercy from the spirit beast. Li Xiang glared at the Hu ancestor, who was trapped and visibly straining against the python. You think you're still arrogant? Keep it up. He had been waiting for this moment, for the awakening of the thunderlight python. No, it should not be called the thunderlight python now, but rather the Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang. Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang, spirit beast. Description: possessing immense strength and innate thunder and flame abilities, it awaits its next metamorphosis. After ordinary demon beasts come spirit-level demon beasts, and their breakthroughs differ from those of humans. The Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang was even more extraordinary. It had already reached maturity, and shedding its skin signified transformation, akin to evolution. Upon becoming the Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang, it ascended to the pinnacle of spirit beasts. Under the constriction of the Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang, the Hu ancestor's bones soon emitted cracking sounds, his blood bursting from the veins beneath his skin, dripping down the sleek surface of the python and pooling beneath the beast bloodfruit tree. Before long, the once arrogant Hu ancestor was reduced to a mere mass of contorted human skin. Only then did Li Xiang exhale a long breath. He clicked once more on the image of the Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang, entering, have someone deliver his skin to the Hu family. Chapter 11, Rapid Development. Your kin successfully thwarted the invasion of the disaster victims. Gained 300 incense. With the demise of the Hu ancestor, this invasion was decisively concluded. No, or perhaps it had only just begun. Within the Li family's ancestral hall, the descendants gathered, with only Li Yaozu outside dealing with the surviving disaster victims, who had not joined the ranks attempting to storm the Li family stronghold. Li Dalong seemed to have alternative plans for them. At this moment, a surviving cultivator was bound tightly, trembling before the Li family and the towering Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang. Unfilial descendants are useless, forcing our ancestor to take action. Please do not blame our ancestor. Li Dalong knelt with his wife and children before the ancestral talisman. At this moment, Li Xiang, seated before the screen, bore no grudge against the Li family members. Their recent performance had indeed satisfied him, though he furrowed his brow, pondering the troublesome matters concerning the Hu family, who had already sought trouble on 2 occasions. He clicked on the avatar of the Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang, inputting an inquiry regarding the situation with the Hu family. In an instant, the guardian beast of the Hu temple received the message conveyed by Li Xiang. It humanely inclined its body in a bow towards Li Xiang's tablet before addressing the members of the Li family. His sizzle, compared to its previous roar. The Zilei Tianyang Mang now spoke in hushed tones, emitting a low, serpentine hiss. Listening to the sounds emanating from the game, Li Xiang scratched his head, inexplicably reminded of Voldemort communicating with snakes in Harry Potter. Could I be Voldemort? Is the ancestor delivering a warning? Li Delong instantly understood that the Zilei Tianyang Mang, the guardian beast of the temple, was conveying Li Xiang's directives. Su Chuihua, being a beast tamer, closed her eyes in contemplation and soon grasped the message relayed by the Zilei Tianyang Mang. The ancestor commanded them to resolve the troubles posed by the Hu family. Rest assured, ancestor, this matter shall be handled with utmost care. Li Delong understood immediately. Despite his robust stature, he possessed a meticulous mind and promptly began to question the captured cultivator for precise intelligence. The cultivator, lacking resolve, divulged all he knew without hesitation. As Li Xiang listened to the recounting, he began to ponder. It turned out that during this decade-long drought, the cultivators of Tai Lin Town had been assisting with relief efforts. However, this time, the Patriarch of the Hu family deliberately withheld assistance from the victims, provoking them to test the Li family, which led to the current invasion by the refugees. The Hu family, being one of the 4 prominent families of Tai Lin, boasted 4 ancestors, all advanced practitioners in closed-door cultivation, with deep-seated resources. My lord, it is impossible for you to seek revenge on the Hu family. The cultivator's face turned pale. The 4 prominent families were the foundation of the town, although they occasionally experienced minor disputes. They maintained a cooperative relationship to prevent outsiders from seizing their resources. Moreover, the town's mayor would never permit chaos within Tai Lin. Should you dare to act against the Hu family, he would brand you as traitors. His sizzle. The massive head of the Zilei Tianyang Mang suddenly loomed before the cultivator, nearly causing him to wet himself. Please, do not harm me. I have revealed everything. I can even offer you strategies. I have turned over a new leaf. Su Chuihua, however, understood that the guardian beast was not intimidating the cultivator. With a smile, she stepped forward and said, do not fear. Our ancestor merely wishes to inquire whether Tai Lin Town would seek revenge if we were to slay the Patriarch of the Hu family. No, they would not. The cultivator quickly replied. Even if the Patriarch of the Hu family were to die, they wouldn't dare send anyone here. The other 3 families would revel in their misfortune and avoid provoking further conflict. However, they would not allow you to enter the city to kill. The Hu family would be even more cautious, but you must remain vigilant. While they may not dare to intrude, without the protection of this great serpent, they will certainly take action against you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others grew somber. Damn it, they have blocked our way, Li Xiang muttered. After grasping the current situation of the Li family, he accelerated the game's time flow and instructed his family members to exercise caution in the coming days, advising them to refrain from unnecessary outings. Subsequently, Li Xiang began to examine the spoils of this encounter, having annihilated a total of 13 cultivators. The Li family had previously possessed no magical artifacts, but this time they had amassed an abundance of equipment. Loot acquired, Hu family's human skin. Loot acquired, Lingxi flying sword, magical artifact. Loot acquired, black storage ring, magical artifact. Loot acquired. Thanks to the Hu family for the initiation funds for our family's development. Li Xiang beamed as he observed the progress within the game. The family had upgraded their arsenal. Previously, Li Delong wielded 2 hefty cleavers. Now, he carried an unusual blue weapon with blades on both ends. Moving towards Yintai Forest. Silver ring Yin-hand twin-headed serpent, medium-grade magical artifact. Can be divided into 2, connected by chains. Daily, it extracts venom from the mouths of 100 silver-ringed serpents and infuses it into iron imbued with spiritual energy for 49 days. Henceforth, this artifact can autonomously generate silver-ringed serpent liquid, which can be infused into the twin guns. When true energy is channeled into the guns, it can summon serpent spirits for assistance. As Li Xiang beheld Li Delong's magical artifact, he felt a twinge of envy. This artifact was evidently crafted with ancient techniques, a rarity in the contemporary world where most relied on magical firearms, bombs, and mecha. For millennia, technology and cultivation had gradually intertwined. Liao Zhu, on the other hand, utilized the Lingxi flying sword obtained from the Patriarch of the Hu family. Lingxi flying sword, upper-grade magical artifact. Forged from upper-grade Lingxi stones, it can harness the spirits of heaven and earth for its wielder. This sword possesses a spirit, allowing it to autonomously execute sword techniques, usable even by those untrained in swordsmanship, striking without a trace. Li Xiang had witnessed this sword in action. With a swift motion, it shattered his tablet. The other members of the Li family also possessed magical artifacts, but unlike Li Delong and Li Yaozu, who thrived on combat, the rest had other responsibilities to attend to. Time swiftly passed. The Li family refrained from recklessly seeking trouble in Tailin town. Although the town occasionally dispatched individuals to harass them, those who approached the Li family's stronghold met with swift demise. Li family year 19. Of those who invaded the Li family stronghold that year, half survived. They were bestowed gifts by the Li family and began cultivating land outside, gradually forming a village. This matter had been inquired by Li Delong, and it was Li Xiang's intention to retain these individuals. Slaughter was always a last resort. The Li family possessed ample spirit beasts capable of summoning water with their innate abilities to irrigate the fields, and their waste served as the finest fertilizer. In this year of calamity, the refugees sheltered by the Li family could cultivate fields, raise chickens and ducks, and after paying taxes, they could save the Li family time on agricultural tasks. Thus, in the near future, the food produced could sustain the spirit beasts that the family commanded. Furthermore, these refugees were also valuable labor. At present, a vast expanse of fertile land had already been cultivated outside the Li family stronghold. Among the fields, livestock frolicked joyfully, and the once emaciated refugees gradually regained their health, with smiles adorning their faces. Not only that, but the Li family stronghold, now boasting nearly 500 laborers, had undergone a remarkable transformation. Their previously stone-built courtyard had been replaced with grand structures of blue bricks and white tiles, covering an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. Exuding magnificence, occasionally, one could spot spirit beasts leaping over the walls or soaring above them. Even so, villagers continued to grind stones, shaping them into uniform forms, ready to pave the ground outside the Li family stronghold. The once solitary Li family now exhibited a burgeoning trend towards becoming a prominent clan, with the surrounding area evolving into a bustling and prosperous locale. Ancestor, come quickly and see. The tree I planted in the spirit beast garden has bloomed. The joyful voice of Li Yaoqing interrupted Li Xiang's reverie as she bounced into the ancestral hall. The beast bloodfruit tree? Has it finally shown signs of life? Li Xiang rejoiced. He promptly clicked on Li Yaoqing's avatar, and the ancestor's tablet followed her perspective to the spirit herb garden. As expected, the towering beast bloodfruit tree was adorned with vibrant red blossoms. Wonderful. After bringing back the beast bloodfruit tree, there had been no signs of growth, and Li Xiang had worried about its survival. Now he finally saw hope. Beast bloodfruit tree. After being nourished by the blood of countless human corpses and the essence of cultivators, the beast bloodfruit tree has absorbed sufficient nutrients. This year's fruits will be even more vibrant. Upon clicking on the beast bloodfruit tree and observing its status, Li Xiang was taken aback. He glanced at the gentle and tender Li Yaoqing, who was affectionately caressing the fruits beneath the tree. Goodness, how cruel you are. Since the invasion incident, he had not paid much attention to how the Li family dealt with the corpses. Now, it became clear to him. Hundreds of corpses had been drained of blood by this little girl to nourish the beast bloodfruit tree. Such a thought was unimaginable to Li Xiang. If he dared to do this in reality, the entire nation would condemn him. However, the outcome was favorable. Li Xiang immediately cast a skill, bestowing Li Yaoqing with a token of affection from the ancestor. The warmth enveloping her made Li Yaoqing aware that the mysterious ancestor was watching over her, and a joyful smile blossomed on her face. She vowed to cultivate the beast bloodfruit tree to even greater heights. However, let us not engage in any heinous acts for the sake of nurturing the tree, lest we, the Li family, be mistaken for demonic cultivators, which we cannot afford. Li Xiang wiped the sweat from his brow. Looking at the game world's time, he noticed that the next decade was about to commence. He raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Ling Nai Nai had yet to knock on his door. It seemed he would need to check on the progress of his belongings. He had long since prepared for this bestowal. As Li Xiang stood up, his antique phone rang. It was Uncle Han from the law firm. Had he already resolved matters concerning his family? Li Xiang's eyes brightened. Only with a steady stream of pocket money from the family could he play games without worry. As he answered the call, he was utterly taken aback. Little Li, I'm afraid I truly cannot assist you this time. Your new family head has fled with the entire Li family aboard a spaceship overnight. Li Xiang was left speechless. After a long pause, he stammered, Damn, I haven't even boarded the spaceship yet. Chapter 12 What? I've become the head of the Li family overnight? Do not panic. I have roughly organized the situation for you. It is rumored that your family head was killed by a star-destroying cannon in the Tianhuang star domain, but I suspect it is not that simple. He has become an immortal and cannot perish so easily. It is likely a feigned death. Subsequently, your higher-ups fled, claiming to seek revenge, but they may have bolted early. Then, your new family head severed your financial support. Based on my experience, this was not intentional. Your new family head was left behind to transfer assets and naturally had no time to manage your pocket money. If he were to perish, The main force of your family would still remain. However, he possesses considerable ability, managing to flee with everyone and quietly taking the family assets. In summary, the Li family is in the process of asset relocation, and congratulations, you have been forgotten by your family and have become destitute. Congratulations. Damn it. Thank you. Uncle Han. Li Xiang forced a smile. It's a small matter. By the way, if you need spirit stones or wish to sell your villa, remember to contact me at the first opportunity. The line went dead. Li Xiang was left in a daze. He had expected Uncle Han to send lawyers from the firm to surround the Li family and win a splendid lawsuit, ideally, to eliminate the oblivious new family head and double his pocket money. Yet, who would have imagined that things would develop into this situation? What on earth happened? Li Xiang remained in shock, gazing at the vast family home. His pocket money had genuinely been severed. In the vast universe, the likelihood of finding family members was slim. Overnight, he had become a complete pauper, his only asset being everything within this villa. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. With a sorrowful expression, Li Xiang opened it, and even the smile of Yu Xian could not bring a glimmer of joy to his numbed heart. Instead, he felt a profound emptiness. The damn new family head had forgotten him in their flight. Master, a letter has arrived for you. Yu Xian observed Li Xiang's expression and furrowed her brow, handing him a letter. Upon opening it, he saw the sender was Li Jingdao, that accursed new family head. Li Xiang, remember when you used to beat me as a child, saying I would never become the family head and that you should take the role instead? I find your reasoning sound. Now you are the last bloodline of the Li family on Earth. I hereby appoint you as the head of the Li family. Please ensure the prosperity of our lineage. You bastard Li Jingdao, I hope never to see you again in this lifetime. This was clearly premeditated. There was no doubt about it. Li Xiang took a deep breath, deciding to set aside this matter. He frowned at the oblivious Yu Xian and asked, what should we do if I become poor? Yu Xian's brows knitted tightly as she pondered for a while. Master, we could do this. There are 108 households in Xianxiaaudiobooks. We can visit one each day for a meal, collecting some spirit stones to get by. The frequency would be low and not too bothersome. You still have many classmates. You can visit their homes as well. As she spoke, she waved her hand, revealing a book from her storage ring. If worst comes to worst, I also have a secret manual, thieving techniques. Ah, how considerate. Li Xiang managed a forced smile as he left the house, arriving at Ling Nai-Nai's door. He knocked firmly. This time, Ling Nai-Nai was not as warm as during their previous meeting. She looked at Li Xiang with an expression that suggested she was both angry and restrained. Little Li, have you come for your items? They are not ready yet. Feeling unwell, Li Xiang had no desire to engage in idle chatter with this old hag, simply extending his hand. Neighbors all knew one another. How could Ling Nai-Nai's skills possibly be unrefined? Li Xiang smiled. Besides, even the gatekeeper, Uncle Chun, praised Ling Nai-Nai's craftsmanship. You. Ling Nai-Nai's face flushed momentarily, and she struck her cane against the ground. Do not think that just because you have Uncle Chun, you can threaten me. While her words seemed threatening, it was not so severe. She merely understood Li Xiang's cautious nature and had left herself a way out. Li Xiang maintained his smile, though it felt increasingly forced. Humph. With the conversation reaching this point, Ling Nai-Nai said no more. She tossed a ring to Li Xiang, snorting, you had the Li family as your support before, and that is why the people of Xianxiaaudiobooks showed you respect. But I have heard. She paused, gazing at Li Xiang's retreating figure, sneering, without the Li family, you are nothing. Remember the warmth and coldness of human relations. When you are expelled from Xianxiaaudiobooks, no one will give you face anymore. Let us see how you fare then. With a resounding bang, the door to Ling Nai-Nai's home slammed shut. Li Xiang's expression darkened. He knew he had thoroughly fallen out with Ling Nai-Nai. No, perhaps it was when he handed over the mysterious spear that the rift had already begun. The entire Xianxiaaudiobooks was aware of Ling Nai-Nai's remarkable refining skills, yet she was unscrupulous in dealings. Li Xiang had engaged in lengthy discussions with her precisely to gauge whether she would exchange his mysterious spear, but the outcome was not favorable. Which is why he sought out Uncle Chun. Damn it, lost my home and now entangled with a fierce old lady. Cursing silently, Li Xiang suddenly looked up at the sky, rubbed his face, and realized that Ling Nai-Nai was right. Without the Li family, he was nothing. But now, it was time to strive forward. He recalled the determination of the Li family members in the game. As the ancestor, how could he bring shame upon his kin? From this day forth, he would become a diligent family head. Master, have you been affected? Are you all right? In Villa Number 1, Yu Xian observed Li Xiang's elated return and felt a twinge of concern. Li Xiang, beaming with joy, replied, what do you take me for? The loss of one's home and pocket money is hardly the end of the world, is it? Do you truly believe that your master is the type to simply give up when faced with adversity? After a lengthy contemplation, Yu Xian hesitantly replied, no. Let us not dwell on it. It's too sorrowful, Li Xiang instructed. Please contact number 104 and ask Boss Chi to meet me in 2 hours. He then hurried back to his room. Li Xiang understood that with the demise of the Li family, his sole support lay in the xiaoxiaaudiobooks, a veritable lifeline. At that moment, Li Xiang was wholly engrossed. Within the confines of his computer, the Li family's progress surged forward. The villagers had begun to exhibit combat capabilities, and 2 cultivators emerged among them. A battalion of 20 soldiers, composed entirely of villagers, was now patrolling the village. In the 19th year of the Li family, the refugees sheltered by them formed a nascent village known as xianxiaaudiobooks. The villagers, under the protection of the Li family, expressed their gratitude through offerings. You have received 200 incense points. What? I was only gone for a short while, and it has developed to this extent? Li Xiang was overjoyed, silently affirming that his initial decision had not been in vain. Soon, the game interface shifted. In the 20th year of the Li family, your descendants have prepared an altar and commenced the grand ritual held every 20 years. Your descendants have arranged offerings for you. 50 first-grade beast blood fruits. 2 young Bai Li Gu, 1 male and 1 female. It has been detected that the Bai Li Gu younglings are living creatures. Would you like to expend 10 incense points to retrieve them? Indeed, they can be retrieved. Li Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. All these offerings were conveyed through the protective spirit beast sent by the members of the Li family. Although his family in the real world had fled, Li Xiang, though somewhat taken aback, felt no panic. These offerings could yield immense benefits, granting him the opportunity for a resurgence. Retrieve. Before long, 50 beast blood fruits appeared beside the incense burner on the table. Their vibrant colors and the pungent scent of blood filled the air. Li Xiang's face brightened with delight. First-grade beast blood fruit, cultivated from blood and imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. Each possesses 50 points of spiritual energy. With an 80 digestibility rate for the human body, a divine fruit, Li Xiang could not help but smile broadly. The xianxiaaudiobooks was far more intelligent than he had imagined. In the game world, spiritual energy was not quantified in points. However, in the real world, humanity had categorized the spiritual energy absorbed during cultivation into points through technological advancements. A cultivator at the first level of Qi refinement required only 100 points of spiritual energy to break through, with each subsequent level requiring an additional 10 points. The inferior the talent, the slower the absorption rate of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Yet, such a fruit could directly allow one to store spiritual energy for gradual digestion. Li Xiang found it hard to fathom how many wealthy heirs would flock to buy such a miraculous fruit. Next came the Bai Li Gu. Chirp, chirp. 2 blind hatchlings in the nest were calling out. Ordinarily, such ordinary spirit beast younglings would be of little value. However, in the present world, these 2 Bai Li Gu represented an entirely new species. If Li Xiang brought them to a monster researcher, the eccentric scientists studying spirit beasts might very well scramble to obtain these little creatures, potentially awarding him a prize for the discovery of a new species. However, Li Xiang had no intentions of disposing of them in that manner. With the items delivered, it seemed he would not need to scrounge for food and drink for a while. He sighed in relief, just as he was admiring the beast blood fruits. He was taken aback when a box appeared on his computer screen. Would you like to quickly absorb the spiritual energy from the beast blood fruit? 1 point of spiritual energy costs 1 point of incense. What? Li Xiang was momentarily dumbfounded. Rapid absorption? Such a feature existed? It was well known that while the potion's effects were present, it was difficult to absorb the energy into one's meridians. In an instant, Li Xiang recognized the terrifying potential of this function. As long as he had sufficient incense points and enough beast blood fruits, he could swiftly ascend to the realm of immortals. Yet, he restrained himself and clicked no. This amount of spiritual energy was insufficient for his needs. He shrugged and turned his attention back to the game interface. The offerings have been delivered. Would you like to bestow blessings upon your descendants? Li Xiang abruptly rose, clearing the surrounding clutter. He glanced at the mysterious spear that Ling Nai Nai had unsealed within his spatial ring. It now gleamed magnificently. Additionally, there was another item, the contraband of ordinary cultivators. This was the gift he had negotiated with Ling Nai Nai after an hour of discussion, which she had joyfully agreed to bestow upon him. Despite some subsequent unpleasantness, she had kept her promise. Teleport. As Li Xiang clicked the mouse, a massive object suddenly materialized in his room, delivering the ancestor's blessing. War Puppet. Chapter 13, Primary Spirit Energy Mecha. His sizzle. The colossal Z Lei Tianyang Mang let out a cry towards the Li family descendants who were paying their respects, conveying the intentions of their ancestor from beyond the grave. Li Xiang became increasingly convinced that he was indeed a Dark Lord. Meanwhile, in the game, the members of the Li family were kneeling in gratitude, having received their ancestors' offerings, which he seemed to find satisfactory. Excellent. The ancestor should not be disappointed in us this time. After Li Delong finished kneeling, he turned to the protective spirit beast, saying, "Please ask the spirit beast if our ancestor has any messages for us. What wonderful descendants we have, always ready to heed the teachings of our forebear." Li Xiang pondered for a moment before inputting into the game, continued to strive diligently and develop the clan. His sizzle. Watching the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang emit its ominous cry once more, Li Xiang couldn't help but wonder if the game's design truly cast him as a mysterious antagonist. Su Chuihua quickly turned to Li Delong and said, "Master, the ancestor expressed satisfaction and instructed us to develop the family well. The ancestor is at ease." Just as Li Delong was about to flatter the ancestor, he suddenly froze and hurriedly pulled his wife and children to kneel again. Before them, a magnificent glow emanated from the ancestor's tablet. The ancestor has manifested once more. In an instant, everyone hurriedly bowed. With a thunderous sound, a colossal object appeared in the courtyard before the Li family's ancestral hall, its height rivaling that of the sluggish Zi Lei Tianyang Mang at 10 meters tall. Under the scorching sun on a drought-stricken day, the dazzling light shining upon this giant rendered it nearly blinding to the onlookers. Once they truly beheld its form, their faces were filled with shock. This entity stood upright like a human, its body distinctly angular, with a silver exterior gleaming with a smooth metallic luster. Its veins appeared to be exposed, and various parts of its body seemed to emit light. Primary war puppet. Seeing the puzzled and astonished gazes of his descendants, Li Xiang felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. This contraption, in the modern world, is known as a spirit energy mecha. Its interior utilizes biotechnology, granting it agility akin to that of a human and the ability to circulate spiritual energy through human-like meridians. Externally, it is a technological mech, with nanotechnology connecting its core with flesh. By consuming spirit stones, the mech is continuously supplied with energy, and it can even recharge autonomously. A primary mech possesses capabilities on par with peak Foundation establishment cultivators and can contend with those at the early Golden Core stage. Such mechs were originally developed by the American Empire in response to the resurgence of spiritual energy to combat spirit beasts. Over time, they underwent continuous development and iteration in Huaxia, ultimately evolving into their current form. However, due to their immense destructive power, they have become contraband for ordinary humans on Earth. However, for Ling Nai, such contraband is easily accessible. What is this? Such a formidable sense of oppression. Could this be the essence of our ancestors? The mighty ancestors. The descendants of the Li family are in an uproar. Merely witnessing it, they can already sense the immense power of the war puppet. Not just them. Even the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang gazes at this war puppet with a hint of trepidation, sensing that it is far from being its match. Essence. In front of the computer screen, Li Xiang's lips curled into a slight smile. Initially, he intended to bestow the mecha upon his descendants, gradually teaching them how to control it. But now, he discovers that the Family Cultivation Simulator possesses far more functionalities than he had imagined, and it is even more user-friendly. Your initial grade war puppet has been delivered. Detected that the war puppet has a control system. Would you like to establish a connection? Operating the initial grade war puppet requires 5,000 incense points. Ding. Insufficient incense points. The war puppet enters autonomous combat mode. In other words, he can manipulate the war puppet to engage in battle through a mental link, just as if he were controlling it directly. He can distinctly feel every blade of grass and tree in the game world. Li Xiang's eyes widened. The more he plays the Cultivation Family Simulator, the more features seem to unlock. Suppressing his excitement, Li Xiang glanced at the incense points. During this grand ceremony, your descendants felt the great power from the ancestors, gaining 100 incense points. Looking towards the upper right corner, he saw 2,106 incense points. Over the years, he had been accumulating incense points. Yet it was still insufficient to establish a connection with the war puppet. The road ahead is long and arduous. Li Xiang was not in a hurry. His initial intention was not to control the mecha, but to use it as a trump card for the Li family. After all, the Li family currently has the Hu family as an adversary, and if not handled properly, the entire Tailin town could become their enemy. This was also the reason Li Xiang sent the war puppet. Furthermore, aside from medicinal pills, this was the best thing he could offer at the moment. Li family. 20 years later, after the grand ceremony. As Xian village flourished, 15-year-old Li Yaozu frequently visited Xian village, developing feelings for Chu Xiaoxiao, the daughter of Chu Changming, first layer of Qi refinement, village chief. Looking at the game event list, Li Xiang sprayed water onto the screen. He quickly wiped the screen clean and clicked on Li Yaozu's information to see what this eldest son of the Li family had been up to. He saw two figures embracing on the grass under the moonlight, with prominent text above their heads. Xiaoxiao, you are truly beautiful. Your hands seem so small. Let me see your eyes, they are lovely. Your nose is so petite. Whimper, Whimper, whimper. Damn. Li Xiang's expression darkened. He never expected that Li Yaozu, who usually only practiced swordsmanship and fought like a madman, would have such skills in wooing a girl. He was about to make the girl swoon. After pondering for a moment, Li Xiang's expression suddenly turned peculiar, using the love from the ancestors, consuming 20 incense points. In an instant, a purple light illuminated the night, landing on Li Yaozu. The young lad holding the girl's hand immediately looked dazed. Ah, Yaozu Gidge, what is this light? Chu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Li Yaozu finally reacted and quickly knelt down in the darkness, appearing guilty. Thank you, ancestors, for your grace. I beg you not to tell my father. If he finds out I was reckless, I fear he will break my legs. How dare he? Li Xiang's eyes widened. Li Dalong had not had a child for several years. If he dared to stop Li Yaozu from having children, Li Xiang would not hesitate to have the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang break Li Dalong's legs. Moreover, the die was already cast. Li Xiang switched the screen, no longer interrupting the couple's tender moments. He accelerated the scene, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the third generation of the Li family. As expected, the following day, Li Yaozu, aware that he had been discovered, spent the night tossing and turning until dawn. He mustered the courage to approach his parents and confessed his relationship with Chu Xiaoxiao. Li Yaozu was immediately dragged to the ancestral hall. Ancestors, please calm your anger. Marriage is a matter of parental approval and matchmaking. Li Dalong knelt in fear on the ground. My son Yaozu acted recklessly without consent, committing improprieties with the daughter of the Chu family. I implore the ancestors to punish him. Li Yaozu's face turned pale as he knelt on the ground. Please punish me, ancestors. I will never dare again. Huh. At this moment, Li Xiang finally realized that the concepts in the game world were somewhat outdated, unlike the strange occurrences he had witnessed in his previous life, which fostered new trends. Even in the real world, embryonic nurturing had become fashionable. Ancestors, please calm your anger. In the game, seeing that the ancestors had not responded for a long time, Li Dalong mistakenly thought they were angry. Gritting his teeth, he raised a knife. Glaring viciously at his eldest son, you ungrateful wretch, drop your pants. How have I raised you all these years? You dare to disgrace the Chu family girl. How can I face the ancestors after I die? How can I face Chu Changming? Dad, what are you doing? Li Yaozu looked terrified at his father brandishing the knife, panicking and babbling, son only has one. Stop. Witnessing the scene unfold in the game, even before Li Yaozu could panic, Li Xiang felt a rush of urgency. He could hardly believe that Li Dalong was actually ruthless enough to consider such a drastic action against his son. Li Xiang quickly clicked on the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang's avatar to urgently save Li Yaozu's lineage. His swish. Li Yaozu clutched his pants tightly. Seeing the temple guardian beast speak, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, Dad, look, the ancestors have delivered their decree. As the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang shook its head at Li Dalong, he finally lowered the knife and glared at Li Yaozu. The ancestors have spared you. Why aren't you quickly kneeling to express your gratitude? Now come with me to the Chu family, bring the betrothal gifts, and propose marriage. You have brought shame upon the Li family. Thank you, ancestors, for saving me. Li Yaozu's sweat had already soaked the ground. Li Xiang in front of the screen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Nearly, his good descendant was about to practice the evil repelling sword technique. As for losing face for the Li family, he was not as conservative as Li Yaozu. In fact, he was somewhat eager to learn from this obedient descendant's experience. Soon, the Li family delivered the betrothal gifts, and Chu Changming was not so conservative either. Rather, he was delighted to be able to marry the child of a benefactor. Finally, the scene displayed bright decorations, red lanterns hanging at the entrance, and joyous characters plastered on every household in Xian village, including the doors and windows of the Li family. The entire village gathered at the Li family to celebrate, hosting a grand banquet. A pair of newlyweds, their faces appearing somewhat youthful, approached the ancestral hall amidst the sound of gongs and drums. First, we bow to heaven and earth. Second, we bow to our parents. Today, Li Yaozu is getting married before the ancestral hall. Please partake in tea. Incense points 30. Finally, the second generation of the Li family has someone getting married. And the third generation is about to be born, truly marking the Li family's prosperity. Delightful. Li Xiang took a hearty sip of his drink. The couple bowed to each other and entered the bridal chamber. Chapter 14. The Sale of Beast Blood Fruits. With the marriage of Li Yaozu and Chu Xiaoxiao, the entire Li family was filled with joy. Even outside the Li family, Xian village was in high spirits, all rejoicing for the Li family's happy occasion. Yet, the Li family did not slow their pace of development due to this event. Li family, 21 years later. Li Dalong discovered that cultivators from Tai Lin Town were wandering outside Xian village daily. He realized that Tai Lin Town had not forgotten what had transpired previously. Sensing a crisis, he inquired of the ancestors what should be done. The pace of development cannot be halted. Xiang took a deep breath. In the wake of the complete exodus of the Li family from the current world, he approached this game with a heightened sense of seriousness. The Li family now found themselves isolated and besieged by Tai Linjun. Should they dare take a step in that direction, it was likely that the Hu family would seize the opportunity to rally the people of Tai Linjun against them. Under such circumstances, he was uncertain whether they possessed the strength to fight back. Ultimately, Xiang clicked on the avatar of the Zilei Tianyang Mang and entered a message. The guardian beast of the temple let out a shrill cry. Su Tzuwan knelt before Li Dalong, instantly comprehending the message conveyed by the guardian beast. The ancestor proclaimed that adversity could spur our progress. As members of the Li family, we must never cease our forward march. We should seek a breakthrough. Although the Hu family obstructed our path to development, we are not limited to a single direction. Upon hearing these words, Li Dalong's eyes sparkled with understanding. He bowed repeatedly, expressing gratitude to the ancestor for the guidance. I comprehend, he exclaimed. Wife, summon our people. We cannot trade with Tai Linjun, nor can we acquire elixirs from them. But we have an entire silver iron forest behind us. Moreover, with the guardian beast's assistance, we can delve deeper than ever before and have more allies to fight alongside us. Soon, Xiang witnessed Li Dalong rallying all the current combatants of the Li family. At this moment, the Li family was no longer what it once was. Li Dalong, having consumed a steady supply of beast blood fruits, had reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Even Li Yaozu, despite being married, continued to exhibit the spirit of a warrior, attaining the 5th level of qi refinement. Others had also made progress. Notably, the most talented, Li Yaotai, at the tender age of 13, had reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, resembling a robust bull. Hefting a large iron hammer, bare-chested, Li Yaoqing soared through the skies on a giant eagle, also at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Only Li Yaowen, now 6 years old, despite possessing decent spiritual roots, had yet to become a practitioner, remaining a delicate girl from a family of cultivators, lacking any combat prowess. Her only merit was her blossoming beauty and increasingly profound knowledge. She had also developed a trait, albeit a negative one: physically weak and ill. In all battles, Li Yaowen seldom participated, content to remain at home, cherishing the tranquility of reading poetry and serving as a cheerleader. At this juncture, apart from the Li family and their beasts, a contingent of 18 from Xian village had gathered. Over the past 2 years, Xian village had produced 4 practitioners, while the remaining members were seasoned hunters trained over 2.5 years. They were all contributors to the village's development and had been rewarded with beast blood fruits from the Li family. Although Li Dalong had never imposed any demands upon them, these individuals had silently pledged their loyalty to the Li family. As the Zilei Tianyang Mang emerged from the Li family courtyard, Li Dalong, holding the ancestral tablet, leaped onto the serpent's head, raising his right hand. Let us depart. Watching the Li family members advance towards the silver iron forest, Xiang exhaled deeply. While the Li family's recent growth was remarkable, even boasting a village with hundreds of villagers serving them, the true prosperity remained superficial. Xian village was vulnerable. Even with practitioners, without combat experience, they were merely ornamental. This expedition into the silver iron forest was not only to train their forces, but also to test their results and gather abundant resources to gradually strengthen the Li family and break through the blockade of Tai Linjun. Soon, Xiang observed the Li family engaging in fierce combat within the silver iron forest. Li Dalong, being an experienced hunter, remained cautious, even while leading a large group. He meticulously spent an entire week instructing the villagers on hunting beasts. Everything progressed smoothly, with the protection of the Zilei Tianyang Mang. There was little danger in the forest's outskirts. Xiang felt a sense of reassurance. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Master, Boss Chi has arrived, came the voice of Yuxian from outside. Xiang glanced at the screen again, narrowing his eyes. If the descendants within the game were striving so diligently, as the ancestor, he could not bring shame to the Li family. Yuxian, please invite Boss Chi in for some refreshments and prepare milk tea. In the cozy living room, Xiang found himself seated opposite a corpulent middle-aged man, whose sparse hair struggled to conceal his unevenly shaped head, glistening with oil. At that moment, this renowned businessman from the Villa district, Boss Chi, took a sip from his cup of milk tea, only to grimace at the peculiar taste. He took another sip. Young Master Li, I hear you wish to discuss business with me, Boss Chi remarked, his attention fixated on the milk tea. Xiang raised an eyebrow. In the past, this fellow would never have spoken to him in such a manner, likely aware of the Li family's collective exodus. You may consider this a business discussion between us. Xiang maintained a composed demeanor, instantly capturing Boss Chi's attention. The middle-aged man's jowls quivered as he fixed his gaze on Xiang, a grin spreading across his face. I had a feeling the Li family was too substantial to suddenly encounter such a crisis and flee. It seems the Li family has some strategic industrial relocation in mind. Having lived 2 lives, Li Xiang discerned that Boss Qi was probing for information. He chose not to reveal his stance. After all, the Li family had indeed fled. But even in their flight, he could still fly the flag of the Li family, for no one knew precisely what had transpired. He chuckled softly. Boss Qi, your inquiries are rather probing. Might it be that someone as insignificant as I cannot engage in business with you? Of course. Boss Qi grinned widely. Please, young Master Li, go ahead. Not merely said, but observed, Li Xiang replied, tossing a storage ring to Boss Qi. As Boss Qi caught it, a red fruit appeared in his hand. He sensed the spiritual energy within the fruit and frowned. Subsequently, the watch on his left wrist emitted light, scanning the beast blood fruit. In an instant, his expression froze. This is a variety we have never encountered on our planet. Each fruit contains 100 points of spiritual energy, capable of being digested within the human body. However, it is saturated with blood energy, likely cultivated with fresh blood. This might be a legal issue, young Master Li. Oh, a legal issue? Li Xiang responded with a smile, extending his hand. Observing this, Boss Qi's lips twitched. He had intended to negotiate, but it seemed Li Xiang was impervious to his tactics. Haha, young Master Li. While your approach is indeed somewhat unorthodox, it remains compliant. After years of conducting business, I know how to navigate such matters. That is good to hear. My family tells me that this item is a boon for practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. One fruit may not seem significant, but with several, its efficacy increases exponentially. Wealthy families' children can consume them continuously. Even those with poor aptitude may reach the foundation establishment stage before adulthood. Li Xiang grinned. Boss Qi, how much do you think this is worth? As Li Xiang elucidated the fruit's effects and value, Boss Qi tightened his grip on the milk tea cup. Sensing that this young member of the Li family had him in a tight spot. Is there more? Boss Qi remained taciturn, recognizing that prolonging the conversation with this astute young man would likely place him at a disadvantage. If young Master Li trusts me, I can assist in finding buyers for you, and I would require a 20 commission. 20%? Li Xiang's expression turned cold as he slowly extended his hand. 3%. Otherwise, we shall not discuss further. 15. 3%. I have more to offer. 10. Ultimately, through Li Xiang's negotiations, the commission was settled at 5%. Boss Qi sighed with a wry smile. Young Master Li, your new family head has previously conducted business with me. I thought you would follow in his footsteps. But it appears I underestimated you. Now, in my view, Li Jingdao is nothing more than a pig. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang immediately clenched his fists. Realizing that while Li Jingdao fled with the family, he had conducted business with Boss Qi. He maintained a calm demeanor and said, oh, so it was business with you? He never mentioned that to me. The new clan leader would be better off being you. Boss Qi shrugged, chuckling as he tucked the storage ring into his pocket. Little Li, I'll help you sell these 20 pieces first. It's a good start for our collaboration. I believe we can amass wealth. Very well. As Boss Qi prepared to leave, Li Xiang interjected, please wait. Boss Qi, there's something else I want you to see. Oh, Boss Qi raised an eyebrow. Increasingly suspicious that the Li family had not fled but had instead discovered a resource-rich planet for secret development. Li Xiang appeared to be the spokesperson for the Li family, preparing for a clandestine operation of great significance. Soon, Li Xiang emerged from the room with a bird's nest. After scanning it with his watch, Boss Qi's expression became increasingly animated. Was this a newly discovered species imbued with spiritual energy? Yes, Li Xiang understood Boss Qi's reaction. With the expansion of interstellar development, many new species had emerged, but demon beasts were rare in the universe. Boss Qi, I trust you recognize the value of this creature. I do not wish for it to be sold to any perverse beast scholars. However, it is imperative that you bring me sufficient spirit stones. Do you comprehend? Understood. Boss Qi, momentarily shaken from his astonishment by the new species, exhaled deeply. Rest assured, young Master Li, I, Qi, will not squander this immense fortune. Everything will proceed discreetly. No one will realize you are conducting business on this planet. As for your future expenditures on spirit stones, I will find a solution. Thank you, Boss Qi. Li Xiang smiled as he escorted Boss Qi out of his home, finally feeling a sense of relief. He could sustain himself and return to playing games. He hurried back to his room, keenly observing the developments of the Li family. Outside the door, Boss Qi rubbed his face, muttering, damn it. I knew the Li family hadn't fled. No wonder they left Li Xiang behind. The kid is astute, as sharp as someone who has lived for centuries. Managing to reveal nothing. Everything was new, far surpassing the pills previously sold by the Li family's pharmaceutical company, promising the potential for new markets and wealth. Moreover, with the two creatures known as by Li Go, the Li family was indeed poised for a secret ascent. Chapter 15. Li Yaoqing, 9th rank alchemist. I can make money. Back in his room, Xiang pressed his hand against his racing heart. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first time negotiating a business deal. The seemingly effortless exchange with Boss Qi had nearly drained his brain. He had to ensure Boss Qi believed that the Li family still existed, while feigning ignorance about revealing any information, all while showcasing immense profits. Simultaneously, he needed to maintain an appearance of unwavering confidence. If he faltered, the consequences could be dire. Boss Qi might realize that he lacked the Li family's backing and could capture him on his way to school, demanding to know the source of his goods. It was a treacherous path, leading to the notion that an innocent man could be condemned for possessing something of value. However, the outcome was favorable. Wait, something was amiss. Xiang suddenly recognized the crux of the issue. On the way to school? What school? He had ventured out to start a business. Not wanting to dwell on such matters, he entrusted everything to Boss Qi. As long as there was profit to be made, a businessman like him would serve diligently. Xiang promptly redirected his focus to the game. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to remain vigilant regarding the game's developments. Although the Li family was still in the Qi refinement stage, the products they produced held a unique market value. Particularly the beast blood fruit produced by the beast blood fruit tree, which represented his current opportunity for wealth. Li Dalong, alongside the members of the Li family and the villagers of Xian village, returned from a successful hunt, bringing back a substantial bounty. Captured demon beast, rampaging tiger. Acquired spiritual herb, gathering spirit grass. In the game, Li Dalong had returned with the spoils. Xiang observed the thriving Li family residents, noting that they had become self-sufficient, even forming a rudimentary ecological chain. The villagers of Xian cultivated crops and raised livestock, supplying the current 50 demon beasts in the spirit beast garden, gradually meeting their needs. The demon beasts were regularly bled by Li Yaoqing, enabling the beast blood fruit tree to produce first-tier beast blood fruits, which bore fruit approximately every 10 years, yielding around 80 to 100 fruits each time. At this moment, Li Yaoqing, having spent years in research, began planting another beast blood fruit tree. To cultivate more of these trees, a larger population was essential, requiring more farmland and livestock. Xiang understood. He recognized the significance of the beast blood fruit tree. Not only was it highly marketable, but with enough incense value. It could also allow him to transcend his current realm. He swiftly summoned Li Dalong. Please, ancestral guidance. Li Dalong reverently bowed before the flickering purple spirit seat, placing his faith not in deities, but in his ancestors. As the purple thunder celestial python emitted a shriek, Su Tzuohua hurriedly translated, Master. The ancestors decree that we need a larger population. Only then can we cultivate more land and raise more spirit beasts using my beast-taming techniques. Dalong understood. His ancestors had profound foresight. His eyes lit up as he bowed before Xiang's spirit tablet. Wife, I comprehend our ancestors' intentions. They are not simply concerned with land and spirit beasts. Huh, what? Su Tzuohua and Xiang, watching from the screen, were momentarily stunned. Li Dalong continued. What the ancestors desire transcends mere fields and spirit beasts. They foresee the blockade against us by Thailand Town, so once we possess a greater population, we can develop even more prosperously than Thailand Town. In that case, we can attract merchants and formidable guests, establishing dominance in the region, ultimately overpowering Thailand Town. Li Dalong appeared almost frenzied, exclaiming, Long live the ancestors. Xiang, with a peanut in his mouth, dropped it in surprise as he processed the words. After a moment, he nodded. It was not an impossibility. The sound of keys clattering filled the air as the purple thunder celestial python emitted another low rumble, a sign of the ancestors' approval towards Li Dalong, expressing Xiang's admiration. Subsequently, Li Dalong promptly took action, dispatching an elder from Xian village to spread out in all directions. In these times, as long as there was food, countless refugees would express their gratitude. Xiang estimated that it would not be long before Xian village's population would increase. Before long, another piece of good news arrived in the game. Chu Xiaoxiao successfully gave birth to a son after 10 months, named Li Yunlin. Congratulations. You have received 10 incense points. Xiang noted that as the Li family's influence grew stronger, he was able to earn more incense points with each new birth. The third generation of the Li family had arrived. The entire Xian village celebrated with a grand feast in honor of the new addition. While the Li family adorned their home with decorations, gathering around the cradle of Li Yunlin, rejoicing at the emergence of a new member. Xiang, too, was filled with joy. This newborn possessed superior spiritual roots compared to all other members of the Li family, a tri-spiritual root, though it was still a mixed spiritual root. The cultivation speed surpassed that of the 5-element mixed spiritual roots. In the days that followed, the Li family continued to develop steadily. Xiang quietly observed the growth of the clan, allowing a smile to resurface. Over the course of 23 years, the population of Xian village reached 1 548. Li Yaoqing, at the 4th level of qi refinement, diligently cultivated herbs in the Spirit Beast Garden. Deeply studying the unique methods of spiritual herb cultivation outlined in the Qi Refinement Practitioner Manual and achieving success. By a stroke of serendipity, I obtained a tome entitled Xianxiao Jing from an elderly physician in Jian village, which enabled me to concoct my inaugural medicinal powder, a hemostatic powder. Li Yaoqing ascended to the esteemed rank of 9th rank apothecary. This revelation stirred her spirit, as her with spiritual root reached a remarkable value of 60, allowing her to break through to the 5th level of qi refinement. The emergence of an apothecary, Li Xiang thought, was a rare sight in the contemporary world, where the profession had largely been supplanted by technological advancements. However, this was merely one facet of the issue. The path to becoming an apothecary was often more intricate than that of a Dan master. It was said that during the initial resurgence of spiritual energy, apothecaries had briefly eclipsed physicians in importance, with some wielding the power to resurrect the dead and slay unseen foes. He clicked on Li Yaoqing's profile and observed her jubilantly caressing a pouch of medicinal powder before a beast blood fruit tree, darting around a large copper cauldron, exclaiming, "It's done. Ancestors, bless me, I have succeeded." At merely 16, in the bloom of youth, Li Yaoqing, unlike her kin, was disinclined to engage with outsiders. Both she and her brother, Li Yaowen, spent their days ensconced in the confines of their home, engrossed in study. Clad in a simple black robe and sporting a ponytail, her skin bore a grimy appearance, lacking the beauty of her brother, but radiating a pure and unadorned charm. Most of her hours were devoted to tending to the spiritual herbs cultivated in the Li family's medicinal garden. Li Yaoqing, a second-generation apothecary, boasted a rank of 9th rank apothecary and had achieved the 5th level of qi refinement, endowed with a mixed spiritual root of 5 attributes. Her skills included the techniques of qi absorption, qianxiao jing, and the swift wind step, complemented by a unique affinity for plants. Li Xiang took great joy in observing her growth. As she flourished, villagers with ailments began to seek her healing prowess, thereby elevating her reputation and advancing her apothecary skills. Simultaneously, Li Xiang began to grasp the significance of Li Yaoqing's role. Your descendant, Li Yaoqing, has cured the hidden ailment of Li Ergu from Jian village, restoring his ability to engage in marital relations. The Li family has accrued merit and incense points. In addition to extraordinary occurrences such as the birth of descendants, Li Xiang discovered a new avenue for accumulating incense points. He noted that over time, his incense points had amassed to over 3,000, bringing him closer to commanding war puppets. 25 years of the Li family. A black iron vein was discovered in the silver iron forest, yet as development was imminent, a Jian village cultivator and 3 guards were slain. This was an extraordinary event. The discovery of the black iron vein had initially filled Li Xiang with joy. Though black iron was a common metal, it possessed exceptional resistance to oxidation, making it an ideal material for crafting weapons and agricultural tools in the game world. Li Xiang had even conferred with Li Dalong on how to utilize the black iron, only to find it snatched away. In the ancestral hall of the Li family, Li Xiang implored the ancestors for forgiveness, attributing the loss of the black iron mine to Li Dalong's negligence in guarding it, allowing the Wang family from Tailan town to seize it, resulting in the deaths of Jian villagers. "It is not your fault," the ancestor replied. Li Xiang had the Zile Tianyang python convey the message. Narrowing his eyes, he wondered, were the people from Tailan town involved again? Historically, the Li family had encountered individuals from Tailan town, and aside from the Hu family, most clans coexisted peacefully with them. However, any entanglement with interests often led to unavoidable conflicts, and this situation had turned bloody over the black iron mine. As the Li family's influence expanded, it was inevitable that Tailan town would view them as a thorn in their side. Maintaining composure, Li Xiang typed, "Go to the black iron mine and eliminate the 4 individuals responsible, leaving the others from the Wang family alive. Let them carry a message to their clan leader," inviting him for a discussion about a lucrative business opportunity. Discussing business? Through his wife's translation, Li Dalong grasped Li Xiang's intent, albeit with some confusion. Li Xiang elaborated on the details, and Li Dalong's eyes gleamed with understanding. Shortly thereafter, he stepped outside the Li family residence, where the relatives of those slain at the black iron mine were already kneeling at the entrance, weeping. Li Dalong addressed the gathered villagers of Jian, stating, "For years, our family has sheltered Jian village, and I wish for its enduring happiness and well-being, for we are all honest and kind-hearted individuals. Yet, the world is fraught with unforeseen calamities and misfortunes. I assure you, whoever brings us such misfortunes will pay an unbearable price. Perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow. I, Li Dalong, guarantee that their nightmares have already commenced." Chapter 16. Why do Li family cultivators not follow the script? Under Li Dalong's assurances, The villagers of Jian felt the weight of the Li family's authority, rallying their support and elevating their reputation. He garnered an additional 100 incense points. Observing Li Dalong's commanding presence, Li Xiang felt a sense of pride. Though he orchestrated the Li family's development from behind the scenes, the villagers remained unaware, emphasizing the importance of a leader. In the current Li family, only Li Dalong had cultivated commendable leadership over the years, maturing from a mere hunter to a competent clan leader. Time within the game passed swiftly. Li Xiang opened the map and noted the appearance of 13 white dots outside Jian village. As the game evolved, the map transformed, with the system seemingly designating allies with green markers, neutrals as white, and foes, such as the Hu family from Tailan Town, marked in red. Ancestors. The Wang family from Tailan has arrived. Upon their arrival, Li Dalong immediately prostrated in the ancestral hall, skillfully concealing Li Xiang's tablet in his pocket, seeking ancestral blessings. According to Li Dalong, he fought alongside the ancestors' tablet. On the road leading to Jian village, 13 individuals clad in resplendent garments approached, led by an elder and a middle-aged man, Wang Chaoyuan, the clan leader, and the third elder who had long been in seclusion. To his astonishment, the Li family had developed into this formidable entity in such a short span. Wang Chaoyuan surveyed the impressive structures with a solemn expression. Humph. They merely possess a capable fighter who can slay the Hu family's elder. Their foundation is still insufficient. However, the third elder maintained a cautious demeanor, advising against entering the Li family residence, fearing an ambush. After all, they had just murdered individuals from the Li family over the Black Iron Mine, marking their first encounter with them. Wang Chaoyuan was resolute. The Li family is just beginning and has enmity with the Hu family. They would not dare approach Tailan Town. I suspect their patriarch, Li Dalong, seeks to establish trade with us through this incident, perhaps even to collaborate on the development of the Black Iron Mine. He continued, this situation presents an opportunity for us. The Hu family's influence is expanding, and Tailan Town does not require the 4 great families. If we could utilize the Li family to eliminate the Hu family, we could invite the Su and Chen families to bring the Li family into Tailan Town and gradually undermine them. Upon concluding his thoughts, Wang Chaoyuan exchanged glances with the third elder, both recognizing the cunning in each other's eyes. Yet soon, the expressions of the Wang family shifted dramatically. When they arrived at the residence of the Li family, they were met not by the welcoming faces of the Li clan, but by 4 coffins placed ominously before the entrance, draped in white mourning cloth. A chilling breeze swept through, instilling genuine fear in the hearts of the Wang family members. Coffins? This is dire. We have been deceived. The Li family maniacs never intended to engage in commerce with us. They seek to annihilate us. How base and shameless. Do they not care for their family's reputation? Who would dare to visit the Li family after this? What kind of despicable trick is this? The Wang family was thrown into a state of panic. Even the usually confident Wang Chaoyuan wore a grim expression. When the Li family had invited him to discuss business, he had envisioned various possibilities and had even devised a grand strategy to swallow both the Hu and Li families whole. Little did he anticipate that the Li family would be so straightforward. They had no intention of breaking the blockade around Tailan Town. They merely aimed to lure them in, seeking vengeance for a mere Qi refinement stage practitioner and 3 ordinary individuals. Flee. We must separate. Wang Chaoyuan felt the weight of his miscalculation. Gritting his teeth, he commanded the Wang family, Elder 3. Gather the 4 great families upon our return and obliterate the entire Li clan. Elder 3 said nothing more and fled in a singular direction. He had spotted a colossal figure emerging from the Li family, the enormous silhouette of a python, atop which stood Li Dalong, holding ancestral tablets with a contemptuous smile. Such audacity. Li Xiang mused, intrigued by the psychological state of the Wang family members. Initially, he had instructed Li Dalong to invite the Wang family merely as an experiment. His true intention was to have Li Dalong eliminate the Wang family members at the Black Iron Mine, one batch after another. He never expected the old Wang family would be so earnest. When they were invited, they actually dared to come. He had planned to lead the Wang family to the Black Iron Mine and terrify them by slaying several key figures. Li Xiang shrugged in resignation. Indeed, there are fools of every kind. Without further contemplation, he switched to the screen where the battle had already begun. The Wang family lacked the courage to fight and scattered in all directions, but they underestimated the combat strength and defenses of the Li family. The strongest among the Wang family, Elder 3, had reached the mid-stage of foundation building and fled toward the silver iron forest with astonishing speed, employing some form of movement technique. Given the current combat strength of the Li family, no one could impede him. Indeed, while the purple thunder celestial python was formidable, its size rendered it less agile than human cultivators. Without hesitation, Li Xiang invoked a skill, the fury of our ancestors. Not a single one shall escape. 5 ancestral tablets appeared before Elder 3, immediately surging toward him and detonating as they approached. A thunderous crash ensued. What is this? A magical artifact? Elder 3, having lived for a century and a half, had never encountered such a phenomenon. He felt the tablets contained no spiritual energy, yet possessed astonishing destructive power. No matter how swiftly he ran, the tablets matched his speed, blocking his path. Ah, quite the sprinter, Xiang grinned. The advantage of the skill lay in its usability through the screen, as long as Elder 3 remained on the map. He could accurately obstruct his path with a mere flick of the mouse. Soon, Li Dalong arrived with the purple thunder celestial python. The spirit beast had grown far beyond its former strength. With a ferocious roar, the python's dual curved horns sparked with electricity, forming a lightning cage around Elder 3. Are you mad? Dare you lay hands on the Wang family? The entire Tai Lin town will rise against you, making your journey perilous. Elder 3, feeling the terrifying aura of the purple thunder celestial python, gritted his teeth, desperately seeking a way to survive. After multiple interactions with the python, Li Dalong understood its intent, and, looking at Elder 3 trapped within the lightning cage, scoffed. My ancestor is curious. Where were you when you provoked us? All for a mere chi refinement practitioner and 3 ordinary people? Elder 3 remained incredulous. Ordinary people? Li Dalong shook his head, his expression darkening. You are indeed cut from the same cloth as the Hu family. Years ago, they tested us with the disaster victims, and now you treat ordinary lives with such disdain. Once upon a time, your ancestors were also ordinary. Since you have forgotten, let us send you to the underworld to inquire with your forebears. Well said. Li Xiang applauded from behind the screen. Seeing that Li Dalong had gained the upper hand, he turned his attention to another scene. Meanwhile, Wang Chaoyuan, the cunning patriarch, was fleeing for his life, never having felt so humiliated. Whoosh! 2 arrows zipped towards him, shot by an 18-year-old maiden riding a giant eagle, her iron bow drawn taut. He was being pursued like a rat by a chi refinement stage practitioner. The most outrageous, however, was a burly man on the ground riding a tiger, also shooting arrows at him. Ha! The patriarch of the Wang family? Is this all the courage you possess? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? You dared to come to the Li family, thinking you had some prowess, but it seems you are merely a fool. Foolishness aside, do you not even dare to face me and my sister, both at the chi refinement 5th stage? Wang Chaoyuan nearly spat blood, nearly breaking under the pressure. Yet he could not afford to stop. He understood that these 2 were not recklessly pursuing him. They were part of a trap laid by the Li family. Are they truly so reckless? Li Xiang furrowed his brow, glancing at another icon beneath the purple thunder celestial python's avatar on the game interface. A robot. He clicked it instantly, initiating war puppet release. In an instant, the spatial ring in Li Yaoqing's hand shimmered, and a massive mech appeared in the sky. The mech's back and legs erupted with brilliant flames, propelling the war puppet into the air. Flight is invariably the most energy-consuming endeavor. Li Xiang smirked. He had kept the puppet in the spatial ring. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Li Yaoqing and Li Yaodai to pursue a foundation-building expert. The war puppet consumed spiritual energy, especially during flight, and while it could automatically replenish its energy, complete restoration would take at least half a month. He had intended to conserve spiritual energy, but it seemed Wang Chaoyuan had grown cunning. What is this? The moment the war puppet materialized, Wang Chaoyuan felt the overwhelming pressure behind him and turned to see the enormous figure of the mech, startled. Then boom. As the flames erupted from the war puppet's armor, it charged at Wang Chaoyuan like a rocket. While flying, its back-mounted weapons shifted, 2 massive barrels aimed directly at him. Though in free action mode, the war puppet still possessed basic combat capabilities. With a brilliant flash from the barrels, a purple longsword materialized in the war puppet's right hand, a laser sword capable of slicing through steel. Boom. Too late. As the laser cannon fired, Wang Chaoyuan's eyes widened in horror. He drew a copper bell, his trusted artifact for many years. As it rang, a protective barrier enveloped him. Yet the next moment, boom. The laser cannon struck the copper bell, the sound echoing like a death knell for Wang Chaoyuan. This artifact, which had saved him countless times, felt as thin as paper. Dust filled the air. In the next moment, the war puppet, wielding a lightsaber, swiftly flashed through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the body of Wang Chaoyuan, split in 2, fell to the ground amidst the smoke and dust. His gaze was filled with despair, as if he were burdened with thoughts, struggling to comprehend why he had been so foolish as to be ensnared by the allure of the Li family. Was this the might of the ancestors? Li Yaoqing and Li Yaolong, the siblings, looked up at the figure in the sky, resembling a war god, their faces etched with shock. Instant annihilation. Chapter 17. The path of development for the 2nd generation of the Li family. Run away, madmen. They are all mad. On the territory of the Li family, a real-life battle royale was unfolding. The remaining 11 members of the Wang family were frantically fleeing in all directions. But now, the Li family had grown into a considerable force. As the members of the Li family gradually matured, they had acquired nearly 70 various ordinary demonic beasts, including even 2 spirit beasts. In Xian village, with a population of over 100 strong men had joined the Li family in hunting, diligently training to become protectors of the Li family, among whom were even 6 Qi practitioners. Kill him. Old Master Li declared that whoever killed a member of the Wang family would become a protector of the Li family and receive rewards. Such a great opportunity? No one better compete with me. Charge, brothers. At this moment, 20 strong men cornered a member of the Wang family, unleashing a volley of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After some time, these 20 strong men found the corpse of the practitioner among a pile of arrows, arguing over who had delivered the final blow. It was not until Li Yao Tai returned and smashed the last practitioner against the wall that the argument ceased. Li Xiang, watching from the screen, finally took a sip of water. Congratulations. The Li family, leading its affiliated force, has vanquished the invading enemy. You have gained 200 incense. Was this truly an invading enemy? With a substantial amount of incense gained, Li Xiang felt a deep sense of comfort. Among the event notifications, one caught Li Xiang's eye. Your descendant Li Yaozhu engaged in a fierce battle with a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, delivering a lethal blow at the cost of minor injuries. Gaining profound insights into swordsmanship during the slaughter. Basic swordsmanship proficiency increased to 50, acquiring Sword Qi. Sword Qi, in battle. Harness light and spiritual energy to dazzle the enemy's eyes, delivering a fatal strike. What a devious insight. Although he grumbled, Li Xiang couldn't help but admire Li Yaozhu. This individual had gradually comprehended the basics of swordsmanship, and achieving a proficiency of 50 was quite impressive. In contrast, others had only reached a maximum proficiency of 20. Subsequently, Li Xiang watched as the Li family members cleaned up the battlefield and collected their spoils. Acquired loot, magical artifact, bewildering pendant. Acquired loot, technique, autumn wind step. More loot. No wonder others say that war is the fastest way to acquire wealth. Li Xiang checked the items and found that they weren't particularly appealing to him, though they would greatly benefit the Li family. He had hoped to encounter something as extraordinary as the mysterious spear again, but it seemed the odds were slim. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier mysterious spear. Touching the spatial ring on his finger, he noticed an eye-catching spear emanating a blue glow, covered in enigmatic runes. Ancestor. All members of the Wang family have been eradicated, and Yao Qing has taken them to nourish the beast blood fruit tree. Li Delong reported to the ancestral hall. As usual, Li Xiang accelerated the game time, allowing the Li family to continue its development. He also began to ponder. The final decision was to postpone the exploitation of the Black Iron Mine. After all, they currently lacked the strength to defend it. Continuing to covet the Black Iron Mine would only lead to unnecessary casualties. It was more crucial to rely on the current gains for gradual growth. As for whether Tai Lin Town would launch a large-scale attack on the Li family, Li Xiang felt no fear, just as he would not dare to send the Zilei Tianyang Meng and the war puppet to Tai Lin Town. The 4 major families of Tai Lin Town were unaware of the true strength of the Li family and would not dare to approach. After all practitioners who had come to the Li family had perished. Their family was prosperous. They could not afford to gamble everything without knowing the opponent's hidden cards. Indeed, as time passed, even after 26 years, Tai Lin Town dared not invade the Li family, only occasionally sending people to test their defenses. In the 26th year of the Li family, a plague broke out in Xian village, and it was through Li Yaoqing that it was discovered to be retaliation from the Wang family of Tai Lin Town. After employing medical skills to treat the afflicted, the plague was resolved. Congratulations. Li Yaoqing has saved the villagers, successfully resolving the plague, earning 200 incense. Li Yaoqing gained the exceptional trait of miraculous healing. Miraculous healing. Success rate increased by 20 when treating patients. A serial killer appeared in Xian village. The 9-year-old Li Yaowan, holding a book, reached the crime scene. Piecing together clues and discovering the culprit sent by the Hu family of Tai Lin to sow discord. Acquired 30 incense. Li Yaowan gained the talent of sharp insight. Sharp insight. The mind will become more composed. There were many troubles coming from Tai Lin Town, but ultimately, they served to increase the Li family's experience. The descendants were already capable of resolving most issues independently. Li Xiang was thoroughly satisfied. However, while observing the development of the Li family, he paid particular attention to Li Yaowan. This frail member of the Li family still had not cultivated even a trace of spiritual energy. Xiaowan, your health is poor. Focus on nurturing your body, and there is no need to worry about family matters. Beneath the beast blood fruit tree, another tree had grown, reaching a height of 1 person under Li Yaoqing's cultivation. Upon seeing her sister approach, Li Yaoqing smiled. Sister has a beast blood fruit hidden here. Good sister. Once you eat it and break through the qi refining stage, your health will improve. The young Liao stubbornly shook her head. No, sister. I am currently cultivating the path of humanity and reading the books of sages. My body is a sanctuary. I have heard that contemporary scholars only consume grains. And once they attain understanding, they will naturally break through. How many literary cultivators exist in this world? Liao Qing patted her sister's head. Sister, our family possesses resources. It would be better for you to take a simpler path. Liao shook her head again, seemingly determined not to give up. You want to cultivate literature? Seeing the small words appearing above the heads of the two sisters, Xiang finally understood why Liao had never become a practitioner. It turned out that this little girl had simply not practiced and had not consumed any elixirs or resources. Even he knew about literary cultivation. However, from his memory of the millennia-long resurgence of spiritual energy in Huaxia, the known literary cultivators were few and far between, with none having achieved mastery. As for the existence of figures like Confucius before the resurgence of spiritual energy, Xiang could not ascertain. But judging from the conversation between the two sisters, it appeared that there were indeed literary sages in the game world. Moreover, Liao seemed to be aiming for the path of literature due to her lifelong love of reading. Hopefully, she will succeed. Xiang shrugged. After all, each person's thoughts differ, and he should respect others' choices. Time flowed once more. In the 27th year of the Li family, Li Delong consumed a large quantity of beast blood fruit and a spirit herb found in the silver iron forest, breaking through to the 9th layer of qi refining. Liao Zhu, accompanied by the Li family protectors, attacked members of the Wang family mining black iron, acquiring a substantial amount of black iron. You think you can mine under my nose? Hand it over. Watching the information in the game, Xiang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although he had given up on mining black iron, it didn't mean he would relinquish the ore veins. He had long instructed Li Delong to keep a close watch on the veins and enlist the help of the people from Tai Lin town. Indeed, the Tai Lin Wang family has successfully developed the mine. Although they have dispatched skilled individuals to oversee operations, there are always moments of oversight. I was pleasantly surprised to see Li Yaozu and his subordinates transporting ore to the encampment in trucks. Suddenly, my phone rang. I hastily picked it up and answered the call. Young Master Li, good news. Your blood fruit has found a buyer for 3,000 spirit stones. Came the voice of Boss Chi. By the way, if you are satisfied with my efficiency and the price at which I sold it, there are bigger business ventures ahead. I suggest you find a way to clean the incoming funds. Otherwise, you know how it is. As a student, having such a substantial income will inevitably raise suspicion. 3,000 spirit stones. He had only given Boss Chi 20 fruits. I never anticipated such a price. These fruits merely possessed 100 points of spiritual energy. Typically, pills offering this much energy could fetch at most around 20 spirit stones. If I were to consider acquiring 100 beast blood fruits daily, the staggering sum made my heart race. Yet, I maintained a facade of calmness, responding in a neutral tone that I was quite satisfied with this transaction. As for the spirit stones, that was manageable. I just wondered if Boss Chi could procure some contraband. Contraband? Boss Chi hesitated before gravely replying, Young Master. As you know, if you want a Star Destroyer cannon, I will need some time. Otherwise, luck may not be on my side. You think I want a Star Destroyer cannon for an interstellar war? I abruptly hung up the phone, opting instead to send Boss Chi a text message. Stepping out of my room, I had spent the entire day gaming, and it was now time to eat. Gazing at the decor of my home, I momentarily found it difficult to discern whether I was in the gaming world or reality. I had become too engrossed. I shrugged and reached into the fridge for cake when I noticed Yuxian peering through the peephole at the door. Frowning, I asked, Yuxian, what is going on? Yuxian turned back and waved her hand. Master, have you gotten into some trouble? I sensed something was amiss. Old Granny Ling has been pacing outside, watching our house. Hearing this, my lips twitched. Let her watch. It was as if I had been stalked by classmates in school, and now, an elderly lady who had lived for who knows how many years was outside my door, likely fuming over past events. If she were to catch me, I might end up with a couple of bruises. Not dwelling on it further, I returned to my room. If anything arose, I could simply call the doorman, Uncle Chun. Just as I sat down and took a bite of cake, my eyes widened. Within the game, a series of clanging sounds echoed. Sparks flew as Li Yao Tai forged iron. Your descendant, Li Yao Tai, has acquired black iron and is continuously tempering it. While hammering the black iron, he gained insights, crafting his first iron sword using black iron and other materials, awakening its potential with the blood of a demon beast. Infusing the sword with the essence of heaven and earth, Li Yao Tai has forged his first magical artifact, attaining the rank of 9th grade artifact master. Acquired trait, Iron Will. Chapter 18, The Emergence of Power. Li Yao Tai, 2nd generation. Profession, 9th grade artifact master. Realm, Fifth layer of Qi refinement. Spirit root, mixed 5 elements. Cultivation method, Qi gathering technique, mighty hammer technique. Trait, enhanced skeleton, iron will. Iron will, when forging metal weapons, speed at 100, proficiency with weapons at 100. Third young master, you have successfully forged a magical artifact. In the blacksmith shop of Xian village, amidst the heat of the furnace, the 4 elder blacksmiths cheered for Liao Tai. What constitutes a magical artifact? If Liao Qing had pursued the path of an alchemist according to his own vision, then Liao Tai relied solely on luck. He even disdainfully tossed the freshly forged iron sword aside. You haven't seen true treasures. I've witnessed something magnificent. An object entirely made of metal, towering as high as several houses. Not even Qi refiners, let alone foundation establishment experts, could breach its iron exterior. It emanates blue light, enabling it to soar into the skies, adorned with weaponry, capable of unleashing true energy from its shoulders, even creating divine swords out of thin air. As he recounted tales to the blacksmiths, Liao Tai's eyes sparkled with envy, recalling the war puppet his ancestor had wielded. That imposing figure who had annihilated the Wang family's 3rd elder in a single strike. It was then he realized that was the true romanticism of a man. My goal is not to forge such artifacts. They will merely increase my forging experience. Only powerful puppets are my true objective. Clang. With the heavy hammer's fall, sparks flew. Liao Tai delicately held a steel plate with tweezers, slowly moving towards the back. Behind him stood a puppet model crafted from wood. He gently placed the steel plate forged from black iron onto the wooden figure's shoulder, securing it with chains. Dreaming of creating war puppets? Observing the dialogue between Liao Tai and the craftsman in the game, I found myself at a loss for words and could only hope that one day he would succeed. I also came to realize that the characters in this game possess their own thoughts and are growing while choosing their paths. Among the 4 children of the Li family, Liao Zhu resembles Li Delong, a commendable heir to the family head. The reclusive Liao Qing chose to become an alchemist, venturing further down the path of cultivating spiritual plants, and now has become a renowned divine physician in Xian village. Liao Wen, this young lady, struggles with her frail health, embarking on a challenging journey. With age, her wisdom gradually increases, as evidenced by her recent adeptness in unraveling cases. Meanwhile, Liao Tai has opened a forging shop in Xian village, leading 4 blacksmith masters in creating the ironworks for the entire faction. Li family, 28 years. Li Delong led the villagers of Xian and the Li family descendants to the Silver Iron Forest. Upon reaching the central region, they heard a roar from a beast. The terrifying presence deep within the Silver Iron Forest warned the Zilei Tianyang Mang that should they venture deeper, it would not hesitate to annihilate the humans who sheltered it. We cannot go any further, the guardian beast warned. The demon king inside is already angry. As Su Zihua solemnly translated for the Zilei Tianyang Mang, everyone had no choice but to cease their exploration of the Silver Iron Forest. The demon king's power is now akin to that of a human in the Golden Core stage. Is it truly impossible to proceed? I sighed deeply. Previously, the Zilei Tianyang Mang had informed the Li family about the situation in the Silver Iron Forest. It seemed the Demon King had spared the Zilei Tianyang Mang out of respect, thus refraining from attacking the Li family. However, with the Li family venturing too deep and conducting frequent explorations, they had begun to threaten the Demon King's habitat. Nonetheless, it was time to slow our exploration on the periphery. I did not mind. The progress made in recent years has significantly elevated the overall strength of the Li family. Currently, the population of Xian village has reached 3,000. It is noteworthy that even Tai Lin town only boasts a population of around 40,000. And that number was from before the calamity. Now, it has likely dwindled to less than half. Looking at the current Li family encampment, it spans an area of 10,000 square meters, adorned with pavilions and towers, with flying eaves and blue tiles, exuding elegance yet maintaining a grand presence. The ground is paved with green bricks, surrounded by flourishing green trees and blooming flowers, and even the towering 4-meter walls are intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. Beyond that lies the Spirit Beast Garden for nurturing demon beasts, now a part of the Li family's rear mountain. In the distance, one can see the lush branches of the beast blood fruit trees standing tall like giants, occasionally accompanied by spirit beasts leaping among the branches and birds chirping. In the distance behind the Spirit Beast Garden lies the Spirit Herb Garden, accompanied by a few simple houses. Previously, the Spirit Herb Garden was situated within the Spirit Beast Garden, but as another beast blood fruit tree matured, it gradually became inhospitable for the herbs. Consequently, Li Yaoqing relocated the herb garden. Residing in those houses are a dozen young boys and girls, brought from Xian village to assist in cultivating medicinal materials, thereby allowing Li Yaoqing more time to nurture the spirit herbs, while also exploring the possibility of training a few herbalists from Xian village. Surrounding the Li family estate is Jin village, with its houses arranged neatly, like sentinels guarding the Li family. The streets are paved with bricks, and a unique trading system has emerged, with vendors calling out to passers-by. However, the site is predominantly filled with farmers carrying water buckets towards the fields outside the village, as nearly every household cultivates land. Having endured the hardships of severe drought years, the villagers of Jin understand the paramount importance of food. At the heart of Jin village, a group of youths can be seen practicing martial arts, while others train with bows and arrows. The instructor for the youths declares, "When we were in Thailand town, those noble families always concealed their cultivation methods. Now, in Xian village, Lord Li has shown great benevolence by teaching you the art of energy absorption. The opportunity lies before you, with diligent practice. If you can lift 300 pounds of stone and draw a 3-stone bow to hit a target 30 paces away within this year, you may join the young master's guard. From then on, you may receive spirit herbs, even sacred fruits, from the second young miss." With these words, the youths redouble their efforts. At this moment, atop a tall tower of the Li estate, Li Yaozu, now 23 years old, gazes with satisfaction at the youth's training in the distance. "This year, my guard will increase by 30 members. Beside him, a maid pushes a wheelchair occupied by a stunning young woman holding a scroll, her eyes fixed on the text as she speaks. Currently, the family guard requires payment every season. Each member receives 10 doses of the body refinement powder crafted by the second young miss, along with tax exemptions. The remainder depends on personal connections. With 150 guards, we can maintain order in Xian village, but further expansion will only strain our resources. Moreover, there are 50 maidservants in the household who also require wages." Li Yaozu, feeling vexed, scratches his head. "I understand. Then what do you suggest we do?" "We cannot enter the Silver Iron Forest. Father has secluded himself to break through to the foundation establishment stage. I never realized managing a family could be so challenging. After half a year, aside from training, I have accomplished nothing of substance. Brother, do you wish to achieve results? Perhaps we should consult the ancestor," Li Yaowen suggests with a charming smile. Meanwhile, Li Xiang is observing the developments of the Li family, filled with pride as the family begins to take shape. Even if the Silver Iron Forest cannot be further exploited, the family continues to progress steadily. The Li family's guard now comprises several cultivators, particularly Li Yaotai, who, despite his obsession with creating war puppets, has never delayed in crafting weapons for the Li family. He leads the blacksmiths of Xian village, tirelessly forging equipment day and night. Even the tailors are working overtime. Now, the guards of the Li family are clad in chain mail forged from black iron, exuding a formidable presence under the sunlight. They wield long blades made from black iron and bear 3-stone bows crafted from black iron and beast tendons. With over 100 guards unleashing their 3-stone bows simultaneously, even those at the foundation establishment stage would think twice before attempting to deflect such a barrage. As Li Xiang contemplates the family's growth, a notification appears on the screen. "Your descendants seek your counsel." The family cultivation simulator game has become increasingly user-friendly. Whenever the Li family members seek him in the ancestral hall, time automatically slows down, and the game provides reminders. He quickly shifts his perspective. Yaozu and Yaowen. Presently, Li Dalong has reached the 9th layer of qi refinement and has begun a deep seclusion, vowing not to emerge until he breaks through to the foundation establishment stage. Li Yaoqing and Li Yaodai are diligent workers, dedicating nearly all their time to alchemy and weapon forging. They rarely emerge from the Li estate unless there are insurmountable issues. As for Su Tsuehua, she is currently taming a spirit beast in the spirit beast garden. In the ancestral hall, the slumbering Zile Tianyang python opens its eyes with a hiss. The siblings quickly kneel before the ancestral tablet, paying respects to their ancestors. Li Yaowen speaks, respectfully reporting to the ancestors, "I have a bold idea I wish to present." "Oh, an idea?" Li Xiang raises an eyebrow. It has been a long time since anyone has presented a proposal to him. He types a response into the game, prompting Yaowen to continue. With approval granted, Li Yaowen disregards his brother's astonished expression and speaks, "Ancestors, I understand we have blood feuds with the Hu and Wang families, but we can still engage in trade with the other 2 families. Human nature is inherently selfish and greedy. Although it is said that the 4 great families of Thailand town are united, they are not truly one family. I have investigated and found that due to years of drought, each family faces its own troubles, with many industries on the brink of collapse. They are particularly fearful of our Li family's potential for indiscriminate slaughter, which has deterred them from hunting in the Silver Iron Forest. Furthermore, our grievances with the Hu and Wang families have never involved the other 2 families. Our trading conditions stand firm." Listening to Li Yaowen's words, Li Xiang drinks deeply, inputting commands to the Zile Tianyang python, signaling for Yaowen to proceed. Taking a deep breath, Li Yaowen continues, we must strive to trade with them, demonstrating our sincerity. This is merely the beginning. Next, how will the Hu and Wang families react? Their relationships will suffer irreparable rifts, and the Su and Qin families will gradually realize that our Li family can replace the Hu and Wang families. The alliance of Tailan Town will collapse from within, and we will have our revenge. Li Xiang smacks his thigh with excitement, realizing that Li Yaowen's years of study have not been in vain. Although he lacks combat prowess, his wisdom rivals that of a foundation establishment warrior. However, Li Yaowen's subsequent remarks make Li Xiang wince. This is all an open scheme. We can remain behind the scenes when tensions arise in Tailan Town. Ideally, we should secretly eliminate their offspring and frame others for it. Without descendants, they will fall into despair, leading to a deadly struggle among themselves, while we remain untouched, poised to dominate Tailan Town. In the absence of cultivators, chaos and death will descend upon Tailan Town, and 40,000 civilians will gradually perish during this drought. Vengeful spirits will overtake the city, and we will acquire a wealth of corpses to nourish the beast bloodfruit tree. Li Xiang's expression darkens, occasionally feeling a pang of guilt for his thoughts. Yet, as he gazes at the text hovering above Li Yaowen's head, he finds solace. Not only Li Xiang, but also many others. Even Li Yaozu gazed incredulously at his sister, taking a step to the side and swallowing hard. Subsequently, Li Xiang and Li Yaowen engaged in a brief discussion before resuming their examination of the family's development. While strategies are crucial, they must be executed practically. Any scheme is predicated upon formidable strength. The Li family has flourished for 29 years, establishing a village that has achieved self-sufficiency. At this juncture, Li Yaozu continues to oversee the family's operations. His contingent of 150 guards has evolved into a well-structured unit, clad in heavy black iron armor, each armed with 15 iron arrows. It can be stated that any individual among them possesses the capability to contend with a practitioner at the first level of qi refinement. According to Li Xiang's estimation, a simultaneous volley from these 150 archers would likely transform an unprepared foundational practitioner into a pincushion, provided they do not evade. Despite his focus on managing the family business, Li Yaozu has not neglected his cultivation. Li Yaozu, second generation, realm, qi refinement 8th level techniques, qi absorption technique, autumn wind steps, basic swordsmanship, sword radiance traits, slaughter potential equipment, spirit breath sword, bewildering pendant, black iron beast blood armor, the autumn wind steps. A technique unveiled during his battle with the elder of the Wang family is executed with the swiftness of a gale in autumn. Yet each step is fraught with lethal intent. The Li family possesses a plethora of similar techniques, currently boasting 6 or 7 manuals. Most of their equipment has been acquired from the Hu and Wang families. The bewildering pendant safeguards the mind, momentarily disorienting opponents upon the activation of spiritual energy. As for the black iron beast blood armor, it is the creation of Li Yaotai, whose approach to crafting artifacts is notably crude and capricious. The randomness stems from his practice of mixing various beast blood in a cauldron, sealing it with spiritual energy. He refers to the blood within the cauldron as the blood altar. Whenever he requires an artifact, he places materials in the blood altar for a period of 49 days, after which he employs his hammering technique to forge the item. The abilities of the finished artifacts are often unknown even to Li Yaotai himself, and all are of the lowest quality. He dubs this method fate-based artifact forging. The black iron beast blood armor is a testament to Li Yaoye's craftsmanship, and each member of the Li family possesses a set. When donned by Li Yaozu, the armor exudes a dark red hue, comprising a robe, inner armor, gloves, belt, trousers, and boots. Its function is akin to that of a chameleon, enabling the wearer to blend into their surroundings, and when activated with spiritual energy, it can summon 2 blood tigers to assault foes. Next, we turn to Li Yaotai and Li Yaoqing, both of whom have attained the 6th level of qi refinement. While Li Yaotai possesses commendable aptitude, he is utterly absorbed in blacksmithing. However, one should not underestimate his strength. If one were to inquire who in the Li family boasts the most formidable physique, it undoubtedly would be Li Yaotai, who hammers away daily, simultaneously strengthening his own body. He wields 2 hammers, a small one for routine forging, crafted from pure black iron and weighing 50 pounds, which he swings with effortless precision. The large hammer, with a handle as tall as a person, is thicker than Li Yaoye's robust torso. Li Xiang believes that should a foundational practitioner dare to receive a blow from Li Yaoye's hammer, they would be driven into the ground like a nail. Of course, such an implement is unsuitable for combat. Li Yaotai created it solely for blacksmithing, and after swinging it 3 times, he would be utterly exhausted, let alone striking a target. As for Li Yaoqing, although she is an apothecary, her abilities extend far beyond mere healing. The Qian Shao Jing documents the methods of alchemy, with poison crafting being a core aspect of the text. during an invasion by external foes, when they breached the spiritual herb garden and spotted Li Yaoqing, a seemingly frail woman. They intended to launch a surprise attack. Li Xiang noticed this, but had not yet summoned the ancestral wrath for assistance when the Qi refinement 8th level assassin fell into Li Yaoqing's trap. She had raised a swarm of purple bees, whose stings would gradually sap the strength of the afflicted until their spiritual energy was entirely depleted. As for Li Dalong, he has remained in the Li family's secret chamber for 2 years, yet has yet to break through. He has been accumulating spiritual energy in hopes of unblocking all his energy channels. However, the transition from Qi refinement to foundation establishment is not as straightforward as it may appear. Each breakthrough at a major realm equates to unlocking the genetic locks of the human body, resulting in a profound transformation. Prior to Qi refinement, one's lifespan resembles that of a mortal, but upon foundation establishment, one can cleanse their marrow and change their physique, gaining over 200 years of life, with their spiritual root also experiencing a degree of enhancement. A flawless foundation establishment is akin to defying fate. Suddenly, joyous news resonated within the game interface. Su Tsuehua has formed a contract with her destined spirit beast, the Tianyue Fox. Acquired the profession of Beastmaster. Gained the trait, Fox Tamer. Acquired 100 incense. In the Spirit Beast Garden, Su Tsuehua was surrounded by magical beasts, seated cross-legged as a spectral white fox emerged above her. Unexpectedly, Su Tsuehua, you are quite formidable and have concealed your talents well. Li Xiang's eyes sparkled. He had just earlier perceived Li Dalong as defying destiny, only to discover that his wife has already completed her own transformation. Su Tsuehua, wife of Li Dalong, profession, Beastmaster Realm, Qi Refinement 5th Level Techniques, Qi Absorption Technique, Beastmaster Technique Traits, Fox Tamer. Contracts with the Spirit Level Beast Tianyue Fox as her destined spirit beast, forging a connection that allows her to share the lifespan and spiritual power of the Tianyue Fox. The Beastmaster is a rather obscure profession. In Li Xiang's recollection of the millennia-long revival of spiritual energy in Huaxia, Beastmasters once held great power, consistently deriving various strengths from spirit beasts. Now, having formed a contract with a spirit-level beast, Su Tsuehua possesses strength equivalent to that of someone at the foundation establishment stage. Given the combat prowess of the Tianyue Fox, Su Tsuehua has even reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, making her the strongest member of the Li family. She has transcended the typical lifespan of over 200 years. As spirit beasts tend to have long lifespans, the Tianyue Fox, blessed by the bright moon, can live for a millennium. Li Xiang marveled at Su Tsuehua's remarkable growth. In contrast, Li Yaozu's wife, Chu Xiaoxiao, seems rather unremarkable. Chu Xiaoxiao's father, Chu Changming, is a practitioner, yet she remains an ordinary person. Currently at the 1st level of Qi refinement, despite the resources provided by the Li family. Over the years of marriage to Li Yaozu, she has become rather plump and is now showing signs of pregnancy. However, her 3rd-generation offspring, Li Yunlin, is quite commendable. At 8 years old, Li Yunlin has already reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement. With 3 spiritual roots, his cultivation speed is accelerated. Furthermore, the current Li family is no longer the destitute entity it once was. He has access to ample resources and the wisdom of prior practitioners. Fortunately, this young boy has been influenced by the Li family from a young age and has not inherited his mother's poor habits. Although he does not exhibit the same diligence as other family members, he is nonetheless respectable. The grand ceremony is soon to commence. Li Xiang gazed at the screen, filled with reflection. He had only played for a little over a day, yet nearly 30 years had elapsed for the head of the family within the game. He had virtually witnessed the growth of the Li family's children, as he contemplated stretching his limbs in preparation for the forthcoming blessings. Li Yaowen's figure materialized in the ancestral hall on the screen. Ancestor, after a year's effort, Yaowen has finally gained the trust of the Su and Qin families. Chapter 20. The Li family's viper, Li Yaowen. Trusted at last? Li Xiang narrowed his eyes, realizing that sometimes, laying a plan requires a considerable investment of time. However, in playing this game, he was more focused on the development of the Li family. With time accelerating, he was unaware of what Li Yaowen had been up to, so he had no choice but to let the Zile Tianyang Meng inquire. As the guardian beast of the temple issued its query, Li Yaowen instantly understood. She respectfully stated, "Ancestral Venerable, we have our people in Tailin town, and I have been keeping watch over the movements of the 4 prominent families. 3 months ago, I dispatched a maid from the Qin family, who reported that the young scion of the Qin family secretly sought pleasure at a brothel. Consequently, I had my second sister concoct a lust-inducing potion, and that night, Hu Wei, who had previously injured my father, was also present and intoxicated. I arranged for him to be sent to the debauched quarters of the Qin family's young master." Li Xiang was rendered speechless, sliding from his chair in astonishment. The revelation was utterly explosive. The events of that night were too vivid for him to contemplate. The next day, Hu Wei awoke, frantically searching for Chun Gantang, vowing to exact vengeance. Later, Chun Gantang fled Tai Lin town and, under my arrangements, encountered peril, ultimately arriving in our Xian village. The fourth brother of the Chun family has been secretly in contact with me to safeguard Chun Gantang's life. Li Xiang was filled with admiration for Li Yaowen's meticulous strategy. He could never have conceived such an ingenious idea. As Li Yaowen recounted these events, she displayed no sign of embarrassment or guilt, suggesting that she believed the end justified the means, even expressing dissatisfaction with the outcome. Ancestral Venerable, I have indeed erred. She continued. I expected Hu Wei to awaken from his drunken stupor and kill Chun Gantang, after which we would contact his father. However, to my surprise, Chun Gantang remains alive. Li Xiang remained silent, quietly reflecting on the unpredictable nature of life. With the Zile Tianyang Mang responding, Li Yaowen's eyes gleamed with realization. She understood that the ancestral venerable meant they could strike again. While the Chun family was sending people to negotiate, they could arrange for Chun Gantang to meet his family. Simultaneously, they could discreetly inform the Hu family of the news. Hu Wei would not let Chun Gantang escape unscathed. The situation was bound to escalate further. This was the unpredictability of life, a strategy within a strategy. Even if the Chun family discovered their involvement, they had already witnessed bloodshed, making them enemies of the Hu family as well. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Li Xiang inhaled sharply. This second-generation descendant was undoubtedly the most ruthless individual he had ever encountered. Let us act, he urged. Li Yaowen had evidently orchestrated everything, and any interference on his part would only be counterproductive. Her objective was clear, to break the blockade against the Li family in Tai Lin town and facilitate trade. If they could eliminate the two enemies of the Li family and conquer the entirety of Tai Lin town, the progress of the Li family would accelerate exponentially. Soon, while examining the map, Li Xiang noticed that outside Xian village, Li Yaozu was returning with 2 spirit beasts and a group of battered individuals. The current Li family possessed 5 spirit beasts. Aside from the one contracted by Su Tzuhua, there were 4 remaining. These were products of Yin Tai Lin, and with the assistance of Zile Tianyang Mang and the relentless training from Su Tzuhua, they had no choice but to submit. The Bai Mu Mo Zhu, Lufeng Yihu, Chaoyang Beast, and Bai Yihua Yao were among them. At that moment, Li Yaozu was accompanied by the latter 2. The Chaoyang Beast, resembling a red-feathered crane, was a fierce avian demon beast capable of unleashing fiery energy while flying. Typically, it assisted Li Yaotai in refining weapons. The Bai Yihua Yao, a flower demon beast, had cultivated intelligence over the years, adopting a beastly form. It could walk on its roots and take root upon landing, using its 8 leaves to inflict harm and confuse the mind. This was also the weakest spirit beast Su Tzuehua had encountered. As long as one was not bewitched or harmed by its leaves, even a chi refining stage cultivator could incinerate it effortlessly. At that moment, outside a house, pink dust swirled from the Ba Yihua Yao's petals. Unbeknownst to them, the injured individuals inside, being treated by Li Yaoqing, wore expressions of rage and despair. Hu Wei from the Hu family has killed our kin. This enmity is irreconcilable. If it weren't for the timely rescue by the young master of the Li family, we would surely have perished. They could not fathom the depths of Hu Wei's depravity. Observing the words floating above the animated figures inside, Li Xiang raised an eyebrow. He recognized that Li Yaowen's plan had succeeded, and the results exceeded expectations. With keen interest, he watched as a maid wheeled the frail Li Yaowen into the room. Among the 4 rescued from the Qin family, the leader was a middle-aged man known to Li Xiang as Qin Chuang, the 3rd brother of the Qin family head, possessing a cultivation level of 9 layers of qi refining. As for that young scoundrel, Chun Gantang, he had been ambushed and killed alongside his father by Hu Wei on the way. Li Yaozu had already encountered the Chun family members on the road. With inquiries from the group, he smiled and said, "Friends from the Qin family, this is my younger sister, Li Yaowen." After introductions, Li Yaowen furrowed her brows and solemnly asked, "Uncle Qin Chuang, may I inquire whether your Qin family has had previous grievances with the Hu family?" Previous grievances? Qin Chuang pondered before replying. If we speak of grievances, there are indeed many. To be frank, you may have heard that our 4 prominent families in Tai Lin are united against a common enemy, but that is merely how it appears to outsiders. 20 years ago, my Qin family clashed with the Hu family over a stone mine, resulting in numerous casualties on both sides. By the way, Hu Wei's uncle perished in that incident. So it was true. Li Yaowen sighed deeply. Seeing her reaction, Qin Chuang was puzzled, wondering why she sighed. Li Yaowen continued, "To be honest, when Brother Qin fled to our Li family, he mentioned that he was utterly unaware of what transpired that night as he was intoxicated. The next day, Hu Wei was already calling for his death, and he had the upper hand. Yet, despite Hu Wei's citywide search for Brother Chen, he managed to escape Tailin town. Isn't that quite the coincidence? Chen Chuang's expression changed. What are you implying? I suspect that this may very well be a trap orchestrated by the Hu family. Li Yaowen's expression reflected a hint of relief. A trap? Chen Chuang seemed to grasp something. Yes, a trap. Li Yaowen spoke eloquently. Over the years, our Li family has harbored a blood feud with the Hu family, as you are aware, Uncle Chen. However, your relationship with the Hu family is equally strained, suggesting that the Hu family has been scheming to eliminate us entirely. They deliberately sowed discord between Hu Wei and Brother Chen, allowing Brother Chen to escape. All for this very day? Uncle Chen, think carefully. If your Chen family members were to perish on their way to retrieve Brother Chen from our Li family, how would your Chen family perceive it? At last, Chen Chuang's face turned pale. Our Chen family would think that it was your Li family that acted, especially since you previously deceived the Wang family into coming to your Li family only to slay them. Exactly, Li Yaowen responded. In doing so, the Hu family could not only eliminate your Chen family members, but also instigate enmity between your Chen family and ours. At that point, the Hu family could incite you to turn against us. With a wry smile, Li Yaowen added, if that were to happen, we, the Li family, would likely face imminent catastrophe, simultaneously contending with the three major families of Tailin. What a ruthless strategy. Chen Chuang gritted his teeth. Despite a fractured leg, he struggled to rise. I will return immediately to inform our ancestor and make the Hu family pay dearly. However, Li Yaowen shook her head. Uncle Chen, wait. Do you think Hu Wei would spare you after attacking your family? It is likely that the road to Tailin town is already riddled with traps laid by the Hu family. At last, Chen Chuang regained his composure. Li Yaowen continued. Uncle Chen is recuperating well at the Li family. During these days, we should proceed with our business discussions. As for making the Hu family pay for their actions, it is wise to deliberate further. After all, family feuds pertain to survival. You should seriously consider whether it is worth placing both the Chen and Hu families in a perilous situation. Sighing deeply, Chen Chuang remarked, lately, the Hu and Wang families have been saying that the Li family is ruthless. The power of public opinion is indeed formidable. It is truly impressive that you can maintain such a demeanor. Observing the scenes in the game, Li Xiang felt a surge of admiration. At such a young age, Li Yaowen's intelligence bordered on the supernatural. She had meticulously orchestrated every detail, leading both the Hu and Chen families into a chasm of enmity, while simultaneously crafting the Li family's image before Chen Chuang as a benevolent and charitable household. Once Li Yaowen was ushered from the room, Li Xiang immediately bestowed upon her a token of gratitude from their ancestor. Thank you for the ancestral blessings. Li Yaowen's face was alight with joy. Having received this reward countless times before, her frail constitution often left her susceptible to ailments, but each time, their ancestors' grace alleviated her suffering. Otherwise, she could not be certain she would have lived to this age. This also explains why she dared to pursue the lofty path of literary cultivation. She firmly believed that their ancestor would protect everyone in the family, and that the ancestors' concern for her surpassed even that of her parents. At this moment, Li Xiang was observing Li Yaozu and the Chun family negotiating business within the confines of their home. The Li family possessed a wealth of medicinal herbs, materials from magical beasts, grains, and even young magical creatures, while the Chen family boasted various resources, including a commercial guild in the county town. This transaction would soon provide the Li family with a substantial influx of resources for their development. Before long, the deal was finalized. With the heavy snowfall outside, all members of the Li family gathered in the ancestral hall. Even the reclusive Li Dalong momentarily emerged, sporting a stubbled visage. The decennial grand ceremony commenced. Your family has presented a multitude of offerings. Your descendants have offered tributes. 50 first-order beast blood fruits, a superior magical artifact, the Lingxi sword, a complete set of black iron beast blood armor. As Li Xiang perused the various offerings on the sacrificial altar, he had previously communicated his desire for only the beast blood fruits. Yet, it seemed the descendants of the Li family genuinely believed these treasures were meant for the netherworld, and they presented their most cherished possessions without reservation. You have chosen to retrieve the offering of beast blood fruits. After inspecting them all, Li Xiang took only the beast blood fruits. The new beast blood fruit tree had already matured, and he estimated that the next harvest would be in another 10 years. Li Xiang calculated his gains, deciding to reserve half of the beast blood fruits for the Li family, keeping the other half for himself. After all, the descendants of the Li family also required growth. Only by ensuring their strength could he reap greater benefits in the future. With a 10-year cycle, he envisioned harvesting twice a day, eventually yielding 100 fruits per occasion, which amounted to 30,000 spiritual stones daily. Contemplating this prospect made even Li Xiang salivate. It was worth noting that, As a member of the Li family, he currently received only 300 spiritual stones as his monthly allowance. Wouldn't this mean an exponential leap in fortune? While excitement coursed through him, Xiang maintained his composure. He had already devised plans for the future. His gaze shifted back to the game. During this grand ceremony, will you utilize the blessings of the ancestors? He gently rubbed the spatial ring on his finger. He had prepared for this blessing well in advance. Given the current state of the Li family, they had begun to establish their own power and were self-sufficient, safeguarded by the Zile Tianyang python and war puppets. Yet, this strength was still insufficient. Should the 4 prominent families of Thailand town invade the Li household, Xiang could manage only one adversary at best with his skills. As his thoughts coalesced, an ancient tome, covered in dust, materialized in his hands. Detecting your blessing. Ancestral spirit formation diagram. Delivering blessings. Their ancestor had bestowed upon them a gift. Each grand ceremony, the ancestor would provide valuable items. Yet the descendants could only offer trivial offerings in return. This disparity was a source of unease. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. The family was moved to tears. The descendants have felt your significance. Gained 300 incense points. Let us see what the ancestor has bestowed upon us. Li Daolong hurriedly instructed Li Yaozu to retrieve the tome. As soon as Li Yaozu opened the dusty book beside the sacrificial altar, he became entranced. Ancestral spirit formation diagram. Ancestral spirit formation diagram. Observing the joy radiating from his descendants as they received the book, Xiang was unsurprised. This formation diagram dated back to a millennium before the resurgence of spiritual energy. And it was through this very diagram that the Li family had flourished over the centuries, becoming one of the foremost powers in Huaxia. As for the origins of this artifact, Xiang had only heard vague tales. It was said that 1,000 years ago, upon the revival of spiritual energy, the Li family's ancestor experienced an epiphany overnight, acquiring vast knowledge to guide the entire Li clan's ascent. This ancestral spirit formation diagram could harness the ancestral token to concentrate the strength of all loyal members of the Li family to protect the territory. Time and again, the Li family had transformed peril into safety because of this diagram. Only the most core direct descendants could obtain it, making it a closely guarded secret of the Li family. However, at this moment, damn it, Li Jingdao has fled with everyone, leaving me behind. Why should I still care about the ancestors? Xiang muttered sarcastically, clearly still harboring resentment over being abandoned by the entire Li family. He redirected his focus to the game. Time moved forward once more, and while awaiting the Li family's understanding of how to utilize the ancestral spirit formation diagram, he also anticipated the deal between the Li and Qin families. In truth, Li Yaowen's earlier assertions were not unfounded. The Li family had indeed encountered a developmental bottleneck, unable to exploit the Silver Iron Forest due to the looming threat of an unknown demon king. Moreover, the routes toward Thailand town were sealed off by the Hu and Wang families. This situation not only impeded their access to more resources, but also hindered Xiang from achieving his modest goal of dominating Thailand town and becoming a local landlord. The game world had entered a freeze, with the winter of a drought year devoid of snow. Only the biting winds and aridity remained. The Qin family had already returned to Thailand town, soon reappearing in Jin village, laden with abundant resources. This time, the delegation was once again led by Qin Shuang, who was currently engaged in negotiations with Li Yaozu and Li Yaowen. Their trust in the Li family had been solidified after Li Yaozu saved Qin Shuang during a previous incident, prompting the Qin family to come bearing resources. Your family is currently engaged in trade with the Qin family. Acquired a significant amount of Jinling grass. Acquired substantial black obsidian stones. Observing the items exchanged, Xiang was filled with elation. Time in the game passed swiftly. The previous 30 years had been crucial for the Li family, as the power to safeguard their development was of paramount importance. However, as the family progressed, the significance of resources began to escalate. Li Yaqing's alchemy progress had hit a wall, having extracted only 4 cultivable herbs from the Silver Iron Forest, all that could be concocted using the Qianxiao Jing. These included the coagulation powder for treating wounds, the body refinement powder for cultivators below the 5th level of Qi refinement, the 7-herb soup to enhance the speed of Qi absorption for Qi refinement practitioners, and the ghostly blood sealing agent. Therefore, external spiritual herbs became exceedingly valuable. If they could procure Jinling grass from the Qin family and combine it with some of the Li family's spiritual herbs, Li Yaoqing was even capable of concocting the Jinling bath, which could elevate the attributes of a metal spiritual root by 18 points. This remarkable potion stands as one of the most formidable among the easily crafted elixirs detailed in the Qianxiao Jing. Moreover, the Qin family possessed 2 mineral resources, one being the Heiyao crystal mine, which could yield numerous black stones every 5 years, showcasing the family's deep-seated wealth. When the ground is paved with Heiyao crystals, it can create a training chamber, where cultivators can meditate to enhance their cultivation speed significantly, while also allowing their thoughts to flow more freely during meditation. The Mingyue stone, on the other hand, is a spiritual stone used for forging artifacts, typically employed for inlays, which can, to some extent, amplify the power of these artifacts and conserve the spiritual energy consumed during their use. I suspected that the Hu and Wang families were spreading baseless accusations. Yet the Li family indeed kept their word. In the game, as the two factions engaged in trade, Li Xiang noticed the small characters on Qin Shuang's head, indicating his satisfaction with the transaction. You may rest assured, from this day forth, you shall be our partners in the Qin family. The potions crafted by your apothecary and the artifacts forged by your craftsmen may be traded through us with other towns. However, it was clear to Li Xiang that the Chun family's eagerness was not solely due to the Li family's integrity, but rather because of the presence of Li Yaoqing and Li Yaotai, who, despite being only of the 9th rank, were highly sought after wherever they went. After the Chun family departed, the members of the Li family rejoiced. This was splendid news. Trading with the Chun family would grant us access to various resources. Finally breaking the blockade of Tailan town, my Jinling bath has found its place, and with further collaboration with the Su family, I shall produce even more potions. It seemed that Li Yaoqing was only truly excited when it came to alchemy. The Heiyao crystals sold to us could construct a training chamber accommodating 100 individuals, and I shall take charge of this matter. Li Yaotai licked his lips, and as for the Mingyue stones, entrust your artifacts to me for refurbishment. Brother, your superior artifact could also use some trial. Let us give it a try. Take it, said Li Yaozu with a grin. I am not accustomed to this spirit breath sword. By the way, Yaotai, do remember my 150 sets of black iron beast blood armor, the black blood bow, and the black blood blade. Once we assemble a guard team of 150 chi-refining cultivators, these items will come into play. I even have a name for them, the black blood hull. 150 sets? Brother, you are quite greedy. These items would suffice for several years of my refining. You should check if the black iron mine is sufficient. Once we encompass all of Tailan town, everything will be within our grasp. Seated in his wheelchair, Li Yaowen uttered a light remark, drawing the attention of his siblings. However, they had no doubt in the fourth brother's capabilities. Before the screen, Li Xiang also held no doubts. Congratulations. Your descendants have acquired a substantial amount of resources. They recognized that it was with your approval that Li Yaowen executed the plan and established a transaction with the Qin family, thus increasing their admiration for you. Received incense, 100. In the days that followed, the Li family commenced an energetic development. The guard team, having received Li Yaozu's promise that they would be bestowed artifacts upon becoming chi-refining cultivators, began fervently cultivating. As Li Xiang's recent blessing of the Zuzong Lingjin II continued to unravel, Li Yaozu started gathering 100 villagers from Jian village daily for tattooing. The tattoos were inscribed with the blood of the Li family, mingled with various materials. Li Xiang witnessed a villager lifting his shirt to carve a beautifully designed character Li onto his chest, followed by another villager doing the same on his own body, with some even daring to tattoo it on their backsides. It turned out that the first step in completing the Zuzong Lingjin II was to imprint loyal individuals with the Li family mark, the essence of which was the blood of the Li family. This was to consolidate collective strength centered around the Li family in times of crisis. The second step was even more intricate than the first. A vast array needed to be inscribed within the range of the Grand Formation. Carving the array throughout the Li family's residence would demand years of labor. Finally, as spring approached, all members of the Li family gathered, anxiously awaiting. With the sound of a baby's cry, everyone was filled with joy. Chu Xiaoxiao has successfully given birth to a son after 10 months, named Li Yunbing. Congratulations. Received incense, 10. In Chapter 22, Transformation, Initial Foundation Establishment. The child born to the indolent Chu Xiaoxiao was not as exceptional as Li Yunlan. He possessed a mixed spiritual root of 5 elements, with the most potent fire root only reaching a value of 48 points. However, what surprised Li Xiang in the game was that upon Li Yunbing's birth, Li Yaozu held the child without sparing a glance at the newly delivered Chu Xiaoxiao. The other members of the Li family also occasionally glanced at Chu Xiaoxiao with a hint of disdain, even disgust. Yaozu, let me hold the child, Chu Xiaoxiao implored. Her eyes red. After pondering, Li Yaozu ultimately handed the child to Chu Xiaoxiao, then coldly stated, Chu Xiaoxiao, I have treated you well over the years. However, you have repeatedly exploited the Li family, even stealing our precious spiritual herbs and beast blood fruits for your brother and father. From the moment Yunbing was born, we are no longer husband and wife, and you shall have no ties with the Li family thereafter. Out of consideration for our past, you may reside in Jian village, under my protection, and meet Yunlin and Yunbing. I do not wish for them to be without their mother. But remember, sparing your lives is a great mercy. And I hope the Chu family will abide by the rules. Chu Xiaoxiao pleaded. Yaozu, grant me a chance. I will change. I will never dare again. My brother has already given you ample opportunities. Li Yaowen caressed the handle of his wheelchair, his expression devoid of emotion. Do you truly believe that your actions could escape my notice? Yet, your transgressions have gone too far. The Li family can tolerate mediocrity, but cannot accept betrayal and deception. As he spoke, Li Yaowen turned his gaze towards Li Yunlin, who hung his head low, and gently said, Nephew, you have grown and should now understand the truth. Li Yunlin murmured in choked tones, still keeping his head down, his eyes glistening red. Sighing, Li Xiang lamented. Li Yaozu had previously addressed this matter before the ancestral tablet, regretting his own lack of discernment in marrying such a woman. However, every family has its own struggles. No one could foresee how those they cherished would change. Nevertheless, Li Yaozu handled this situation appropriately. Human ambition knows no bounds, and if he were to indulge the Chu family, it could lead to insurmountable losses. The only ones suffering were the children, Li Yunlin and Li Yunbing. In the depths of night, Li Yunlin, who had held back tears all day, cradled the swaddled Li Yunbing, weeping before the ancestral tablet of Li Xiang, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Ancestral spirit, my mother is a traitor. From this day forth, everyone in the family, along with friends from Xian village, will know that my brother and I are the children of a traitor. I am the child of a traitor. No one comprehends the profound psychological scars a failed mother can inflict upon her children. The actions of Chu Xiaoxiao and the Chu family would likely become a humiliating brand, marking Li Yunlin and Li Yunbing for life. Enduring immense inner turmoil, Li Yunlin acquired the trait. Humiliation's self-assertion. He will become self-deprecating, with a mindset of 10. To escape his humiliation, he will strive harder than anyone else, using the shame as his inner baseline, thus enhancing his cultivation speed by 20. Observing Li Yunlin's newly acquired trait, Li Xiang shook his head, unsure of how to console him. Ultimately, he could only channel the love from his ancestors, bestowing a warm light to soothe Li Yunlin. The Zilei Tianyang Meng seemed to sense Li Xiang's thoughts at that moment, extending its tongue from the darkness to lick Li Yunlin's face with saliva. Thank you, ancestral spirit. In the pitch-black night, the frail soul nestled against the Zilei Tianyang Meng and drifted into slumber. In the days that followed, Li Xiang instructed the members of the Li family to take special care of Li Yaozu's 2 children. Soon, a year passed. In the 31st year of the Li family, the prolonged drought came to an end, and the heavens graced them with a torrential rain, rejuvenating the entire earth. Had the 2-decade drought finally concluded? Li Xiang let out a long sigh. He could not comprehend why there had been a 20-year drought, having lived on earth all his life without witnessing such calamity. He had only heard tales of the suffering in Xian village, where the roads were littered with bones, and people resorted to cannibalism. In the game interface, after the downpour, all the villagers emerged from their homes, basking in the sweet nectar that followed the long drought, seemingly expressing gratitude to the heavens for finally forgiving their transgressions. It appeared to be a celebration of this rain. After a 3-year seclusion, Li Dalong suddenly gained enlightenment, successfully establishing his foundation and becoming a foundational stage cultivator. Your descendant has broken through to foundation establishment, earning 100 incense points. Ha ha ha, it has happened. Ancestral spirit. The foolish descendant Li Dalong has finally succeeded. In the secret chamber, Li Dalong, having broken through at the age of 51, had already begun to show streaks of white hair before his seclusion, but after his breakthrough, his hair turned black and the wrinkles on his face softened. Now resembling a resolute man in his 30s, with a noticeably healthier and rosier complexion compared to before. Even standing alongside Li Yaozu, they could easily be mistaken for brothers. Li Dalong's attributes included realm, initial foundation establishment, techniques, chi absorption technique, basic sword technique, dragon step technique, traits, diligent and ambitious, wild boar slayer. Forest hunter. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage was undoubtedly a transformation. The process known as 100 days of foundation establishment was also a metamorphosis, purging bodily impurities to create better conditions for future cultivation. All impurities from limbs and organs were cleansed. The spiritual energy of the Qi refining stage flowed through the Ren and Du meridians, while that of the foundation establishment stage circulated through the entire meridian system. Even the spiritual roots would become stronger as a result. At this moment, after 3 years of foundation establishment, Li Dalong's spiritual roots had refined down to only the metal, fire, and earth attributes, with each quality reaching above 60. The strength of foundation establishment also stemmed from this, breaking through the limitations of the mortal body. They possessed greater spiritual energy and the ability to perceive others' energy signatures, allowing them to roughly gauge the strength of an opponent's spiritual energy. They could condense their consciousness, moving beyond mere sensory perception to comprehending their surroundings in a 360-degree view without blind spots. They could even delve into minute details, seeing the smallest things. Their dantians contained the essence of Dan fire, which was crucial for condensing the spiritual energy within the dantian into a Dan to break through to the golden Dan stage. This was also the reason why the cultivators from the Hu and Wang families had looked down upon the Li family's Qi refining stage cultivators upon entering their territory. As the two were fundamentally of different dimensions, it explained their hasty retreat when faced with the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang and the war puppet, as they sensed the immense power of both. At last, the Li family had produced a true foundational stage cultivator. Li Xiang unhesitatingly bestowed upon Li Dalong a gift from the ancestor. The reason Li Dalong was regarded as the true foundational stage cultivator of the Li family was that Su Tsuwa, although not counted as such because she was a beast master and, after contracting the Tianyu fox, could be considered a demon cultivator. With Li Dalong's breakthrough, the members of the Li family gathered once more to celebrate him. However, their celebration was not open to the outside world, known only to themselves. After all, only hidden strength could be deemed a true trump card. Endless gratitude to the ancestral spirit for the assistance throughout. Otherwise, the foolish me would never have broken through to Foundation establishment. The ancestral spirit's grace continuously aided me. After performing the rites, Su Tsuwa joyfully gazed at her husband. As time passed, the contracted Tianyu fox seemed to enhance her beauty, making her increasingly noble. Hard to imagine she was once an ordinary farmer's daughter. How wonderful. With your breakthrough, our Li family will grow even stronger. Daughter-in-law. Li Dalong stared in bewilderment at his wife. Your strength. He had known Su Tsuwa had contracted the Tianyu fox, but now he truly felt the might of his wife's aura, towering over him at 3 zhang. While he stood at merely 2 qi, Su Tsuwa slowly revealed her experiences with the Beast Master technique over the years while Li Dalong was in seclusion. Not wanting him to follow her path for Foundation establishment, everyone's journey was unique. Upon hearing the wonders of the Beast Master technique, Li Dalong came to a realization. Filled with emotion, so that's how it is. The Beast Master technique passed down from the ancestral spirit is indeed extraordinary. He gazed at his increasingly beautiful wife, standing tall. His face slightly flushed. Daughter-in-law, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. You old rogue. Su Tsuehua playfully chastised, pulling Li Dalong into their room. Li Xiang, watching from the screen, felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He quickly switched perspectives, muttering through gritted teeth, if you two continue to flaunt your affection before me, I will bury you both, one in the South Pole and the other in the North Pole. After calming himself for a while, Li Xiang resumed examining the game interface, then glanced at the numbers on the right side. Incense, 5121. Finally enough. He grinned, having closely monitored the incense value during the Leaf family's development. Reaching 5,000 also fulfilled another condition. The scene shifted to the basement behind the Leaf family ancestral hall, where a massive mech awaited. He clicked on the war puppet. A box appeared on the screen that he had been eagerly anticipating. Activating the war puppet's operating system requires 5,000 incense points. Detected that you possess sufficient incense. Would you like to construct the connection immediately? You will be able to control the mech and enter battle mode. After a long wait, he was finally at this moment. By controlling the mech, he would experience the game from a first-person perspective, fighting alongside the clan members in the game. He excitedly clicked, yes. Chapter 23. Activate the war puppet. Young Master Li, here are the 3,000 spirit stones from our last transaction, along with the 500-inch LCD screen you requested. Just as the operating system powered on, Boss Qi had already arrived at the Li family residence. What a timely arrival. Li Xiang took the items he requested from Boss Qi, glanced at him while sipping tea, and tossed him a storage ring. Boss Qi, the 20 blood fruits from last time are our initial offering. Your business is quite efficient. Now, I'll give you 80 more, and let me see your capabilities. 80? Boss Qi was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. It seems the Li family still doubts my abilities. However, that's fine. Young Master Li's blood fruits are indeed in high demand. Give me 3 days, and I will sell these 80 blood fruits. 3 days? Li Xiang frowned. He had calculated that the Li family would provide him with at least 3,000 beast blood fruits each month. Selling just 80 in 3 days, how long would it take to sell all his beast blood fruits? Seeing Li Xiang's expression, Boss Qi felt pleased rather than angry, as it indicated that Li Xiang likely possessed a significant quantity of blood fruits. He hurriedly explained, yes, firstly, the blood fruit is a new product, so I must let buyers know about its effects and benefits. Buyers will introduce other buyers, creating market competition, which will increase the sales volume and potentially raise the price. So that was the case. Li Xiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, for he truly lacked sales experience. As Boss Qi prepared to depart, Li Xiang inquired, Boss Qi, what about the item we discussed? It's available, though rather expensive. I have arranged for it to be brought back from beyond our borders. Boss Chi replied, his interest piqued. How many spirit stones? He raised 2 fingers, and upon noticing Li Xiang's indifference, continued. However, I must forewarn you, Master Li, once you acquire this item, it is merely for your amusement. Ensure it remains undiscovered, for I could not bear the consequences. Rest assured, Li Xiang grinned, if I am caught, I will assert that I did not obtain it from you. Boss Chi chose to divert the conversation. Glancing at the elderly lady lingering outside the Li residence, he remarked, isn't that the alchemist from the 12th? Master Li, have you found yourself in trouble? Li Xiang shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, I sought her assistance previously. You are familiar with her. I presume. That explains it. Boss Chi seemed to possess knowledge of Granny Ling's illustrious exploits. Did she suffer due to your spirit tools? Was she unable to procure any advantage from you? She would not dare seek help from another, you see. Look at me. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. She only dares to trouble me. Li Xiang waved his hand dismissively. No worries, Master Li. You may remain at ease. I have my methods. With that, Boss Chi stepped out. As Li Xiang closed the door, he faintly heard Boss Chi's laughter from outside. Antling, what are you saying? How could I possibly know Li Xiang? No. I do not know him. It has nothing to do with me. You bastard. Li Xiang's facial muscles twitched violently. He had assumed Boss Chi would devise a way to placate Granny Ling, only to realize that this cunning merchant had indeed found a way to extricate himself from her wrath. Well then, he thought, there was no need to rush. After all, his relationship with Boss Chi was purely transactional, and he need not be embroiled in the man's troubles. Moreover, in these times, one could hardly claim to be thriving without being pursued by a few formidable individuals. Upon returning to his room, Li Xiang busied himself, successfully assembling a 500-inch LCD screen, which now adorned an entire wall. This contraption, in this era, was somewhat antiquated and required customization. Li Xiang's ambitions were growing. The small screen no longer sufficed, and a larger display would grant him a broader view of the map and facilitate operations. Most notably, you have activated the operational system of the war puppet. It can be autonomously activated. In an instant, Li Xiang chose to activate it. Immediately, he felt a wave of disorientation as his vision materialized within a pitch-black cellar. He could not perceive his surroundings, but could sense the status of the war puppet, akin to participating in a mecha control course at school. Strangely, he also possessed another perspective, the real world, where he was simultaneously maneuvering the mouse and keyboard, shifting his viewpoint. Lowering his gaze, he beheld mechanical arms. With but a thought, Li Xiang could command them to move, followed by the legs and body. Not only that, but he also discerned the presence of hidden weapons on the war puppet. Laser sword, left arm laser cannon, right arm laser cannon, flight mode. Is it possible to do this? How delightful! Li Xiang abruptly burst forth from the cellar, startling Li Yaotai, who was in the ancestral hall conducting a ritual. The 200-pound man gaped in astonishment at the soaring robot, exclaiming, the ancestors have manifested. This is the romance of man. Not only him, but the entire Li family witnessed the ascension of the mecha. Li Xiang piloted the mecha, soaring around the Li family residence and breaking through the clouds. Although he could not distinctly feel the world's air, the inhabitants of this realm appeared animated. Yet his sensations grew increasingly vivid. He even found himself before his descendants, observing them as diminutive creatures, listening to their conversations, and marveling at their astonished expressions. It was all becoming ever more wondrous. It felt akin to existing within a tangible world. Finally, having exhausted a significant portion of the war puppet's spiritual energy, Li Xiang maneuvered it back into the cellar, his consciousness returning to the real world. However, Li Xiang's primary concern was not merely the perspectives. After all, many games could achieve such feats. What truly captivated him was the prospect of personally controlling the war puppet, maximizing its combat capabilities, not like when it fought autonomously, carelessly expending energy with dual laser blasts and activating the laser sword. Soon, the in-game time advanced to Li family year 33. Following the end of years of drought, the world outside the Li family prospered. Their farmland began to expand outward. Although they could not delve deeper into the silver iron forest, the Li family occasionally hunted at its periphery, with the number of demon beasts on the rise. However, Xian village had not seen an increase in its population, a disadvantage of the drought's conclusion. Farming in Thailand town was far superior to that in a place like Xian village, especially as Thailand town began to be vigilant and assist the commoners in restoring their livelihoods, while the Hu and Wang families spread rumors that Xian village was a gathering place for demons. Meanwhile, fractures emerged among the 4 prominent families of Thailand town. The transactions between the Chun and Li families incited fury within the Hu and Wang clans, yet the Chun family remained unperturbed. Over the past 3 years, the Chun family had reaped considerable benefits. The body-refining elixirs and 7-flavored soup concocted by Li Yaoqing greatly benefited their cultivators. While Li Yaodai periodically sold them components from the black iron beast blood armor, even some demon beasts, along with various miscellaneous spiritual herbs from the Li family. The cooperation between the two families deepened. The Chun family even sought to arrange a marriage with the Li family. However, to their dismay, Li Dalong and Chun Wudi, the head of the Chun family, conspired to introduce Li Yaoqing to the Chun family's eldest son and cultivate a relationship. During a meal, Li Yaoqing would inquire whether the young master understood spiritual herbs, questioning why he did not consume them. Taking elixirs raises one's resistance to medicine, harms the spirit. What are your thoughts on using medicinal potions? While shopping, he would ask, in shaded alleys devoid of sunlight, which spiritual herbs grow best? Amidst the city's cacophony and dust, what spiritual herbs might alter a noisy environment? If you do not understand spiritual herbs, how can you comprehend me? Will our offspring be born with innate flaws? After only 3 days of interaction, the Chun family's eldest son could no longer bear to meet Li Yaoqing, fearing that marrying her would disrupt familial harmony. Subsequently, the unfortunate Chun family heir was nudged towards Li Yaowen, the 4th young lady of the Li family. Oh, now the Chun family's spring had arrived. Li Yaowen was stunningly beautiful, and the eldest son of the Chun family fell head over heels at first sight. Although she was frail and ailing, she was well-educated, kind, and gentle, leaving everyone who encountered her feeling as if basking in a spring breeze. The Chun family heir even began pondering names for their future children. Li Yaowen agreed to the marriage proposal. However, before the betrothal gifts were finalized, 3 maidservants from the Chun family and a concubine of an elder approached Chun Wudi, all claiming to be with child by the Chun family heir. This news spread throughout Thailand town, infuriating Li Dalong, who vehemently rejected the marriage. Chun Wudi was mortified and felt indebted to the Li family. That very day, he broke the Chun family heir's legs and presented a grand gift to the Li family as an apology. He would no longer dare to mention a marriage alliance with the Li family. The Chun family thinks they can marry into our Li family? How presumptuous. In the ancestral hall, Li Yaowen proudly reported to the ancestral tablets, "Ancestors, I have followed your directive and employed a slight stratagem to extinguish the Chun family's hopes." Ha ha. Indeed, the once furious Li Dalong now wore a beaming smile, filled with disdain for the Chun family. The ancestors were right. When it comes to marriage, character is paramount, followed by lineage, appearance, and potential. Li Xiang, reclining in bed while gazing at the 500-inch screen, revealed a cunning smile. The concept of marriage alliances is truly undesirable unless there exists a foundation of genuine affection. Otherwise, such unions are merely transactional, rife with deception and treachery. Li Xiang is apprehensive about introducing such matters into the family, as it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. In the present day, the Li family requires nothing more than steady development. Although he successfully rebuffed the Chun family's proposal for an alliance, Li Yaozu has no intentions of remarrying after his separation from Chu Xiaoxiao. Unexpectedly, Li Xiang discovers that Li Yaotai is currently concealed behind a large tree, gazing adoringly at a woman who is sprinting while holding a stone. This woman stands nearly 1.9 meters tall, dressed in a sleeveless garment that showcases her well-defined biceps, and her 8-pack abs are prominently displayed beneath her sun-kissed skin, glistening with sweat. She epitomizes a strong and robust heroine. Li Yaotai, peering from his hiding spot, is utterly captivated. What a magnificent woman! Should she bear my children, they would undoubtedly be true paragons of masculinity and valor. Chapter 24. The Springtime of the Steel-Blooded Man. The lad has finally awakened. After gaining some strength, Li Yaodai began forging iron. As the 3rd young master of the Li family, countless beautiful maidens have idled outside his shop under the sweltering sun over the years. Yet Li Yaotai has never so much as glanced at them. Li Xiang even entertained the notion that this boy might be disinterested in continuing the family line, and was prepared to instruct Li Dalong on how to guide him. However, Li Xiang now comprehends that Li Yaotai's preferences differ from those of the average person. Just look at the woman he is currently admiring. With her muscular physique and square jaw, should she pass by Jingyang Ridge, who would even recall the tales of Wu Song battling the tiger? Your descendant, Li Yaotai, upon passing by your home, beheld a woman lifting a massive stone and uprooting willows, and he felt that they were indeed a match made in heaven. Go pursue her. Li Xiang smiled like a proud father, realizing this boy had yet to engage with women. He contemplated seeking counsel from Zi Lei Tian Yang Meng. Fair maiden, will you be my wife? Li Xiang had not yet devised a method to instruct him when he noticed Li Yaotai leaping from behind the tree, his expression gradually solidifying upon seeing the words above his head. What sort of bizarre introduction is this? Your descendant, Li Yaotai, was once again rejected by Ro Ro. Yet he pressed on with renewed determination. Li Yaodai has acquired a trait, unyielding spirit. The more he faces adversity, the more resolute he becomes. When confronting insurmountable challenges, his intuition, combat prowess, and vitality all increase by 10. What a remarkable trait. Time and again, the descendants of the Li family have acquired traits. Yet this particular one is the most formidable Li Xiang has ever witnessed, granting an overall attribute increase of 10. Nevertheless, even with this newfound trait, Li Xiang views Li Yaotai as a simpleton. His pursuit of Bai Ro Ro is astonishingly clumsy. He learned that Bai Ro Ro had recently moved to Xian village and was constructing a house, yet he boldly suggested they share a bed, which provoked her to brandish a knife. Labeled as a perverse intruder by Bai Ro Ro, he remained undeterred, following her around like a devoted guardian. When she went to the market, he seized the moment to carry her vegetables back to her new home. Does he intend to hammer Bai Ro Ro like iron? Can love truly melt a goddess's heart? Li Xiang convened the family to discuss Li Yaotia's pursuit of Bai Ro Ro. However, Li Yaotai seems to possess his own ideas, his understanding of courtship having ascended to another dimension. Unexpectedly, Su Cuihua, who previously harbored a strong aversion towards Li Yaozu's ex-wife, has now taken a liking to Li Yaotia's future bride. Li Dalong merely remarked that she was well suited for childbearing. Meanwhile, Li Yaoqing and Li Yaowen, the two sisters, also formed a favorable first impression of Bai Ro Ro. In the days that followed, the entire Li family busied themselves assisting Li Yaotai in courting his bride while navigating their daily lives. As spring arrived, the Li family was filled with joy. Yet a significant event cast a shadow over their spirits, causing Li Xiang to furrow his brow. On the road to Xian village, Chen Shuang, who had engaged in trade with the Li family for years, arrived in a panic, leading a cohort of approximately 30 individuals, some members of the Chun family severely injured. It was the Wang and Hu families. Chen Shuang appeared haggard, yet his expression bore a deep-seated resentment towards these two families. In recent years, the conflict between the Chun and Hu families had escalated, but it had always been minor skirmishes. Just 3 days prior, their two elders had ventured to Taiching City for business, only to meet a tragic fate while contending for a secret treasure. The Chen family had yet to receive news, while the Hu and Wang families were already privy to the situation and acted without hesitation. Thus, the unpredictability of fate revealed itself. The Chun family's two elders' demise rendered them vulnerable in Tailin town. Similarly, the Li family's dealings with the Chun family could no longer continue. For all of Chen's assets in Tailin town had become someone else's dowry. At this moment, the Hu and Wang families were likely reveling in their advantage. The Li family of Xian village found themselves isolated and in dire straits. Ancestors, what shall become of the surviving members of the Chen family? In the ancestral hall, Li Dalong was greatly troubled by how to handle Chen Shuang and his entourage. After breaking through his own limitations, the responsibility of leading the Li family had once again fallen upon his shoulders, as Li Yaozu's management of the family had proven somewhat lacking. As for the Chen family, Li Xiang pondered as he traced the edge of his keyboard. The surviving members of the Chun family were predominantly cultivators, the strongest among them being an elder at the mid-foundation stage, while the remaining 31 were all at the Qi refining stage. Despite their current predicament, the notion of subjugating the Chen family had crossed his mind, even with their family decimated and their assets claimed by others. The Chun family remained one of the 4 great clans of Tailin town. How could they possibly yield to the Li family of Xian village? In the realm of cultivation, familial interests reigned supreme. Perhaps if the Li family sheltered the Chun family now, they could forge a beneficial alliance in the future. However, the prospect of the Chun family occupying their territory is not uncommon. Ancestors, perhaps this is not the time to deliberate whether or not to take in the Chen family. As Li Xiang mused, Li Yaowen's soft voice resonated within the ancestral hall. The crowd turned their attention toward him. As the passage of time had revealed Li Yaowen's keen intellect, Li Xiang focused intently, eager to hear what this astute descendant would propose. Li Yaowen spoke. For too long, we have refrained from venturing into Tailin town, fearing the united front of the 4 great clans against us, the outsiders. However, the circumstances have changed. With one clan diminished, the Chun family could serve as our ally. Furthermore, we could claim to assist the Chun family in reclaiming their assets, allowing us to seek vengeance in Tailin town. At that point, even the Su family may choose not to interfere. People tend to prioritize their own interests. With sufficient rationale, the Su family would not jeopardize their own power for the sake of internal feuds within Tailin town. This is our opportunity, and we are not without the means to fight. As his words concluded, the ancestral hall fell silent, the tension palpable. They had suppressed their grievances against the Hu and Wang families for far too long. Li Dalong's 4 children vividly recalled the day their father had appeared at their doorstep, bloodied and battered, as well as the sorrowful cries he uttered while bedridden. That was the moment they first encountered the profound terror of life. They had even contemplated what would become of their family should Li Dalong pass away. This is precisely the reason they have diligently cultivated their strength until now. The Hu and Wang families have always looked down upon the Li family, which rose from humble beginnings. The third elder of the Hu family once arrogantly visited the Li family, considering them mere ants, as if they could do as they pleased on this land. The Wang family, with no regard for human life, ruthlessly slaughtered their friends over a black iron mine, and then casually approached their territory to discuss business. Damn the Hu and Wang families, they must be dealt with. Li Yaotai's temper flared up. Insolence. Li Dalong shot a stern glance at his third son, reminding him that this was the ancestral hall, and such brazen words were unacceptable. Our ancestors cannot abide such vulgarity. Yes, father. Li Yaotai feared nothing in the world, except for his father's whip. Once his son calmed down, Li Dalong bowed to Li Xiang, seeking forgiveness for his son's indiscretion. As Yaotai was still but a child, ancestor, upon your command, Dalong shall ensure a bloodbath for those two families. Little did they know, Li Xiang did not find Yaotai's words crude at all. Li Yaowen's assertion was correct. This was indeed a rare and opportune moment. Otherwise, once the Hu and Wang families acquired the Chun family's assets and grew stronger, seeking revenge would become increasingly arduous. The fingers resting on the keyboard struck with a crisp and powerful sound. The Zilei Tianyang Mang opened its crimson eyes and let out a furious roar. Li Dalong slowly rose, gazing at his wife and children, witnessing the fierce determination in their eyes, and his expression grew serious. They must engage in a splendid battle, ensuring not to tarnish the family's honor. Soon, Li Dalong led the Li family away from the ancestral hall to meet the Qin family. Upon learning that the Li family intended to avenge the Qin family, the Qin family's elder bore a grave expression instead of delight. Your intentions are well received by the Qin family, but the Hu and Wang families are formidable, and this matter requires careful consideration. There was a hint of fear in his words. Observing this, Li Xiang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Brother, your family is on the brink of annihilation, and you still maintain such rationality. Is that truly wise? The elder of the Chun family continued. It is not that I am cowardly, but the strength of the Hu and Wang families exceeds your understanding. Their recent attack on my Chun family has revealed their true might. The Hu family has a legacy of 500 years, and they boast 5 foundation-building ancestors. This time, they even have an elder who has emerged from seclusion, possessing the strength of the Jiao Dan realm. Jiao Dan. The members of the Li family turned pale. The Jiao Dan realm signifies the beginning of condensing true energy into a pill, requiring only a final push to achieve the golden pill realm. Even so, their strength is not comparable to ordinary foundation-building cultivators. The Wang family is no ordinary clan either, while they lack such formidable experts. Both the first and second elders are at the pinnacle of foundation building, with 6 other foundation-building masters remaining in their ranks, and their clan possesses protective spiritual artifacts. With a single spiritual artifact in hand, even those at the pinnacle of foundation building would dare to confront a Jiao Dan cultivator. The elder of the Chun family sighed. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. To put it bluntly, from what I have observed, your Li family has only recently risen. I have heard of a beast capable of slaying mid-foundation cultivators. Yet the Hu and Wang families are reluctant to exhaust their clan's strength in such a way, allowing the village of Ji'in to develop steadily. Cultivators train for centuries. Your Li family should recuperate alongside my Qin family, united against a common enemy. Once their experts perish, we can return to Tai Lin town, so why the urgency? Ultimately, they perceive the Li family's foundation as shallow. However, Li Dalong merely smiled and shook his head at the elder of the Qin family. Senior, you speak wisely, but my Li family will not wait any longer. The Li family followed their father as they departed. Li Yaozu laughed heartily, proclaiming, indeed, we Li family members do not strive for mere moments, but for a life-and-death battle. Damn it. Third brother, your language is becoming increasingly crude. If you continue like this, Ruo will not pay you any mind. What do you know, as an alchemist? Ruo enjoys this masculine charm of mine. I shall seek her out and inform her that I may soon meet my demise. Perhaps she will help me bear a child. Third brother, you are shameless. When Ruo sees you, she would rather keep a distance of 10 miles. The members of the Chun family gazed at the retreating figures of Li Dalong and his family, and he could only sigh deeply. How could he not perceive the fervor of the Li family members? He even admired their courage. Yet in this world, courage alone is insufficient. True bravery lies in patience. Chapter 25. Help me bear a child. They can fight, but the losses may be substantial. Before the screen, Li Xiang also heard the intelligence from the Qin family. After all, they had been annihilated by those two families, and no one understood the strength of their enemies better than the Qin family. He could also sense the battle spirit among the Li family members. If the descendants showed no signs of cowardice, why should he, the elder, tremble? As long as the chance of victory exceeds 50%, it is worth a try. Those two families possess Jiao Dan realm elders and a spiritual artifact. But the Li family's combat strength is not trivial either. They have the guardian spirit beast, Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang. Previously, perhaps the true strength of the Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang was unknown, but after manipulating the war puppet, Li Xiang had already felt its immense power. It is undoubtedly one of the most formidable spirit beasts, comparable to a Jiao Dan cultivator. As for the Golden Pill realm, perhaps one could barely survive beneath a Golden Pill cultivator, but to engage in battle is utterly impossible. The disparity between major realms is vast. Next comes the war puppet. This contraption's greater purpose lies in large-scale interstellar warfare, yet it possesses the power to combat Jiao Dan realm cultivators. Especially since Li Xiang is confident in controlling the war puppet and defeating a Jiao Dan cultivator. As for foundation building, what is truly lacking now are foundation building and qi refining cultivators to oppose these two families. Li Xiang furrowed his brow. In the Li family, only Li Delong and his wife possess foundation building strength. After all these years, the Li family still has only 4 spirit beasts, among which the Ba Yihua Yao is merely an underwhelming spirit beast. As for qi refining, they are far inferior to those in Tailin Town. Li Yaozu, the strongest, has now reached the 9th level of qi refining, thanks to the nurturing of animal blood fruits and various spiritual herbs. Li Yaoqing and Li Yaotai, the siblings, are at the 7th level of qi refining, and Li Yaowen is negligible. Among the 3rd generation, the 12-year-old Li Yunlin has exceptional talent, but only reaches the peak of the 3rd level. Currently, the spirit beasts in the Li family's Spirit Beast Academy are commendable, with 102 capable of contending at the qi refining level. However, among the 150 members of the guard team trained by Li Yaozu, only 12 have reached qi refining, with the most formidable among them barely at the 2nd level. Li Xiang is confident in winning with the top-tier combat power. However, in the mid and lower tiers, even if the Chun family is willing to fight alongside the Li family, they would still be trampled. Is this what the elder of the Chun family refers to as foundational strength? Li Xiang feels a deep sense of urgency. And this is merely the disparity in the number of cultivators. The Hu and Wang families have developed for centuries, possessing a plethora of magical artifacts, clan formations, and various means. As for deploying the Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang and the war puppet to block Tailin Town, that is even less feasible. Their movements are not as agile as those of cultivators, and if surrounded by Tailin Town, they would merely be offering themselves up for slaughter. I can only hope my reflexes are swift enough to manipulate the war puppet while unleashing the wrath of my ancestors. Li Xiang squinted. This battle is unavoidable. The resources of the Li family are limited, and without additional resources, their growth will be slow, potentially reaching a limit. Yet Tailin Town continues to grow stronger, and the longer they delay, the more passive they will become. If they can lure them all to Tailin Town, with the ancestral spirit array prepared, that would be splendid. Li Xiang pursed his lips. As he calculated the power comparison between the two sides, the Li family did not rush towards Tailin Town immediately. They maintained a commendable level of composure, clearly aware of the current disparity between themselves and Tailin Town. Yet, not a single member among them displayed cowardice. The mere glimmer of hope for vengeance ignited within them an irrepressible fervor, perhaps a testament to the blood and resolve that had gradually formed within the Li family over the years. On this day, the entirety of the Li family appeared to be engaged in their customary activities. Li Yaowen sat beneath the peach blossom tree in the family courtyard, still holding a book, seemingly unperturbed by the impending life and death struggle that awaited them. However, her grip on the book tightened with each passing moment. If they turned a blind eye, the Li family would slowly face extinction, ultimately facing retribution from Tailin Town. Should they falter, she would bear the guilt of being the Li family's sinner. No one knew the burdens that weighed on the heart of this seemingly tranquil woman when she proposed to fight in the ancestral hall. Yet, she had to seize the opportune moment to make the best decision for her family. Just as her ancestors had never dismissed her due to her physical frailty or lack of strength, they continued to support her unwaveringly. While she pondered, several loyal maidens of the Li family arrived, leading a shadowy young boy and a child. Aunt Li Yunlin greeted Li Yaowen, accompanied by his younger brother. Li Yaowen nodded slightly. Yunlin, we have a significant matter to attend to at home. If any trouble arises, you must escape with Yunbing. They will take care of you. But remember, you are always members of the Li family. Aunt, what has happened? Although young, Li Yunlin understood that such words would not be spoken lightly unless there was a true threat to their family's existence. It's nothing, just a major battle. Li Yaowen waved her hand dismissively towards the brothers, gently ruffling their hair. Children, go now. Our ancestors will always protect the children of the Li family. Do not worry. Watching the maidens escort the two children away, Li Yaowen finally exhaled, having made arrangements even in the face of imminent danger. Let us hope for the best. In the spirit beast garden, Li Yaoqing continued to cultivate her spiritual herbs as usual. She caressed the large beast bloodfruit tree, observing the herbs she had nurtured over the years. Footsteps approached from behind. If I do not return, burn the beast bloodfruit tree and all the herbs in the garden and go into hiding. But remember, when the two young masters of the Li family grow up, they will be your masters. Yes, master. Seeing the children she had raised nod in agreement brought a sense of relief to Li Yaoqing. She cast a lingering glance at the herb garden, her life nearly dedicated to these spiritual herbs. Yet, some things were far more precious than herbs. Her beloved family, her clan. Reflecting on the years gone by, a faint smile graced Li Yaoqing's lips. The people of Xian village often labeled her as reclusive, preferring the company of herbs. Yet, they had no idea of the reason behind her deep interest in medicinal materials and seeds. After her father had brought her into this world during a year of great drought, she witnessed the vegetables they had painstakingly cultivated wither away before her eyes. Her parents had told her that without vegetables, her brother would not grow tall, and her younger brother would become a stunted gourd. Thus, she had cried in fear, unable to fathom the horror of her brothers turning into gourds. As she grew, she aspired to cultivate the most delectable vegetables to prevent her family from going hungry. Fortunately, her brother grew taller than her, and her younger brother was as strong as a bull, though her sister had been frail since childhood. Hence, she began to grow spiritual herbs, hoping to provide her sister with the finest medicine to spare her from illness. Yaowen still hasn't taken my medicine. Li Yaoqing shook her head, casting one last glance at the herb garden, her expression growing increasingly cold. If her home was lost, outsiders would never have the chance to consume these herbs. Hey, Ru, your husband is here for you. Open the door. As dusk approached, Li Yaodai had been waiting outside by Ru's door for quite some time. He sensed the beauty and strength of the woman, reminiscent of a black panther. Leaning against the door, seemingly hesitant to let him in, he chuckled, Ruru, I may not have much time left. The door creaked slightly, but did not open. Li Yaotai's gaze became distant. The people of Tai Lin Town have been bullying our family. I must confront them. Fourth sister is right. If we do not act, our family will be the next to suffer like the Qin family. To be honest, I've always wanted to have a house full of children with you, so they can grow up strong like me and protect our family together. He chuckled, I know you think little of me. I'm just a simpleton, shamelessly hammering away all day. But do you know I realized at a young age the importance of weapons? My father ventured into dangerous forests to bring us meat, armed with a kitchen knife that had grown dull over the years. My sister used a small knife to cut grass. I owe my strength to their hard work. Back then, I vowed to provide them with sturdy iron tools when I grew up. As I matured, I recognized that having weapons was not enough. We needed magical artifacts, powerful ones that could fight like our ancestors. Otherwise, those scoundrels outside would ruin our lives. I must also train my strength. Otherwise, my sister cannot defend herself and will be bullied. He chuckled. See, I have good intentions. Just as he was about to continue, the door creaked open. Li Yaotai turned to see by Ru's furrowed brow, likely unkempt and not as radiant as the day before. Nevertheless, Li Yaotai was overjoyed. Ruru, you didn't kick me this time after opening the door. Have you said enough? Bai Ruru seemed to be grappling with a monumental decision, kicking Li Yaotai after a long pause before stepping inside. Huh. Li Yaotai stood dumbfounded. Come in and have children. Huh. Chapter 26. This is the essence of the Li family. Kill. In the Li family's training ground, Li Yaozu practiced his swordsmanship. Whenever his heart surged with emotion, he found solace in expressing himself through swordplay. After a short while, he finally ceased his training, wiping the sweat from his brow. Having reached his current level of cultivation, he could sense the movements nearby. He discerned the arrival of his two sons. Yunlin, Yunbing, come before me. Li Yaozu sat at the edge of the training ground, observing the two boys with their heads bowed, faces filled with reverence. He was unbothered, ever since the incident with Chu Xiao. Their bond with fourth sister had surpassed his own. He spoke softly. I know you resent me for driving your mother and her family from our home. Father, no. Li Yunlin replied, still keeping his head down, shaking it. Li Yaozu smiled. I apologize for not being a suitable father. Especially you, Yunlin. I was foolish when your mother was pregnant with you. I was merely 15 and could not discern right from wrong. Had it not been for our ancestors' intervention, your grandfather would have surely punished me severely. Over the years as he spoke, Li Yaozu's smile faded, his brow furrowing. I have not become a responsible father with the passage of time. But now, Yunlin, I request your assistance. If anything happens, you must protect your brother at all costs. Upon hearing this, Li Yunlin abruptly raised his head, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Father, Aunt has sought me, and now you too. Has something happened at home? I have reached the 4th level of qi refining and can contribute to the family. Li Yaozu's gaze softened. As long as you grow well. You can provide the greatest support to our family. Go now, take Yunbing, and await further news. Li Yunlin wanted to say more, but was called away by Li Yaozu. He had a myriad of words he wished to convey to Li Yunlin, yet when the moment came, they remained lodged in his throat, stifled by a torrent of guilt that prevented him from meeting the gaze of the two brothers. Surely, these young lads must harbor a fear of me. Li Yaozu's expression remained solemn. If calamity were to befall them, Yunlin, you must wield your sword, just as I once did. He recalled the day when bandits infiltrated the Li household, a time when their abode was but a humble shack, and they struggled to find sustenance. His parents had rushed out, and in a daze, he too had grasped a sword. It was then he witnessed the gentle nature of his mother transform into that of a fierce protector, taking a life as easily as one would slay a chicken. Later, his father remarked that the moment he picked up the sword, he had stepped into manhood, capable of safeguarding his sister and brother. Like now, he could not allow the family's hard-won prosperity to suffer even a slight injury. Even his wife, should she pose a threat to the family's welfare, must be completely stifled in her potential harm. He grasped his sword once more, training with intensity. If only I could grow stronger. I could share more of the family's burdens. In the bedroom, Li Dalong and Su Tsuehua nestled together in silence. Over the years, our family has grown stronger. Have you ever found me lacking as a farmer's daughter, wishing to marry a lady of noble birth? Su Tsuehua scrutinized Li Dalong. Of course, he grinned. Despite my advancing age, what man doesn't dream of multiple wives? Besides, sharing a bed with you daily, who wouldn't desire a change of flavor? Su Tsuehua glared at him, and he smiled. Yet, 1,000 beautiful maidens cannot compare to you. Where could I find a woman as wonderful as you, who has borne me for fine children? The moment I see you, all other women fade into insignificance. You're incorrigible. Su Tsuehua rolled her eyes. Are you afraid I might hit you? After all, I am stronger. Su Tsuehua, you are indeed formidable, Li Dalong chuckled foolishly. I thought I had become the pillar of our family after my retreat. Yet how is it that you surpass me? Su Tsuehua smiled but remained silent, her expression gradually transforming into one of pride tinged with bitterness. She still remembered her days as a mere farmer's daughter, encountering Li Dalong, a robust hunter, rugged and unrefined, yet far superior to those foppish gentlemen. He was honest, kind-hearted, and exuded masculinity. Over the ensuing days, she reaffirmed her choice to defy her family's wishes and marry Li Dalong. After their union, he treated her with utmost care. The only downside being his lingering feelings of inferiority due to his humble origins and his profession as a hunter, believing he could not provide her with the life she desired. Thus, he ventured into the wild each day to hunt for their sustenance. Each time he returned, he bore wounds that tugged at her heartstrings. Even as their fortunes improved and children were born, she felt pained to see him injured. Had it not been for the blessings of their ancestors, she dared not contemplate the consequences. However, due to those very ancestors, though she lacked the aptitude for cultivation, the Lian Qi Shi cultivation manual offered her a unique path. She began to engage with the farm animals, a talent innate to a farmer's daughter. Gradually, she learned to understand their thoughts. Now, she stood independently, ready to confront any dangers that threatened her family and children, even at the cost of her life. Do we have any chance of winning this time, my husband? She asked, holding Li Dalong even tighter. Li Yaozu furrowed his brow, unsure of how to respond, when suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. The couple hastily dressed and stepped out to investigate. What is happening out there? As they emerged, they found the entire Li family gathered in the courtyard, looking outwards. It was now late into the night, yet Jin village was ablaze with light. Upon reaching the threshold of their home, they found the villagers assembled before them, each holding a torch, illuminating the night sky with a fiery glow. The elderly village chief stepped forward, having taken over after Chu Changming was dismissed for corruption. The chief, aged and frail yet visibly angered, declared, Master Li, I have learned that the Li family intends to engage in battle with Tailin town. Yet why are we, the people of Xian village, kept in the dark? Li Dalong was taken aback. He remembered the chief as a gentle man, rarely exhibiting such aggression. Before he could respond, the elder continued, for many years, we have endured drought, and over 3,000 souls in Xian village have suffered from bandits pillaging our grain and stripping bark from trees. What household has not lost friends or family? Were it not for the Li family's benevolence, providing us with a place to rest and food to eat, where would Xian village stand today? Now, as the Li family prepares to risk everything in Tailin town for their clan's fortune, why are we left uninformed? We have many valiant youths in Xian village. If the Li family goes to war, we too possess weapons, and even if not, we have kitchen knives and pitchforks. Only then did Li Dalong comprehend the villagers' sentiments. He gazed at the throng of villagers brandishing torches, gratitude swelling within him, yet he shook his head and proclaimed loudly, I appreciate your goodwill, But this venture to Tai Lin town involves facing cultivators. It is a matter of life and death. And it is for the very survival of the Li clan. I urge you all to return home. Nonsense. The village chief was displeased, his eyes wide with indignation. We owe a great debt to the Li family, and if my children were to learn that their benefactor faced such peril while I remained silent, they would think me a heartless wretch, unworthy of the earth when I am laid to rest. At these words, the villagers erupted in laughter. The chief speaks true. Life is but a fleeting gift. If Master Li is to fight, then I, Wang Ergu, shall follow him into battle. Count me in. I can hunt, I can fight. When I was starving, I thought I would perish in the streets, but it was Master Li who fed me. Now I have a home and a few acres of good land. I hear the clucking of chickens and the quacking of ducks. My wife has borne me 3 children. My life is fulfilled. It is time I repay my debt to you, Master Li. The villagers clamored, and Li Dalong felt overwhelmed, his eyes brimming with tears. Moments earlier, when his wife had questioned whether they could win, fear had gripped him, fearing that his impulsiveness would lead to the downfall of the family that had thrived for decades. Yet now he felt no fear. Reflecting on his life, he realized he had been a mere slave, never envisioning such a day. But blessed by the ancestors, he had acquired the means to cultivate, to hunt, to fill his belly, and no longer suffer indignities. He had married the finest woman in the world and fathered children who made his life worthwhile. His 2 grandsons were also charming. And then there was Xian village. The kindness he had shown had inspired these good-hearted villagers to stand with him against formidable foes. I have achieved a life beyond the dreams of most. Surrounded by those who support me, what have I to fear? In that moment, Li Dalong's eyes gleamed with determination, rediscovering the sensation he had felt during his first hunt, facing those fierce beasts. Ha! Excellent. Li Dalong raised his arm and called out to the good people of Jin village, do not mock me. I am but a simple villager, and even I have known fear. Tonight, seeing you rally behind me, I realize I have indeed grown old. To hell with Tai Lin town. To hell with the Wang and Hu families. Everyone take up arms. I, Li Dalong, do not seek a path of retreat. I demand the blood of both families to pave our way forward. Tonight, the stars shine bright and the moon is radiant. The villagers of Xian village join together in a resounding chorus with the Li family. Their torches illuminate the night in a fiery glow. The Chen family, having slowly healed from their injuries, gaze in shock at these fervent villagers of Xian, ordinary folk whose fervor could instill fear even in the hearts of cultivators. The elder of the Chun family exhales deeply, preparing to join the Li family in their assault on Tai Lin town. Upon hearing this, Chen Chuang hesitates. Elder, our Chen family has but a handful of people. Yet, before he could finish, the elder struck him across the face. Are we to be less valiant than the villagers? Chen Chuang dared not speak further. The elder then revealed a smile, gazing at the Li family members still shouting to the heavens, as well as the villagers of Xian. I take back my previous words. This is indeed the foundation of the Li family. Chapter 27, The War Puppet. My lord, times have changed. Congratulations, the Li family has gained the loyalty of all the villagers in Xian. The entire village is willing to die alongside the Li family. Gained 300 incense points. Your descendant, Li Dalong, is beloved by the people, earning their faith and the trait, hope of the entire village. When fighting for the family's power, combat effectiveness is increased by 20. In front of the screen, Li Xiang was observing everything concerning his family. He felt a surge of passion. He had never considered the villagers of Xian as combatants until now, realizing that while managing the family, the Li family had already earned the loyalty of the entire village. This battle for clan fortune was not just the Li family fighting. It included 3,000 villagers. What is there to fear from the Wang and Hu families? Let us go for it. Ding dong. Just as he was filled with excitement, his phone rang with a message from school inquiring about his tardiness. Looking outside, he realized he had been engrossed in games for 2 days. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, a call from his teacher came through. Li Xiang, has something happened at home? Even so, don't drop out. Only by studying hard can you change your life. Sorry, teacher, please assist me in withdrawing from school. Don't you think it's a waste of time for someone of my caliber to still be in school? Without waiting for a response, he hung up and turned off his phone. School is of no concern to me. As the elder of the Li family, I shall lead my clan into a glorious battle. Li Xiang's gaze was fixed on the screen. As time accelerated, the once lively Xian village gradually fell silent. Previously, men would take their families to farm or stroll the streets with their chickens and ducks. But now, the village was filled only with the elderly, women, and children, with some women sharpening knives at their doorsteps, guarding their homes. The entire Li family, in their courtyard, was only attended by a group of maidservants guarding the carriages, upon which sat the brothers Li Yunlin and Li Yunbing. Brother, do not fear. Our ancestors are always protecting the Li family. Our family will return safely. Li Yunlin reassured as he patted his younger brother's head. Suddenly, both he and Li Yunbing turned in astonishment towards the ancestral hall. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as a colossal entity broke through the ground, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. This was the manifestation of our ancestor. Li Yunlin was right. Li Xiang had indeed manifested. Currently, he sat in his room, his eyes glazed over as he stared at a 500-inch screen, his expression grave, his hands poised over the keyboard and mouse, ready to act at any moment. You are controlling a war puppet. Detection, mechanical arm function 100, laser cannon charge 100. Laser sword 100, war barrier ready for activation. Low energy consumption mode activated, energy reserve at 99. Li Xiang had previously used the war puppet to roam this world. However, this time it was his genuine first combat experience. Open the map. With a click, a map appeared in the upper right corner. Thousands of small green dots had already appeared around the map of Tai Lin Town. The Li family's forces had already advanced there ahead of him. He focused on the location of the Wang family. It is you. Li Xiang squinted. The energy within the war puppet surged, and it sped towards the Wang family. Before the battle commenced, the strongest would take the lead. He intended to use the war puppet to draw the attention of all the experts in Tai Lin Town away from the Li family. Meanwhile, in Tai Lin Town, in the Hu family hall, the experts from the Wang and Hu families were gathered. The family heads shared tea, both wearing smiles on their faces. The head of the Hu family remarked, "Heaven has favored our two families. The Qin family dares to ally with the Li family, and retribution has come. They have no idea that we have a disciple within the inner sect of Tian, Hu sect in Taiching City." With just a slight maneuver, the elder of the Qin family has made an enemy of Tian Hu sect and met his demise in Taiching City. Ha! Laughed the head of the Wang family. Thanks to Brother Hu, with the fall of the Qin family, the Li family poses no threat. We initially thought that within 10 years, once Brother Hu's family ancestor breaks through to the Golden Core stage, or if my Wang family produces a fake Dan, we could explore the Li family. That rumored peak spirit beast, the colossal serpent, is nothing to fear. Who would have thought that the Li family would come to Tai Lin Town seeking death? It turned out both families had long known of the Li family's approach. They had never ceased sending spies into Xian village. This time, with a net laid in Tai Lin Town, the Li family would be trapped, and we would rest easy. The head of the Hu family could not hide his delight. The rapid development of the Li family in Xian village had even instilled a sense of crisis in them. But now, everything was settled. Come, everyone, let us drink tea. We just await the Li family's rural villagers to walk into our trap. Everything they possess shall be ours. As everyone raised their cups, a thunderous boom shook Tai Lin Town, causing their expressions to change drastically, and tea spilled from their cups. What is happening? When they stepped outside, the Wang family members stared wide-eyed. A monstrous entity, forged from steel, soared above Tai Lin Town, bombarding the Wang family. This is bad. The aura of this beast is immense, towering over 12 zhang, comparable to the false Dan realm. The head of the Wang family could hardly fathom that the Li family possessed such a creature. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to gather his kin to rescue their home. Brother Hu, quickly notify your family's ancestor to take down this monster. Understood. The head of the Hu family did not dare to delay. He cast a serious glance at the war puppet in the sky and instructed his kin. Go summon the ancestor. I never imagined the Li family had such a card up their sleeve. They intend to divert our attention. Other clansmen, be alert. The Li family may possess additional strategies. At the same time, outside Tai Lin Town, the Qin family and the people of Xian village had gathered, yet they remained motionless, even as they prepared to engage in war with the two prominent families of Tai Lin. They understood the importance of investigating the situation in the town first. However, they discovered that Tai Lin Town was fortified with arrays, and the two families had established a tight defense, evidently well aware of their impending attack, waiting for them to walk into their trap. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, one villager, brandishing a scythe, kitchen knife, hoe, firewood knife, and pitchfork, pointed skyward, his eyes wide as saucers. The people of the Li family had already noticed. It is our ancestor who has made a move. Our ancestor has manifested. He is controlling the war puppet, using his own way to assist us. Ha! With our ancestor's blessing, what do we have to fear? The Li family members rejoiced. Over the years, their ancestor had been with them as they grew, continuously instilling them with courage. Now, after many years, their ancestor had once again taken action, heading into the most perilous situation. Sons, our ancestor has made a move. He is breaking the traps of Tai Lin Town. Prepare yourselves. The time of life and death has arrived. Boom. Commanding the war puppet, Li Xiang launched the first wave of assault over the Tai Lin Wang family estate. The cannon on his shoulder unleashed a fierce laser attack upon the Wang family. However, the Wang family, renowned for their profound heritage spanning centuries, activated a formidable defensive formation just as the laser cannon struck. The blast, capable of annihilating mid-stage foundational cultivators, merely left a crack upon the yellow light shield of the Li Wang family's defensive array, which quickly mended itself. Detected second-tier formation. Analyzing spiritual energy fluctuations. Consuming 5 spiritual energy, the opponent is recovering energy at a rate of 3.5 seconds. Xiang intently observed the detection data. The advantage of the war puppet lay in its ability to monitor the opponent's energy, allowing him to devise the most effective combat strategy. Could a second-tier formation withstand the full force of peak foundational attacks? Xiang scoffed, eager to see how long they could endure and how many spirit stones they could expend. He understood that such formations typically required a continuous supply of spirit stones or powerful artifacts. Boom. He activated the laser cannon on his shoulder once more. Laser cannon remaining energy, 97. The war puppet possessed independent energy sources throughout its form, and Xiang skillfully maneuvered it to bombard the sky while maintaining minimal energy consumption. Gradually, red dots appeared on the map surrounding him. In the grand courtyard of the Tai Lin Wang family, several cultivators gazed at him in horror, clearly intimidated by the colossal figure and might of the flying war puppet. Boom, boom, boom. Xiang continued his bombardment. At last, he mused, who would have thought that a mere rural clan possessed the means to control such a puppet? No wonder they had the audacity to approach my family. Yet to come alone speaks not only of confidence, but also of recklessness. Before him, 2 elderly figures accompanied by 3 cultivators mounted their swords and swiftly encircled the war puppet. Analyzing enemies. 2 peak foundational cultivators, 1 mid-stage, 3 early stage. Analyzing weaponry and equipment. The war puppet's eyes gleamed as its internal intelligence analyzed everything for Xiang, who was far away in the real world. He could even perceive their vital energies. Moreover, Xiang, in the real world, clicked the mouse and accessed some of the enemy's information. This was indeed the foundation of the Wang family. At the center of the 2 peak foundational ancestors floated a seal the size of a human head. Detected low-grade spirit artifact, analyzing spiritual energy and material composition. Space, weight, hardness. Streams of information appeared before him. However, once the Wang family surrounded the war puppet, they swiftly launched their attack. The spells of foundational cultivators surged towards Xiang. Xiang remained unfazed as he clicked the keyboard. The core of the war puppet activated, enveloping him in a light blue energy shield that deflected all foundational spells. Activating war shield, laser sword, laser cannon. Entering combat mode. Foundational cultivators, are we? Spirit artifacts, you say? Xiang grinned at the grave expressions of the Wang family members. Times have changed. Chapter 28. Breaking into Tai Lin Town. Was the ancestor this formidable when unleashing his power? Truly overwhelming. Long live the ancestor. At this moment, outside Tai Lin Town, the members of the Li family remained still, biding their time. Yet above Tai Lin Town, the war puppet was locked in fierce combat with the Wang family's cultivators. Fireworks erupted in the sky as flying swords clashed, striving to breach the war puppet's defenses, while the booming sounds of cannon fire echoed. This was their first encounter with such a battle. However, the Li family merely observed from afar. The Wang family realized just how tenacious and fearsome the war puppet truly was. What on earth is this creature? It is brimming with weaponry. Evade. Do not let its sword pierce you. There are no weaknesses. Even when I am behind it, it continues to attack me. The 5 foundational experts were desperately dodging. They had previously believed the war puppet could only emit blue energy waves from its shoulder, but soon discovered that laser swords manifested from both of its hands. Attempting a sneak attack from behind the war puppet, they found its back armor retracting, revealing ominous cannon ports. Although the energy emitted from these ports was not as potent as the laser cannon, it still possessed formidable offensive power. Even the war puppet's eyes transformed into a veritable mobile artillery platform. Rear cannon ports, auto-targeting, and firing activated. Defensive shield, small-scale defense system, activated. Spinal mech separation. Micro-load operation, executing skill, blade storm. The war puppet was a veritable armory. At that moment, it spun wildly, conjuring a storm above the Tai Lin Wang estate. A mid-stage foundational cultivator, unable to escape in time, was swept into the tempest of light swords, leaving not a trace behind. Damn it, this is truly troublesome. Yet, there was no joy in Xiang's eyes. While the war puppet seemed invulnerable to these foundational cultivators, he too struggled to land effective strikes. This contraption was originally designed for interstellar warfare, intended to slaughter weaker races, a technology acquired from a technological planet on Earth. Engaging these nimble foundational cultivators in battle would easily lead to entanglement, especially concerning the spirit artifacts wielded by the 2 peak foundational experts of the Wang family. That seal could enlarge, exhibiting tremendous attack power, even withstanding the war puppet's laser swords. Furthermore, that seal could create unique offensive maneuvers, launching 10 separate attacks. Initially, Xiang had thought he could eliminate more of the Wang family members. Yet, the legacy of centuries revealed itself. The Wang family seemed to possess knowledge of talismanic inheritance. The cultivators on the ground were also employing talismans. The 5 elemental energies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth surged forth, transforming the sky above Tai Lin town into a vibrant spectacle akin to a colorful fireworks display. Spiritual energy consumption, 20. Even though Xiang endeavored to conserve the war puppet's spiritual energy, the consumption rate remained alarmingly high. It is time for you to make your move. Xiang squinted. He was never alone in battle. While directing the war puppet, he surveyed the map. As he successfully held back the elite combatants of the Wang family, the members of the Li family commenced their actions. At the entrance of Tai Lin town, a thunderous rumble resonated through the ground. Enlarging the map, Xiang clearly observed over 100 cultivators adorned in Hu family attire, standing atop the buildings of Tai Lin town. Most notably, each bore several long spears upon their backs. At that moment, the Hu family cultivators remained vigilant. A massive serpent surged from the distance towards Tai Lin town. Under the blazing sun, the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang, dark purple in hue, roared as it sped towards the town. Yet, even with the swirling dust, the cultivators remained unmoved. Evidently their target was not the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang, a peak spiritual beast. In an instant, an elder from the Hu family camp soared forth on a flying sword, declaring, "After 2 centuries of inactivity, today, I will show you, vile creature, that I, the Hu family's ancestral elder, am still formidable." Before he even arrived, the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang charged forward, causing the ground to collapse as spears erupted from the earth, forming a formation that blocked the serpent's path. Simultaneously, the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang launched an attack against the Hu family elder. Thundercage. Arcs of electricity erupted from the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang, capable of ensnaring mid-stage foundational experts with ease, unleashing a torrent of thunderous flames. Yet, the Hu family elder proved to be a master of the fake dance stage. The profound passage of the Tao, spear formation as the weapon. Upon hearing his fierce command, numerous long spears that had obstructed the path of the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang suddenly materialized before him, transforming instantaneously into a colossal spear. With an overwhelming force, it surged forth, cleaving through the lightning flames of the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang. Even as the beast hastily attempted to evade, the massive spear still managed to tear through its once impenetrable hide. A cry of pain erupted from the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang, marking its first injury since its transformation, causing it to unleash a thunderous roar that sent arcs of electricity spiraling outward in all directions. This time, the display was further intensified by the mingling of searing flames, casting a radiant glow upon the creature from the blazing sun above. The term Zi Lei Tianyang did not merely signify a mastery over thunder and lightning. It also encompassed the fierce flames. The elder of the Hu family, acutely aware of the might of the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang, dared not linger in complacency. He recognized that should the beast engage him in battle within Tai Linzhan, it would undoubtedly lead to irreparable calamity for his family, prompting him to draw the beast outside the town. In an instant, dust and smoke billowed forth, the battlefield illuminated solely by arcs of electricity and flames. Along with the imminent threat of spears erupting from the ground, the clash between the guardian beast and the elder of the Hu family seemed destined to prolong indefinitely. While battling the formidable warriors of the Wang family, Xiang furrowed his brows, observing the distant confrontation between the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang and the elder of the Hu family. The sole distinction between foundational cultivators and those at the Qi refining stage was that the former could harness the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for their own use, enabling them to fly on swords and wield spells. Their agility and versatility made it exceedingly difficult to determine a victor when both sides possessed equal strength. Boom. Despite his focus on the distant skirmish, Xiang remained relentless in his assault on the Wang family stronghold. At this moment, he had already claimed the life of one mid-stage foundational cultivator among the 5 he faced. Under the tempest of his sword's gale, the remaining 4 adept warriors had no choice but to evade the onslaught, unable to withstand even the imprint of a low-grade spiritual artifact. Another explosive strike reverberated as the defensive formation of the Hu family was utterly shattered by Xiang's might. "You shall pay for the destruction of my family's legacy." Though nearly all members of the Wang family had retreated, the 2 elders of the Hu family remained seething with rage as they witnessed their clan's descent into ruin. "If we continue to prolong this, none of the Li family will live." Yet, before he could finish, Xiang seized the opportunity to unleash another laser cannon. dispatching the weakest of the Wang family's foundational cultivators. With another life extinguished, the onslaught from the Wang family intensified as they gradually recognized the limitations of their war puppets. Relying on their smaller size to engage Li Xiang in combat, knowing that the laser cannon required time to charge. Li Xiang understood their strategy and sought to minimize the energy consumption of his mecha, opting to attack with laser swords and more energy-efficient cannon fire. The war puppets and the Zilei Tianyang Mang had already occupied a portion of their elite fighters, and the remainder rested upon their shoulders. Was this the true foundation of the Li family? Outside Tai Lin Jun, over 30 members of the Chun family had joined the fray. Initially, they harbored no expectations for the battle, considering the Li family's rise over the past 2 decades, emerging from rural obscurity with all resources claimed from the Yin Tai Lin. However, the moment the Zilei Tianyang Mang appeared, they were left astounded. This was a terrifying entity capable of contending with nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, the towering silver figure hovering over Tai Lin Jin single-handedly resisted the majority of the Wang family's foundational cultivators, even managing to slay 2 foundational practitioners amidst the combined assault of 2 peak foundational cultivators wielding spiritual artifacts. We are utterly uninformed of the true power of the Li family, Qin Chuang mused, rubbing his face in disbelief. Yet, he and the other members of the Chun family realized how woefully ignorant they were. It is time for us to make our move, came the call from Li Delong, prompting Qin Chuang and the family elder to glance to the right, where they beheld Li Delong issuing a command. The prepared members of the Li family surged forth with fervor. However, the armed citizens of Jian village remained frozen in place, caught off guard by an unexpected figure stepping forth alone. The rarely seen woman from the Li family, a humble farmer's daughter, spoke with gentle words, her aura revealing her to be merely at the 5th tier of qi refining. May our ancestors bless the Li family with invincibility. With a fierce shout, Su Tsuehua manifested an ethereal projection. The Tianyu fox, radiant in its snowy white fur, bore a crescent moon mark upon its brow, its fluffy tails erect as if to draw strength from the heavens. A demon cultivator, adept in beast taming, at the mid-stage of foundational cultivation. The elder of the Qin family, well-versed in the arcane, instantly recognized Su Tsuehua's true nature, sending shockwaves through his heart. With Su Tsuehua's fierce roar, the winds stirred in the forests beyond Tai Lin Jun, causing shadows to dance among the trees as a multitude of demonic beasts emerged. The 100-eyed demon spider, the gale-winged tiger, and the rising sun beast. Qin Chuang's expression shifted dramatically. These spirit beasts were known to be from the Yin Tai Lin. The offspring of the 4 great families of Tai Lin Jun had all faced these demon beasts during their training, and countless juniors and subordinates had perished at their hands. Yet, they had never imagined that these fearsome creatures had silently become the guardians of the Li family. Not only were the members of the Chun family astounded, but the Hu family, who had meticulously set their traps within Tai Lin Jun, also bore expressions of terror. Quickly, the demon beasts are assaulting the city. The Hu family's spear array was ready. Damn the Li family. How could they have so many demon beasts? Su Tsuehua had transformed into her fox form, leading 100 demon beasts into the fray, charging towards Tai Lin Jun amidst the rising dust. On the other side of Tai Lin Jun, long spears floated in the air, raining down upon the horde of beasts. The true war commenced at this moment. Kill. Li Delong squinted, aware that he could no longer afford to worry about his wife's safety on this battlefield. As the demon beasts clashed against the first wave of defenses, he witnessed them falling lifeless in pools of blood. Without hesitation, he rallied everyone from Jian village to launch a desperate assault on Tai Lin Jun. Damn it! The elder of the Qin family, eyes ablaze with fury, took to the skies on his sword, leading the last remnants of the Qin family into their ancestral homeland. Within Tai Lin Jun, amidst the cacophony of battle, a maid from Jian village was pushing Li Yaowen along the empty streets. Li Yaowen stared expressionlessly ahead at the grand estate. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to the plaque above the gate. Is this the Su family? Several guards stood vigil, wary of the movements around them, prepared to inquire about the intentions of the girl in the wheelchair. Yet, Li Yaowen spoke with a smile. I am Li Yaowen, the 4th daughter of the Li family, seeking an audience with the head of the Su family to offer a chance of survival. Chapter 29, The Fierce Battle. A gust of fresh wind swept through as a mid-stage foundational cultivator from the Hu family, who had been besieging Li Xiang, was severed in 2. Energy consumption has reached 56. Severe damage sustained to the left arm. The energy reserves for the shoulder-mounted laser cannon have been depleted. Warning, do not use Sword Gale again, as it will severely damage the mecha. The Wang family's resilience exceeded Li Xiang's expectations. They possessed an array of hidden cards. Just moments ago, the Wang family had deployed 10 magical artifacts within a grand formation, severely damaging his war puppet's mecha. Fortunately, The war puppets had also suffered considerable damage, and the remaining two peak foundational cultivators of the Wang family were likewise battered. On the map, through Li Xiang's gaze, the Li family members found themselves embroiled in fierce combat. Su Tsuehua led the demon beasts in their initial charge, aimed solely at breaching the traps set within Tai Linzhen. They faced the Hu family's ancestral spear array, which connected the spiritual energy of all its members, raining down long spears like a torrential storm. In an instant, several sluggish demon beasts fell victim, their lives extinguished. The ensuing clash was imminent. Faced with the myriad of traps, formations, talismans, and magical artifacts laid by the Hu and Wang families in Tai Lin town, the cultivated by the Li family over many years appeared exceedingly fragile. However, once the gunfire array of Tai Lin town was breached, the villagers of Xian village, led by Li Delong, swiftly advanced. The Li family's guard initiated their first wave of attack. Although most among them were ordinary folk, years of training and ample equipment empowered them to mount an effective assault against Qi refining period practitioners. They halted, drawing their bows. The arrows, forged from black iron, rained down in a synchronized volley, with each archer armed with 15 iron arrows. As they released their barrage, nearly 1,000 villagers from Xian village, undeterred, rushed forward. With no opportunity to strike outward from Tai Lin town, they quickly gathered nearby, led by Li Yao Tai, brandishing their weapons. In an instant, the scene erupted as villagers hurled kitchen knives, hatchets, and other sharp implements toward the direction from which the practitioners had attacked. Immediately thereafter, all foundation-building practitioners of the Li family, along with 3, seized the opportunity to charge into Tai Lin town. Li Xiang could no longer attend to everyone. He could only contend with 2 peak foundation-building practitioners while awaiting notifications from the game interface. A villager from Xian village is in danger. One of your families is severely injured. A villager has died. Damn it. In the room, manipulating the war puppet while observing the game interface, Li Xiang gritted his teeth. After playing this game for so long, he had come to realize that these were likely living beings. Lives were extinguishing before his very eyes. Yet he understood that maintaining sufficient composure was paramount in such dire circumstances. Incense value, 1342. The brutal truth was that even with a considerable amount of incense value, he could not save everyone. He could only focus on the Li family members to ensure their safety. Use the skill charge, my children, consuming 115 incense. This skill was not the first time Li Xiang had employed it. It elevated all attributes of family members by 10. However, the cost of the skill increased with the strength of the members. Using it on a foundation-building expert required 50 points, while Qi refining practitioners needed only 5. Ancestors. My power has surged. With the support of my ancestors, I shall see how you meet your end. The Li family members who had already entered Tai Lin town felt a powerful true Qi bestowed upon them from their ancestral tablets. Indeed, now the members of the Li family carried a spiritual tablet of Li Xiang, fighting alongside their ancestors. Although Li Xiang could grant them skills without the tablet, taking the ancestral tablet into battle had become a cherished tradition of the Li family. Boom. Within the Hu family, amidst the chaos of battle, the ancestor of the Chen family, accompanied by all members of the Chen family, utilized a family secret technique to breach the Hu family's protective formation. At that moment, as the Hu family's talismans exploded, Hu Wei, who had previously sent someone to severely injure Li Delong, stood among several Qi refining experts, gazing upon the ruins. Overestimating oneself, the young scion of the Li family dares to seek vengeance for his father without considering his own worth. Amidst the ruins, Li Yaozu struggled to stand with his sword atop the debris. The moment he breached the Hu family, he unhesitatingly drew his sword to confront Hu Wei. For years, he had not a single day without yearning to avenge his father. Yet, he did not anticipate that after slaying a Qi refining 9th layer protector of Hu Wei and breaking through the encirclement, he would be unable to evade the Hu family's deep-rooted heritage, which boasted a multitude of formations. Someone, kill this ignorant brat. A mere country bumpkin dares to kill me? Hu Wei glared coldly at Li Yaozu. Even heavily injured, Li Yaozu remained undaunted in the face of the approaching practitioners. He extended his left hand, which revealed bloody bones, gripping tightly to the ancestral tablet in his embrace. Suddenly grinning, resembling a demon clawing its way from hell. Do you think you are the only ones with depth? My Li family has it too. What? Hu Wei's expression changed drastically. As Li Yaozu bellowed, the ancestral tablet in his hand emitted a white light, and his injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Consumed 100 incense, using the embrace of the ancestors to heal Li Yaozu's injuries. His injuries significantly healed. Li Yaozu, wielding his long sword, approached Hu Wei with a grim expression. Today I will claim your head to avenge my father's near-death fate. The head of the Li family is nothing but a country bumpkin, merely skilled in mundane swordplay and a step technique learned from my Hu family, and dares to act audaciously within my Hu family. Within the Hu family, Li Dalong faced the ferocious assault of a mid-foundation building expert. Although he possessed 4 distinct traits, Li Dalong indeed had a superficial foundation, as the mid-foundation building expert had asserted. The techniques he had learned were all commonplace, and after reaching foundation building, he had scarcely mastered any spells, rendering him no match for an ordinary mid-foundation building practitioner, possessing only a surplus of true qi. At most, he could only contend evenly with a beginner in foundation building. Now, facing a mid-foundation building expert, after just a few exchanges, he found himself in dire straits. Today, I shall use your head as a stepping stone at the threshold of my Hu family. Henceforth, all descendants of the Hu family shall tread upon your skull. As the opponent's attacks intensified, the originally chaotic Li Dalong suddenly became remarkably calm, causing the Hu family practitioner to question his newfound courage to counterattack. Li Dalong grinned. The courage bestowed by my ancestors. In an instant, the ancestral tablet within Li Dalong's embrace floated forth, appearing before him. What sort of artifact is this? The mid-foundation building expert was momentarily stunned. This object resembled a tablet. Who brings their ancestral tablet into battle? But a terrifying scene unfolded. The ancestral tablet split into 10, each rushing toward him, only to explode. Equivalent to the explosion of a peak qi refining practitioner. Even he had to defend himself. A similar spectacle occurred among all the Li family members. Su Chuihua, who was engaged in combat with a mid-foundation building expert, had not previously experienced life and death battles and was naturally at a disadvantage. Yet, the ancestral tablet in her embrace suddenly emerged, delivering a crucial strike to her opponent. Liao Tai wielded a hammer, roaming the battlefield. He was an unrefined brute. Wherever there was a comparable qi refining expert, he charged, daring to plunge into a crowd even against 100 foes if none were stronger than him. The ancestral tablet also appeared beside him, consistently obliterating any qi refining expert attempting to ambush him. In contrast to her family members' battles, Liao Qing appeared far more at ease, seated atop a peak, using her bow and arrows to target enemies. Behind her, a beginner in foundation building had been pursuing her but dared not approach, as Liao Qing's powder drifted behind her. She was also engaged in harvesting. Humph, despicable Li family scoundrels, do you think you can escape? The foundation building practitioner, frantic to the point of nearly losing composure, finally employed a secret technique to appear before Liao Qing. However, Liao Qing remained unmoved, quietly drawing her bow. Then, 2 ancestral tablets soared from Liao Qing's embrace, launching a lethal assault against the beginner in foundation building, accompanied by arrows coated in venom. On the battlefield, ancestral tablets ascended. The 2 Wang family ancestors embroiled in combat with the war puppets naturally discerned the underlying scheme. So there are special treasures. The ancient ancestors of the Wang family continued to attack Li Xiang with their seals, yet he remained utterly unperturbed. The emergence of these ancestral tablets could not alter the dynamics of the battlefield. Their overwhelming numbers and skilled fighters would inevitably tilt the scales of victory in their favor as time elapsed. I concede that we underestimated your Li family. Any family from Tai Lin Town lacks the strength to confront you. One of the Wang family ancestors laughed heartily, attempting to unsettle Li Xiang, lamenting the foolishness of the Li family for daring to infiltrate the meticulously laid traps of Tai Lin Town. You are destined for annihilation today. Before the screen, Li Xiang remained unfazed. He admitted that entering Tai Lin Town for battle was reckless and fraught with difficulties. However, he slowly tapped on the map to check on the only family members of the Li family not engaged in combat. It's all up to you now. If you don't arrive soon, I truly won't be able to hold on. As his words fell, figures began to appear, leaping across the rooftops of Tai Lin Town. In the sky above the battlefield, several masters riding swords descended to join the ranks of the Li family. A flying dagger sliced through the air. Even the Wang family ancestor, though evasive, lost his right arm. The Wang ancestors turned to see a middle-aged man in a purple robe retracting the dagger that had just severed the ancestor's arm. Su Yin, what are you doing? Seeing this, Li Xiang sighed in relief. In the distance, the Su family was on the move. Li Yaowen was pushed in a wheelchair by a maid, wearing a relaxed smile. Surrounding her, Su family members surged forth, weapons in hand. Chapter 30, Explosive Development. The Su family reinforcements had arrived. We actually have allies? Charge. Let us annihilate these wretches. With the arrival of the Su family's experts, the battle tilted dramatically in favor of the Li family. The head of the Su family, an elegant middle-aged man clad in a cloud robe, appeared beside Li Dalong. Upon witnessing a tablet explode before his adversaries, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, prompting him to join forces with Li Dalong against a mid-stage foundation building expert. Together, Their cooperation swiftly dispatched the already injured mid-stage foundation-building opponent. "You must be Li Dalong." "Brother Li?" Su Yun remarked with a strained smile. "Indeed, it is I." Li Dalong sighed with relief, seemingly having anticipated the Su family's involvement, and naturally extended his hand in gratitude to Su Yun for this timely assistance. "You're too polite." Su Yun's lips twitched. This act of aid was out of necessity. In truth, before the Li family's arrival, he had received invitations from the other two families to unite against external threats. But the Su family had never wished to intervene, nor did they want to incur losses. Little did he expect that the battle in Tai Lin town was just beginning when the four daughters of the Li family, along with Li Yaowen, appeared before his doorstep. Li Yaowen presented him with three choices. First, ally with the Hu and Wang families to besiege the Li family, which would result in the Li family abandoning their stronghold and the 3,000 citizens of Xian village forsaking all resources. Second, side with the Li family, ensuring that the Su family would dominate Tai Lin town with the Li family as an ally. The third option was to remain a bystander, which would label them as opportunists, facing retribution after the battle concluded. "Brother Li, we must not let a single member of the Hu or Wang families escape, lest we create future troubles," Su Yun said to the battered Li Dalong before moving to provide assistance elsewhere. As he walked, he gazed at the war puppets soaring toward the outskirts of Tai Lin town and the purple thunder serpent rampaging through the town, still somewhat in shock. The Li family is formidable. He felt fear creeping in. Initially, despite the Li family's attempts to negotiate with the Su family over the years, Su Yun had never regarded them with much esteem. However, during this siege, he truly recognized the terrifying might of the Li family. The Li family had risen in just 2 or 3 decades, rivaling the heritage of established families that spanned hundreds of years, even standing against 2 families simultaneously. This was also why, after receiving Li Yaowen's 3 choices, he chose to side with the Li family. Even if the Li family were to lose today, should its members flee, no one could stop them. What about the next 2 or 3 decades, or a century later? "Master, if we aid the Li family, will they not eventually engulf us?" A clan elder beside Su Yun inquired solemnly. Su Yun shook his head. In such a brief period, the Li family had grown so powerful. Previously, the Hu and Wang families had stifled their development, but now, with access to resources, they would ascend to new heights. As long as we remain compliant in the future, we shall find comfort beneath their great shadow. Congratulations. You have led your family and clan to break through the economic blockade of Tai Lin town and triumphed over the 2 great families. Your clansmen are cheering for you. You have gained 5,000 incense points. We won. Li Xiang finally released his control over the war puppets, joyfully pumping his fist. In truth, he had prepared for both the worst and the best outcomes of this battle. If they lost, he would not simply wait idly. He would lead all Li family members to retreat, sever ties with Xian village, and rebuild elsewhere before returning for vengeance. The optimal outcome was the Su family, which was the crux of this battle. He still remembered the conversation he had with Li Yaowen in the ancestral hall, knowing the Su family had always been a critical component. This time, it was the Su family, prompted by Li Yaowen, that had been given 3 choices, providing them with a path to survival. This was an overwhelming success. Li Xiang could hardly contain his delight. As the battle concluded, the cleanup began. A delightful list appeared in the event log. You have acquired loot, a low-grade magical artifact, the rapid-fire gun. You have obtained a volume of alchemical classics. You have acquired a volume of the array formation diagram for gun ring. ISNT it said that war is the simplest means to accumulate wealth. With the Li family's search, the martial arts manuals of the Hu and Wang families were all claimed by the Li family. Moreover, your family has seized 2 gold mines. Your family has taken possession of a bluestone mine. You have discovered Lingyu Lake, which contains ingredients that can enhance one's true qi. A plethora of resources dazzled Li Xiang. Your clan leader has obtained a low-grade spirit artifact, the Tianjun seal. The low-grade spirit artifact that had previously caused Li Xiang numerous troubles during the battle with the war puppets was now in Li Dalong's hands. This artifact not only could enlarge and deliver heavy blows to enemies, but could also form talismans for sealing. Li Xiang was acutely aware of its formidable power. A foundation-building cultivator wielding a spirit artifact could fight beyond their stage. Yet, amidst the bountiful harvest, the Li family also faced the grim reality of heavy casualties. Over half of the 1,000 civilians of Xian village perished in this conflict. The Li family lost over 100 demonic beasts, with more than half damaged in the initial wave of the Hu family's gun formation, leaving only 20 or so behind. Among the 4 spirit beasts, only the weakest 8-leaf flower demon survived. Even the Li family members were not without their misfortunes. Despite Li Xiang's efforts to shield his kin from danger, Li Yaodai had narrowly escaped death in battle, ultimately losing his left arm. The embrace of their ancestors could only heal wounds, but not restore severed limbs. Perhaps, once the family flourished, he could devise a solution for him. Soon, the scene in the game shifted. Everyone returned to the Li family stronghold, laden with spoils. At this moment, Li Dalong was comforting the deceased villagers of Xian, who had received his promise that as long as the Li family existed, they would protect the entire Xian village. From this moment forth, every newly born child in Xian village shall receive the guidance of practitioners, gaining access to additional farmland and resources, even the seeds of spiritual herbs. What follows is the era of rapid development for the Li family. Li Xiang grinned widely. This war, while not without its impact on him, has led him to increasingly perceive the descendants within the game as genuine beings, endowed with emotions and admirable qualities that he cannot help but respect. At times, Li Xiang even contemplates that if the real Li family mirrored the virtual one, he might be willing to sacrifice for the entire clan. Amidst his musings, the game announces, "Your descendant Li Yaotai returns with a severed arm," and Bai Ruru, upon witnessing this, is heartbroken and proposes to him. The game then bursts into a celebration, with the entire village of Xian gathering at the Li residence to partake in the wedding festivities. Not only them, but the Chen family, having returned to Tailin town. And the patriarch of the Su clan, Su Yun, also attended the ceremony. The one-armed Li Yaotai and Bai Ruru, clad in wedding attire, stepped into the sacred bond of marriage. Soon after, they arrived at the ancestral hall. "Oh, ancestors, Yaotai has finally wed. Had I known losing an arm would lead to marrying Ruru, I would have severed it myself long ago," Li Yaotai lamented, weeping like a child weighing 200 pounds. Previously, Li Xiang had feared that the loss of an arm might affect Yaotia's mindset, yet it appears that your descendant's wedding has occurred. Congratulations. You have received 50 incense points. This joyous occasion dissipated the heavy sorrow stemming from the casualties in Xian village. The entire Li family and Xian village embarked on a new phase of development. Li family, year 34. As the year commenced, the Li family began to reap the benefits of their endeavors in Tailin town. Li Yaozu vanquished the enemy Hu Wei, achieving a newfound clarity of mind, and has comprehended the foundational path, now entering seclusion. This marked the third foundational stage for the Li family. A smile graced Li Xiang's face. The sole downside appeared to be that since parting ways with Chu Xiaoxiao, Li Yaozu seemed heartbroken and harbored no intentions of taking a wife. His descendants would have their own fortunes, after all. Li Xiang had no intention of compelling Yaozu to marry. As he pondered this matter, he was interrupted by the voice of the ancestor. "I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded." The game's visuals shifted to the spiritual herb garden. There stood Li Yaoqing, joyfully twirling with a tablet in hand. The previously cold-hearted Li Yaoqing, who had ruthlessly slain enemies with poisoned arrows in Tailin town, now resembled an innocent child upon returning to the herb garden. "Your descendant Li Yaoqing, after years of research, has finally developed a new medicine, Jinjing San. Jinjing San, 9th rank medicine, enhances 18 points of golden spiritual root. The concoction was finally complete." Upon reading this message, Li Xiang nearly leaped for joy. This 9th rank elixir was akin to a miraculous remedy for novices, capable of altering one's innate qualities. Even in the real world, it could fetch a staggering price. This also signified that the capabilities of Li family members would be further elevated. The greatest beneficiary would undoubtedly be Li Dalong, whose golden spiritual root had reached 68 points after entering the foundational stage. With a stroke of luck, he could surpass 70. "Ancestor, we can now acquire abundant resources from Tailin town. I am prepared to develop 2 new medicines." After paying homage to the tablet, Li Yaoqing began to experiment with her new concoctions. Li Xiang glanced briefly at her work. Qingfeng San, a potion that enhances clarity of mind during cultivation, effectively heightening one's comprehension. Heiyu Duanshu Gao, an exceptionally potent healing remedy capable of treating both internal and external injuries, even allowing severed limbs to be reattached within 30 seconds. "Yaoqing, you truly are my treasure." Li Xiang's smile nearly stretched from ear to ear, provided that Li Yaoqing intensifies her efforts in refining these medicines. Once the Li family flourishes, she could potentially instruct more disciples, enabling Li Xiang to establish a potion company in the real world. A path to wealth and prosperity. Chapter 31. Departure and Rebirth. However, it was not only Li Yaoqing who brought joy to Li Xiang. Li Yaotai, the blacksmith, was also making strides. Although he had lost an arm, for cultivators, there are always alternatives. On the day of his wedding to Bai Ruru, the Su family presented a remarkable gift, a prosthetic arm, a mechanism that could move through spiritual energy. Its only drawback was its unsightly silver appearance and its inability to perform agile movements, requiring a consumption of spiritual energy with each use. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for Li Yaotai to continue his craft. Your descendant Li Yaotai, utilizing Tianqing stone, Qianjun sand, the bones of the gale wind winged tiger, and its inner core, has forged the Black Iron Beast Blood Armor set into a mid-grade magical artifact. It worked. Haha. After completing his first set of mid-grade magical artifacts, Li Yaodai rushed to the Ancestral Hall to share his joy. Ancestor, although we only have one Gale Wind-Winged Tiger, with a bit more effort in finding materials from foundational stage beasts, I can continue crafting mid-grade artifacts. Observing the freshly completed set of equipment, Li Xiang nodded slightly. One cannot deny that when an individual possesses a modicum of talent and pursues their passion, success comes with relative ease. Li Yaodai exemplified this perfectly. The delight radiating from him resembled that of a second marriage celebration. Indeed, and there are the corpses of the Chaoyang beast and the hundred-eyed demon spider, as well as those formidable foes buried beneath the beast blood fruit trees in Tai Lin Town. Soon, they will be reduced to mere bones, which I can use for refining. Haha. Li Xiang found nothing peculiar in this statement. After all, utilizing human bones for crafting was quite customary. Soon, Li Xiang's gaze shifted to the equipment pavilion in Jian Village. With the Li family and Jian Village acquiring a plethora of spoils, their development surged daily. In Jian Village, there were now over a dozen refining masters, all apprentices of Li Yaodai. He gradually realized that an individual's capacity for crafting is inherently limited, prompting him to cultivate a refining force for the Li family. Oh, are we starting to cultivate spiritual fields? Li Xiang was astonished as he observed the game screen. Previously, Jian Village was solely comprised of farmland and livestock. However, following the battles, only a portion of the farmland remained to meet daily needs. The rest was entirely leveled. And Li Xiang observed villagers in Jian Village burying spiritual stones underground. Some outsiders were inscribing formations upon the land. Upon checking the event log, Li Xiang understood the reasoning. After the Great Battle, due to a shortage of labor in Jian Village and the alleviation of food concerns, Li Dalong decided to cease traditional farming. He discovered the Wang family's method of planting spiritual rice among the spoils and invited a formation master from the county to cultivate spiritual fields. 1 acre of spiritual field requires the consumption of 10,000 spiritual stones and can operate for 10 years. Your descendant has expended 300,000 spiritual stones to cultivate 30 acres of spiritual fields. This matter had previously been discussed with Li Dalong. Spiritual fields exist in the real world as well, producing crops imbued with spiritual energy, such as rice and corn, which enhance physical strength and longevity when consumed. While ordinary individuals have a lifespan of less than a century, consistent consumption of spiritual rice can extend one's life to over 120 years. It can also subtly accelerate cultivation speed. Such delicacies are typically reserved for the affluent. And having obtained a substantial amount of spiritual stones from the Hu and Wang families, the cultivation of spiritual fields was ideally suited for both sale and personal use. Once the family accumulates more wealth, Jian Village will be filled with spiritual fields. Clearly, 30 acres of spiritual fields were far from satisfying Li Xiang's ambitions. He continued to scrutinize the event log. Villager Wang Ergu of Jian Village has broken through to the first layer of Qi refinement. Villager Kai Shukuan has broken through to the first layer of Qi refinement. Your descendant Li Yaowen rewards him with the technique Wang family body refining method. Villager. Within Jian Village, in a courtyard, Li Yaowen sat beneath a peach blossom tree, while villagers queued before him. Fourth miss, this is this year's tax silver. Is it from the Wang family? Last year, your family, Wang Ergo, sacrificed in Tai Lin Town, hence no tax is required. Your family has 2 children. Please collect a copy of Wang Shi Duan Tiju. Thank you, 4th Mississippi. Next, 4th Miss. I am here to apply to join the Guardian team. I have reached the Qi refining stage. Application denied. Your Lu family has only you as the last descendant. How about this? You first take on the role of a coach, teaching the village children in their cultivation. You will receive medicinal soup as compensation, which will expedite your own cultivation. Once you have children, you may reapply. Thank you, 4th Mississippi. Next, after reaching the foundation building stage, Li Dalong has evidently become a strategic level expert, rarely showing himself, delegating many matters to Li Yaowen. However, this is the norm within the clan. Experts are meant to remain hidden. They are often engaged in cultivation, ensuring the family retains its trump cards. Handing the family affairs to Li Yaowen is evidently the right choice. Under Li Yaowen's arrangement, the entire Jian village and the Li family have achieved such peaceful and steady development, with every matter meticulously planned. Li family 35 years. A Taoist from Taiching City, passing by Jian village, happened upon Li Yunlin engaged in combat training with a beast. Deeply impressed by the 14-year-old who has already reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of Qi refining and demonstrated remarkable marksmanship, contemplating taking him as a disciple. Li Tianzong, you say? Li Xiang raised an eyebrow. In the gaming world, Tailin Town serves as a novice village, while Taiching City functions as a county seat, overseeing 13 subordinate towns. This world encompasses not only clans, but also sections. Generally, sects wield greater power than families, controlling more resources. Xiang has heard that the town mayor of Tailin Town, as well as the lord of Taiching City, heed the commands of large sections. These sects operate behind the scenes, dominating the entire world, even the imperial court. Ancestor, this unfilial descendant intends to join Litian Zone, where I will learn more formidable techniques. Once I achieve success, I shall return to serve the family. Li Yunlin hurried to the ancestral hall. However, as soon as he stepped in, Li Yaoqing followed closely behind, scoffing. What good is joining a sect? Does our Li family lack resources or techniques? Have you mastered all the martial arts you learned from the Wang and Hu families? Second aunt. Li Yunlin lowered his head. Within the family and Jian village, he constantly feels the whispers branding him a traitor, forever haunted by memories of his mother's betrayal of the clan. Li Yaoqing continued. You do not understand the methods of those sections. Once you join, they will insist that to cultivate, you must sever ties with the mundane world. They will employ various means to make you forget your former identity. At your young age, you might believe you won't fall for their tricks. But what will happen when you arrive at Litian Zone? 10 years, 20 years? Will you still remember your identity as a member of the Li family? Noticing the stubbornness in Li Yunlin's expression, Li Yaoqing narrowed her eyes. She knelt before the ancestral hall. Ancestor, allow me to break this unfilial descendant's legs. Let us see how he goes to Litian Zone. Observing the contention within the gaming scene, Li Xiang fell into deep thought. What Li Yaoqing described reflects the reality post-joining a sect. Yet, Li Xiang also understands Li Yunlin's current situation. This third-generation descendant has witnessed his mother being cast out from the family. He likely harbors a mental block, for if not, with his talent and the resources provided by the Li family, he would have surpassed the fifth-layer pinnacle by now. This child is already 14. Perhaps venturing out into the world will be beneficial. Although the map does not reveal the location of Litian Zone, Li Xiang has heard that even an old ancestor at the nascent soul stage resides within the sect. Should Li Yunlin join Litian Zone, he may surpass all members of the Li family, and besides, descendants will have their own aspirations. As the ancestor, I have no grounds to impede him. Go ahead. Li Xiang clicked on the icon of the Zilei Tianyang Mang and typed a message. In an instant, the Zilei Tianyang Mang opened its eyes and emitted a serpentine sound. With Li Xiang's consent, Li Yaoqing did not object, merely scolding Li Yunlin as a useless individual, warning him that he would regret this decision before relenting. Despite her harsh words, the Li family still sent Li Yunlin off, with Li Yaoqing providing him a storage ring filled with medicinal items for protection. Soon, the scene depicted the Taoist from Litian Zone taking Li Yunlin aboard a flying sword, lightly waving a whisk, and they vanished into the void. Shortly after Li Yunlin's departure, a cry resounded. Bai Ro, after 10 months of pregnancy, gave birth to a son, named Li Yundo. Congratulations, you have received 10 incense points. Wow, this child appears to be quite large. The newborn cries echoed. At this moment, the Li family gathered once more in the courtyard, with Li Yaotai cradling the child and spinning in circles. Li Xiang rubbed his hands together. After marrying, this fellow truly devoted himself, and within 2 months, his wife was already pregnant. As for Bai Ro, this formidable woman is no ordinary person. After becoming a member of the Li family, Li Xiang obtained her personal information. This year, Bai Ro is merely 20 years old, but has already reached the 8th layer of qi refining, possessing the dual spiritual roots. Their son, Li Yundo, also displays commendable talent, akin to Li Yunlin, especially considering his robust physique at birth. He will undoubtedly be a replica of Li Yaotai. The scene soon transitioned to a banquet. After the wedding, the townsfolk of Tailin once again visited the Li family for the celebration. Su family head Su Yun, witnessing the astonishing transformation of the Li family, became increasingly convinced that his initial choice was correct. He presented a piece of jade. Nephew, this jade nourishes children. Keeping it close will keep illnesses at bay. It is inscribed with the history of our two families, from our initial acquaintance to our shared battles, culminating in our present brotherly bond. Nearby, members of the Chen family turned pale. Chen Chuang gritted his teeth. So he is currying favor now? Even inscribing the friendship of our two families on the jade. Is he trying to cultivate this child's fondness for the Su family from a young age? What a sly fox. In the real world, on the surface of the sea, 2 days have passed since the excavation of the underwater ruins. They have discovered an astonishingly vast site. Simultaneously, a variety of artifacts from unknown eras have been gradually cleaned by the staff. Inside the historical research office, a bespectacled woman in a white lab coat gazed at a piece of jade within, her face alight with joy. This jade was likely once a special magical artifact. However, due to the passage of time, its spiritual energy has long since dissipated, though the inscriptions remain well preserved. The Tai Lin War, where the Su family mobilized their entire clan to assist the Li family in achieving victory, proclaimed that the grandson Yun Do possesses the potential of a great emperor. Xiao Qingling burst into laughter. As long as I document everything about this family, my discovery will astonish the world. Chapter 32, The Li Family. The behind-the-scenes power of Tai Lin Town. Shockingly, according to internal sources, the Human Spirit Energy Revival Historical Research Excavation Center has located a vast expanse of ruins, likely the site of an unprecedented great family. Outside the 8 major planets, magical civilizations continue to provoke our nation, attempting to return to Earth to seize control, potentially igniting war between the 2 civilizations. The California Li Pharmaceutical Company went bankrupt overnight, with all Li personnel evacuated. Rumors suggest they have found their ancestral site in outer space. Xinghe Company is set to replace the Li Group as California's wealthiest. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiang had been immersed in the game for several days, especially spending a significant portion of the day conquering Tai Lin Town. Now, he was enjoying lunch while scrolling through the news on his phone. Have they found another site? Li Xiang observed the first news piece with great interest. This was no longer a rare occurrence, as humanity's exploration of Earth and outer space has long revealed multiple epochs of human civilization. As for the other news, Li Xiang found it less intriguing. As humanity progresses, interactions with extraterrestrial civilizations have led to both cooperation and conflict. It is rumored that the nearby magical civilization migrated from Earth after the depletion of spiritual energy, and now the masters are expanding light years away from Earth, returning to boast of their prowess. The Li Pharmaceutical Company stands as the sole legacy of the Li family on Earth. Master, your teacher has called. He requests your return to school, said Yu Xian, interrupting Li Xiang's thoughts. The gatekeeper, Uncle Chun, mentioned that your teacher came to Jixian Zhuang, but was turned away. It dawned on Li Xiang that he had temporarily blacklisted his teacher while preoccupied with battles. If you do not return to school soon, your teacher will grow anxious. Yu Xian remarked with a smile. The California Alliance of Schools competition is merely a week away, and the strongest master at the school has already been defeated outside the competition. It is said that the opponent is a dark horse from the Second Academy, possessing a mutated Lei Tian spiritual root, a true prodigy. So what if he lost? Li Xiang shrugged nonchalantly. Besides, what benefit is there for me in helping them win? The school has little to offer that I desire. Let them fend for themselves. Noticing Yu Xian's hesitant expression, he reassured her, you need not worry about the spiritual stones. Boss Qi owes the family some money, which will be on its way. With that, he turned to indulge in his games. Yu Xian sighed in relief, watching Li Xiang's retreating figure, and murmured to herself, as long as the master is not starved, all is well. The Li family, 37 years. By Ro, after 10 months of pregnancy, gave birth to a pair of twins, named Li Yunjia and Li Yunjia, received 20 incense points. Ancestor, my wife has given birth again, haha twins, Li Xiang exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. In the ancestral hall, Li Yao Tai held one child in each arm, both robustly built. Blessed ancestor, may our family be filled with descendants. This life has been worthwhile. Look at these 2 little ones. They are so strong. They will surely become excellent hunters. Head of the family, do not speak as if we need to hunt. Our family has already prospered. Hunting is essential. My Li family's children must not forsake our skills. The family beamed with joy, and Li Xiang could sense their happiness, sharing in their delight. Unbeknownst to him, what once was a family of only Li Delong had blossomed into a vast household. He smiled, sending a collective blessing from the ancestors to his kin. Amidst the joy, Li Xiang observed the increasingly prosperous Xian village. He checked mealtime to see how the Li family had evolved. He swiftly navigated to the member list. Currently, Li Yaozhu remained in seclusion, seeking a breakthrough in foundational cultivation. Li Xiang hoped for an extended period of Li Yaozhu's seclusion, as the longer the foundational cultivation, the more profound the transformation might be. Of course, there were also prodigious talents who could achieve foundational cultivation instantaneously, but such cases were exceedingly rare. Li Yaoqing and Li Yao Tai had both reached the 9th level of qi refinement, yet they planned to teach their apprentices before entering seclusion themselves. Meanwhile, within the member list, Li Xiang noticed an intriguing addition, a new position in their personal information. Your family has developed a unique power under the guidance of Li Yaowen after years of growth. Li Delong, head of the family. Su Chuihua, director of the Spirit Beast Academy, with 30 caretakers. Li Yaozhu, master of the Black Blood Hall, overseeing 150 family guards. Li Yaoqing, master of the Spirit Herb Garden, with 15 apprentices. Li Yao Tai, forge master, with 20 apprentices. Li Yao Wan, internal affairs minister, with 3 aides. and attendants including maids and drivers. The family was becoming increasingly organized. In the realm of reality, some small merchants had no defined positions. When a family possesses a specific plan, it signifies a step forward to greater heights. Pleased with the Li family's trajectory, Li Xiang observed Li Yao when reporting on their progress in the ancestral hall. Ancestor, in the year you did not manifest, I, Yao 1, have successfully taken full control of Tai Lin town. Li Xiang tapped his forehead. Time accelerated. An hour in reality equated to a year in the game world. His descendants had grown accustomed to his occasional disappearances and manifestations, pondering his mysterious nature. He patiently listened to Li Yao Wen's report. After their previous discussion, with Li Yao Wen demonstrating exceptional wisdom, Li Dalong had essentially delegated the family affairs to him. Over the past few years, having absorbed the resources of the two major families in Tai Lin town, Li Yao Wen began laying the groundwork in the town. The Li family had not taken control of the numerous mines in Tai Lin town. Li Xiang's plan was to firmly establish themselves in Xian village while quietly developing through Tai Lin town, maintaining a low profile. The management of the mines was entrusted to the Chun and Su families, who would handle their development, with the Li family receiving a 50 share. The Li family had also formed a secret alliance with the families in Tai Lin town, supporting one another. However, the Chun and Su families understood that the Li family was the true ruler of Tai Lin town. Currently, the Li family earned 250,000 low-grade spiritual stones annually, sufficient for internal consumption. Ancestor, we have also recruited a talisman master and an alchemist, Li Yaowen reported, though his expression was grave. Both are 9th tier, and given our family's nascent status, their demands are exorbitant. I have agreed to their terms, hoping to have apprentices learn from them, but they are cunning. Our apprentices have gained little knowledge. I intend to capture them. If they refuse to train our alchemist and talisman master, they shall face dire consequences. Li Xiang, observing the text above Li Yaowen's head, sighed. If they proceeded in this manner, what would become of the Li family? If outsiders caught wind of it, the Li family would find it impossible to recruit further guests. Finally, he allowed the Zilei Tianyang Mang to speak on his behalf. Ancestor has finally responded. As the healed Zilei Tianyang Mang opened its eyes and hissed, Li Yaowen exclaimed, "Indeed, the ancestor is astute. I shall seek out their apprentices. They cannot all be cunning. Surely, some will succumb to temptation and serve us." Li Xiang nodded slightly. In the present Li family, as long as one was not devoid of spiritual roots, with the aid of beast blood fruits and the potions crafted by Li Yaoqing, one could cultivate qi refinement experts within 3 to 5 years. The forge possessed 7 blood altars crafted by Li Yao Tai, which could meet the conditions for enchantment within a span of 49 days, allowing for the forging of low-grade magical artifacts after several days of hammering, thus fulfilling their equipment needs. However, to advance further, the presence of an alchemist was imperative, especially for foundational cultivators, as they absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They also needed to compress that energy. Li Dalong had been in foundational cultivation for several years, progressing slowly. The Li family now purchased medicinal pills externally each year to aid Li Dalong in compressing his true energy, and these pills were costly. As the number of foundational cultivators in the Li family increases, having a capable alchemist becomes critically important. Furthermore, Li Xiang understood that numerous matters needed attention for the Li family to progress further, particularly concerning Su Chuihua. When she visited the ancestral hall to pay her respects, he had inquired about her own advancement, for she was the strongest among the Li family. The revelation was that Su Chuihua, as a beast master, sought to enhance her strength, which set her apart from ordinary individuals. In addition to abundant spiritual energy, she also needed to evolve her bloodline. Li Dalong's wife had learned the conditions for the evolution of the Tianyue fox from its bloodline. The first condition was the blood pill of the Demon King. The second condition involved the worship of myriad foxes. Various conditions left Li Xiang bewildered. The blood pill of the Demon King was naturally akin to the source of power from a Demon King at the Golden Core stage. As for the worship of myriad foxes, Li Xiang was utterly unaware of what that entailed. Similarly, there were demon beasts that needed to break through, including the Zilei Tianyang Mang, which required a blood pill of the Demon King and simultaneous tempering by heavenly thunder and earth fire. Ah, the headache. It turned out that developing a family was so arduous. Li Xiang scratched his head. However, he currently had no better plan and could only slowly observe for any favorable opportunities while contemplating how to advance further. While cultivating new beast blood trees and clearing land for a medicinal herb garden, his descendant Li Yaoqing unearthed an ancient stone and discovered an empty coffin. Chapter 33, The Coffin of Direct Death. How could there be a coffin here? I do not know. 30 years ago, when I visited this place, it was still a cave, and I found some scrap metal here. What should we do? Should we open the coffin? When the coffin appeared, Li Yaoqing had already summoned the entire family. The onlookers were at a loss, staring at the coffin. Li Xiang, too, observed everything. Unlike the other's confusion, he felt a sense of gravity. He couldn't help but rub the space ring on his index finger, which held the mysterious spear that Li Dalong had retrieved. This spear, requiring 1,000,000 incense offerings to unlock, was indeed the treasure among the scrap metal discovered by Li Dalong. Only Li Xiang and Granny Ling, who could unseal the spear, understood its value, and Granny Ling had even quarreled with Li Xiang over it. This was the site of the wild boar forest. Perhaps the owner of the coffin was also the master of the mysterious spear. Initially, Li Xiang found it strange that such treasures could appear in this place. Now, with the emergence of this coffin, all his doubts were resolved. Before long, Li Dalong had opened the coffin. As Li Xiang focused on discovering what lay within the copper coffin, he was taken aback. It was completely empty. What was going on? Li Xiang furrowed his brow, puzzled. Meanwhile, among the crowd, Li Yaowen rolled his wheelchair to the front of the coffin, exclaiming, "Father, there are words on the coffin." As the crowd deciphered, prompts also appeared on Li Xiang's screen. Your family member has opened the copper coffin and discovered the final words of the tomb owner. In the 8th year of Tianwu, in the Qinglong celestial domain, the records of the divine were lost. During the dual Emperor's Great Battle, the mountains and rivers shattered, and I was unfortunately gravely wounded by the aftermath. The Great Ascension realm is but an ant. Thus, I returned to my homeland, regrettably reflecting on my life as pursuit as I neared death, witnessing the vast changes of the world, where nothing remains the same, a solitary existence. This coffin contains all I have acquired in my life. Those with destiny may take it. Nearly 40 years had passed, and the opportunity had always resided within the Li family's domain. Li Xiang's eyes widened, almost wanting to slap himself. How could he not have thought of this when he first discovered the spear? This was a treasure from the Great Ascension stage. Even in the real world, it was an extraordinary item. Meanwhile, the members of the Li family were staring at the words on the coffin, utterly puzzled, as it was written in ancient script. The coffin's structure was akin to a space ring. It seemed to contain its own world. What kind of craftsmanship was this? Realizing that his family members could not comprehend it, Li Xiang quickly understood that this artifact might only be translatable through the game interface. He promptly summoned the Zile Tianyang Meng resting in the ancestral hall. With its arrival, the Li family members froze momentarily, but by now, they were aware that their ancestors were always watching over them, likely having also noticed the coffin. Soon, Li Xiang entered all he knew from the game interface into the Zile Tianyang Meng's avatar. Li Dalong bowed repeatedly, truly deserving of being their ancestor. As he even understood the ancient script, Li Yaowen, evidently more knowledgeable, exclaimed, "The 8th year of Tianwu, in the Qinglong celestial domain, our ancestor. I have read about it in the classics. The 8th year of Tianwu, a full 10,000 years ago from the current Qinglong era. The former Qinglong celestial domain was located in what is now the Nanman territory. It is said that year, the Qinglong celestial domain was utterly destroyed, and no one knows what transpired. This was from the Great Ascension stage. The legacy of the world's top experts. The Li family was about to prosper." Li Dalong wept tears of joy. Consequently, the Li family members hastily sought the true method to enter the coffin, soon discovering that one needed to lie within the coffin and close it to enter. Li Dalong lay down inside. Your descendant Li Dalong is entering the treasure. The coffin of direct death. A treasure. Li Xiang's eyes lit up. Worldly weapons and equipment are classified into magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, and there was already the most powerful existence in this world, and this particular was evidently of a special type, possessing its own space akin to a cave dwelling. When Li Xiang discovered that the mysterious spear was a top tier, he was already overjoyed. He had not anticipated that this coffin was the true treasure. Li Xiang quickly suppressed his excitement. He clicked on Li Dalong's avatar, following his perspective to enter the scene within the coffin of direct death. Upon entering the space of the coffin, Li Xiang's brow furrowed. In the game interface, he beheld a desolate, lifeless space shrouded in mist. Glancing at the game's map, he noted, first layer of direct death space. Description, the first layer of the relic left by the Great Ascension Peak cultivator, Shenwu. To gain recognition of the first layer's space allows entry to the second layer. Immediately, he saw red dots on the map converging towards Li Dalong, who stood in confusion. Before long, Li Xiang discerned the true nature of those entities, corpses. Their eyes glowed red, exuding a bloodthirsty desire. As if sensing Li Dalong as the sole living being in the first layer, they lunged at him wildly, attempting to devour his flesh. Humph. As the head of the Li family, how could Li Dalong be intimidated by these corpses? With a cold snort, his dual guns manifested in his hands, and the corpses lay still on the ground. In an instant, Li Dalong engaged in battle with the zombies. The zombies surged endlessly. Li Xiang could clearly see the red dots appearing continuously on the map. What exactly was this coffin of direct death? observing Li Dalong enter the coffin. Instead of the anticipated treasure, he encountered an infinite number of zombies, causing Li Xiang to frown. However, this was his first encounter with such a level of treasure. Furthermore, the coffin of direct death seemed to recognize its master and did not acknowledge Li Dalong as the owner. Perhaps it required passing through the layers of the coffin to truly claim its master? With this perplexity in mind, seeing that Li Dalong was not in any danger and could presumably exit the coffin at will, Li Xiang withdrew from his perspective to check for any anomalies within the coffin of direct death. Indeed, just as he exited, the game screen appeared in the medicinal herb garden, where Li Xiang saw the Li family members gasping in astonishment, covering their mouths. An abundance of spiritual energy. Had his father gained some benefits from entering the coffin of direct death? May the ancestors bless the Li family. Suddenly, the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth began to converge towards the coffin of direct death. Li Xiang suddenly comprehended that the first layer of zombies did not genuinely exist. Rather, they were formed by the xianxiaaudiobooks absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. However, the other functions of the xianxiaaudiobooks were not immediately apparent. Li Xiang accelerated the passage of time, and it seemed as though 2 days had elapsed in the game. Li Dalong remained within the coffin, still engaged in combat with the zombies of the first layer of the xianxiaaudiobooks. Strangely, after 2 days, Li Dalong's true energy showed no signs of depletion. Even when Li Dalong sustained minor injuries, he recovered in no time. Upon inspecting Li Dalong's personal information, he noted the following: Basic Gun Technique, 82, Swift Wind Steps, 62. Swimming Dragon Gun Technique, 16, Lightning Summoning Technique, 12, Danfire and Palm, 6. Li Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Before Li Dalong entered, Li Xiang had already reviewed his personal information, and now, every aspect of Li Dalong's skills had improved. This indicated that the xianxiaaudiobooks could provide boundless spiritual energy, continuously heal injuries, and enable cultivators to engage in combat and refine their martial arts. This revelation left Li Xiang in awe. For cultivators, experience gained in battle was paramount, often leading to advancements in their techniques. A foundational-level cultivator who perfected a certain martial art could potentially challenge those beyond their level. The trials of life and death could even lead to enlightenment and breakthroughs. Was this the might of a top-tier spiritual treasure? Li Xiang felt a strong urge to utilize this artifact himself. Nevertheless, he understood that it was best suited for the Li family, as it would enhance their combat experience. Glancing at the martial arts of the Li clan, he casually clicked on Li Dalong's skill, Swift Wind Steps. Would you like to learn the skill, Swift Wind Steps? By consuming 500 points of incense, you can acquire all of Li Dalong's current insights. He realized he had no need for the xianxiaaudiobooks. This game not only allowed him to extract treasures, but also enabled him to learn techniques autonomously without expending incense points. He could even use incense to gain insights from future generations. The techniques were categorized into earth, heaven, mystical, and ordinary levels. Li Xiang had little interest in the ordinary and yellow levels. How delightful! Let the members of the Li family gradually cultivate through the xianxiaaudiobooks. With this treasure, the family's progress would undoubtedly be swift. As he pondered, another prompt appeared on the game screen, leaving Li Xiang agape. Your descendant Li Dalong has persistently fought in the first layer of the xianxiaaudiobooks and has charged to the end of this layer. The xianxiaaudiobooks has recognized Li Dalong as the master of the first layer, bestowed with the yellow level technique, Tianguan Driving Corpses Technique. Congratulations! Your descendant Li Dalong has obtained the profession of Tianguan Driving Corpses Person. The bronze coffin opened, and Li Dalong emerged with a glimmer of black light in his eyes. Before the delighted expressions of the Li family members, he knelt before Li Xiang's ancestral tablet. Ancestors bless. The child has uncovered the secret of the xianxiaaudiobooks. The Li family shall prosper. Chapter 34. Establishing the heart with the sword. When Li Dalong emerged from the xianxiaaudiobooks, the once ordinary coffin transformed into a dazzling silver, adorned with mysterious patterns. Without needing Li Dalong to elaborate, Li Xiang could discern the information of the xianxiaaudiobooks. Xianxiaaudiobooks. Rank: Supreme Spiritual Treasure. Unsealed, First Layer. The owner of the first layer can open the coffin's permissions and engage in endless battles with the qi refining zombies within. The challenger is unkillable and possesses infinite true energy. The Tianguan Driving Corpses person can employ the Tianguan Driving Corpses technique to place deceased bodies within the Tianguan, refining them into zombies. Incredible! This was only the first layer of the xianxiaaudiobooks, yet its formidable capabilities left Li Xiang astounded. It could be said that the family began to soar after acquiring this opportunity. Should the need arise, he too could extract the Tianguan for his own use. One day in the real world equated to a year in the game world, allowing him to return it to the Li family on the same day. Li Xiang could even feel his heart racing at this moment. This was a supreme spiritual treasure. If it were to be exposed in the real world, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. Calm down, calm down. Suppressing his excitement, Li Xiang steadied himself as he observed Li Dalong entering the Xianxiaaudiobooks once more, this time to undergo the second layer of trials. The space was once again shrouded in darkness. However, this time, Li Dalong faced countless jumping zombies. These creatures possessed far greater physicality compared to the previous zombies, capable of emitting black true energy and leaping several meters high, each boasting the strength of a foundational level cultivator. Mere moments after entering, Li Dalong was overwhelmed by these jumping zombies, dying several times within a minute, ultimately forced to retreat from the Xianxiaaudiobooks. This was terrifying. Even a fake Dan-level cultivator might not be able to access the second layer. Upon emerging from the Tianguan, Li Dalong was left trembling. With the Xianxiaaudiobooks, the members of the Li family often enjoyed lying in the coffin for a couple of days, their combat experience continuously accumulating. Li family year 39. Your family has taken the lead in establishing the Ancestral Spirit Array at the family residence. Was this the power of the Ancestral Spirit Array? Thanks to the blessings of our ancestors, with the Ancestral Spirit Array, our family has gained a trump card against our enemies. Even if a fake Dan Master were to intrude upon our home, we could gather the strength of the entire clan to strike them down. In the Li family's ancestral hall, all the clan members gathered together. The ground began to glow, and mysterious ancient characters appeared on the surface, forming a diagram of the 8 trigrams. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of everyone began to rise, converging towards Li Dalong, who raised his right hand, forming a long sword as radiant as the blazing sun. This sword embodied the strength of all the Li clan members. At last, it was complete. Li Xiang rejoiced at the completion of the Ancestral Spirit Array, yet this was merely the power Li Dalong had gathered from the clan members. As the Spirit Array gradually filled the entire Xian village, all the inhabitants would be able to channel their strength into the sword, undoubtedly becoming the most formidable means of protection for the clan. Yet the surprises of this year were far from over. Bai Ro, after 10 months of pregnancy, has given birth to a son named Li Yunjun. Acquired 10 incense points. The members of the Li family knelt in the ancestral hall, with Li Yao Tai embracing the chubby infant, bowing repeatedly. Ancestors bless. I have given birth to 4. Ha ha, I want more. Bai Ro rolled her eyes at her husband. Did you give birth to them? It's not like I don't have a big bottom. Ha ha. In an instant, laughter and joy filled the ancestral hall. Li Xiang couldn't help but chuckle. Speaking of which, Bai Ro, the daughter-in-law of the Li family, was far superior to the previous Chu Xiao. This girl was as fierce as her physique, straightforward in speech, and the Li family, hailing from the mountains, held her in even higher regard. Moreover, Bai Ro was incredibly diligent, gradually assisting the family after their marriage. It is said that women are inherently weak, but Bai Ro is an exception. It is rumored that when the people of Xian village were robbed by bandits, she took up dual axes while still pregnant, seeking justice and capturing a bandit from their lair to be dealt with by the authorities in Tailin town. Accelerating time further, Li Xiang prepared to welcome the grand festival in 10 years. Yet, this year, the Li family continued to bring him new surprises. Your descendant Li Yaoqing has successfully refined the black jade severance ointment. Ancestors, Yaoqing has finally succeeded. An ointment capable of regrowing severed limbs. This substance, pitch black, was contained within a specially crafted gourd. A genius. Li Xiang sincerely exclaimed in admiration, and then bestowed upon Li Yaoqing a gift of affection from the ancestral spirit. Perhaps Li Yaoqing's aptitude for cultivation was lacking. Yet when it came to the comprehension of alchemy, he was undeniably a prodigy among prodigies. While practitioners of medicine were rare, they were not non-existent, and they possessed their own formulas. However, the art of alchemy was not easily mastered even with a formula. It required one to channel their own spiritual energy to purify and refine the medicinal concoction through intricate processes. With the blessing from the ancestral spirit, Yaoqing retired to seclusion. And once he reached the foundation establishment stage and possessed Danhua, he would be able to attempt the refinement of 8th grade elixirs. After speaking, Li Yaoqing proceeded to the training room to enter his meditative state. As Li Yaoqing entered seclusion, Li Yaodai also arrived at the ancestral hall. Ancestral spirit. I too shall enter seclusion. Once I acquire Danhua, I will attempt to refine my arm. Li Yaodai grinned broadly. This young man had long desired to forge a war puppet, but had continually struggled to grasp the concept, as the biomechanical intricacies of war puppets eluded him. However, after losing his arm and utilizing a prosthetic, he began to entertain different ideas. So, you intend to embark on the path of mechanical ascension? Li Xiang raised an eyebrow, knowing he was jesting. Transforming oneself into a machine required critical components like chips. Nonetheless, Li Yaotai often came up with unexpected ideas, such as the random attributes of the equipment he forged. With the same forging technique, two sets of black iron beast blood armor could exhibit two distinct attributes. The two siblings had just begun their seclusion when a surge of true energy shot into the sky from the Li residence, revealing a powerful aura. Your descendant, Li Yaozu, has successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage and emerged from seclusion. After years of seclusion, his spiritual root underwent a transformation, shedding the inferior earth and fire spiritual roots. His foundational swordsmanship has reached a transcendent level, synthesizing years of insight to create the peak ordinary sword technique. By Ying Jianmeng, he has attained the profession of swordsman. Wow! Li Xiang slammed the table, finally understanding why Li Yaozu had remained in seclusion for so long. It turned out he had been nurturing a grand revelation. His self-realized sword technique could be considered a foundational establishment of a sect. Although it was merely an ordinary peak technique, the power of a self-realized skill often doubled when wielded by its creator. This ordinary peak sword technique, when utilized by Li Yaozu, could likely reach the yellow tier. Moreover, Li Yaozu's spiritual root, the strongest wood root, had been elevated to a staggering 83 points. With the sword as my heart, ancestral spirit, I have comprehended it. I, Yaozu, shall henceforth be the sword of the Li family. Li Yaozu stood upright and resolute. Li Xiang felt a sense of pride for the eldest son of the Li family. This lad had never been the most gifted among the clan. However, due to his age, he had experienced more than anyone else and worked harder than anyone else, which explained why he, despite possessing 5 spiritual roots, could consistently stay at the forefront. Even the now 9-year-old Li Yunbing, though intimidated by Li Yaozu, took him as a role model and practiced day and night. As for Li Yunlin, what was he up to? Li Xiang suddenly recalled the time when Li Yunlin went to Li Tianzong for cultivation and couldn't he help but click on Li Yunlin's profile. Time had flown. The once stubborn child had grown into a handsome young man. Yet, at this moment, he was sitting alone in a cave, with a stone tablet at the entrance. Reflection cliff? Li Xiang scratched his head. Wasn't this child selected by the Taoist of Li Tianzong? Why was he now facing the wall in contemplation? It appeared that Li Yunlin had indeed entered the correct location, as the map confirmed it was Li Tianzong. This sect was not small. It occupied an entire towering mountain. A true abode of immortals. Li Yunlin, 3rd generation member. Realm, peak of Qi refining 6th layer. Techniques and martial arts. Li Tian's secret tome, restriction, basic sword technique. Wang family body forging method, Gale steps. Trait, humiliating self-proof. Years had passed, and the once aspiring Li Yunlin had only advanced a minor realm during his time at Li Tianzong. As he pondered in confusion, Li Xiang opened Li Yunlin's historical events. In the 35th year of the Li family, he joined Li Tianzong. In September of the same year, during the battle with Xuanwu's sect, his master met a tragic end. In the 36th year, he became an outer disciple. In the 37th year, disregarding his life, he retrieved his master's remains and killed Xuanwu's sect disciples, nearly inciting another sect war, resulting in a 5-year punishment of facing the wall at Reflection Cliff. Li Xiang suddenly regretted allowing Li Yunlin to join Li Tianzong. Given the current circumstances, it would have been better for him to cultivate within the Li clan. However, now that Li Yunlin was a part of Li Tianzong, there was little he could do, as the sect was overseen by an elder of the nascent soul stage. Alas, everyone must choose their own path, and fate varies for each individual. Li Yunlin, may you find your fortune. Li Xiang shook his head and once again sent a wave of affection from the ancestral spirit to Li Yunlin. Meanwhile, Li Yunlin, facing the wall at Reflection Cliff, felt a warmth in his body, a sensation he knew all too well, causing his eyes to well up. Ancestral spirit, are you watching over your child from above? I have no regrets. I have never forgotten that I am a part of the Li family. Rest assured, ancestral spirit. I will carve my own path within Li Tianzong and will not fall short of my father. Li Xiang could only sigh and shake his head. Yet soon his gaze fixed upon Li Yunlin's techniques and martial arts. Li Tian's secret tome? With restrictions? I wonder if I can. Chapter 35. The Li Tian's secret tome. The ancestral spirit is truly divine. Li Tian's secret tome contains 12 types of techniques and martial arts from within Li Tianzong. Blood explosion technique, azure path gale method, thunder summoning heavenly scripture. Gazing at the various techniques contained within the Li Tian's secret tome, Li Xiang's eyes widened. Even in the real world, the value of techniques remained exceptionally high. For many factions, martial arts were still closely guarded secrets. Even within the original Li family, members had to expend contributions to learn within the clan, while Li Xiang had learned everything from school. In the game world, the Li clan primarily learned commonplace techniques. They had obtained a few yellow-tier techniques from the Hu and Wang families, but their power was merely average. However, The techniques found in the Li Tian secret tome were potent. Li Xiang was particularly interested in 3 of them. The blood explosion technique, which could unleash a person's potential and temporarily elevate them by a small realm. The thunder summoning heavenly scripture, which allowed one to attract lightning and use its power to attack enemies, and especially Mi-ing Tian Tsong Bu, the only profound level technique in the tome. This technique could create an array with movement, not only allowing one to act like a specter, but also to create illusions, with each illusion possessing the strength of the original body. Mastering it to perfection could even summon thousands of illusions. Even amongst profound level techniques, this was a formidable skill. Li Xiang suddenly smiled. Though you may not be faring well, Yunlin, you truly made the right choice. You have selected the technique Li Tian secret tome from your descendant Li Yunlin, currently assessing the restrictions of the techniques. If the learner verbally expounds or teaches it to others, uttering less than 100 words from the tome, they will face the penalty of soul obliteration. Would you like to break the restrictions? Cost of incense value, 5,000. Current incense value, 7650. Li Xiang had roughly calculated that as the number of descendants of the Li family increased, even without any special occurrences, he could accumulate thousands of incense value. Over the years, he had amassed quite a fortune. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a black stone inscribed with techniques from his spatial ring. It's all mine now. The grand ancestral ceremony of the Li clan, held once every decade, has commenced. Your descendants present offerings in your honor. At last, the 40th year of the Li family has arrived. Except for Li Yunlin, all members of the Li family have gathered at the ancestral hall. Time has flown by now. Li Dalong and his wife are approaching 60, yet they retain their youthful appearance. The second generation members have matured significantly over the years. The third generation, 5 in total, stands in a row from tall to short. In their eyes, one can see the vigor and naivety of youth, all of them gazing reverently at the ancestral tablets, having known since childhood that their forebears watch over them, safeguarding the entire Li family. 2 decades have swiftly passed. The child who once arrived here alone has taken root. With eyes reddened, Li Dalong reflects on how their ancestors have provided the foundation for their existence and the sustenance for the Li family. The Li family has endured natural disasters and trespassers. It has been the ancestors who repeatedly shielded their descendants from calamity. In the past, when the king of Tailin insulted them, it was the ancestors who reminded them of their worth. Now, the Li family thrives. The children have come to pay their respects to the ancestors. The family members bow deeply in gratitude. Li Xiang feels a surge of emotion. Though 40 years have passed in the gaming world, only a few days have elapsed in reality. Yet, he feels a growing attachment to the Li family. Your descendants present offerings to you. You have received 100 beast blood fruits, 10 portions of black jade ointment, and 30 portions of golden spirit powder. Would you like to collect these? Observing the antique bronze incense burner beside him, Li Xiang unhesitatingly selects yes. Soon, the hall is filled with offerings from the Li family. These are the items he desires to sell for more spirit stones. And he has even prepared to gather resources to purchase Demon King blood pills to bolster the Li family's strength. During this grand ceremony, would you bestow a blessing upon your descendants? Without hesitation, Li Xiang conjures a dark stone in his hand. This jade stone contains the knowledge he uncovered after unlocking Li Yunlin's cultivation restrictions, revealing all the secrets of the Li Tian secret tome. He refrained from learning the tome directly from Li Yunlin, as acquiring a profound level technique would require an exorbitant amount of incense value. However, merely transcribing it incurs no cost. This, too, is his gift. With the Li Tian secret tome in their possession, the Li family shall ascend to new heights. You have bestowed the Li Tian secret tome upon your descendants. Moments later, the grand ceremony concludes, and a jade stone appears atop the altar. The ancestors have granted a gift. Li Dalong sees the jade stone, yet his expression is not one of joy, but rather guilt. He quickly urges his descendants, hurry, bring forth the Zhi Tian coffin to present to our ancestors. Please accept this offering, otherwise, it would seem that you have always been the ones sacrificing for the family, while we, your unworthy descendants, have nothing worthy to present. Li Xiang scratches his head, moved by the filial piety of his descendants. However, the Zhi Tian coffin is of no use to him. He does not engage in combat. While the coffin can cultivate techniques, it is more efficient to directly replicate them using incense value from his descendants. As for the Tian coffin corpse reanimating technique, he can replicate that as well. However, he would not dare use such techniques in reality, as the National Crisis Management Bureau would come knocking at his door if he were to commit such acts. After entering text into the avatar of the purple thunder sky python, the Li family finally understands Li Xiang's intentions. Nevertheless, the Zhi Tian coffin remains in the ancestral hall, as Li Dalong asserts that the ancestral hall is the most important place, and the coffin shall be kept there. The family soon opens the jade stone. Father, it's a technique. The Li Tian secret tome. Li Yaozu exclaims, his eyes widening in astonishment as he sees the 12 methods and martial arts recorded within the stone, 11 yellow-level techniques, and 1 profound-level technique. Li Tian secret tome? Li Yaowen inquires, surprised. Yunlin went to the Li Tian sect. I have checked, and the sect has various disciples. His master is an elder. And Yunlin is also an inner disciple, practicing the very Li Tian secret tome. However, their disciples are bound by restrictions after mastering the techniques. How did our ancestors acquire it? I understand now. Li Yaoqing's eyes sparkle with realization. Su Tsuehua pauses, asking, what do you understand? When Yunlin went to the Li Tian sect, I intended to break his legs, but it was our ancestors who stopped me and supported Yunlin's journey to the sect. Our ancestors had long devised this plan, deliberately sending Yunlin to the Li Tian sect to obtain their techniques. Years ago, our ancestors had already laid the groundwork for acquiring the Li Tian sect's teachings. Gasps of astonishment fill the room. Li Yaowen gazes at Li Xiang's tablet with admiration. Truly a remarkable ancestor. Observing the increasingly fanciful thoughts of his clan, Li Xiang stares in disbelief, finally clearing his throat after a while, feeling both flattered and overwhelmed. He hastens the passage of time, unwilling to hear more praises from his descendants, as this unexpected joy nearly made him lose his composure. In the 40th year of the Li family, it is a tranquil year. The Li family has essentially dominated the entirety of Tailin town, encountering little trouble. Li Dalong and Li Yaozu spend most of their time within the Tian coffin, honing their martial arts. Your descendants have established shops selling various goods around the town of Tailin, naming it Tianli Hall. As the family grows, Li Yaowen is no longer satisfied with the resources of Tailin town. The purpose of opening shops is simply to expand the family's trade channels. A common practice among many families, facilitating mutual exchange with other towns for the family's development. Each Tianli Hall store manager is carefully selected from Xian village, chosen for their business acumen and loyalty to the Li family. In the 41st year of the Li family, your descendant Li Yaotai has broken through to the initial stage of foundation establishment. His spiritual roots have undergone transformation, shedding the earth root and retaining only the gold, fire, and wood roots. Compared to the transformations of Li Dalong and Li Yaozu, Li Yaotai is rather unremarkable. Li Dalong's emergence from seclusion exudes a 4-foot aura, while Li Yaozu boasts an impressive 8-foot aura, and Li Yaotai possesses only a mere 2-foot aura. However, in Li Xiang's eyes, this is inconsequential. Li Yaotai is a weaponsmith. Whenever he gains insights during his crafting, he experiences breakthroughs. This is one of the advantages of his profession. Just 2 months after his emergence, Bai Ruru is pregnant again. Your descendant Li Yaowen, while attending the 200th birthday celebration of the Wu family's ancestor in Lantian town, received an invitation to join forces with 7 major families from various towns to confront the Silver Iron Forest. A special event? Noticing the emergence of this unusual occurrence, Li Xiang furrows his brow. He remembers that a demon king resides within the Silver Iron Forest. The Li family has been developing this area. But the demon king has shown leniency towards the purple thunder sky python, merely advising the Li family to retreat. If the demon king were to turn hostile, the potential calamity for the Li family is unimaginable. Thus, over the years, the Li family has refrained from delving deeper into the Silver Iron Forest, only occasionally hunting at the periphery. While Li Xiang contemplates, he sees Bai Ruru entering the ancestral hall. To his surprise, the strong-willed Bai Ruru, who had not shed a tear even during childbirth, now has red eyes and a choked voice. Ancestors, I am at my wit's end and can only turn to you. I truly do not wish for Lao Zhu to be killed. Chapter 36. The in-laws of the Li family. Is the pig demon king? The members of the Li family gathered at the ancestral hall, their gazes fixed on Bai Ruru, who was revealing her youthful demeanor for the first time. Their expressions a mixture of complexity. Thus, dear sister-in-law, you have been an orphan since childhood, abandoned in Yin Tai Lin, raised by the demon king of Yin Tai Lin until you departed at 18 to live among humans? Li Yaozu's voice was heavy with understanding. It was no wonder you were unaware of many matters, and now we comprehend the reasons. Li Yaotai held his wife close, reassuring her, it is all right, my dear. You need not conceal these truths from us. We do not care about your origins. Even if you emerged from a stone, you are still my beloved wife. Do you dare to say that again? Bai Ruru's eyes widened in indignation. However, Li Yaotai's words seemed to calm her, as she understood that many harbored animosity towards demon beasts. Witnessing the peaceful coexistence of the demon beasts and humans in Xian village had allowed her to settle there. Yet she feared her origins might render her unaccepted by the Li family. This fear was also the reason she had harbored feelings for the rough and bold Li Yaotai, but had hesitated to accept his courtship. Ha ha. I come from a slave lineage. Li Dalong laughed heartily. My daughter-in-law, I have spent more time interacting with demon beasts than with the head of the family. Su Tsuehua added with a smile. What nonsense is this? Li Dalong retorted, his mood dampening. In an instant, laughter filled the Li family, and Bai Ro could not help but smile through her tears. Observing this warm scene in the game, Li Xiang felt a sense of joy in his heart. Bai Ro had come to the ancestral hall to express these sentiments, and Li Xiang was well aware that the descendants he had nurtured were not narrow-minded. Thus, he gathered everyone together, and the outcome aligned with his expectations. After the laughter subsided, Li Dalong furrowed his brow. Then, does that mean the Demon King of Yin Tai Lin is our in-law? In that case, we cannot simply stand by idly. Yao Wen, can you explain why the Wu family from Lantian town is seeking to subdue the Demon King? Li Yaowen nodded slightly, recounting the events concerning Yin Tai Lin. It turned out that there were 3 towns near Yin Tai Lin, and the families in those towns were aware of the Demon King's existence. However, due to years of drought, these families lacked resources and intensified their exploitation of Yin Tai Lin. Gradually, they became increasingly reckless, engaging in rampant hunting and damaging the environment, ultimately provoking the Demon King. Last year, the Demon King killed over 100 members of the Wu family who were mining. The Lantian Wu family took advantage of their ancestors' 200th birthday to invite the 7 prominent families to join in the campaign against Yin Tai Lin, and the Li family was among them. The 7 families have agreed to launch the attack next year. Li Yaowen's expression was grave, including our family. Sister-in-law, I hope you understand that, at that time, I had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, our business would have no foothold in their town. I understand. Bai Ro replied, rational and understanding. Now, the most pressing matter is how to resolve this situation. Li Dalong shook his head. Although our family's influence has grown well in recent years, even if our ancestors agree to intervene, we cannot contend with the 6 major families. My dear, focus on your preparations. We will find a way to address this matter. Thank you all. Bai Ro's eyes glistened with tears. After years of marriage into the Li family, she truly felt their kindness towards her. This situation is troublesome. Observing the dialogue among the Li family members in the game, Li Xiang rubbed his temples. Firstly, it was impossible for the Li family to overcome the combined might of the 6 families. Secondly, even if the Li family aided the Demon King, should word of this spread, the Li family would lose its place in society. And those high-ranking sects would likely view the Li family as traitors aiding the demon race against humanity. It must be noted that the Demon King was no mere beast. Spirit beasts possessed great intelligence, and the Demon King could articulate human speech, reigning over its domain. Subsequently, Li Xiang commanded the Zilei Tianyang Mang to head towards Yin Tai Lin. Upon reviewing the map, he noted that Yin Tai Lin had transformed into a vibrant green. This suggested that the Demon King was aware of Bai Ro's marriage into the Li family. Thus, the Demon King had refrained from attacking the Li family, having prepared for her integration into human society. Xian Village, crafted by the Li family, was undoubtedly the most suitable haven for Bai Ro, allowing the Demon King to watch over her. Li Xiang raised an eyebrow. Not long after, the Zilei Tianyang Mang had begun its ventures within Yin Tai Lin, and Li Xiang was unconcerned for its safety, as green indicated allies. As expected, upon delving deeper, Li Xiang encountered numerous spirit beasts. Their nests were located in the heart of Yin Tai Lin, within a valley where they appeared to serve the king of the valley. Upon entering the valley, a colossal pig came into view, resembling a mammoth. Its body was covered in black fur, with only its rotund form and snout hinting at its porcine nature. Its sturdy limbs raised questions about the immense strength required to topple it. Its face was similarly cloaked in black fur, giving it the appearance of a gentle elder. Only the 2 sharp, robust tusks protruding from its mouth revealed the fierce nature of this Demon King. Ming Tu In Luoji, Demon King of Yin Tai Lin, guardian of the flying creatures, beasts, flowers, and trees within Yin Tai Lin. Little snake, I recognize you. You are the serpent from the beast bloodfruit tree, tamed by the Li family, leading humans into Yin Tai Lin to hunt demon beasts. The voice of the Li family in-law was deep and ancient. Hissed the Zilei Tianyang Mang was evidently fearful of the pig Demon King, bowing low in trepidation. Do not fear. You have not committed excessive acts of slaughter. Under my warning, you have restrained the Li family outside of Yin Tai Lin, and for that, I am grateful. Upon hearing the pig Demon King's understanding, the Zilei Tianyang Mang relaxed. Li Xiang observed the exchange between the snake and the pig. He was uncertain of what the Zilei Tianyang Mang was conveying, yet he could infer some meaning from the pig Demon King's words, astonished by its intelligence. This was his first encounter with such a being. Subsequently, Li Xiang communicated through the Zilei Tianyang Mang about Bai Ro's marriage into the Li family. I am already aware of this matter. The black fur of the pig Demon King quivered slightly, and Li Xiang felt as though it expressed a smile. Please convey my gratitude to the Li family. They have treated my daughter well. Her offspring are also healthy. If possible, I hope my daughter can bring her mate and children to visit me. Hissed the Zilei Tianyang nodded repeatedly. Seeing the Pig Demon King's fondness for the Li family, Li Xiang felt reassured and proceeded to mention the plans of the 7 families to subdue Yin Tai Lin. Humph. Greedy and selfish, ungrateful humans. The Pig Demon King roared in fury. What do they mean by subjugation? They repeatedly challenged the limits of Yin Tai Lin, testing my boundaries. Let them come. Yin Tai Lin will be fully prepared. Li Xiang frowned as he continued to convey the Li family's desire for the demon beasts of Yin Tai Lin to avoid conflict. However, the Pig Demon King sighed deeply. I appreciate the good intentions of the Li family, but Yin Tai Lin is not only a sanctuary for demon beasts. It is also a vital habitat for the forest and sacred land. The human saying goes, to take root where one falls. Countless beings have already established their existence here in Yin Tai Lin. Our lives are irrevocably intertwined with this land. Even amidst prolonged drought, we maintain the vitality of Yin Tai Lin with our very lives. Now, as drought returns, all within Yin Tai Lin shall protect the soil that nurtures countless lives. Li Xiang sighed as well. When he instructed the Zilei Tianyang to return, admiration graced his features. He understood that this matter could not be persuaded. Just as outsiders invaded the Li family time and again, the Li family would similarly fight fiercely to defend their homeland. Not merely a homeland. It is a realm imbued with the emotions of generations of family heritage, a place rich with the purest memories, where laughter and sorrow intertwine, forever inseparable. This matter must be addressed. Li Xiang suddenly narrowed his eyes. Aside from the fact that the Zhu Yao Wang is a relative by marriage, he also perceived the immense benefits contained within this situation. The Zhu Yao Wang evidently harbored significant goodwill towards the Li family. Should the Li family assist the Zhu Yao Wang in overcoming this predicament, they would essentially gain him as an ally. Concurrently, the long-standing issue of accessing the depths of the Yin Tai forest for resource extraction would be resolved, transforming it into the Li family's private garden, an environment also conducive to the cultivation of their beast companions. As for the risks involved, when has the Li family not faced risks over the years? After conveying his thoughts through the Zilei Tianyang to the Li family, Li Long exclaimed joyfully, our ancestors were right, with so many advantages at stake. How could the Li family refrain from aiding our kin? Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, father. Bai Ro wept tears of joy. In the days that followed, the Li family busied themselves with matters concerning the Yin Tai forest while diligently progressing in their developments. Li Xiang, too, pondered solutions to the challenges at hand. Meanwhile, the young Liao Tai, having entered the foundation establishment stage, brought a measure of surprise to Li Xiang. Your descendant, Liao Zhu, has established the He Shui Tang and trained 50 qi refiners. After years of training, they have thoroughly mastered the Chong Lin Zhun. The Chong Lin Zhun, a formation once wielded by the Hu family during their assault on Tai Lin town, involved warriors wielding long spears, their energies interwoven to create a formidable force. A single wave resulted in the demise of nearly 80% of the Li family's beasts. The power of this spear formation is indeed formidable. At this moment, in the training grounds of Xian village, 50 young men clad in black iron beast blood armor, equipped with magical longbows, quivers, long spears, and blades, were poised to launch their spears towards the horizon. Whoosh! As the sound of air being pierced echoed, the spears imbued with true energy formed a net across the sky. Could 50 individuals possess such strength? Li Xiang gazed at the spear-stabbed ground, his mouth slightly agape. If 500, or even 5,000, were to join, what chance would the Lan Tianwu family have? With this thought, Li Xiang's eyes narrowed. The Lan Tianwu family, was it? This predicament is of their own making. A bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Having already dominated Tai Lin town, conquering another Lan Tian town is hardly a significant feat. If they could annex the entirety of Taiqing County, that would be even better. Chapter 37. Assisting the Li family in their martial prosperity. Li Xiang realized that resolving this matter was not as troublesome as it seemed. It could be framed as an unfair brawl, the Zhu Yao Wang being a solitary figure besieged. But what if the Zhu Yao Wang disregarded the others and targeted the leading Lan Tianwu family member for a severe thrashing? A thrashing might be ineffective. What if lives were lost? Unless those prominent families truly shared a bond of life and death, after the events of Tai Lin town, Li Xiang doubted their benevolence. Li Xiang promptly clicked on the avatar of the Zilei Tianyang to inform the Li family of the forthcoming course of action. In an instant, the descendants of the Li family commenced their endeavors. Time continued to flow in the game. Li family year 42. The spiritual fields have grown to 40 acres, and this year marks another bountiful harvest. The children of Xian village have been nourished on spiritual rice since childhood. Beginning their studies in the academy established by the Li family, learning culture, martial arts, and physical training. The imagery revealed that Xian village had established a school, filled with the sounds of children reciting their lessons. In the distance, a training ground was visible, where seasoned cultivators imparted their combat experiences to the children. Once a refuge for disaster survivors, Xian village now brimmed with vitality. Xiang could sense that in 2 or 3 decades, these children would become the backbone of Xian village's future. However, the powerful figures in Xian village were conspicuously absent from their usual training grounds. Even within the Li family estate, the absence of skilled practitioners was notable. In the birthing chamber, Bai Ro, on the brink of labor, lay upon the bed surrounded by midwives from Xian village. This marked the 4th time the midwives had assisted her, their familiarity evident. The 3rd master is truly something. With the 3rd madam about to give birth, where could he have vanished? The midwives murmured. Bai Ro merely smiled faintly. Were it not for the beads of sweat on her brow and the noticeable swell of the bedding, one might not realize she was a woman on the verge of childbirth. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes as she gazed out the window. Old Zhu, we are counting on you. May all be safe. Your descendants have entered the Yintai forest. Have they arrived? Observing the information in the event log, Xiang clicked on Li Delong's avatar, switching the scene. Outside the Yintai forest, 7 prominent families from 3 surrounding towns had gathered, resting within the woods at the periphery, setting up camp to deliberate on concrete strategies. The demon king of the Yintai forest has lived for nearly 1,000 years. We must proceed with caution. Equivalent to a mid-stage Jin Dan, we have invited Master Shan Kai from Qingsong Temple, who can contend with the demon king. Coupled with our 8 false Dan, this time the demon king is doomed. After the Yintai forest, the resources will be divided 7 ways. Our families shall surely prosper. In this battle among experts, all present were cultivators of the foundation establishment stage or higher, numbering over 100. Li Delong and his wife, Li Yao Zhu and Li Yao Tai, along with several foundation establishment experts borrowed from the Su and Chen families, stood atop the massive form of the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang, drawing attention. Even with the Li family presenting such a formidable assembly, the other prominent families still voiced their reservations. They had heard tales of the Li family dominating the 2 major families of Tai Lin Town, emerging victorious, and initially believed the Li family possessed extraordinary strength. However, it now appeared that only the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang was worthy of their notice. Many suspected the Li family was merely concealing their true prowess, and with the impending battle at hand, it was ill-advised to provoke them. Xiang keenly observed their movements. What intrigued Xiang was his ability to eavesdrop on the conversations among these familial factions, their animated figures revealing subtle text. Particularly within the encampment of the Lan Tianwu family, the venerable Patriarch, aged 200 yet appearing youthful, was rumored to have consumed 10 years of his lifespan to alter his appearance, leaving him with a suave demeanor. The Wu family was the dominant force in Lan Tian, and thanks to the old man Wu Mengqiu, years ago, no one dared to defy the Wu family. At this moment, Wu Mengqiu was secretly convening with the heads or elders of the other 3 prominent families, engaged in hushed discussions. After we breach the Yintai forest, I have already made arrangements with Master Shan Kai. The corpse of the Demon King shall belong to him. No objections arose among the crowd, and they nodded in agreement. Wu Mengqiu then continued. We have come here as 7 families, but once the Demon King falls, how shall we divide the spoils? The others exchanged glances. Wu Mengqiu remarked, to be frank, the purpose of gathering everyone was to address this matter. We had long agreed to jointly exploit the Yintai forest, and it was understood that the proceeds would be equally divided. However, the method of equitable distribution is subject to interpretation. What do you all think? At this, the other 3 families expressed delight. What Elder Mengqiu states is quite true. Even in cooperation, we should account for our contributions. Indeed, the experts we dispatch from our 4 families are the most numerous. Why should we share equally? In my opinion, once the Demon King is slain, we should claim the most valuable resources. Especially regarding the Li family, the experts they dispatched were all at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and some had just recently broken through. It seemed to me that they were merely here to make up the numbers. Such companions, I cannot afford. The so-called secret discussions lost their allure for Xiang after a brief observation. His scrutiny was solely to assess the prowess of these influential figures. Soon, his gaze fixated on a monk seated beneath a colossal tree. This monk, with a plump visage and large ears, would hardly be recognizable as a practitioner if not for his shaven head adorned with a GB. He resembled a gluttonous cook rather than a monk. This individual wore a beige robe intricately embroidered with gold thread, and around his neck hung a large string of FH. It was evident that the Qingsong Temple enjoyed substantial offerings. Master Shan Kai, the abbot of Qingsong Temple, renowned throughout Taiching County, caught Xiang's attention. A frown creased Li Xiang's brow. The pig demon king in Silver Iron Forest, with a millennium of cultivation, would indeed struggle against this master abbot. After all, no matter how opulent Master Xianxia appeared, his cultivation was rooted in the Buddhist teachings, which were particularly adept at subduing malevolent spirits. Soon enough, the 7 families convened to deliberate the plan to besiege the pig demon king. This discussion lasted half a day, during which the 7 families had already dispatched experts to thoroughly survey the entire Silver Iron Forest. Suddenly, Li Yaowen, seated in a wheelchair, voiced his thoughts. Esteemed seniors, I believe we need not formulate any intricate plans. Let us directly penetrate the heart of Silver Iron Forest and seize the demon king's head. Upon hearing this, the assembly turned their gazes toward Li Yaowen, the beloved 4th daughter of the Li family, who was rumored to be in charge of family affairs. Despite their dissatisfaction, they hesitated to reprimand her. Li Dalong, noticing the situation, let out a cold snort. Yaowen, take this nonsensical chatter outside. As Li Yaozu pushed Li Yaowen out of the discussion tent, Li Dalong turned to the others with an apologetic smile. I sincerely apologize. My daughter is inexperienced in worldly matters and tends to be overly ambitious. Her remarks can be disregarded. Seeing Li Dalong's sincerity, the assembly chose not to press further. This caused Wu Mengxiu from the Lantian Wu family to furrow his brow. He had intended to voice a similar sentiment about charging straight in. But with Li Yaowen having spoken first and being dismissed as overly ambitious by Li Dalong, he found himself at a loss for words, his expression growing increasingly displeased. At that moment, an elder from the Qingping Gu family chuckled. We are well aware of the circumstances within Silver Iron Forest. The Demon King is surrounded by its subordinate beasts. Therefore, we must attack from all directions to distract the Demon King's guards. Master Xianxia's boundless Buddhist wisdom should enable him to defeat the Demon King without difficulty. In the end, whether the Master assists us or we assist the Master, we shall achieve great success. After concluding his remarks, the elder cast a glance at Master Xianxia, who was meditating at a distance. What does the Master think? Master Xianxia smiled, seemingly unperturbed by the Demon King. Thus, the plan was set in motion. In an instant, the 7 families prepared to act, ready to encircle the Demon King from all sides. 2 days passed, and the 7 families split their paths, galloping toward their respective positions. The Li family's members did the same, but they ventured closer, and upon reaching their designated location, they did not wait idly but pressed deeper into Silver Iron Forest. It was the first time the group laid eyes on the Pig Demon King, and they were momentarily taken aback. Regardless of its status as a Demon King, the appearance of the Pig Demon was indeed somewhat terrifying. Ultimately, it was Li Dalong who broke the tension with a hearty laugh, approaching the Demon King. Ha ha! This is our esteemed relative. What a magnificent presence you possess. I am Li Dalong, the father of Li Yaotai. Father-in-law? Li Yaotai, who had always been cheerful, now appeared rather restrained and somewhat bewildered. The Pig Demon King rose, its massive form sending dust swirling through the air. It spoke in a gentle tone. I never expected to have a day of kinship with the human race. I have long heard of your family's assistance in facing the crisis of Silver Iron Forest, and I shall forever be grateful. Indeed, indeed. Since you are a relative of the Li family, how could we allow outsiders to bully you? Li Dalong grinned, observing the amicable exchange between the Pig Demon King and the Li family members, while Li Xiang pursed his lips. Truth be told, he was equally astonished to discover that the Li family's relative was a pig, a Demon King at that. He glanced at Li Yaozu, who was scratching his head and blinking in disbelief, seemingly questioning his existence. Is my brother-in-law truly a pig? While the discussions continued, a swift arrow shot into the sky. Everyone looked up to see the arrow soaring, and the wind stirred ominously in Silver Iron Forest. A storm was on the horizon. Esteemed relative, it is time for us to get to work. Li Dalong's eyes gleamed with determination. The Pig Demon King nodded slightly. I wish the Li family great fortune in martial endeavors. Chapter 38. The Li family possesses absolute confidence. Li Xiang focused intently on the map of Silver Iron Forest displayed on the screen. This map had long lost its fog after the Li family explored it freely. With a simple click, Li Xiang could observe any location. At that moment, 6 white dots on the map converged towards Silver Iron Forest. The game was afoot. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes, knowing that the Pig Demon King was the Li family's relative. It was evident that this had become a scheme crafted with considerable effort by the Li family. He understood clearly that within this grand design, the Lantian Wu family was destined to expend their long-standing foundations in Silver Iron Forest. The main route leading deep into Silver Iron Forest was entirely unguarded. Suddenly, a cry of alarm echoed. Not good. The Lantian Wu family has been annihilated. The Pig Demon King had already anticipated the impending attack by the 7 families and had intercepted the Wu family beforehand, aiming to defeat them one by one. Members of the Lantian Wu family sought aid. and our patriarch sent me to inquire whether you wish to assist. The families had barely progressed when they halted. On the map, 4 green dots moved toward the 4 families, conveying the news of the Lantian Wu family's demise. These 4 green dots represented the Li family and the Qingping Gu family. The 4 families hesitated momentarily, but ultimately dispatched 4 qi refinement experts to investigate, then reluctantly retreated to their original positions. They had no choice but to trust the warnings of 2 allies, preferring to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. After all, if they were to perish, what would become of their families? How could such information have leaked? Was there a traitor among us? Regardless, we can only await further news. What shall we do about Master Shan Kai? After returning, we must claim that the Lantian Wu family caused the disruption, which has nothing to do with us. Before the screen, Li Xiang wore a smile. Indeed, there were traitors, and they were 2 in number. Otherwise, the coalition of the 7 families would have charged straight in without such strategic maneuvers. Everything is under the control of the Li family. Patriarch, we have returned. At this moment, from the direction of the Qingping Gu family in Silver Iron Forest, they had remained stationary. The returning duo were the messengers sent to inform the other 2 families. Oh, the patriarch of the Qingping Gu family, appearing scholarly and refined, bore an air of coldness as he addressed his kin. This matter is of utmost secrecy and must not be disclosed. Do you all understand? Understood. The assembly responded with furrowed brows. Yet, one elder ventured a question. Patriarch, why must we harm the Lantian Wu family? Our Gu family has endured years of drought and is in dire need of the resources from Silver Iron Forest. The patriarch of the Gu family remained unperturbed, his composure remarkably rare. A season ago, Li Jia's Li Yaozu sought me out with a query that piqued my interest. Oh, the assembly was confounded. The head of the Gu family remarked. The young scion of the Li family inquired whether, should we breach the Yintai forest, there would be casualties. Would it be worth it if the elders, nurtured by our families for a century, were to perish as a result? This left everyone exchanging glances. In the struggle for life and death, where is there no injury? After all, it is merely the elderly striving for greater resources to foster the next generation. Not worth it. However, we possess an opportunity, one that requires neither the loss of a soldier nor a single drop of blood, yet grants us access to the wealth accumulated by a venerable family over centuries. The head of the Gu family smirked. Do you now comprehend? The Lantian Wu family. Most of their formidable members have perished in the Yintai forest, and since the Lantian Wu family is in close proximity to our Qingping town, they are ripe for the taking. The current Wu family is akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. So it is. The elders of the Gu family, upon realization, were filled with unrestrained joy. Why not seize this opportunity for easy gain? One elder suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming how the young girl from the Li family dared to propose a plan before us. It appears she had plotted well, suggesting an incursion into the Yintai forest to silence that old cur, Wu Mingxiu. Subsequently, we could declare a coordinated assault from 7 directions against the Yintai forest and spread the rumor of the Wu family's impending destruction, compelling all families to retreat. Upon hearing this, the elder who had previously expressed doubt wore a grave expression. If so, the Lantian Wu family must leave no survivors, lest this matter leak out. Branding our Gu family as traitors to humanity, head of the family, who shall deal with the Wu family? Naturally, it shall be the Li family. The head of the Gu family replied nonchalantly. The Li family? The elders of the Gu family furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with skepticism. After all, the Li family's power is quite insignificant compared to the assembly of all clans. Yet, the head of the Gu family chuckled. Do you truly believe that a single entity could annihilate 2 clans? Even I regard the Li family with newfound respect. They are not overly arrogant, are they? When Yaozu discussed matters with me, I perceived an unwavering confidence in him. Unwavering confidence, indeed. Li Xiang gazed quietly at the small characters above the head of the Gu family's leader, his expression serene. Yes, unwavering confidence. The Li family is no longer the timid entity that once trembled before the Hu and Wang families. Looking at the map, the Li family had already met with the Lantian Wu family. Clicking on Li Dalong's avatar, the scene revealed a path traversing deep into the Yintai forest, where the gentle breeze rustled the shadows of the trees. The Lantian Wu family, comprising 16 members, stood perplexed in place. Before them, Li Dalong, bearing a silver coffin adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns, single-handedly obstructed the path of the Lantian Wu family. An ancestral tablet floated beside Li Dalong, radiating a brilliant glow. Li Dalong, why do you block our way instead of leading the Li family in an offensive from the southwest? Despite not understanding Li Dalong's intentions, Wu Mingxiu sensed something unusual. The members of the Wu family felt a pressing danger emanating from Li Dalong. Bang! Li Dalong remained silent, merely unbinding the direct death heavenly coffin strapped to him. As the coffin landed heavily on the ground, He stared at the Lan Tian Wu family members as if they were corpses. Whoosh. He then moved, a sound of slicing air coming from afar. This is bad. Wu Mingxiu's expression shifted dramatically. He coldly declared, "There is a trap. Break the formation." At his shout, the Wu family members looked up. Above them, long spears converged into a vast net, descending upon them. The spear forest formation was a strategy learned from the Hu family. And now over 60 individuals in Xi'an village practiced this formation. However, the spears falling from the sky were not merely from the spear forest formation. There were also long spears and arrows hurled by other cultivators from Xi'an village. The Wu family members were formidable as well. A foundational expert soared into the air, employing his magical power to shield against the descending barrage. Yet still, spears and arrows rained down. The protective barrier created by this foundational expert began to crack almost instantly. It is known that the Li family's combatants wield weapons crafted by the Forging Pavilion, their might being considerable. Bold move, Li Dalong. To set a trap to ambush my Wu family. You seek death. Wu Mingxiu was now uncontrollably furious. With a wave of his hand, the peak foundational members of the Wu family understood his intent, unleashing a torrent of true energy towards Li Dalong. But with a resounding crash, the fragrant earth of summer scattered through the air, and the purple thunder celestial python, empowered by the forces of the heavens and earth, erupted from the ground. Accompanied by a fierce roar, the purple thunder celestial python withstood the attack of the peak foundational expert but did not linger in battle, charging straight for Wu Mingxiu. The 200-year-old false Dan expert. Humph. I have heard tales of your Li family possessing a spirit beast and also a puppet. Wu Mingxiu remained unperturbed, exuding confidence. As you wish. Observing Wu Mingxiu's arrogance, Li Xiang clicked on the war puppet. Boom. As Li Xiang's eyes turned white, his consciousness materialized in the game world. And the war puppet, already prepared in the Yintai forest, ascended into the air, its weapons igniting, rushing towards Wu Mingxiu. Back in the great battle at Tailin town, this war puppet had even lost an arm. However, after 5 years of collecting its shattered pieces and utilizing biotechnological advancements, its wounds had healed, though some fragments were irretrievable, giving it a weathered and battle-scarred appearance. This is dire. The roar of laser cannons erupted, and the thunderous might of the purple thunder celestial python did not instill panic in Wu Mingxiu. What truly terrified him was the arrival of the beast horde accompanying the war puppet. These were the spirit beasts guarding the Zhu Yao Wang in the Yintai forest. With the major families having long departed, they now surrounded the Wu family, creating a deadlock. This is the current strength of the Li family. The Li family has formed a familial bond with the Zhu Yao Wang, and now, owing gratitude to him, the spirit beasts of the Yintai forest have become assets to the Li family, harnessing the full might of the Yintai forest, an entire 50 spirit beasts. A force the Li family previously dared not imagine, including 4 spirit beasts of comparable strength to the purple thunder celestial python. Flee. Upon seeing these spirit beasts, Wu Mingxiu felt his heart shatter. Whoever spreads the word that this expedition into the Yintai forest is a trap set by the Li family, that they conspired with the Beast King, shall be deemed traitors to humanity. Ha ha ha, Flee. I wonder how you intend to escape. Li Dalong finally spoke. The approaching spirit beasts had already taken to the treetops, blocking their path of escape via sword flight. The terrified cultivators of the Wu family scattered in all directions. But soon, their hopes of escape were dashed. Crack. The ground trembled as Li Dalong opened the direct death heavenly coffin. With this spiritual treasure in his possession, Li Dalong had unearthed all the corpses buried beneath the beast blood fruit tree from the great battle in Tailin town. These corpses were all animated by the coffin's corpse reviving techniques, transformed into zombies. One by one, withered hands broke through the earth, revealing their desiccated hair and bark-like faces as they crawled from beneath, their bodies even infested with maggots. Thousands of zombies obstructed the Wu family's path to escape. The Li family members joined forces with the spirit beasts, blocking the powerful members of the Wu family attempting to flee. Su Tsuehua transformed into a two-tailed fox, wielding the Tianjun seal, a spiritual weapon seized from the Wang family, capable of contending with even peak foundational experts. The thunder-calling heavenly scripture. This technique summons heavenly thunder, acquired from the Li Tian secret tome, and Su Tsuehua invoked it, channeling the thunder into the Tianjun seal, forcing even peak foundational experts to evade its onslaught. The illusory shadow heavenly step. The 100 shadow sword radiance. Li Yaozu engaged his adversaries, rendering his movements elusive and difficult to predict. His ethereal shadow techniques had long been honed through relentless practice within the confines of the Ji Si Tianguan, now manifesting as 10 avatars, each possessing the strength of a foundational layer. The 100 shadows sword's brilliance pierced through, creating 100 sword silhouettes with a single thrust. The synergy of these two techniques filled the sky with sword shadows, both real and illusory, allowing even those in the mid-foundational stage to engage in battle. Quickly entangle him. I shall crush him. Only Liao Tai appeared somewhat out of place, wielding a massive hammer thicker than his own body, calling upon a tree spirit to help restrain the mid-foundational opponent. Despite his severed left arm, which had once been a feeble prosthetic, he had forged it anew through the refinement of Dan Fire, transforming it into a magical artifact capable of effortlessly lifting 1,000 pounds. With both hands grasping the enormous hammer, he felt no strain whatsoever. Each swing sent forth a spray of blood. Chapter 39. The Powerful Shan Kai Monk. With a piercing thrust, a glaring spear found its mark in Wu Mengqiu's abdomen. This adept of the false dance stage, who had devoted his life to beauty and elevated the Wu family to dominance in Lantian town, now felt his eyelids droop as the last vestiges of life slipped away. Li Dalong's Dan Fire scorching his soul, heralding the demise of the Lantian Wu family. In this battle, the Li family suffered no casualties. The villagers who had come from Xian village, having engaged in the initial wave of attrition with magical artifacts and a barrage of gunfire, began their return. Experts from the Li family above the foundational stage diligently cleared the battlefield, preparing their gear as they advanced towards the heart of the Yintai forest. Good. Li Xiang, standing at home before the large screen, remained engrossed in the game, slapping his thigh with delight. The Li family, once submissive, now struck back with a vengeance. In comparison to the two major families of Lantian Wu and Tailin Town, they had outstripped them in every regard. Yet now, the battle concluded in merely 10 minutes. However, as joy filled his heart, Li Xiang's expression gradually turned grave. Manipulating the war puppet towards the center of the Yintai forest, he could sense an overwhelming aura emanating from afar. This indicated the fierce clash between the internal Demon King and the Golden Dan Adept. The Golden Dan realm is the true threshold for cultivators, hence the presence of those in the false Dan stage. Their full-force strikes could reduce an area of 1,000 meters to ashes. The false Dan was perilously close to the Golden Dan. Yet those in the false Dan stage would likely falter before a true Golden Dan opponent. Word around Taiching County suggested that, aside from the two sects operating behind the scenes, there were scarcely two Golden Dan experts to be found. Before long, Li Xiang had maneuvered the war puppet, accompanied by Li family experts and numerous spirit beasts, to the heart of the Yintai forest. The valley where they had arrived had been flattened, resembling a colossal iron pot. The dense aura of true energy deterred all from approaching, as the oppressive force rendered their combat abilities severely diminished. The Pig Demon King engaged in a contest of spells with Master Shan Kai, both floating amidst a palpable field of energy. Warning, the spiritual energy output ahead exceeds the puppet's capacity. Do not enter. As they approached, the war puppet emitted a cautionary alert. Li Xiang was acutely aware that the power of the Golden Dan stage was far beyond what the war puppet could withstand. Furrowing his brow, he surveyed the battlefield. The Pig Demon King's true form was the Ming Tu In Luo Ji, drawing upon Earth's spirit and dark energy. Massive spikes erupted from the valley, causing tremors as the ground seemed to come alive, these earthen spikes moving like limbs to pierce towards Master Shan Kai. Especially atop the spikes was an aura of severe corrosion, attempting to erode the protective Buddhist light surrounding Master Shan Kai. Master Shan Kai's Buddhist teachings were profound. In his right hand, he held a golden staff, while the Buddhist beads that had been around his neck now rested in his left hand. Gently tapping the beads, he recited scriptures, and behind him, a golden-bodied Arhut appeared, matching the size of the Pig Demon King. This Arhut could effortlessly shatter the earth spikes with its bare hands, and the demon spikes, tainted with dark energy, disintegrated upon contact with its nemesis. In contrast, the ground was marked with immense handprints. Li Xiang discerned that neither side was exerting their full strength. They were merely probing each other's capabilities. Yet it was evident that the Pig Demon King was at a disadvantage. Ancestor, should we assist now? Li Dalong inquired towards the ancestral tablet, sensing the atmosphere of the battlefield and trembling with apprehension. Wait a moment. Li Xiang typed on the avatar of the Zi Lei Tian Yang Mei. The battle between Golden Dan mid-stage experts was not something an ordinary foundational stage cultivator could participate in, as even the residual waves could be injurious. Yet, he was certain that with so many spirit beasts present, along with 6 formidable false Dan experts, they certainly had the capacity to defeat Master Shan Kai. However, merely winning was not the end. If Master Shan Kai chose to flee, no one could obstruct him, and the Li family would know no peace henceforth. As Li Xiang waited, half an hour elapsed, and he resembled a seasoned hunter. The surrounding spirit beasts and Li family members, under his command, remained anxiously still, not daring to emit a whisper. Amitba. Master Shan Kai stood upon a golden lotus in midair, the golden rings of his staff clinking melodically. After a prolonged battle, he had suffered no injuries, though his aura had slightly waned. With a compassionate smile, he addressed the pig demon king. You, a scourge that has harmed countless lives. Yet I, the Buddha, show compassion. Given your arduous cultivation over a millennium, why not accompany me to the Xingsong temple to listen to the teachings and cleanse your karmic burdens? Do not let the myriad of beings in the Yintai forest suffer further calamities. This was the first time Master Shankai spoke after battling for so long. Invoking Buddhist principles, perhaps revealing his own doubts, as he had expected the 7 great families to unite against the pig demon king. Yet, half an hour had passed without sight of reinforcements. While the demon king might not match him in strength in a life-and-death struggle, Master Shankai was unwilling to take that risk. Humph. The only response to Master Shankai was the pig demon king's cold snort. Despite its injuries, it still exuded the majesty of a demon king. Realizing it could not match Master Shankai, it decided to unleash its full power, knowing that to prolong the battle would spell disaster for it. In an instant, the valley trembled as earth quaked, a chilling wind swept through, and colossal stone pillars erupted around the pig demon king, propelled by corrosive winds towards Master Shankai. Its bristly pig fur rose into the air, and a shadowy figure of a demon materialized amidst the gathering storm clouds, as the demon's hand reached out to ensnare Master Shankai. Foolish and unrepentant. Today the Buddha shall not save you. I shall send you, this abomination, into the 18 layers of hell, never to be reborn. Upon witnessing this, Master Shankai's expression turned grave. He understood that this was the pig demon king's ultimate move. If he did not commit fully, his life hung in the balance. He hurled the Buddhist beads into the air, 18 brilliant beads ascending in a circular formation, dispersing the dark clouds above, an extraordinary spiritual artifact. Xingsong Buddhist Law. Eternal Golden Pine, Compassionate Vajra, Manifest. With Master Shankai's thunderous shout, his monk's robe, also a spiritual artifact, glittered with golden threads that spiraled upward into the sky. As it advanced, these threads intertwined at a visible speed, forming a resplendent golden arhut. Master Shankai's zen floated upwards, growing larger as it landed in the hands of the golden arhut. The valley echoed with the arhut's roar and the resonant clinks of the staff's rings. From an unknown source, the deep toll of a copper bell rang out. Truly, the renowned Master Shankai of Taiching County was extraordinary. Master Shankai had revealed all his trump cards. He could even envision the ungrateful pig demon king soon to meet the Buddha. But at that moment, his expression changed. Now is the time. From the distance, a commanding voice rang out. Master Shankai beheld dozens of demon beasts recklessly charging into the battlefield, a torrential downpour of various demonic spells unleashing upon him. He even recognized the Li family among the 7 great families, particularly the Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang. Rascals! Master Shankai seethed with fury, suddenly realizing that he had intended to capture a demon king as a mount or acquire materials for crafting spiritual artifacts, yet had unwittingly embroiled himself in an unforeseen predicament. Yet he understood that at this point, words were futile. Even though his Buddhist teachings are profound, he cannot possibly contend with the reckless spirit beasts and the combined might of the Zhu Yao Wang. Flee! The monk Shankai wielded the Vajra Arhut to sweep away the spiritual weapons, intending to escape. Boom! Suddenly, he squinted his eyes. A colossal puppet, with flames erupting from its feet and tail, charged towards him with remarkable speed, brandishing a silver coffin instead of weapons. Mecha engine consumption has reached 100,120. The body is about to sustain damage. Warning: you have entered the attack range of a mid-stage Jin Dan Master. The target is launching an attack on you. Detection in progress. Please evade immediately. Spiritual energy is overloaded. Unbelievable. Maneuvering the war puppet, feeling the oppressive spiritual energy surrounding him, and witnessing the 5-meter palm imprint created by the golden body Arhut behind the monk Shankai, Li Xiang maintained his composure. He turned and pivoted. The war puppet narrowly avoided the palm strike, but the residual force still severed its right arm and leg. The war puppet could even see the flesh and blood torn from a third of its body. Severe damage to the body. Please evacuate the battlefield and initiate automatic recovery. Li Xiang remained unfazed. He understood clearly that as long as the plump monk remained alive, the future of the Li family would be fraught with difficulties. Compared to the lives of the Li family disciples, this valuable war puppet was nothing. He bypassed the palm imprint, listening to the roaring sound behind him. The monk Shankai unleashed another palm imprint towards him, but this time, Li Xiang did not dodge. It's up to you. Holding the Zhi Si Tian Guan. He could even feel it trembling in response to the Buddhist power. On the screen interface, the spirit of the Zhi Si Tian Guan despises the Buddhist power it encounters. From the moment he arrived on the battlefield, Li Xiang had already seen the game interface prompt. He had long regarded the Zhi Tianguan as his trump card. Otherwise, Li Delong wouldn't have brought this treasure out. The distance was sufficient. Observing that the strength of the war puppet was adequate to hurl the Zhi Tianguan at the monk Shan Kai, Li Xiang acted without a moment's hesitation. Tossing it forward. What is this thing? The monk Shan Kai revealed a look of terror that he had never shown even against the full force of the Zhu Yao Wang. The silver coffin easily shattered the palm imprint produced by his Vajra Arhut. As it approached the Vajra Arhut behind him, the Vajra Zen staff could not even budge the silver coffin. It ricocheted off the staff and, under the monk's despairing gaze, slowly opened, revealing a dark void that engulfed the Vajra Arhut entirely. It was like a primordial beast with insatiable greed. At this moment, even he, who wielded the Arhut's golden body, was implicated. The silver coffin unleashed its wrath upon him, the pressure of the supreme spiritual treasure rendering him unable to ascend. Simultaneously, the Zhu Yao Wang, numerous spirit beasts, and all the martial arts of the Li family surged towards him. Chapter 40. The Beast Blood Fruit Tree Transforms, Blood Spirit Fruit Tree. Congratulations. Your family has assisted the Zhu Yao Wang in safeguarding the homeland. Gained 2,000 incense points. Your family witnesses your selfless dedication, maneuvering the war puppet to hold back Master Shan Kai, greatly increasing their admiration for you. Gained 1,000 incense points. 3,000 incense points. Li Xiang had already ceased manipulation of the war puppet, watching the incense points in the upper right corner soar above 7,000, a smile gracing his face. Victory. Once again, he and the Li family had averted a crisis, and a mid-stage Jin Dan master perished with the cooperation of the Li family and Zhu Yao Wang. This was a small family that arose from the countryside. Who would dare to believe it? The ancestral power was formidable. He knew that the Zhi Tianguan could restrain the monk Shan Kai. The ancestral spirit was invincible. Were it not for the ancestral spirit, the rotund monk would have likely fled. The eyes of the Li family members shone with reverence. It was not until the battered Zhu Yao Wang approached them that they regained their composure. The Zhu Yao Wang expressed gratitude, stating that if it were not for the assistance of his in-laws, the Yintai forest would have likely been destroyed by him. He refrained from further expressions of thanks, declaring that from now on, the Yintai forest would be the closest ally of the Li family, allowing them to mine its resources. With the gratitude of the myriad spirits of the Yintai forest. No sooner had he finished speaking than a green radiance enveloped the members of the Li family. In an instant, they felt warmth coursing through their bodies. Even their spiritual energy elevated slightly. Your descendants are under the protection of the Yintai forest, safeguarded by the Zhu Yao Wang, and will receive half of the spiritual power of the Yintai forest. Congratulations. The Li family has acquired the group trait, Guardian of the Yintai forest. Descendants of the Li family will experience a 50 increase in combat power when battling in the Yintai forest, and their cultivation speed will increase by 10 while training there, sheltered by the flora of the Yintai forest. All spirit beasts of the Yintai forest will exhibit a sense of affinity towards the disciples of the Li family. For those descendants possessing with spiritual roots, their roots will increase by 2 points. Group trait. This was the first time Li Xiang had witnessed such a phenomenon, shining brightly on the member list. This trait was not only powerful, but also promising. With a 10 increase in cultivation speed, the Li family's practice room could very well be relocated to the Yintai forest, given their proximity. Furthermore, an increase of 2 points in wood spiritual roots for each descendant at birth, though seemingly modest, would ensure that even newly born children of the Li family would have enhanced potential. A grand revelation. Li Xiang was overjoyed. Such a group trait was already formidable. However, the immediate benefit was that the Li family had gained the Yintai forest as an ally and the protection of a mid-stage Jin Dan master. With all the spirit beasts of the Yintai forest at their disposal, the latent combat power the Li family now possessed was sufficient to sweep through any town in Taiching City. This battle had granted the Li family a solid foundation of true strength. Soon, the members of the Li family began to clean the battlefield, bidding farewell to the Zhu Yao Wang, promising to bring by Ro-Ro's descendants to meet their grandfather in the near future. With the major event accomplished, the mature descendants of the Li family were now capable of independent development. Li Xiang also requested Yu Xian to prepare a roast chicken as a reward for himself. At this moment, the scene displayed the Li family hastening home. Wife, we have won. Ha ha ha, the ancestral spirit has intervened, saving the Zhu Yao Wang, father-in-law. Li Yaotai laughed heartily as he approached the home. However, just as he reached the birthing room, a loud wail resonated. As if to embellish the joy of the Li family today, Bai Ro-Ro, having carried for 10 months, gave birth to a son, naming him Li Yunlai. Congratulations, you have gained 10 incense points. Ha ha ha, ancestral spirit. Not only did I save father-in-law, but I also brought a child into the family. Li Yaotai raised the infant high, nearly 2 meters tall, overwhelmed with joy. Splendid. One joyous event followed another as Li Xiang held the intercom and called out, "Yu Xian, prepare 2 roast chickens." The family was ecstatic. Subsequently, Li Xiang watched as the members of the Li family brought the deceased from the Lan Tianwu family, as well as the body of Master Shan Kai, to the spiritual herb garden, directly draining their blood to cultivate the beast blood fruit trees. Currently, there were 3 beast blood fruit trees. Among them, the initially transplanted tree had grown increasingly lush, now reaching 10 meters in height. However, Li Xiang no longer regarded the beast blood fruit trees with great significance. While they could be monetarily lucrative, the potions refined by Li Yaoqing were equally valuable. The key point was that the potions were not susceptible to others discovering the formula, as such materials simply did not exist on Earth. Just as Li Xiang pondered how to utilize the substantial wealth of spiritual stones he had acquired, the scene depicted Li Delong draining blood from Master Shan Kai, with blood dripping onto the largest beast blood fruit tree. Before my eyes, the Shou Shuegua tree unexpectedly sprouted roots that pierced the earth, burrowing into the corpse's dantian, resembling a biological mandible that voraciously siphoned life essence. The Shou Shuegua tree underwent a remarkable transformation, summoning rain from the heavens, with droplets cascading upon its lush foliage, yielding an otherworldly aura. Congratulations, your descendants have nurtured the Shou Shuegua tree to a mid-stage golden core master, resulting in its mutation and absorption of golden core energy, thus embarking on its ascension. Behold, an 8th-tier Xuelingua tree. The Xuelingua tree has developed a rudimentary form of intelligence. It senses the Li family's nurturing and establishes its roots within their domain, pledging to safeguard them with its very existence. The Xuelingua tree bears fruit once every 30 years. Li Xiang was taken aback, for it was the first time he witnessed such a metamorphosis of a spiritual tree. The Xuelingua tree resembled a famished child, finally satiated after centuries, its branches swaying in joyous exuberance. Surely, it was the ancestral powers that facilitated this transformation, the prowess of the ancestors rivaling that of celestial beings. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Delong immediately retrieved the ancestral tablet and bowed in reverence. Li Xiang, seated before the screen, dismissed Li Delong's fanciful musings. He casually grasped the intercom. "Yu Xian, I desire 3 chickens." "Master, there are only 2 available," came the resigned reply from the other end. "Then, a roast duck it is." Li Xiang concluded the conversation. The transformation of the Shou Shuegua tree into a Xueling tree indicated that its fruits would now yield exponentially greater benefits. Moreover, the evolution of such a plant was undoubtedly extraordinary, requiring years of cultivation. The oldest known tree on Earth was merely of 6th-tier rank, having existed for nearly 10 millennia, coinciding with the resurgence of spiritual energy. In a state of immense joy, Li Xiang accelerated time, observing the growth of the Li family. He glanced at the event log, revealing numerous acquisitions. Your family has vanquished 16 masters from the Lan Tianwu family, reaping substantial spoils. Among the treasures is a low-tier spiritual artifact, the Ling Shun Xian Sheng robe. This robe was once donned by Wu Ming Qiu of the Lan Tianwu family, now indistinguishable from ordinary clothing. Yet, this garment is extraordinary. During a siege by numerous spiritual beasts, Wu Ming Qiu was able to withstand their full force thanks to this robe, only to be slain afterward. The robe can be repaired within the span of a tea break. The Ling Shun Xian Sheng robe possesses the ability to automatically restore itself and alter its form at will. In times of crisis, it envelopes the wearer, defending against full-force strikes from lower-tier cultivators, allowing the wearer to maintain clarity of mind and remain immune to ailments. The Li family has acquired another low-tier spiritual artifact. Furthermore, the Ling Shun Xian Sheng robe was bestowed upon Li Yao Wan, as she frequently ventured outside and had encountered danger on multiple occasions. Li Xiang even resorted to the ancestral tablet to eliminate several assassins targeting her. The family also obtained low-tier and mid-tier magical artifacts, alongside a yellow-tier cultivation technique, the Xiangxi Chong Minggong. Among these, only the technique acquired from the Wu family caught Li Xiang's discerning eye. This technique facilitates cultivation at a faster rate than the Na Qi technique, although it does not surpass the methods for refining energy into essence found in the Li Tian Secret Classic. However, it does possess the unique advantage of slightly extending the lifespan of the practitioner. Beyond this, it holds little significance for the Li family at present. Congratulations. Your family has triumphed over the Lan Tianwu family through the diligent efforts of your descendant Li Yao Wan, in collaboration with the Qingpinggu family. A cultivation family has been subdued in Lan Tian town, representing both families' interests and managing all Wu family assets in the area. This victory has granted a wealth of mineral resources. Li Xiang swiftly opened the map, revealing that the northwestern section of the Tai Lin town map marked as Lantian Town, had turned entirely green. Ancestor, this is splendid news. Half of Lantian Town is now ours. The Qingping family claims 40%, while the subjugated family accounts for 10%. In the ancestral hall, Li Yaowen was already sharing the joyous tidings with Li Xiang. At this moment, although she adorned a low-tier spiritual artifact capable of altering its form at will, she still preferred her previous scholarly robe. Despite having shed her frail constitution due to the spiritual artifact, she relished sitting in a wheelchair, claiming it was a show of feigned weakness. Elder brother, we now possess a top-tier magical artifact, 2 high-tier magical artifacts, and no rivals at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Once sister returns from her seclusion, she will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Lantian Town has a medicinal garden, enabling us to cultivate 8 varieties of spiritual herbs. Sister will be able to experiment with the 8th-tier potions from the Qianxiao Jing, the Tian Yuan Hui Ling San. Moreover, there is our third brother, with 5 types of minerals and the Wu family's long-stored resources, sufficient for our forge pavilion to indulge for a decade or 2. We even secured the loyalty of a 9th-tier alchemist. The Li family's influence has once again expanded. With the support of 2 towns, the Li family will be free from resource concerns for the next 20 years. Li Xiang exhaled deeply. They could even begin refining medicinal pills now. And with the previous avaricious alchemist, the family now boasts 2 alchemists. The bountiful years swiftly passed. Li family, year 43. Your family has experienced a bustling year, with an abundance of resources awaiting consumption. Your descendant Li Yunlin from the Li Tian sect has emerged from seclusion. After 5 years of reflection, he has broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, gaining the trait, Silent Lone Wolf. No matter the situation, he remains patient and composed, akin to a solitary wolf. In combat, his strength increases by 10, and his cultivation speed improves by 10 during solitary training. Observing Li Yunlin, now sporting stubble, yet exhibiting a newfound steadiness, Li Xiang felt a slight smile tugging at his lips. This lad seems to have matured during his 5 years of training. A silent lone wolf, indeed, I find it appealing. Chapter 41, My Descendants Gradually Evolve. Li Yunlin is now 22 years old. Given his talents, he ought to be the pride of the Li family. However, life is as unpredictable as the weather. Li Yunlin has faced numerous adversities, enduring a period of reflection without spiritual energy, relying solely on willpower to break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. This has led Li Xiang to develop a newfound admiration for Li Yunlin's character. He has shed his previous arrogance, embracing instead a demeanor of calmness and restraint. Life can destroy a person, yet it can also enable rebirth. Seizing the moment, Li Xiang bestowed upon Li Yunlin a token of ancestral affection, hoping he would strive forward. At that moment, Li Yunlin, having just stepped away from the cliff of reflection, felt a warm current surge through his body. After 5 years, he once again sensed the encouragement of his ancestor. He promptly knelt before the heavens in gratitude. Compared to 5 years ago, his current demeanor was more composed. Thank you, ancestor. After 5 years of reflection, I understand now. Perhaps I should not have come to the Li Tian sect. Yet I have no regrets. I shall rise again from where I fell, step by step, to the pinnacle. I will never disappoint the hopes of the ancestor and my family. With that, he silently made his way toward the Li Tian sect. Why does that sound so familiar? However, Li Xiang paid it no mind. As long as Li Yunlin refrains from actions detrimental to the family's interests, he shall support his decisions. Among the 3rd generation, only Li Yunlin has faced such tribulations. As for the others, Li Xiang switched the scene. Outside Xian village, there lay a vast training ground enclosed by towering walls, a unique training arena for the children of Xian village. These children, inheriting the bravery of the villagers, engaged in rigorous sparring, their punches landing with palpable force. The descendants of the Li family also trained alongside the village children, for according to Li Delong, the Li children should grow up alongside those of Xian village, thus integrating into the community and avoiding the pitfalls of becoming spoiled and reckless like those outside. This approach nurtures the character of the Li family's progeny. The children of the Li family have already acquired ample resources. To secure a place within the burgeoning power of the Li family, one must earn the recognition of both the family and its sphere of influence, thereby integrating into the Li family's authority. Those lacking in both talent and virtue, who squander family resources and tarnish its reputation, should be summarily expelled, allowing them to experience the harsh realities of society. Li Xiang found merit in this perspective. Fortunately, the 3rd generation of the Li family has received an exceptional education, particularly exemplified by the young Li Yunbing. A smile crept across Li Xiang's face as he clicked on Li Yunbing's avatar, causing the game interface to shift. As a body refiner, he harnesses the essence of heaven and earth, drawing upon the energies of the sun and moon. channeling them through his meridians to break through his physical form, enduring the pain of the flesh. This represents the lower realm, where one's body resembles that of a vine, able to withstand blades and swords. The upper realm involves the explosive force of one's chi within the flesh, enduring the agony of 1,000 needles. The pinnacle, where the body becomes akin to a stubborn stone, allows one to wield heavy objects effortlessly. The internal organs resonate in harmony, with spiritual energy circulating freely. This is the ultimate state, wherein the body becomes a low-grade magical artifact. At merely 13 years of age, Li Yunbing has already become a mentor to his peers on the training grounds. His youthful visage, reminiscent of his brother Li Yunlin's striking handsomeness, is complemented by his unusually pure and ethereal eyes and a melodious voice. This technique, once known as the Wang family body refining method, is now utilized throughout our Xian village. You must not squander your time. Regular practice is imperative. Those who reach the lower realm can secure positions in the He Shui Tang upon reaching adulthood. The children gathered below, some even 2 or 3 years older than Li Yunbing, regard him with admiration. A slightly older child curiously inquired, "Instructor, what realm have you achieved?" "Little Auntie 1T, permit me to say." Li Yunbing sincerely shook his head, then began instructing the children in their physical training. Observing this scene, Li Xiang's eyes sparkled with pride. Li Yunbing possesses the potential to surpass Li Yunlin. He had already accessed Li Yunbing's personal information. Li Yunbing, 3rd generation member, realm, peak of Qi refining 6th layer, techniques, Miying Tian Tsongbu, body refining method, Sheng, Shizhang Minggong. Lei Yin Tian Jing, traits, heart of a child. Li Yunbing, born with the 4 spiritual roots, may not possess the innate talent of his brother, Li Yunlin. Yet he benefits from the family's resources, enabling him to reach the peak of the Qi refining 6th layer at such a young age. The key lies in his innate qualities. Heart of a child signifies purity and kindness, free from worldly distractions, allowing for deeper insights during cultivation. His comprehension of techniques is enhanced by 80, and his training speed by 30. Evidently, he is untroubled by the expulsion of his mother, Chu Xiaoxiao, and has grasped the reasons behind such events early on. The only downside Li Xiang noted in his past records was an incident at the age of 3, when he was deceived by peers into giving away his candy, resulting in tears. At 5, he had narrowly escaped a near-fatal encounter with an assassin disguised as a beggar, saved only by the intervention of their ancestor. At 7, he obtained the heart of a child. At 9, after hearing from Li Dalong that practicing the Wang family body refining method was painless, he endured intense suffering, believing it to be his fault, thus redoubling his efforts. At 12, upon hearing from Li Yaozu that practicing Miying Tian Tsongbu was simple in the Ji Si Tianguan, he persevered for 27 days in the 1st layer, finally gaining insight. Li Xiang mused that Li Yunbing is a rare fool in the Li family. He chuckled softly, uncertain whether this aspect of his character is a virtue or a flaw. He then shifted his focus to another scene. Li Yaotai now has 5 children, and due to the proximity of Yin Tailin to the Li family, all 5 are currently there. "Oh, grandfather, look, I can fly," exclaimed one child. "Grandfather, today I will run faster than Uncle Turtle." The 5th sister complained, "He bullied me. He crooked my nose. But it's all right, grandfather, I fixed it myself." Li Xiang witnessed a remarkable sight. Li Yaoya's children perfectly inherited the robust genes of both him and Bai Ru, each remarkably strong and nearly identical in appearance. Even Li Yunjia, the girl among them, resembled a young leopard. Take the eldest, Li Yundo, for instance. At just 8 years old, he stands at 1.50 meters, bare-chested, with dark skin, having straightened his bleeding nose and already displaying prominent biceps. The other children, too, with their extraordinary physiques, hinted at their future robust forms. At this moment, the heart of Yin Tailin has become their playground, engaging in extreme sports unbefitting of children, showcasing their vigor. The dominant figure of Yin Tailin, the Zhu Yao Wang, observes the children frolicking with a benevolent smile. Li Yaotai and Bai Ruru have truly excelled in nurturing such a formidable brood. Li Xiang felt a sense of reassurance. After all, Bai Ruru, raised by the Zhu Yao Wang, possesses an excellent temperament, and with the combined upbringing of the Zhu Yao Wang and the Li family, any missteps seem implausible. As he savored the roast chicken delivered by Yuxian, he switched scenes again. His attention suddenly captured by a line of text in the event log, causing his mouth to stretch in surprise as he clicked the mouse. Your descendant, Li Yaoqing, has broken through to the early stage of foundation establishment. Her innate quality has transformed, becoming a 4-element mixed spiritual root. After nearly 5 years of contemplation, she suddenly comprehended the cultivation techniques within the Qianxiao Jing. Realizing that ancient alchemists utilized plant spirits as their dantian to achieve divine infant status and cultivate the primordial spirit, thereby attaining the path of the medicinal body. Thus, upon obtaining consent from the family's spiritual beast, the Ba Yi Hua Yao, she forged a bond with it as her dantian, gaining the Tian Xian Chao Mu Shin Shu. The Ba Yi Hua Yao has thus transformed into the Jiu Yi Dan Tai. Li Xiang stared in astonishment, mesmerized by the sight of Li Yaoqing, who had emerged from her seclusion, rushing to the ancestral hall to kneel and fervently pray for the ancestors' blessings. At this moment, Li Yaoqing had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Though she had reached the age of 38, she possessed the demeanor of a young girl, her appearance unchanged, dressed in ragged robes, her face streaked with tears. "Ancestor, I haven't paid my respects in years. Please don't hold it against me." Li Xiang instinctively bestowed upon Li Yaoqing the love bestowed by their ancestors. Trembling with anticipation, he opened her information. Li Yaoqing, second-generation descendant. Occupation, 9th rank alchemist. Realm, early stage of foundation establishment. Techniques, Qian Xiao Jing, Tian Xian Chao Mu Shin Shu. Traits, plant affinity. Immortal embryo, Li Yaoqing's transformation is no longer a simple matter. The gain she has derived from the Qian Chao Jing may potentially surpass even the treasures of the Ji Si Tianguan. After all, the revival of spiritual energy on Earth over the millennia has birthed immortals. Anything associated with the word immortal is extraordinary. He clicked on the Tian Xian Chao Mu Shin Shu and the immortal embryo traits, discovering that their descriptions were similar and related to the 9-leaf Dan Tai that had formed within Li Yaoqing's body. Tian Xian Chao Mu Shin Shu cultivates the 9-leaf Dan Tai. With each realm broken through, it can evolve into an immortal embryo. Training speed increases by 30, and the speed of planting medicinal herbs increases by 100. Henceforth, one can discern the effects of all medicinal herbs. Succinct and precise. Li Xiang's current understanding of the preceding introductions indicates that each time Li Yaoqing breaks through a significant realm, an additional leaf will sprout from her Dan Tai, simultaneously enhancing her innate qualities, ultimately culminating in the formation of an immortal embryo. Presently, her 9-leaf Dan Tai has already produced 2 leaves, elevating her innate quality to a 4 spiritual root. 3 leaves would transform it into a 3 spiritual root, while 4 would result in a dual spiritual root, and so forth. With each successive breakthrough, Li Yaoqing's innate quality will enhance, thereby amplifying her strength. Li Xiang had never before encountered such an extraordinary constitution. Undoubtedly, as Li Yaoqing steadily and resolutely breaks through, there will come a day when she ascends to immortality. Even if her current strength pales in comparison to others, once her aptitude transforms into dual spirit roots, single spirit roots, or even stronger celestial spirit roots, her prowess will be magnified exponentially. Furthermore, her Tian Xian Samu divine technique is also evolving, now possessing 2 tiers of techniques, the first tier at the ordinary level and the second tier at the yellow level. Should she penetrate through these layers, Li Yaoqing will attain celestial level techniques, or perhaps even more formidable ones. The most astonishing aspect is that once broken through, her progress in technique cultivation would soar to a staggering 100, reaching the realm of transcendence. Li Xiang swallowed hard, contemplating the Tian Xian Samu divine technique, and an audacious thought materialized. You have selected the technique of your descendants, Tian Xian Samu divine technique. Would you like to replicate the technique? Consumption of incense value, 999, even more outrageous. Chapter 42. The war between Li Tian sect and Xuanwu sect. Gazing at the astronomical incense value required, Li Xiang could no longer fathom the level of the Tian Xian Samu divine technique. He was equally unable to gauge the current potential of Li Yaoqing, what level it truly represented. He restrained his shock and excitement, acutely aware that regardless of how formidable Li Yaoqing's potential may be, she currently remains merely a slightly stronger foundational cultivator, along with being an exceptionally gifted alchemist. What he must focus on now is not to indulge in future fantasies, but to concentrate on current developments. If progress does not materialize, all is mere talk. Li Xiang began to accelerate the flow of time. With abundant resources and the growing strength of the Li family, they did not become inflated, but rather concealed these secrets and began to develop quietly. After discussions with your descendant Li Yaowen decided to hide a substantial amount of spirit stones owned by the family, gradually increasing the family's spirit fields by 10 acres each year. Jian village no longer cultivates ordinary grains. Li Yaoqing has gifted the villagers with spirit herb seeds that ordinary people can plant, gradually teaching them the cultivation methods. As the families in Jian village prosper, more ordinary residents and cultivators come seeking fortune, leading to an increase in petty thefts and even deceit against the villagers. The Li family members decided to construct walls around Jian village to prevent outside disturbances. Has the embryonic form of a city begun to emerge? Under Li Xiang's watchful gaze, The game interface reverted to the 3,000 inhabitants of Xian village, who began to volunteer to build the city. With the ability to consume spirit rice at intervals, the villagers grew increasingly stronger, reaching the level of ordinary martial artists, easily able to lift stones weighing hundreds of pounds. Under the accelerated time flow, these game characters were diligently engaged in infrastructure projects. However, this city was somewhat unique. Most of its residents were the original villagers of Xian village. Each household bore the Li character tattoo, inscribed with the blood of Li family members, making it evident who truly pledged loyalty to the Li family. For those wishing to join Xian village, the Li family would conduct thorough evaluations and screenings. Even recruits from outside would not gain the Li family's trust unless they bore the Li character tattoo. Your descendant Li Yaoqing has successfully created the 8th grade potion Tian Yuan Hui Ling San, which can restore significant spiritual energy for foundational cultivators and below. Your descendant Li Yaoqing has successfully advanced to an 8th grade alchemist. Under her years of cultivation, a 9th grade alchemist has emerged in the spirit herb garden. Soon, Li Yaoqing, as usual, arrived at the ancestral hall to pay her respects. Li Xiang also sent her a surge of affection from the ancestors. It was no surprise that she swiftly became an 8th grade alchemist. Indeed, as long as she had sufficient medicinal materials, Li Yaoqing could concoct all 8th grade potions in a short time. This is the terrifying nature of her current talent. Li Yaoqing even wished to test whether others could cultivate the Tianxian Sumu divine technique like herself, but the outcome was a bolt of heavenly lightning striking down, nearly obliterating the newly cultivated 9th grade alchemist. She dared not attempt it again. Is she truly a unique existence? Yet, as long as there is sufficient incense value, it poses no problem for me. Li Xiang pondered deeply, yet could not discern the reason. This technique had long surpassed his current understanding. With the increase in resources and the growth of the villagers of Xian village, the members of Heishua Hall have expanded to 300 individuals. The forging pavilion is tirelessly working and has finally crafted sufficient black iron beast blood armor sets, with the entire set's effects rivaling those of mid-grade magical artifacts. With the support of Yintai Forest, the greatest beneficiaries are undoubtedly the forging pavilion and the spirit herb garden. Yintai Forest provides an abundance of demon beasts and spirit beasts for the Li family to utilize, and Su Tsuehua periodically takes individuals to extract blood from these spirit and demon beasts. Li Yaotai now possesses over 20 blood altars for soaking equipment. The remaining beast blood can support the cultivation of 10 beast blood fruit trees, when the demon beasts require a breakthrough. They can also benefit from the beast blood fruit trees, a mutually advantageous arrangement. Your descendant Li Yaozu is cultivating in the Zhi Tianguan, and has made progress in techniques and martial arts. Li Dalong is cultivating in the Zhi Tianguan. Su Tsuehua is in the Zhi Tianguan. Li Dalong and his wife, along with the sword-obsessed Li Yaozu, frequently practice in the Zhi Tianguan, and occasionally coax Li Yunbing to join them for training. Their cultivation of the Li Tian Secret Classic has shown progress. However, the Li family dares not use the techniques and martial arts from the Li Tian Secret Classic lightly in public, as it is a closely guarded secret of the Li Tian sect. Should it be leaked, trouble would ensue. The villagers of Xian continue to practice the techniques and martial arts obtained from the 3 vanquished families. Yet their progress is also rapid. Currently, the training rooms established by the Li family have reached 10 in number. Li family, year 46. Bai Ruru has given birth to twins after 10 months of pregnancy, named Li Yunxian and Li Yunxing. Congratulations, you have received 30 incense points. Bai Ruru is undoubtedly the most diligent and hardworking daughter-in-law of the Li family. As the cries of newborns echoed in the delivery room, the midwife expertly handed the 2 children to Li Dalong and his wife, filling the Li family with indescribable joy. Ancestor, look at me. I have given birth to 2 children, far surpassing the eldest brother. Li Yaodai gazed at the children in his parents' arms, who were remarkably large. Overwhelmed with joy and speaking without thinking, Li Yaozu shot Li Yaotai a glare, but having grown accustomed to his younger brother's recklessness, he concealed his joy, scolding him with a stern face. What kind of talk is that? Do you think that now that we have grown up, I want to beat you? Ahaha, so happy. Today is a day of joy. Li Yaodai scratched his head, observing the heartwarming scene of the family on the screen. Li Xiang also sent a wave of affection from the ancestors. Time truly flies for them. Li Xiang beamed with joy. Soon, the scene shifted, and the Li family held a grand feast to celebrate the arrival of the new baby. Li Xiang noticed that over the years, the Li family had gained numerous friends, with guests filling the hall. The Su and Chen families from Tailan Town, the Gu family from Qingping Town, the Han family from Lantian Town, who received support, and other prominent families from various towns that had business dealings with the Li family brought gifts. He was currently counting the Li family's friends when suddenly, an incongruous message appeared in the event log amidst the festive atmosphere. Special event. The two major sects behind Taichin County have once again fallen into conflict after many years, reaching an irreparable level, and a great war is imminent. Chaos has arrived. Li Xiang was taken aback, recalling that when Li Yunlin joined Li Tian's sect, there was a notification regarding the conflict between Li Tian's sect and Xuanwu's sect, and Li Yunlin's master had also perished amidst their discord. The two families have been embroiled in fierce conflicts for centuries, engaging in battles almost periodically. However, he has remained focused on the development of the family, oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Gazing at the game screen, the discussion at the dining table revolves around this very matter. Chen Chuang shook his head with a sigh, lamenting, "Alas, the sects are at odds, and it is we, the families, and even the common folk who suffer." The head of the Gu family wore a troubled expression. "I have a friend in Li Tianzong who has shared some inside information with me. Initially, it was the two major sects that obtained an ancient stele, which revealed that a great battle had once occurred around Taichin County, resulting in the fall of a powerful being at the Mahayana stage, leaving behind treasures such as the Tian Quan. Consequently, they sought out the ancient tomb and, through their sorcery, triggered the ancient tomb's formation, causing Taichin County and the surrounding areas to endure nearly 20 years of severe drought. They claimed to be searching for the Tian Quan, yet it turned into a farce, for there was nothing in that ancient tomb, only remnants of the ancient master's immense power. For the sake of a jest, they disregarded the lives of the common people like us. Now, as both sides prepare for war, how can we protect ourselves?" Upon hearing this, the Li family members remained composed, but internally, they were in turmoil. Even Li Xiang, seated before the screen, was similarly affected. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon him. No wonder Li Dalong had discovered that mysterious spear in the wild boar forest at the onset of the drought. No wonder the Tian Quan had manifested. This meant they had sought the wrong location, and by unleashing their powers, the mysterious spear from Xian village and the Tian Quan emerged one after the other, ultimately benefiting our Li family. Li Xiang felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Fortunately, both Li Tianzong and Xuanwu sect believed the ancient legends to be mere fabrications, the tricks of the tomb of a powerful being. As long as the truth remained concealed, no one would suspect that the Tian Quan was in the possession of the Li family. He exhaled deeply, grateful for his caution, which had kept the secret of the Tian Quan safe within the Li family. Otherwise, any hint of it would have led to the two sects, tricked by the ancient master, tearing the Li family apart. Soon, the banquet within the game interface concluded. The descendants of the Li family walked anxiously to the ancestral hall. The most pressing matter was that if the two major sects engaged in battle, they too would be affected. Li Xiang clicked on the avatar of the Zi Lei Tianyang Mang, inquiring about the details. Li Yaowen spoke gravely, "Ancestor, for a long time, our 12 towns in Taichin County have been governed by the two major sections. Taichin County is merely one among them, while each sect occupies another county. For many years, the revenues of Taichin County have been shared equally between the two sections. Now, with both sides on the brink of war, it is likely that Taichin County will be caught in their struggle. In such a scenario, even the county government will have little authority, and Taichin County will descend into chaos. We could be subject to the orders of the two sects at any time, or we may fall prey to opportunists." The head of the Gu family expressed that their discord was irreparable. "According to the records I have consulted, this war may persist for decades, even centuries." Li Xiang stroked the mouse, sensing that the days ahead would be anything but tranquil. Chapter 43, Mid-Foundation Establishment, Achieving Greatness. In the impending clash between the two sects, the future remains uncertain. Yet, Li Xiang clearly understood that to ensure the Li family's survival amidst this potential century-long calamity, strength was paramount. Otherwise, what right did the Li family have to discuss anything further? Nevertheless, sharp blades also serve as a driving force for human progress. The message conveyed that amidst the news of the sect's war, your descendants have sensed an unknown peril. In their quest to preserve the family amidst this disaster, they have begun to cherish every moment, seizing every opportunity to strengthen the family. Your family has gained a trait, striving forward. Until the crisis concludes, your kin's cultivation speed will increase by 10, and their comprehension will also rise by 10, making it easier for them to identify opportunities for the family's advancement. The current generation will forever remember this crisis, enhancing the efficacy of their striving forward by tenfold. Li Xiang's anxious heart began to ease. After resolving the troubles in Tailin town, his thirst for vengeance had dissipated, and now the Li family had once again acquired a collective trait. Indeed, no matter the challenge, opportunities coexist alongside it. Not only have game traits emerged, but even Li Xiang has come to an understanding. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Of course, if I do not view this matter as a threat, but rather as an opportunity, everything changes. Li Xiang's gaze sharpened as he focused on the screen. Indeed, the war between the two sects would plunge the Li family into unknown dangers. However, As Li Yaowen previously mentioned, in such circumstances, the two major sects would be preoccupied with their battles, leaving them no time to attend to other matters. Consequently, this creates opportunities for certain opportunists to exploit the chaos. So why should the Li family wait to be preyed upon by others instead of taking the initiative to become the hunters? The clarity of thought struck him like a lightning bolt. Li Xiang decided to summon his descendants through the Zi Lei Tian Yang Meng. Just as he clicked on the avatar, intending to share his insights, he was taken aback. His descendants entered the ancestral hall. After their customary bows, Li Dalong, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Ancestor, today when Yunbing was cultivating with the Tian Quan, he mentioned that he had been battling the first-level zombies. However, after taking the initiative, the path to the end of the first level became significantly easier. He asked me why our Li family could not take the initiative amidst the calamity of the two sects war. Ancestor, I do not know if this foolish child speaks wisely. Please enlighten us." Li Xiang's smile gradually faded, his expression turning numb as he stared at Li Yunbing on the screen, who bore an innocent expression that seemed to scream, "I am a fool, come deceive me." He remained motionless for a long while. Li Dalong on screen, receiving no response from Li Xiang, grew anxious, eager to urge, "Ancestor, please speak. Did I just connect with the gullible Li Yunbing and the family?" Gritting his teeth, Li Xiang clicked on the avatar of the Zi Lei Tian Yang Meng. Good. After entering the text, the Li family members received a response from the Zi Lei Tian Yang Meng, and instantly, they erupted in jubilation. The ancestor has consented. Ha! I told you Yunbing is not foolish. He can also devise useful strategies. Grandson, follow me. Li Xiang gritted his teeth, tightly pinching the flesh of his thigh. Calm down. Remain composed. I must not smash the keyboard. Soon, glancing at the flow of time on the screen, Li Xiang felt reassured. It's fine. Why should I doubt myself? A considerable amount of time has passed in the game. I will soon come to a resolution. Yes, my descendants are able to think along the same lines as me. I should be pleased, as it shows they have matured. I should rejoice. No sooner had he finished speaking than the phone rang. Li Xiang answered, and Chi Boss's excited voice came through. "Young Master Li, I have sold everything and made a fortune." "Chi Boss, do I look foolish to you?" Why the sudden question? Chi Boss's voice faltered. Then he spoke solemnly. "I know my family name Chi has had a bad reputation, but young Master Li, rest assured. I swear on my life that from the moment we began our collaboration, I will never accept kickbacks." Ha! Li Xiang finally smiled. Conversing with an astute individual is so straightforward. After hanging up, Li Xiang felt a sense of relief. Your family, through a consensus, has decided to take advantage of the chaos in Taqing to secretly eliminate Ting Feng Wugo. Li Dalong, accompanied by his wife, borrowed the spirit beast Feng Ing Ming Ling Niao from Yin Tai Lin to proceed. As Li Xiang munched on some snacks, he observed this special operation. The deeper he delved into the game, the more he understood that each special operation had its unique reasons, whether they involved matters threatening the Li family or events that could yield benefits. Although I have been closely observing the development of the Li family's power, Li Xiang is well aware of this matter. The Tingfeng Wuga, situated within the Tingfeng town of Taiqing County, boasts no stronger cultivator than that of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Despite this small sect being rather weak, supported solely by the foundation establishment stage, the Li family has spent 2 months preparing to eradicate the Tingfeng Wuga, even leveraging connections with the Tai Lin Su family. The reason for such meticulous preparation is that the Tingfeng Wuga is loyal to the Xuanwu sect. Without thorough preparation and careful evasion of the Xuanwu sect's watchful eyes, the Li family would undoubtedly face considerable trouble. The ultimate goal is to obtain the superior auxiliary magical artifact known as the Yinwu Lingzhu. Foundation establishment practitioners can inscribe their martial arts insights onto the Lingzhu for others to cultivate. While this artifact may appear ordinary, the Li family's elaborate efforts stem from their knowledge that the Tingfeng Wuga, after decades of experimentation, has placed the Yinwu Lingzhu atop a structure akin to the training rooms in Jian Village, which significantly accelerates the cultivation speed of practitioners within. Presently, the Li family has begun dismantling the 10 training rooms and is in the process of combining them into a large training hall, preparing to mount the Yinwu Lingzhu beneath a dome. Soon, on a moonless night, Li Dalong and his wife, accompanied by their spirit beasts, made their way to the Tingfeng Wuga, nestled on a small mountain outside Tingfeng town. Within the ancient architectural complex, an atmosphere of impending danger arose. Su Tsuhua wielded a low-grade spiritual artifact and possessed the capability to battle at the peak of foundation establishment. Additionally, the elusive Fengying mingling bird, akin to a sparrow but nearly impossible to detect, rendered the small sect utterly defenseless. The Tingfeng Wuga was merely led by a mid-foundation establishment sect master and 2 early foundation establishment elders. The couple from the Li family, along with their spirit beasts, knew precisely where to strike and whom to target. indicating a well-conceived plan, thoroughly acquainted with the Tingfeng Wuge, perfectly embodying the notion of a dark and stormy night for murder. Just as Xiang intended to shift his focus to other descendants, his hand froze over the mouse. He beheld the Li family swiftly injuring the sect master of the Tingfeng Wuge and capturing him alive, dragging him to the edge of a cliff several dozen miles away. Li Dalong firmly grasped the opponent's neck. What transpired? Li Xiang bit into his melon seed, noticing the complex emotions in Li Dalong's eyes: hatred, relief, and perhaps liberation. Do you remember who I am? Li Dalong's voice was low and slightly trembling. My friend, I wonder where I have offended you all. Let us speak calmly. Do you desire the Yinwu Lingzhu? Take it. I have many spiritual stones and can offer you everything valuable from our sect. The sect master of the Tingfeng Wuge, not foolish, recognized that this group dared to come without fear of the Xuanwu sect behind him and thus resorted to begging for mercy to save his life. You do not remember, Li Dalong sighed deeply. It has been 49 years. You may not recall me, but I remember you. Who are you? The sect master grew increasingly terrified. Li Dalong, however, paid him no mind, continuing, you, the Tingfeng Wuge, claim to be a righteous sect in this Tingfeng town. Yet in truth, you are utterly vile. Back when you were at the peak of qi refinement, establishing the Tingfeng Wuge, oh, and let us not forget your other identity as a slave trader, abducting children from others. You, the sect master, attempted to retort, but his forehead bulged with veins. As Li Dalong tightened his grip, effortlessly crippling the sect master's dantian. You sold children with good aptitude to major sects, while those with poor aptitude became your furnace cauldrons. Li Dalong coldly severed the sect master's limbs. Do you understand? When we were 12 furnace cauldrons, nearing 20 years of age, you intended to raise us as insect puppets. To survive, I was the only one who escaped the hellish grasp of the Tingfeng Wuge, and I still remember my companions urging me to flee. Run, a dog. You must escape. I fled, while my comrades perished. I could only follow the memories of my childhood to find my former home, only to discover my parents' graves, and the thatched cottage abandoned, leaving only the ancestral tablets. When you abducted me, I was still called a dog. The fortune teller had not yet given me a name. I know I lacked ability, but I dreamed of your demise, wishing for the downfall of your sect. Li Dalong exhaled deeply, with Su Tsuihua's hand resting on his shoulder. He finally revealed a reassuring smile to the worried Su Tsuihua, before coldly fixing his gaze on the sect master. I am no longer a dog. Once a nameless pup forced to flee after my family was destroyed, I now have a name, Li Dalong. In the next life, remember me. I am Li Dalong. It was time to let go of the past. Li Dalong truly relinquished his burden, releasing the sect master over the cliff, then borrowing a spiritual artifact from Su Tsuihua. He descended in a furious onslaught, until the sect master's flesh and the filthy earth mingled together. Observing the events on the screen, Li Xiang felt as though he stood alongside Li Dalong, chilled by the midnight breeze. The melon seed in his hand suddenly lost its flavor. For the first time, he learned of Li Dalong's tragic past. Perhaps this was the root of Li Dalong's intense determination to succeed, and the driving force behind his relentless pursuit of a better life after acquiring martial arts. Many years ago, the Li family possessed the strength to avenge Li Dalong. Yet, he chose not to seek revenge, perhaps keenly aware that the Tingfeng Wuge had found a powerful ally, suppressing his hatred for the sake of family advancement. Even today, the desire for the Yinwu Lingzhu was the reason for his actions. Otherwise, Li Dalong might still refrain from risking everything for personal desires. With the booming sounds in the game, your descendant Li Dalong has overcome the mental demons he has suppressed for years, and his unique trait has propelled his transformation. Trait: great achievement awaits. Your descendant Li Dalong has broken through. Mid-Foundation Establishment. Chapter 44. The Devastation of Demonic Cultivation. Li Dalong's tenacity is indeed rare. Otherwise, he would not have guided his family to such a prosperous state merely with a manual on qi refinement during a year of drought. Had it been someone else, Li Xiang suspected he would have invoked the wrath of their ancestors daily. Trait: great achievement awaits. Great achievements take time. Cultivation speed increased by 20. By overcoming mental obstacles, his mindset has broadened, enhancing comprehension, making it easier to succeed in mastering techniques and martial arts. Upon returning from Tingfeng Town, Li Dalong immediately offered incense and bowed in respect. Li Xiang glanced at the incense he currently possessed, 27650. There was still much to be gathered. Li Xiang raised an eyebrow. With the increasing number of descendants in the Li family, he typically accrued about 3,000 incense per year, and even more during special events. He had long coveted the profound Xian-level technique, Mieying Tian Kongbu, from the Litian Secret Classic. Currently, after years of training, the most accomplished Li Yaozu had only reached a progress level of 28. By the time Yaozu could master this technique to perfection, it would likely require around 100,000 incense points to replicate. Xiang pondered how to utilize these incense points. Your family has constructed a large training hall, named the 3-story Yinwu Tower. Following the prompt in the Events tab, he beheld a 3-story spire rising majestically in the center of Xian village. Upon understanding, Xiang realized that this Yinwu Tower, built by a master the Li family had hired at a high price, had become a significant magical artifact in its own right. As long as no one excavated the Yinwu Tower, the existence of the Yinwu Lingzhu would remain concealed. The Yinwu Tower could manifest the illusions of powerful experts. As long as there were enough spiritual stones, it would demonstrate techniques and martial arts day and night, also enhancing the spiritual energy within the tower. The first floor was for qi refinement, while the third was accessible for entry, and so forth. The members of the Li family immediately began channeling the 36 techniques and martial arts insights they had collected over the years, including Wang family body refinement technique, Yulong step, and Qingfeng technique, into the Yinwu Tower. Meanwhile, the Li family prioritized the study of the Litian secret classic. After addressing the matters concerning the Yinwu Tower, the members of the Li family convened, for the eradication of the Tingfeng Wuge was merely the beginning of their endeavors. Li Yaowen turned to his father, Li Dalong, who occupied the main seat in their residence, and said, "Father, the issue with the Tingfeng Wuge has been dealt with thoroughly. There are no suspicions cast upon us. Your intervention utilizing the Lei Yin Tianjing of the Litian sect has led to the Xuanwu sect suspecting that the Litian sect was behind it." Indeed, Li Dalong responded with a slight nod. The past was like a fleeting wind, and he now stood as steady as an ancient tree. This matter would be put to rest, never to be mentioned again. The Li family, a modest clan, served as the finest guise. "Understood, father." Li Yaowen sipped his tea, his voice firm. "Our prior plans to venture to the Qingtian River Valley must be abandoned." Upon hearing this, Li Dalong had yet to respond. But it was Li Yaoqing who became anxious. "Why? Is there some unforeseen change? What about the Tianqing grass?" In recent days, the Li family had been involved in more than just plotting against the Tingfeng Wuge. As the family expanded, they engaged in various businesses, making both allies and foes. Now was the time for reckoning. The Qingtian River Valley, as mentioned by Li Yaowen, was abundant with Tianqing grass, a vital herb lacking in the new medicine Li Yaoqing sought to concoct. "Emocio," Li Yaowen uttered these two simple words, causing the countenance of the Li family to shift. Emocio were known to differ vastly from ordinary cultivators. In their pursuit of rapid advancement, their practices were often inhumane, involving blood sacrifices or using humans as vessels for cultivation. Such practices were akin to cannibalism, reminiscent of consuming raw human brains. This path of cultivation drove them to madness, brutality, bloodlust, and insatiable greed, akin to cultivators perpetually under the influence of drugs. "I received news from the Su family. The small sect we had our eyes on has been preempted." The scene bore the unique aura of Emocio, and their methods were foul play. They are exceedingly cunning, taking advantage of the two sects' conflict, and have vanished without a trace after their success. "My Tianqing grass." Li Yaoqing understood well that once the Tianqing grass fell into the hands of Emocio, reclaiming it would be an arduous task, leaving him in a state of despair. At that moment, a guard affiliated with the Haixitang rushed in to report, holding a token that caused the members of the Li family to stiffen. It was the token of the Litian sect. Li Dalong took the token, and a flash of white light filled his mind with information left by a powerful practitioner of the Litian sect. In mere moments, Li Dalong's eyes narrowed. "There is news about the Tianqing grass. Special event. Emocio wreaking havoc. Due to the conflict between the two sects, the Litian sect's experts are occupied and cannot attend to the mundane affairs of Taqing City. Their disciples, upon hearing of the Emocio's chaos, have descended the mountain to train, sincerely inviting masters from various factions to assist the Litian sect in exterminating the Emocio." After receiving the order from the Litian sect, Li Dalong proceeded to the ancestral hall to report. Li Xiang also saw the information. "Exterminating the Emocio, you say? It does seem intriguing. The Litian sect and the Xuanwu sect, both claiming to be righteous sects, yet look at the devastation unleashed upon opening ancient tombs. They engage in battles periodically, stirring turmoil. When the Emocio's atrocities surface, they seem rather conscientious." While lost in thought, Li Dalong knelt and bowed. "Ancestors, I bid you farewell for this journey. During next year's grand ceremony, I can only pay my respects from afar." The words rendered the Li family momentarily speechless. Li Xiang furrowed his brow. It seemed Li Dalong intended to partake in the mission to eradicate the Emocio. Then, small characters appeared above Li Dalong's head. "Disciples from the Litian sect have located the Emocio within the Thunderfire Demon Cave. If the guardian beast is to evolve, the Thunderfire Demon Cave holds the thunder and fire of heaven. It was no wonder Li Dalong was compelled to involve himself. Li Xiang felt a surge of excitement. The Zile Tianyang Mang wished to ascend to the rank of Demon King, and the thunder and fire of heaven were among the conditions. However, the task's location was far, requiring more than a single day's effort. Exterminating the Mo Xiao would be challenging, and the disciples from the Litian sect were inexperienced. Unaware of the Mo Xiao's precise numbers and strength, the danger was already considerable. As Li Xiang pondered whether to take this risk, the members of the Li family in the ancestral hall began to finalize who would go. The guardian beast of the temple is the strongest entity of our Li family. If it can evolve into a demon king, it would be a blessing for us. Li Dalong surveyed the crowd, finally locking eyes with Su Tsuwa. My dear, during my absence, you must take charge of the family's affairs. At this declaration, the Li family erupted in protest. Father, how can you go? You are the head of the family. Everyone is counting on you. Indeed, father, I shall go. I am quite idle at the xianxiatang. You cannot go. As the head of the family, you are indispensable here. Rather, I can fight with the Tianjun seal against the fake Dan. And my spirit beast yard has already moved to the Intai forest, with Old Pig keeping watch. I have no pressing matters. They all understood that despite the Litian sect disciples leading the charge, the journey was fraught with peril. Enough. Suddenly, Li Yaoqing, typically reticent, raised her voice, commanding the attention of all. Feeling the weight of their gazes, she ruffled her disheveled hair and revealed a smile, her bright teeth accentuating her expression. Father, please do not go. Big brother is right. For so many years, it has been you and fourth sister in the limelight. The families we secretly control only recognize you. If you are away for too long, chaos will ensue. Mother cannot go either. Your demonic aura makes it inconvenient. She then turned her gaze to her elder brother, who appeared more relaxed. Big brother should not go either. Huh. Li Yaozu furrowed his brow. The plan set by fourth sister require the xianxiatang, and you are the most familiar with its people. Moreover, how can we have father running about with the xianxiatang? As her words settled, she turned to Li Yaotai, who stood tall and proud. Li Yaoqing rolled her eyes. Old third, you have 7 children, and they are still young. When you return, they might not even recognize you. And as for the forge pavilion, after all these years, you are the only blacksmith. The family is waiting for you to forge superior magical tools. Her words struck a chord with Li Yaotai, drawing the attention of the family towards Li Yaoqing. Second sister, are you going? Li Yaowen's expression was complex. Everyone had volunteered. Yet she was a weak girl without cultivation, merely watching her family face danger. During such moments, she often questioned whether her path was the right one. What? Do you look down upon your second sister? Li Yaoqing teased, her previously carefree demeanor shifting to seriousness. It is most appropriate for me to go. I have no potions left to concoct. My 15 apprentices in the spirit herb garden can prepare ordinary potions. And I have nurtured one from childhood to become a 9th grade apothecary, sufficient to fulfill the family's needs. Chinger, Li Dalong intended to persuade her, but was interrupted by Li Yaoqing. Father, you know that in terms of skill, I cannot compare to you. But with potions at hand and some newfound abilities, my safety is assured. In terms of intelligence, I may not match you, except for old third. Yet, after all these years of experience, I understand how to deal with outsiders. Especially as a woman, others will underestimate me. This serves as my best disguise. Moreover, I am not foolish. My aim is to locate the demon cave and ascertain the conditions of the thunder and fire of heaven, not to seek death. When faced with danger, I certainly know how to flee. Those Mo Xiao have stolen my Tianqing grass. I must avenge this grievance as well. Her logical and compelling arguments left the Li family members speechless. Li Yaoqing immediately bowed before the ancestral tablet, solemnly declaring his intent to undertake this significant responsibility. In silence, Li Xiang clicked on the avatar of the Zile Tianyang Mang, successfully persuading Li Yaoqing. As the year drew to a close, coinciding with the forthcoming grand ceremony of the Li clan, Li Yaoqing, clad in her everyday attire, braved the cold winds while carrying 4 spiritual beasts borrowed from Intai Lin, making her way to the entrance of Xian village. She took out the ancestral tablet from her bosom and, turning to her family who had escorted her to the village's edge, reassured them with a smile. Do not worry. I carry our ancestral spirit with me. Whether facing the Li Tian sect or the demonic practitioners, with our ancestors' blessings, I am not venturing forth to meet my demise. I shall make it known that the realm of Taiqing County holds a Li family, and within it, a daughter named Li Yaoqing. Upon hearing these words, the Li family erupted in laughter. Well said, exclaimed Li Dalong, narrowing his eyes. Yaoqing, you will encounter figures from various influential factions in Taiqing County. Do not be afraid of trouble. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to send word. Father, I am 42 years old. I am no longer a child. Li Yaoqing replied with a bittersweet smile. Gradually, she turned away, heading towards Taiqing County, waving her hand. In the twilight glow, the girl, often appearing disheveled from her work in the spiritual herb garden, now resembled a radiant fairy. Chapter 45. The Li family has a son, Li Yunlin. Half a month had passed since Li Yaoqing departed from Jian village. Sitting in his room, Li Xiang took a deep breath. He could sense the growing chaos in Taiqing County as the two sects prepared for battle, which also explained why the usually cautious Li Dalong would dare to venture into the Thunderfire Demon Cave. Everyone in the Li family understood that only by continually strengthening themselves and rapidly enhancing their family's power could they avoid the repercussions of the impending conflict. As the ancestral spirit, I must also exert my influence now, while keeping an eye on the developments within the game. He noted that only a day remained until the Li family's grand ceremony, prompting him to allow time to flow normally within the game world. He dialed Boss Chi's number. Boss Chi, can you come to my house within an hour? This time, I can offer you 200 blood fruits and some new items. But I hope you can bring me what I need. Shortly thereafter, within 5 minutes, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Li Xiang was greeted by Boss Chi, who was panting. 200? Hurry, there's a client waiting. And new items. They can't be worse than blood fruits, can they? My clients are quite discerning. Don't rush. Come in for a cup of milk tea first, Li Xiang said with a smile. What do you mean by discerning? He could tell that Boss Chi's clients were certainly fond of the blood fruits. However, in reality, blood fruits were hardly significant within the Li family. After inviting Boss Chi inside and offering him milk tea, Li Xiang extended his hand. First, let me see what I requested. Oh, my young master Li. I must warn you. I have managed to procure the items, but please do not misuse them. If you intend to use them against classmates, just let me know. If you wish to target the spiritual elder, once we have enough spirit stones, it would be a matter of moments. As Boss Chi spoke, he retrieved a spatial ring and tossed it to Li Xiang. Ignoring Boss Chi's warnings, Li Xiang glanced into the ring and frowned. Only 2? Yes, just 2. Boss Chi shrugged. This is not easy to obtain, and besides, where could I find more in such a short time? I acquired these from an extremist organization. How many more can you secure? Li Xiang pondered, realizing he had been somewhat presumptuous. It was already quite impressive for Boss Chi to acquire contraband, and he had been foolish to expect more. After considering, Boss Chi replied, I will contact you again. You know, such items cannot be kept in surplus. However, I am certain the next batch will not be less than this one. Good, Li Xiang said, not wanting to be demanding. You enjoy your milk tea first. I will fetch something from my room. With that, he entered his room, hastening the flow of time in the game. In the visual realm, the descendants of the Li family congregated in the ancestral hall, kneeling before the tablet. Before the incense burner on the altar, they had already prepared the offerings for their journey. The Li family's 50-year grand ceremony begins. Your descendants' present offerings. 1-tier blood fruits, 200 pieces. Jinling San, 20 portions. Xingyang San, 10 portions. Would you like to retrieve them? Soon, the offerings appeared on Li Xiang's desk. Without delay, he placed the spatial ring in the bronze furnace, which emitted a ringing sound. Detected that you have used a blessing on your descendants. Bestowal complete. Tianxing Sun Ling Jitu. After the items were transmitted, Li Xiang swiftly exited the room, as Boss Chi awaited outside. Did you give me an elixir? Boss Chi blinked. A new product from the Li family? Yes, Li Xiang pointed to the Jinling San, which increases the Jinling root by 18 points. What? Upon hearing this, Boss Chi's eyes widened. Had it not been for Li Xiang, and knowing that the Li family had produced miraculous potions before, he would have found it hard to believe. Are there any side effects? Is it as astonishing as your family's Tianjibu Ling Dan? He was aware of the rarity of the Tianjibu Ling Dan in the market. Although the Jinling San did not possess the same efficacy, it was still an extraordinary existence. 18 points, specifically targeting Jinling roots. I can only imagine how frenzied the wealthy young masters with Jinling roots will be. Indeed, there are no side effects. I will give you 20 portions, hoping you can sell them at a good price. Li Xiang was quite pleased with Boss Chi's reaction. The greater the response, the more he would be able to sell. 20 portions? Boss Chi exclaimed in delight. And what about the remaining 10 portions? Xingyang Dan. Noticing the eager look on Boss Chi's face, Li Xiang replied solemnly. Permanent effect, no side effects. I believe you must have friends who need it, right? Hearing this, Boss Chi swallowed hard and hesitated for a moment before gravely asking, Young Master Li, may I ask if I have a friend? Oh, I really do have a friend, who is already struggling to hold on. Will using it allow him to? Yes, at least it will extend his time. Li Xiang raised 3 fingers. Boss Chi nearly popped his eyes out. 3 hours. What are you thinking? In 3 hours, even an ox could plow the fields. Li Xiang's facial muscles twitched. At least 3 minutes. That would suffice. Boss Chi's expression was slightly disappointed, but quickly transformed into a smile. Young Master Li, I guarantee it will sell well. Li Xiang nodded slightly. In the days to come, we will have many collaborations. However, as you know, My family prefers to remain discreet. Therefore, I hope to establish a company in your name, which would resolve my spirit stone storage and tax issues. With your connections, I trust you can manage this. I will give you 3 more. As Li Xiang raised 3 fingers again, the momentary hesitation in Boss Chi disappeared. Li Xiang continued, after this, the company's daily expenses will be deducted from the books. By the way, here is a list of items I wish for you to procure through the company. Boss Chi took the lengthy list, his brow furrowing again. It included elixirs, techniques, talismans, and war puppets, all of which were exceedingly rare. However, Boss Chi dared not question further, knowing these were items requested by the powerful Li family. He even harbored a suspicion that the Li family had secretly left Earth to discover a new habitable planet, constructing a new world. Can this be done? Li Xiang inquired. Boss Chi, coming back to his senses, pondered for a moment before responding, Young Master Li, I believe we must start with ancient civilizations to acquire these items. I have many friends engaged in the study of ancient epics, some even delving into the depths of the sea and extraterrestrial planets to excavate relics from those bygone eras. I shall see if I can acquire such esteemed items, although it may take considerable time. Thank you. Li Xiang nodded slightly, aware that the revival of spiritual energy over the millennia had accelerated the development of this world, primarily due to the unearthing of remnants from ancient civilizations. As Boss Chi was departing, he suddenly called out to Li Xiang, Young Master Li, I encountered your teacher while in your villa area. He seems to be beseeching the gatekeeper, Grandpa Chan, to find you, requesting your participation in the school's grand competition. From what I gathered, the opposing team appears to be a false stand. Has he reached my doorstep? Li Xiang rolled his eyes. Tell him to stop bothering me. Am I not allowed to assist? Boss Chi grinned. Indeed, for someone of the false stand realm, it would be no trouble for you, Young Master Li. Who said I would take action? I don't even wish to step out of my house. Li Xiang shrugged. In that case, Boss Chi, could you do me a favor? Before the competition begins, apprehend that false Dan and release him afterward. Boss Chi left villa number 1 of Jixin Zhuang in silence, suddenly feeling quite righteous. The grand ceremony of the Li family had concluded. Congratulations, your descendants have gathered, expressing gratitude for your benevolence. You have received 300 incense points. Observing the nearly 30,000 incense points on the ledger, Li Xiang estimated that after another 20 years of game time, during which he refrained from excessively using incense points, he would finally reap rewards for his ongoing support of the Li family. A special event occurred. Li Yaozu, accompanied by the Black Blood Hall, stealthily prepared to intercept the materials being escorted by the Qingping Blue family, a long-standing enemy of the ancient family. Now, the ancient family that once aided the Li family in saving Yintialan had become their ally, frequently collaborating. Meanwhile, the Qingping ancient family, amidst the chaos, sought development opportunities. Even such a cautious family as the Qingping ancient family was attempting to take advantage of the turmoil. Li Xiang increasingly sensed the disorder in Taiqing County. Fortunately, he had recently sent provisions to the Li family and could assist them. In the game, Jian village had not encountered any troubles, continuing to consume previously acquired resources. The collaboration between Li Yaozu and the ancient family was proceeding smoothly. Li Xiang decided to check on his 2 descendants who were outside. He saw that Li Yaoqing had arrived at the assembly point of the Li Tian sect, gathering at the town of Tingfeng where Li Dalong had once annihilated the Tingfeng martial pavilion. Currently, there were around 50 people, not immediately commencing action, but waiting for more to join the demon-slaying team. Li Yaoqing, known for his unprovocative and low-key demeanor, was quite safe at present. Li Xiang then clicked on Li Yunlin's avatar. The map changed. Li Tian sect. The scene appeared within a cavern, particularly a milky, turbid pool infused with spiritual energy, instantly giving the impression of its significance, shrouding the entire cave in mist. 7 years after departing from the Penitence Cliff, Li Yunlin was now meditating above the spiritual pool. Delving into his past experiences, Li Xiang discovered that Li Yunlin had lived as an outer disciple in the Li Tian sect for these 7 years. Unremarkable, yet unwavering in his cultivation, he had been waiting to reach the pinnacle of qi refinement, which would grant him access to the Master's spiritual pool and enable him to break through to the foundation establishment stage, astonishing all. Suddenly, an explosion of energy erupted beneath Li Yunlin, scattering the spiritual liquid of the pool, and the spiritual energy within the cave surged into his body. He opened his eyes, flames erupting from his gaze. Especially at his dantian, the fire of the Dan emerged from within. Torrents of blazing flames enveloped him, nearly evaporating the spiritual pool, leaving only raging fire within the cave. Foundation establishment achieved. 12 years, Li Yunlin murmured softly. 12 years since my master's death. I was but a youth then, and now nearly 30. Coinciding with the great conflict of the 2 sects, his voice grew cold, his gaze piercing. Today, I emerge from seclusion with the body of 9 spirit wonder fire to re-enter the inner sect and reclaim all that belongs to my master. I shall make the entire Li Tian sect aware that there is a descendant of the Li family, Li Yunlin. Chapter 46. Bravely entering the Li Tian sect. Li Yunlin strode towards the ornate halls of the sect. Although he had broken through to foundation establishment, he remained composed, his handsome features betraying no emotion. As if the tumultuous 12 years had been merely an illusion, a gentle, steady gentleman orchid. Truly, he is my descendant, even more composed than Yaozu. This temperament is inherited from me. Li Xiang felt immense comfort, recalling how he had consented to Li Yunlin's ventures within the Li Tian sect, witnessing his repeated setbacks. Finally, the clouds had parted, revealing the moon. You have invoked the love from your ancestor, consuming 20 incense points. Without hesitation, Li Xiang utilized a level 2 skill. Ancestor. After many years, I once again receive your grace. The already steady Li Yunlin could not help but feel a lump in his throat as he retrieved his ancestor's spirit tablet, placing it before him in reverence. After 7 years of arduous cultivation, not only had he broken through with the Master's spiritual pool, but once he attains the Golden Dan, he will uncover the method to dismantle the sect's restrictions. The Li Tian secret classic, with its millennia of legacy, shall be employed by the Li family. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang's expression softened further. He remembered when Li Yunlin was determined to join the Li Tian sect, while Li Yaoqing worried that Li Yunlin would forget his original intentions. Yet, Li Yunlin had remained unchanged. Child, I have already received the Li Tian secret classic. Your intentions are noted. Li Xiang bestowed warmth upon him once more. Soon, Li Yunlin rose. In the flow of time, he had arrived outside a magnificent palace. Here, many disciples clad in white, akin to Li Yunlin, formed a square around a spacious, protruding arena, with a luminous barrier reaching into the heavens. 8 cultivators were engaged in combat, with elders officiating nearby. The Li Tian sect is currently conducting its decade-long outer sect martial contest, allowing elders to assess disciples' potential and subsequently recruit students. What purpose do I serve here? Li Xiang furrowed his brow, recalling the tragic demise of Li Yunlin's master and the suppression Li Yunlin faced upon returning to the sect. His mouse subtly moved towards the spirit tablet's position. After 12 years of self-cultivation, even a supernova would be ground down to a smooth finish. Li Yunlin was unlikely to act impulsively. Observing Li Yunlin's calm demeanor, Li Xiang chose to trust his descendant this time. However, for safety's sake, he remained ready to utilize the ancestor's spirit tablet. Go forth. Your ancestor remains steadfast. Li Yunlin caressed the spirit tablet in his possession. In such a setting, coupled with his intended actions, only the ancestor could ease his nervousness. Then, Li Yunlin surveyed the surroundings. The martial gathering of the Li Tian sect was bustling, with the sect leaders seated before the great hall, surrounded by elders. This lively scene felt alien to him. Suddenly, he recalled the day 13 years ago when his master brought him to the Li Tian sect, where his master had treated him well, imparting all his knowledge. Although he entered the Li Tian sect with mediocre qualifications due to his 3 spirit roots, his master stated that his temperament was best suited to inherit the 9 spirit wonder fire. A person's qualifications may change, but one's nature remains fundamental. Now, Li Yunlin understood that perhaps his master had foreseen the dire consequences of the battle against the Xuanwu Gate. His master's words rang true. I am of Li blood. As long as I live, I am a member of the Li family. I am a beneficiary of my master's teachings. I must guard my master's legacy, seeking to obliterate those who wish to destroy my master's inheritors. Kill. The preceding whispers culminated in a single word, as Li Yunlin's visage twisted into a fierce expression, shouting at the top of his lungs. 13 years ago, the father bestowed upon him the Lingxi flying sword. Under the watchful eyes of all, the sword surged forth, targeting a foundational stage cultivator standing at the edge of the arena. In that fleeting moment, 9 palm-sized fiery golden lotuses emerged around him, their furious blaze scorching the surrounding air within a 10-meter radius. Who was this audacious individual? To dare engage in combat before the sect leader and elders, had he lost his senses? I recognized him. He was Li Yunlin, the disciple brought back by Elder Huolin over a decade ago. It seemed he was about to confront none other than Su Cheng, his closest friend and an inner sect disciple. Rumor had it that Su Cheng had provided the information that allowed Li Yunlin to retrieve Elder Huolin's remains, thus betraying his benefactor. What was he thinking? Was he attempting to assist Su Cheng to gain favor before the sect leader? He ought to wake up. If not for the sect leader's intervention, did he really believe Li Yunlin could escape 10 meters? An astonishing scene unfolded. The significant sect competition of Li Tian Zone was disrupted by Li Yunlin, yet no one dared to obstruct him, a situation unprecedented in the sect's millennia-long history. Li Yunlin had already engaged Su Cheng in battle. Su Cheng was truly remarkable. He had likely remained at the foundational stage for many years, his techniques dazzling to behold. This young man appeared to have practiced puppet arts, summoning 12 bronze figures through a formation, and then invoking heavenly lightning using the Lei Yin Jing Jing Ren Zi Ju that he had learned from the Li family. 12 bolts of heavenly lightning surged into the bronze figures, striking at Li Yunlin from the Great Formation. But that was not all. 100 flying swords erupted from his spatial ring, converging above Li Yunlin's head, forming a colossal sword that descended with lethal intent. Su Cheng launched his deadly attack without uttering a word, likely aware of Li Yunlin's reckless behavior and the absence of rescue. This battle was a matter of life and death, and Li Yunlin had to perish swiftly. Impressive, Li Xiang observed with a calm demeanor, offering praise for Su Cheng's prowess in combat against Li Yunlin. In the scene, the heavenly lightning, guided by the 12 bronze figures formation, was already hurtling toward Li Yunlin. Logically, the power of heavenly lightning should surpass that of flames, and the game visuals corroborated this. Li Yunlin's fiery bursts could not consume the lightning as the arcs surged towards him from the ground formation. It seemed to have rendered Li Yunlin numb, the lethal blades descending with astonishing speed, leaving him as nothing more than a target. Yet, the very Su Cheng, who appeared poised to deliver the fatal blow, suddenly widened his eyes in terror, as if witnessing Yama himself. The heavenly lightning coursed through Li Yunlin's body, leaving behind only a fiery mark. The skyward blades cleaved down, bisecting Li Yunlin, yet the scene was devoid of blood and gore. The blades then scattered into hundreds, weaving through Li Yunlin's body, creating a cacophony of clashing sounds. The flames enveloping Li Yunlin dissipated, only to swiftly reconstitute his form. In that moment, Li Yunlin had become the very embodiment of flames. Until he dashed to Su Cheng's side, the disciples gathered at the sect's martial arts competition watched in horror as Li Yunlin retracted the 9 fire lotuses, wielding his true form in combat, delivering a swift and merciful end to Su Cheng. At that moment, Li Tianzong fell into an eerie silence. Yet Li Yunlin was not done. Under the gaze of all, he nonchalantly retrieved the Lingxi sword and the magical artifact from Su Cheng, placing them back into his spatial ring, as if nothing had transpired. He then calmly dressed himself, his original attire now in tatters, before strolling forward. Upon reaching the main hall, he respectfully bowed to the sect leader and the numerous elders on the steps. Esteemed sect leader, I am Li Yunlin, and my fervent desire to eradicate the traitor has inadvertently disturbed the esteemed elders. I seek your understanding. Humph. The sect leader, Xianxiaaudiobooks, a young man clad in white robes adorned with cloud patterns, sat with an imposing demeanor. Though he let out a cold snort, his voice was gentle, revealing no genuine anger. Why did you take a life? Li Yunlin then recounted the events of yesteryear. It turned out that after the demise of his master, Elder Huolin, the Linghua peak that Li Yunlin inhabited had been seized by Su Cheng's master. Since then, Su Cheng had pretended to befriend Li Yunlin, aiming to uncover the whereabouts of Elder Huolin's spiritual treasure, the 9-spirit flame. Ultimately, Li Yunlin had remained tight-lipped, and due to the sect's restrictions on disciples, killing a fellow sect member would result in a mark appearing on the perpetrator. Su Cheng had deliberately leaked the location of Elder Huolin's remains, subsequently attempting to collude with disciples from the Xuanwu sect to coerce Li Yunlin into revealing the location of the 9-spirit flame. However, unbeknownst to Su Cheng, Li Yunlin's master had left him a fragment of divine will. Thus unfolded the subsequent events. After 5 years of reflection at the Cliff of Repentance, I became indistinguishable from the masses. The 9-spirit flame has long since entered my dantian, merging with my soul. The spiritual spring left by my master has tempered my physique, and at barely 30, I have attained the foundational stage, possessing dual spiritual roots. Now, by vanquishing the treacherous Su Cheng, I shall honor my master's spirit in the heavens and rid Li Tianzong of evildoers. Awaiting but a command from the sect leader, I am prepared to face death and report back to my master. Upon hearing these words and witnessing Li Yunlin's resolute expression, the elders were thrown into a frenzy. They urgently appealed to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Sect leader, this young man has acted impulsively, but Elder Huolin's contributions were immense. How could he kill his disciple? Well said. And how can the youth not be impassioned? Yunlin is merely eager to eliminate treachery for the sect. If such a loyal disciple is executed, it would chill the hearts of others, sect leader. Observing the elders imploring for mercy, Li Xiang's lips twitched. Very well, very well. This is the act you all wish to stage. In truth, he had already discerned Li Yunlin's intentions, which was why he had remained so at ease. Li Yunlin had come specifically to eliminate Su Cheng during this martial arts event. It is known that cultivators have a lifespan, at the foundational stage, even with elixirs. One might only exceed 200 years. Golden Core experts live for 500 years, while those at the nascent soul stage can reach 2,000. However, breaking through is not a simple endeavor. Otherwise, there would not be so many false cores during the battles in Yin Tai Lin and Tai Lin Town. Thus, whenever a prodigious talent emerges, both families and sects regard them as treasures, leaving no room for error. Li Yunlin, at just 30 years of age, had broken through to the foundational stage, displaying remarkable skills and an exceptional temperament. How could the elders of Li Tianzong, including the sect leader, bear to execute Li Yunlin, especially since Li Xiang had browsed through the notifications regarding Li Yunlin's breakthrough? Your descendant has bathed in the spiritual spring, thus establishing their foundation, possessing only the golden fire spiritual root. Spiritual spring. Elder Huolin's end was near. He spent a century gathering rare materials to create this spiritual liquid. At the time of breaking through to the foundational stage, it purges the dantian of impurities. Li Yunlin's golden fire spiritual root, breakthrough at 85 points. A foundational stage at 29 years old, with a complete dual spiritual root, was a rare genius. And achieving a breakthrough to the golden core stage before the end of his lifespan was certainly plausible. Your descendant Li Yunlin has acquired the spiritual treasure, 9 spirit flame, merging it with his being, embodying flames. As long as the lotus fire burns, his physical form shall not perish. 9 spirit flame, 9 lotus flames, capable of nourishing true qi, forged with the essence of the golden core. This spiritual treasure alone was comparable to an exquisite spiritual artifact, and it was directly symbiotic with Li Yunlin. Given the right circumstances, Li Yunlin might even break through to the nascent soul stage. This was also the trump card that enabled Li Yunlin to act recklessly during the martial arts event. Moreover, Li Yunlin had staged this display for all of Li Tianzong to witness, to affirm that he was the sect's most prized possession. He had also performed this for Su Cheng's master to see. Only by killing Su Cheng on the spot would those who were eager to cherish and favor him, those old men, become wary of Su Cheng's master. One could only imagine the extent of suspicion that would arise if Li Yunlin were to stumble on the street. As anticipated, amidst the pleas of numerous elders, Xianxiang Daoran cast a glance at Su Cheng's master, Elder Qiuyue, and inquired, "What do you think? Perhaps we should eliminate this child?" Elder Qiuyue, appearing middle-aged and exuding an air of sincerity, forced a smile and responded, "The sect leader must not consider that. Alas, a wayward disciple has emerged from my ranks, and it is indeed a fortuitous opportunity for my disciple, Li Yunlin, to rectify the situation. Regardless of his motives. Committing murder in public is a heinous crime that our sect cannot overlook," Xianxiang Daoran retorted coldly, fixing his icy gaze upon Li Yunlin. "However, while the death penalty may be evaded, you shall be punished with 5 days of solitary reflection upon the wall of remorse." Chapter 47. The Invasion of Longhu Men. Your descendant, Li Yunlin, has gained the recognition of Li Tianzong and has attained the status of a true disciple. This young man, having endured oppression for 12 years, has become so astute. Observing Li Yunlin, who was being punished to reflect for 5 days and was now arranging an altar within the wall of remorse, Li Xiang felt a surge of emotion. He vividly recalled the past, when Li Yunlin had wept all night in his ancestral hall after being cast out due to his mother. Even on the day he was taken by Huolin Daoran, Li Yunlin had returned to the ancestral hall to shed tears. Now, witnessing Li Yunlin's audacity to draw his sword in the face of countless masters, he resembled a true lone wolf, erupting in silence. "Ancestor," he said, finally revealing a smile as he placed his tablet upon the altar, his eyes glistening with tears. "I have accomplished this. Now, I have established my footing in Li Tianzong, inheriting the teachings of my master, thereby providing our Li family with an additional advantage." The sentiment was commendable. Yet Li Xiang did not regard Li Tianzong as a trump card, barely even as a friend. When Li Yunlin was despondent, he made no mistakes and was sentenced to 5 years of reflection. Now, as Li Yunlin had demonstrated his potential, he had truly committed a grave offense, yet was only punished with 5 days of reflection. Ultimately, self-interest prevailed, revealing that all relationships between factions were superficial. If even the bonds among one's own were fabricated, then, to be frank, Li Xiang found this disheartening. However, witnessing the growth of his descendants brought him solace. He merely hoped that Li Yunlin would not be blinded by fleeting adulation. He then shifted his focus to Xi'an village, bringing back news of Li Yunlin. The members of the Li family rejoiced at his achievements. Shortly thereafter, while observing Li Yaoqing, Li Xiang furrowed his brow. Your descendant, Li Yaoqing, has joined the ranks of Li Tianzong disciples and has found the entrance to the Lei Hu Demon Cave. Li Xiang promptly clicked on the map of the Lei Hu Demon Cave. Despite being termed a cave, it bore little distinction from an ordinary city. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet ominous clouds loomed over the cave, littered with skeletal remains, rendering the area devoid of life, with moss creeping over the shattered remnants of structures. Xiang noted the assembly of over 100 demon-hunting disciples, all frowning, likely due to the foul stench emanating from within. Moments ago, tranquility prevailed. But as two foundational cultivators prepared to ascend, holding a compass for reconnaissance, one female cultivator drew red threads into the cave. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, as if a dragon danced amidst the dark clouds. Eerie, ghostly flames erupted from the depths of the cave, forcing them to retreat. This gathered cohort, after several attempts, decided to withdraw, no longer willing to waste their efforts. Li Yaoqing, however, remained nonchalantly within the group, occasionally wandering the grasslands nearby, finding the unfamiliar herbs far more approachable than the unfamiliar faces. "Ancestor, it appears we may be here for an extended period," he remarked, pulling out a token and offering a wry smile. The demon-hunting team has encountered obstacles. The cave, laden with traps and magical barriers from countless years, poses dangers in every blade of grass and tree. Your descendant, Li Yaoqing, surmises that to eradicate the demon cultivators and locate the entrance to the cave's depths, the presence of a golden core master is essential, as this is a task that spans many years. The disciples of Li Tianzong are urgently summoning masters of formations, talismans, and assistants from various temples. Upon witnessing this, Xiang felt no surprise. In the realm of cultivators, foundational cultivation was merely the beginning, sensing the earthly spirit and employing spells to traverse the skies. However, once a faction possessed a golden core master, the dynamics shifted dramatically, as their methods were manifold. Had it not been for the stubbornness of the Zhu Yao King in Silver Iron Forest, the monk Shankai likely would not have dared to lay a finger on its territory. Moreover, the human factions possessing golden core masters were even more formidable, boasting millennia of heritage, far beyond what ordinary factions could contend with, who could fathom the traps and spiritual artifacts concealed within their domains. Thus, the two great sects had been at odds for centuries. Just as Xiang contemplated summoning Li Yaoqing back and leading the Li family into the demon cave, a notification on the screen momentarily stunned him. Your family's assets in Tai Lin Town are under attack. Special event. Led by Yunshu Wang Hai Lu from Qingyun County, 3 towns and 6 families from Qingyun County have come to plunder resources in Taiqing County, with your Tai Lin Town and Hongyi Town as primary targets. Xiang narrowed his eyes and summoned Yuxian to fetch him a chilled milk tea. Yunshu Wang Hai Lu, come if you dare. The scene shifted to the Li family stronghold, where he quickly relayed the news to his kin. In the ancestral hall, the Li family members were fully equipped. Li Yaowen expressed remorse. "Ancestor, it is my negligence that we did not receive news of the incoming attack from Qingyun County. We require your profound abilities to determine our fate." Xiang bestowed a gentle reprimand upon Li Yaowen. This matter was far from his fault. In these chaotic times, how could the Li family muster sufficient strength to monitor Qingyun County? He clicked on the icon of the Zi Lei Tian Yang Meng. If they dare to come, let them never return. As the command was conveyed, the Li family members felt emboldened. "Yes, ancestor." Soon, all members of the Li family, young and old, gathered within the ancestral hall, each taking a tablet and preparing resolutely to confront the impending troubles. Li Yaowen had also prepared in advance, ensuring that the villagers of Jian had dug out a cellar. In such circumstances, the elderly and children hid away. Before the screen, Xiang remained calm. After the Li family had readied themselves, as time accelerated into the night, the villagers of Jian began to bustle with activity, and the game once more illuminated with notifications. Qingyun County has entered Taiqing County, beginning to scatter, with organization and intent. Longhu Men is approaching Jian village. They have long known that this village is extraordinary, fully aware that the Li family single-handedly eradicated 2 great clans. Although they have also heard the rumors that the Li family achieved victory through duplicitous persuasion of the Su family, Longhu Men remains determined to put forth a commendable effort in front of their companions from Qingyun County. Xiang took a deep breath. We are prepared to confront the Golden Core. In the game, the ancestral spirits surged, their purple glow more radiant than before, with ominous shadows flickering behind them, wildly gesticulating. The night in Jian village was eerily quiet. Above, the night clouds drifted, subtly revealing 2 figures soaring on swords. These were the Longhu brothers. Both resembled one another, possessing robust physiques and rugged features. The fierce dragon, with a beard, listened to the chirping of insects surrounding the village and gazed at the few households with smoke wafting into the night sky, feeling increasingly confident. However, he remained cautiously vigilant for a considerable time, until he perceived the night watchman of Xianxian, as the lights in every household gradually extinguished. Yet he still felt it was not sufficiently secure. Too affluent, long ago. Can you believe this is a family power that has just emerged over 50 years ago? Kuang, who gazed longingly at the ethereal fields of the Li family beneath the night sky, salivating at the sight of the sleeping inhabitants. Let us swiftly annihilate them. Once we reap the rewards and amass wealth, we can purchase elixirs to attempt a breakthrough to the golden core. Patience, Kuang Long replied, still filled with doubt. Xianxian is notoriously averse to outsiders. Even after a month of reconnaissance, we have failed to infiltrate the Li family. Our intelligence remains incomplete. What is there that we do not know? Kuang, who raised an eyebrow. In my opinion, we have already seen through them. They merely extinguished 2 families and became wealthy. Let me enumerate. They have a large formation arranged by a 9th-tier formation master in the city. Their xianxiatang employs a barrage formation. Yet they are merely at the qi refinement stage. Kuang, who recited the intelligence on the Li family with remarkable familiarity. As night fell, they remained blissfully unaware of our impending arrival. Kuang, who continued, with our strength, we can prevent them from even activating their formation. Especially since the Li family possesses only 1 remaining purple thunder celestial python at the false core level. Heh, long go. Both you and I are at the false core stage. With a century of collaboration, our prowess far exceeds that of ordinary false core cultivators. In my view, you are simply too cautious. At this, Kuang Long remained deaf to the words. For it was his caution that had propelled the Longhu sect from a humble sect to its current stature. Until nightfall, Kuang Long's eyes finally sparkled. In the depths of Xianxian, within the grand estate of the Li family, a robust young cultivator emerged from the martial tower, cleansing himself of sweat in a pool. Particularly within the Li estate, he could see the maidservants gradually wrapping up their day's labor. From the main chamber of the Li family, a man emerged. Was it not Li Dalong? Kuang Long vividly recalled the description of Li Dalong. Shortly thereafter, he observed Li Dalong entering a rather mysterious building. A clang resounded as a bronze bell struck, seemingly adding a dash of color to the tranquil night. Immediately, a subtle glow of spiritual energy emanated from the center of the Li estate, spreading outward across Xianxian. Ha ha ha, Xiaohu, did you see that? Kuang Long exclaimed joyfully, patting his brother's shoulder and pointing toward the expansive area of spiritual energy enveloping Xianxian. It has been far too long since we have launched an attack on a power. You have nearly forgotten how cautious they remain, even at this late hour. This is a magical artifact employed by the Li family to sense the presence of outsiders. I suspect it is of the finest quality. When they do not activate this artifact, they are at their most vigilant, for all defenses may still be in place. Once they activate it, however, they will let down their guard. As long as we breach in a flash, leaving them no time to react, that will be the most prudent course of action. Kuang, who gazed at his jubilant elder brother, finally conceding, for he was indeed worthy of being the elder. Kuang Long slightly parted his lips, inhaling the chilled air beneath the bright moon in the deep of night. This night was exceptionally splendid, softening his voice. The Li family could elevate the Longhu sect. They are truly deserving of their slumber beneath the dust of history. Chapter 48. The Ancestors' Wrath. Damn, have they finally decided to enter? Li Xiang observed the figures on the screen entering the village, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. As time accelerated, he nearly finished his 2nd cup of milk tea, while the Longhu brothers finally issued the order to attack. He could clearly see the exchanges among the Longhu brothers through the screen. Soon, the Longhu brothers, accompanied by over 200 disciples, stormed into the Li family in the dead of night. They swiftly and precisely charged into the positions of the Li family's experts, as revealed by the intelligence. The Longhu brothers directly invaded the ancestral hall, aiming to eliminate the Li family's most formidable purple thunder celestial python. Dozens of brilliant flying swords burst forth, propelled by the cultivator's immense, true energy. Then, the purple thunder celestial python, standing before the ancestral hall, initiated the attack, and the Longhu brothers sensed the impending doom. Your descendant, Li Yaozu, has led 300 members of xianxiatang out from the cellar, employing a barrage formation in conjunction with Su Tsuhua, instantly killing 58 members of the Longhu sect. Li Yaozu inquires whether to spare the remaining 42 lives. Your descendant, Li Yaotai, along with the Li family descendants, in formation with 200 remaining cultivators of Xianxian, have utilized nearly 200 magical artifacts to create the Gathering Spirit formation, blocking all escape routes within Xianxian. Li Yaotai asks whether to advance step by step to trap everyone. Within Xianxian, the 8-tier blood spirit fruit tree since the crisis, its roots breaking through the soil, dancing in the night. It can detect the hostility of the enemy, inquiring of your ancestor's spirit whether it can feast on the blood of the living tonight. What the hell? Li Xiang was momentarily stunned, though he understood that the Longhu sect posed no real threat. Their attack had barely begun and was already coming to an end. Only the torches ignited within Xianxian illuminated the encircled and drenched Longhu brothers. How could this be possible? Kuang Long gritted his teeth, observing the situation before him. With the experts of Xianxian and the Li family all revealed, he realized that even with his utmost caution, it was merely a fade orchestrated by the Li family. Furthermore, the lower-tier strength of the Li family far exceeded his intelligence reports, and Li Dalong, Su Tsuehua, and 12 spirit beasts had already surrounded the skies, while the purple thunder celestial python unleashed a thunderous assault from the ground. Ahu, we must flee. As long as we survive, the Longhu sect cannot perish. Li Xiang immediately discerned the thoughts of the Longhu brothers. To be honest, the current strength of the Li family, without the war puppet repaired and lacking assistance from Yin Tai Lin, likely could not prevent 2 false core experts from escaping. But to escape? Li Xiang's mouse hovered over the clan skills in the game. Ancestor's Wrath, skill level 1, has reached the condition for family development of 50 years. Do you wish to consume 5,000 incense points to advance the skill? This skill was one of Li Xiang's primary means of attack. Upon reaching 50 years, it would already advance. It was also the trump card that allowed him to lead the Li family to proactively attack the outside world during chaotic times. But the Li family had always been prudent. Today, however, was finally the moment to activate it. Advance. Li Xiang clicked yes without hesitation. In an instant, all descendants of the Li family felt a stir within their bodies, a brilliant purple light shining exceptionally bright against the night. Oh, it's moving. The Ancestor's tablet is moving. The Ancestor has once again manifested, fighting alongside us. Father was indeed correct. The Ancestor's tablet can fly on its own. This is our mysterious and invincible Ancestor. The members of the Li family were elated, especially the 7 robust children of Li Yaotai, who appeared somewhat naive, all fixated on the sky with fervent eyes, as if encountering a true deity. Your skill, Ancestor's Wrath, is advancing too. Ancestor's Wrath is surging. Utilizing the skill Ancestor's Wrath, consuming 500 incense points. My incense points. Li Xiang felt a pang of distress. In truth, the skill derived from the Ancestor's love had long since advanced, becoming the Ancestor's gift of warmth. But the advancement process cost Li Xiang 500 points, while the usage would only consume 20. The upgrade of the attack skill was indeed heart-wrenching. You will compensate me for my incense points. Li Xiang clicked on the Longhu brothers without hesitation, a small dot pulsating on their figures. In an instant, all the ancestral tablets floating in the sky erupted with brilliant light, leaping into the night sky. What is this? The Longhu brothers, who had hurriedly fled from the Li family's onslaught, changed their expressions, gazing at the ancestral tablets that surrounded them in the heavens with a hint of terror. Huanglong exclaimed, "These are not ordinary tablets. They are special spiritual artifacts of the Li family, each possessing the power of peak foundation establishment." They intended to escape, but the more than 10 ancestral tablets seemed to have eyes, frantically tracking their positions, rendering their invisibility techniques futile. Especially since these once ordinary tablets now bore the hardness of top-grade magical artifacts. Even a fake Dan would find it difficult to destroy them. What kind of artifact is this? This is bad. This artifact possesses its own force. What on earth is it? The Longhu brothers revealed all their trump cards, exerting their utmost strength to resist the tablets, yet they trembled in fear once more. Within this artifact, shadows shrouded in black mist emerged, leaping forth and striking at them with fists. After merely a minute of resistance, they discerned a pattern. Huanglong shouted, "Ahu, be careful." Every 4 snaps of the fingers, a shadow appears, delivering 15 punches, each with the strength of mid-foundation establishment. Damn it, the Li family is a den of demons. 5 minutes later, the Longhu brothers, who had once managed to evade a Golden Dan cultivator by executing 20 moves, plummeted from the sky, under the relentless pursuit of the ancestral tablets. Even their fervent combined techniques could not destroy the tablets. Ultimately, Huanghu was pierced through by the ancestral spirit tablet, and several shadows pummeled him into a pulp. Huanglong was surrounded by the arriving Li family members, and Li Dalong disabled his Dantian, capturing him. The power of the ancestors is beyond what a Golden Dan can reach. Li Dalong gazed in shock at the floating ancestral tablets in the sky, kneeling in worship alongside his descendants. This scene, witnessed by Huanglong, who was trapped by the artifact, left him weak and delirious. So, you do have ancestors? If these tablets are controlled by powerful beings, then my defeat is not unjust. He realized that there was no possibility of survival once the Li family dared to utter the words ancestors before him. Contemplating suicide to escape torment, he suddenly heard the protective beast of the Li family emit a cry. Li Dalong instantly understood, coldly stating, "Huanglong, divulge everything you know." "Kill me then," Huanglong sneered. However, his amusement was short-lived as Li Dalong retorted, "You can certainly choose to say nothing and die with a clean conscience. But think carefully. You can come to my Li family, and we can likewise venture into your Longhu sect. You wouldn't want your disciples to be eliminated by us, would you?" Only then did Huanglong relent. "I can share what I know, but you must agree to one condition. Help me send a message for the Longhu sect disciples to escape. Agreed. Soon, the Li family members had extracted valuable information from Quanglong, discarding him to the blood spirit fruit tree to be drained completely. Afterwards, Li Dalong disposed of Quanglong's corpse into the xianxiaaudiobooks for refinement. It is essential to practice frugality. After cleaning the battlefield, the Li family gathered in the ancestral hall, filled with the incense smoke. Ancestor, I am useless. If it weren't for your intervention, the Longhu brothers would have escaped. Li Dalong repeatedly bowed. Li Xiang seized the opportunity to grant Li Dalong a skill. In truth, this was not entirely Li Dalong's fault. The Longhu brothers lived up to their reputation, stronger than any fake Dan the Li family had encountered before. Were it not for the wrath of the ancestors, capturing them might not have been possible. This skill is truly formidable. Glancing at the skill, Li Xiang felt a surge of excitement. This technique was far more convenient than in its initial level, requiring no mouse manipulation. With a single click, it could track. As long as the enemy lived, the skill would endure. What is more terrifying is that when the skill is activated, all the ancestral tablets carried by descendants within a kilometer will enhance the skill's power, equivalent to adding another peak foundation establishment expert as combat strength. What an incredible value for my 5,000 incense points. This extraordinary event rapidly replenished the incense. You have led the family to protect the roots of your lineage, demonstrating divine prowess. All members of the Li family have witnessed your might. Acquired incense value, 3,000. Li Xiang felt a sense of relief. The family members had begun to report the information gleaned from Quanglong. Ancestor, 10 forces came from Qingyun County, with the weakest among them possessing 2 peak foundation establishment practitioners. They were commanded by an elder from the Xuanwu sect to plunder a vast amount of spirit stones. Li Dalong reported. The most formidable is the Yunshu Wanghilu. With an ancestor who is a golden Dan, their lineage stretching back 2,000 years. Li Yaoqing pondered. The Longhu sect initially aimed to eliminate our Ji-In village before targeting Thailand town. Within a month, it is likely that Yunshu Wanghilu will learn of the Longhu sect's complete annihilation. We have a month to prepare. As long as no Golden Dan appears, we have no reason to fear, backed by the In Thailand. However, she smiled. Father, you mentioned aiding the Longhu sect with the message. We should fulfill that promise. But once they have fled, we can still hunt them down. The resources of the Longhu sect are crucial to us. Listening to the descendants discuss survival strategies amidst the chaos and seeking development, Li Xiang understood that the truly significant matters lay elsewhere. He clicked on the Zile Tianyang Mang's avatar, prompting it to emit a hissing sound. Instantly, all the descendants of the Li family turned to listen to the teachings of their ancestor. The older children of Li Yaotai, who had grown up, struggled with the beast-taming arts, yet their faces were filled with longing. Li Yundo nudged his brother Li Yunbing, asking, "What did the ancestor say?" Li Yunbing, looking innocent, replied, "The ancestor told you to sow seeds." Huh. Li Yundo's mouth twitched. Only Li Yunbing, still confused, turned to Su Tsuhua and asked, "Grandma, don't we have plenty of spiritual fields? We have enough food, so why do we need to sow seeds?" Chapter 49. The priorities of the Li family must be marriage and procreation. The Li family, year 51. Observing the game's timeline, and then glancing at the now 21-year-old Li Yunbing, Li Xiang's mouth twitched. The Li family members were also taken aback. Li Yunbing, while possessing many admirable qualities, was notably naive, rarely venturing outside except for cultivation or being sent to the Xianxiaaudiobooks for training. At such a young age, he had already reached the 9th level of qi refining and was on the verge of a breakthrough. Among Li Yaoye's 7 sons, even the 9-year-old Li Yunlai was aware of matters between men and women. Yet, Li Yunbing remained oblivious. Sex education is urgently needed. Li Xiang stroked his chin, contemplating whether to recreate a scene from an adult film on a spirit stone for the next grand ceremony, benefiting his descendants and enabling them to bravely venture into the Western world. Shortly thereafter, Li Dalong and Li Yaozu pulled Li Yunbing aside to explain something in detail, leaving him stunned and nodding seriously. Li Xiang suddenly hoped that Li Yunbing would be a bit more cunning, as he felt an increasing sense of urgency regarding Li Yunbing's future. Meanwhile, Li Yaotai had begun gathering his 5 sons, proclaiming, "As someone who has been through it, let me teach you how to find a wife. It's simple. If you see a girl you like, squat in front of her house for a few days. Don't be shy. We aren't afraid of battling formidable foes, so why fear entanglements with women?" Li Yaotai held his head high, somewhat arrogantly, and waited until they became accustomed to your presence before informing them that they might very well meet their demise the following day. This would undoubtedly evoke an overwhelming sense of sympathy in them. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yaotai found his ears pinched, as Bai Ro glared at the howling Li Yaotai, exclaiming, "Are you trying to die? Well, you initially employed such tactics, so do not expect to sleep in bed this month." "I absolutely did not. I was teaching the children. Truly, my feelings for you are sincere. Besides, it was you who invited me into your room back then. How dare you bring that up? In an instant, the entire Li family was watching the couple bicker, laughter echoing throughout. Li Xiang, the venerable ancestor, had labored tirelessly for the family's continuation, and seeing Li Delong and his wife urge for marriage, he finally felt his anxieties ease. Moreover, with the emergence of the ancestor's raging fury, he further comprehended the significance of Li family descendants. Now, with a dozen members bearing ancestral tablets, they could easily rout 2 fake Dan practitioners. Annihilating 100 fake Dan practitioners would not be a dream, but a reality. Not only that, Li Xiang calculated that, with the addition of his daughter-in-law, the family now comprised 16 members, generating an annual incense value increase of 4,000. Presently, his incense value consumption was escalating. Procreation could not be delayed. After urging marriage, Li Xiang began to assess the gains from this grand battle. He estimated that when Li Yaowen dispatched men to seize Long Hu men across counties, they would reap considerable benefits, though their spiritual minds and medicinal fields could not be harvested due to the distance. The individuals from Long Hu men possessed little of value in the eyes of the Li family, as their weapons were all magical artifacts. However, their cultivation methods still surprised Li Xiang. Remarkable. Huang Jie Gong Fa, Ming Wei Shuiyin Gong. The closer the bloodline, the greater the power, and the deeper the cultivation, the stronger the might. It turned out that the Long Hu brothers practiced this technique. They were indeed a boon to the Li family. When engaging in combat with the ancestral tablets, Li Xiang could sense that the Long Hu brothers utilized an unknown cultivation method to create a fervent combination technique that nearly shattered one of his ancestral tablets. Yet, they were merely 2 individuals. Among the 9 children of the Li family, the 7 offspring of Li Yao Tai shared the closest bloodline. If all 7 practiced this technique together, their power would be boundless. Li Yao Tai imparted this cultivation method to his children, and Li Yunbing also embraced it. Even Li Yunlin, who was far away at Li Tianzong, received a copy. At this moment, within Li Tianzong, Li Yunlin had already become a direct disciple. In his courtyard, outer disciples served him, while inner disciples ran errands for him. Late at night, he dared to open the thick stack of family letters he received. Upon witnessing his family's concern for him, Li Yunlin's eyes turned red. He was already aware of the Li family's invasion by Long Hu men. He had left the sect to return home that day, but had received news of the mysterious disappearance of the entire Long Hu men along the way, prompting him to abandon his journey. Now, the family letters contained no mention of the hardships endured at home, urging him instead to focus on his studies at Li Tianzong, as the Li family would always be his strongest support. Even his father, in the correspondence, advised him not to return hastily. Li Yunlin understood that his father's fear was for his safety against an ambush by Xian Wu men. The family letters also included a copy of Ming Wei Shuiyin Gong. Additionally, there was correspondence from his third uncle, suggesting that women are easily deceived and urging him to marry and have children quickly, if he truly could not catch up with a potential wife. He resorted to claiming he would die tomorrow, rambling such nonsense. He feared his younger brothers had heard of it, uncertain which fool would believe such claims. That night, for the first time, Li Yunlin requested spiritual wine, drinking to the point of intoxication and vomiting uncontrollably. Ancestor, grandpa and grandma, father and uncles and aunts. Yunlin will return. Li Tianzong was not the child's home. They only valued his talent. The child understood that only at Li Tianzong could he secretly learn everything and bring it back for the family. In these chaotic times, he needed to make good use of Li Tianzong to alleviate calamities for the Li family. May the ancestors bless me. In the resplendent room, Li Yunlin gazed at the numerous precious items. Yet he felt that the family letters he held while sleeping were more precious than the entirety of Li Tianzong, making it the most restful night he had ever experienced. Li family 52 years. In the blink of an eye, a new year arrived. Indeed, Li Xiang's urging for marriage bore fruit. Among the 7 children of Li Yao Tai, Li Yundo had reached the age of 17, bearing a striking resemblance to his father. Of course, it was not merely in stature. After all, the lineage of Li Yao Tai was known for its powerful physique, and the daughters were no exception, each resembling their parents' temperament. If there were heroes akin to those of Liangshan in this world, these 7 would undoubtedly secure a place among them. Li Yundo, having truly taken Li Yao Tai's words to heart, found himself enamored with a beautiful woman in the village, urgently requesting someone to bear him a child, only to receive a slap in return. He was subsequently reported to the Li family, resulting in Li Yao when punishing him with 3 lashes and 7 days of kneeling before the ancestral tablet. Li Yundo, undeterred, once again fervently pursued love, claiming he would die the following day, pleading with the woman to take him into her room, only to be beaten again and punished by being hung in the village for 3 days as a lesson. In October of that year, Li Yundo reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. Just as the Chun family of Tai Lin was troubled by Qing Yun, they allied with He Shuatang to aid the Qin family, standing united against their foes. However, while fleeing from a foundational stage expert, he found himself in life and death circumstances alongside Qin Lin, ultimately saved by the ancestral tablet, during which time feelings blossomed between him and Qin Lin. In November, the Li family sent a marriage proposal to the Qin family. Finally, the third generation was showing promise. Li Xiang leapt for joy. Was it not understandable for his impatience? The third generation's Li Yunlin was already 31 years old. Not only was there no movement, but he also seemed indifferent to the numerous heavenly beauties at Li Tianzong. Had it not been for Li Yunlin's disinterest in even beautiful men, Li Xiang might have misinterpreted his intentions. Li Yunbing had indeed heard of it, but was inherently shy and reserved, rarely mingling with outsiders. Though some women were drawn to him due to his status and appearance, were they truly suitable? Not long after, the scene was festooned with lanterns and decorations. Despite the chaos outside, the Li family sent people to Tai Lin town to welcome the bride. The Chun family was even more eager than the Li family, for they had almost been annihilated, and their stability in Tai Lin town was largely due to the Li family's loyalty. At this moment, the two families joyfully united. A pair of golden boys and jade girls, deeply in love, with the Chun family nearly changing their surname to Li out of excitement. During the wedding banquet, Qin Shuang, who was once connected to the Li family, now had white hair and was the head of the Qin family, also Chun Lin's grandfather. Though it was a day of great joy, his brow was furrowed. Amidst the banquet, he expressed to Li Dalong, Brother Li, the people of Qingyan County are growing increasingly audacious. Our Chun family's mining resources outside Tai Lin town have been completely monopolized, and their appetite will only grow larger. I fear our Qin family may not endure much longer. The patriarch of the Su family beside him also shook his head in lament. My Su family is in the same predicament. A few months ago, 2 fake Dan practitioners even came at night to disturb us. And our Su family's formation was severely damaged. Were it not for our hidden cards, my Su family would have surely perished at the hands of Su Tianyun. Li Dalong narrowed his eyes, understanding that both families sought something from him, hence their lamentations before him. He smiled and said, both of you speak candidly. We have known each other for many years and are well aware of each other's backgrounds, united against external foes. There is no need for pretense. You know my temperament. Li Dalong. Well, since the in-laws have spoken, I shall not hold back. Chun Shuang gritted his teeth and declared, I want the Chun family to continue, brotherly. I no longer want Tai Lin town. The foundation has been nearly destroyed. I wish to take my people and leave Taiching County altogether. Li Dalong's brow deepened as he turned to Su Yun. Su Yun Kuei smiled wryly and said, I feel the same way. Are you all leaving? Initially, he believed these two families had ulterior motives, but he never anticipated such news. Li Dalong's eyes widened like copper bells. Can you truly abandon your family legacy after so many years? What else can we do? Just wait for our downfall. Qin Shuang downed an entire jug of wine, declaring that while businesses can be rebuilt, lives once lost are irrevocable. Even after our departure, the Li family must tread carefully. Everything we leave behind, along with the entirety of Tai Lin, will belong to the Li family. I hope the Li family will take good care of the citizens of Tai Lin. This is not our route, but theirs. Upon hearing this, Li Dalong recognized their resolute intent and chose not to dissuade them. With old friends preparing to leave, he could only watch his grandson's wedding with a heavy heart, attempting to divert his attention. At the wedding banquet, Li Yundo gazed at Qin Lin, adorned with a red veil, which barely reached his chest, and suddenly burst into tears. The Li family members frowned, contemplating how inappropriate it was for a man to weep while a woman should not. This 9-foot man appeared utterly pitiful, addressing his siblings with a loud voice. Father is truly despicable. Do not believe him, or you will follow in my footsteps. He further lamented that his father had claimed that by clinging to a girl and deceiving her into believing he would perish the next day, he could win her affection. It's all a lie. I have suffered so much this past year, and finally, I have found Liner. At a distance, Li Yaotai, who had been smiling, now seemed petrified, his face darkening as he held a cup of wine, uncertain whether to drink or set it down. Ultimately, under the gaze of all present, he glared at the betrothed Li Yundo, his teeth clenched. Enough. Do not force me to ruin this joyous occasion. Instantly, laughter erupted throughout the banquet. Hearing her husband's lamentations, Chun Lin lifted her veil, revealing a face as delicate as a snow lotus, then reached out, fiercely pinching Li Yundo's ear. What did you say? You dare to flirt with another girl? Ah, Li Yundo grimaced. No, that was a trick from my father. I swear I am not. Laughter filled the faces of both the Li family and the wedding guests. Li Xiang, observing the scene, grinned widely as the couple exchanged vows, and the words entering the bridal chamber illuminated the screen. Congratulations. Your third-generation descendant, Li Yundo, is wed to Chun Lin. You have received 100 incense points. As the newlyweds entered their chamber, the candlelight flickered through the window, mingling with the bright moon. Your descendant, Li Yundo, is newlywed, indulging in blissful pleasures. And the tales of 7 unions in one night are no longer mere legends, having triumphed over foes in Thailand. With the crowing of a rooster, Li family's third-generation daughter-in-law Chun Lin carries the Li family lineage. Chapter 50. The fourth-generation prodigy, Li Tianyi. A true man, Li Xiang was overjoyed. The ancestors had bestowed warmth and a burst of fortune, penetrating through the roof and into Li Yundo's chamber. Shortly thereafter, sounds emerged from within, startling the birds that had just settled on the nearby trees. The couple quickly dressed and served tea throughout the Li household. Awaiting in the ancestral hall, Li Dalong and his wife, after paying their respects, received tea from their grandson and granddaughter-in-law, their faces glowing with smiles, though they paused momentarily. Li Dalong turned to Su Tsuhua. My dear, our granddaughter-in-law is with child. What? Both Li Yundo and Chun Lin were taken aback. Achieving the mid-foundation stage, they could foresee vitality and blood, especially as Li Dalong approached the pinnacle of his realm. So, I shall become a great-grandmother. Su Tsuehua beamed with joy, hastily kneeling before the ancestral tablet. May our ancestors bless the Li family with 4 generations under one roof. Then, the newlywed couple was led around by Li Dalong and his wife. Particularly upon reaching the Silver Iron Forest, the new bride was astonished to encounter the Pig Demon King. Struggling to comprehend that her family had a demon king for an ancestor, one who could dominate the realm. I am to become a great-grandfather. Who would have thought that as a mere demon, I would enjoy the blessings of a large family? The Pig Demon King, after establishing a kinship with the Li family, had been smiling in his sleep for nearly 20 years. Being a demon king is a solitary existence. Despite the multitude of beasts in the Silver Iron Forest, none dared to act recklessly due to bloodline suppression. Only the 7 grandchildren of the Li family brought joy to this lonely demon king, a feeling he had not experienced in millennia. These children were endlessly delightful to him, and he even wished for more, yearning to fill his valley with them. The Li family, after years of careful planning, departed quietly from their hometown, with the heads of both families turning back step by step, leaving under the watchful eyes of the Li family. Chen Shuang earnestly requested that the Li family treat his granddaughter Chun Lin and the unborn grandchild well, presenting a top-quality talisman of Tianxin jade. The Li family reciprocated with 30 sets of black iron beast blood armor, wishing the Chun family great success in their endeavors elsewhere. Congratulations. The family has successfully taken control of Thailand. You have received 1,000 incense points. Ultimately, the 2 families departed Thailand, as decisively as they had spoken at the wedding banquet. The entire vicinity of Thailand now saw the Li family as the sole prominent clan. This also signified that if the people of Qingyun County continued to invade Thailand, the Li family would become their only target. Yet, months passed without significant disturbances in Thailand. The Li family even prepared to confront Yun Shu at Wanghai Tower, but only encountered minor disruptions from petty thieves from Qingyun County seeking to test their luck. Until Chun Lin, in her 10th month of pregnancy, gave birth to a son named Li Tianyi. Congratulations. You have received 50 incense points. This child, born during the Pig Demon King's moment of enlightenment, was safeguarded by the powers of the Li Dalong couple and the accumulated strength of the 8-rank blood spirit fruit tree. As the child was delivered, the midwife, now nearing 60, trembled as she handed the infant to the Li Dalong couple, sensing the extraordinary nature of the child. Master, madam, our grandson Tianyi possesses the gifts of a heavenly being. The Li family rejoiced, witnessing the miraculous phenomenon surrounding Li Tianyi's birth, with spiritual energy converging around him. Li Xiang leapt to his feet, exhilarated as he gazed at the child in the game. The Li family has finally given birth to a prodigy. Even he could not help but envy the child's fortune. He recalled that due to Chun Lin being the daughter of the Qin family, having attained only the 5th level of qi refining, coupled with the dwindling lineage of the Qin family, she had fought valiantly for many years, suffering numerous hidden injuries. During her 6th month of pregnancy, she almost lost the child. It was only through the efforts of the Li family, invoking the powers of the direct death heavenly coffin, and using an ancestral embrace that the child was ultimately saved. Moreover, Li Tianyi's fortune was remarkable. The Pig Demon King had experienced a breakthrough, and Li Yaozu had gained enlightenment, all converging at the right moment. Particularly, his spiritual roots were exceptional, possessing 3 innate roots, surpassing the ordinary 5 elemental roots. With his gold and wood roots reaching an innate score of 60 points, and his wind root astonishingly attaining 78 points. Incredible. The entire Li family rejoiced at the birth of Li Tianyi. The Pig Demon King in Silver Iron Forest, upon hearing the news, was so elated that he pranced around the valley with the child in his mouth. Li Yaotai and his wife, along with their 7 children, were accustomed to such antics. But it left Qianlin in a cold sweat. This news reached even the distant Li Yaoqing and Li Yunlin. The Li family sent a message via carrier pigeon. Li Yaoqing is paying respects to the ancestors outside the Thunderfire Demon Cave. Following the event log, he clicked on Li Yaoqing's profile. Li Xiang once again beheld the scene of the Lei Hui Moku, a realm ravaged by demonic cultivators, its wounds evident from the attacks of the cultivators. At this moment, over 500 righteous cultivators had gathered at the entrance of the demonic cave, all heroes from Taiqing County and surrounding regions, united in their mission to exterminate evil. At this juncture, Li Yaoqing remained modestly dressed and disheveled. However, outside the room where he resided, numerous injured individuals awaited rescue. Despite his constant presence in the Lei Hui Moku, Li Xiang occasionally observed Li Yaoqing's current condition. This child now held a significant identity. Flipping through the historical records, one could see 49th year of the Li family, Li Yaoqing arrived at the demonic cave. 50th year, remained inconspicuous. 51st year, Li Yaoqing began to save lives. Becoming a renowned healer in the demon extermination team, his exceptional medical skills allowing him to save his comrades. 52nd year, amidst the demonic cultivators, a powerful demon was gravely injured, prompting a loyal demonic cultivator to risk entering the extermination team for Li Yaoqing's aid. She corresponded with the Li family, and Li Yaowen suggested a plan, which led to Li Yaoqing saving members of the extermination team by day and healing demons by night, his medical prowess growing immensely. In return for saving lives, he received a low-grade magical artifact, the Wuing Zhan. Received in recompense, Tianxin grass. Received a common technique, Tianxian Rao Yuan Bu. Received, as he healed more individuals and encountered increasingly toxic herbs within the cave, his exceptional medical skills evolved into Great Physician Boundless. Understanding the properties of unfamiliar herbs became increasingly effortless, enhancing his medical and poison skills by 100. If we were to assess the most significant gains during the years of conflict between the two sects, it would not be Li Yunlin, who became a direct disciple of the Li Tian sect, but rather Li Yaoqing. With his resourceful nature, he thrived abundantly. Indeed, 53rd year of the Li family. Li Yaoqing mastered 100 medicines and refined 100 poisons, gaining profound insights, merging medicine and poison within himself. Receiving the essence of earthly herbs and the profound energy of the land, achieving a breakthrough into the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, this was not the end of his accomplishments. At this moment, Li Yaoqing knelt before the ancestral tablet of Li Xiang, his face radiating innocence, devoid of the cunning and caution he previously exhibited while navigating complex relationships. He resembled a child joyfully touching the beast blood fruit beneath the beast blood fruit tree. Ancestral spirit, your child has come to understand. I have a remarkably gifted nephew, and as long as our Li family possesses Tianni, we shall endure for a millennium. With a sudden smile, Li Yaoqing exclaimed, Ancestral spirit, your child has succeeded. When I save others, they owe me a debt of gratitude. No physician can compare to your child. They know they cannot refuse me, for this demonic cave is truly the finest place in the world. Ancestral spirit, rest assured. As long as I manage our affairs well, our family's guardian deity shall enter the demonic cave as if it were an uninhabited realm. A surge of warmth filled Li Yaoqing, and he instantly recognized it as a blessing from his ancestors, his excitement immeasurable. Li Xiang's lips twitched. He seemed to understand why the number of cultivators near the demonic cave was growing, and how the casualties on both sides had diminished. Truly, the concept of Great Physician Boundless was remarkable, a brilliant idea from Yaowen. Observing the current situation, Li Xiang felt reassured about Li Yaoqing's condition and then turned his gaze toward the Li Tian sect. A location appeared on the map, Tianli Hall. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that only the sect leaders of the Li Tian sect could enter this dark cavern. Yet it was adorned with twinkling stars akin to the cosmos amidst the darkness. Li Yunlin sat in meditation opposite the sect leader, Xinjiang Daoren. Xinjiang Daoren gazed at Li Yunlin, noting his ever-deepening mastery of the sect's secret techniques. Yet he furrowed his brow and questioned, Yunlin, I have heard that you received another letter from home today. Li Yunlin slowly opened his eyes, his expression calm as he replied, Yes, I burned it. I have long severed my ties to the mundane world. It is merely the Li family seeking to climb the social ladder, not worthy of my attention. That is quite good. Xinjiang Daoren nodded slightly, though still skeptical. I have heard you frequently carry your ancestral spirit tablet. Indeed, Li Yunlin replied, maintaining a tranquil demeanor as he quietly retrieved the ancestral tablet from his robe and shattered it effortlessly. It has accompanied me as part of severing my ties to the mundane world. Now, merely gazing upon the ancestral tablet, I no longer commemorate my past mortal days. If it displeases you, I can destroy it." With that, Xianxiadrama finally exhaled, a smile gracing his face. "That is quite good. My disciple, remember that for cultivators, the blink of an eye signifies the passage of years. Severing worldly ties is essential for cultivation. This is the truth of the Tao." Li Yunlin understood. Later, as night fell, Li Yunlin returned to his quarters, cautiously sensing his surroundings until he confirmed there were no other presences before entering the room. He slowly lifted the bedding and unfastened the 36 protective formations, revealing a multitude of tablets he had meticulously prepared. He selected one, lit incense, and knelt in worship. "How dare that old thief Xiang disrupt my true intentions? Ancestral spirit, rest assured. He acknowledges me as his disciple, yet I have never called him master. I have spent several years in the Li sect, and elders regard me as a candidate for the next sect leader. Last year, when Xingyun County attempted to invade our family as stronghold, I dispatched 3 loyal inner disciples to divert them. Now, hearing that the third brother Yundo has welcomed a son, the gift I sent for the month-old celebration shall serve as a safeguard for our Li family amidst the turmoil of this conflict between the two sects." Chapter 51. Wishing the Li family a smooth path to immortality. Good child." Li Xiang's face was filled with approval for Li Yunlin. Each time he opened the location of the Li sect, he witnessed Xianxiadrama attempting to indoctrinate Li Yunlin with notions of severing emotional ties and forsaking worldly attachments, resembling a member of a cult. Fortunately, Li Yunlin had remained steadfast in his original intentions despite years of silence. Upon reviewing Li Yunlin's past experiences, it became evident that he had recently dispatched loyal disciples to deliver treasures. Soon, as time accelerated, the full moon banquet for the newborn Li Tianyi arrived. However, this banquet was not as lively as previous ones. The 2 prominent families from Thailand town, who would typically bring their direct descendants to seek marriage alliances, had departed from the town. The Gu family from Qingping town, along with other friends of the Li family engaged in business, sent only a few noteworthy individuals. This was already a considerable honor for the Li family, as their kin risked ambushes and treasure thefts. While awaiting the conclusion of the banquet, a large group from Xian village entered the Li family, numbering around 100, among whom the most formidable was a golden core cultivator. One figure among them was notably remembered by Li Xiang, Lin Yixio, the mayor of Thailand town, indifferent during 2 decades of drought, feasting while the town faced turmoil, remaining shut in while the 2 sects wreaked havoc, and hosting the experts from Xingyun County. This individual, with the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman, left a good impression at first glance. However, to Li Xiang, regardless of their motivations for self-preservation, this individual occupying the mayor's position, merely indulging in idle comforts while ingratiating himself with others, was unworthy of respect. As he observed the newcomers, Li Xiang's hand hovered over the mouse, ready to act with the ancestral tablet at any moment. He even glanced at the items sent during the last grand sacrifice in the ancestral hall. 2 lifeless humanoid puppets that had stood with closed eyes for over 3 years, now covered in dust. A golden core cultivator? Li Xiang felt no fear toward the presence of the golden core cultivator arriving at the Li family. The Li family members were exceedingly tense upon seeing Lin Yixio approach with the Yenshu Wangelu entourage, and the entire Li family fell into a state of alertness. Yet the elderly golden core cultivator, with his youthful appearance, occasionally raised his brows and furrowed them in a complex expression as they neared Jian village. His gaze fell upon the blood spirit fruit tree that had now grown to 12 meters tall. It bore fruit, shimmering with traces of spiritual energy, its branches swaying gracefully. An 8th grade spiritual tree, now possessing intelligence, could evolve into a 7th grade entity given sufficient resources over centuries, if only it were in the hands of a golden core cultivator. Just as he entertained a wayward thought, Huang Xiujin, with his feet firmly planted upon the ground, sensed the presence of a mystical array beneath him. As his golden elixir spirit ascended into the void, he became aware that the entire Li family, and even Jian village, were enveloped by a formidable formation, causing the golden elixir within him to tremble slightly. He found himself unable to probe deeper into this array, a sense of danger washing over him. How could such a humble clan possess such a formation? Huang Xiujin narrowed his eyes and continued onward, led by Lin Yixio. Within the confines of a walled enclosure, he observed children practicing their cultivation, accompanied by their guardians. He recognized one of them as Li Yunbing, noted in intelligence reports as a potential breach into the Li family, a rare fool. Yet, despite his superficial grasp of the qi mechanism observation technique, even the elders of the Xuanwu sect sought his insights regarding his future. It was a remarkable gift of foresight, allowing him to extend the fortunes of Yenshu Wangelu. Now, he saw that Li Yunbing's luck and opportunities were as pristine as white jade, embodying the legendary Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Their innate spiritual cultivation was exceptional. Such individuals were extraordinary, and if left unchecked, they could become a source of endless trouble. Hiss. Huang Xiujin inhaled sharply. Advancing further, he arrived at the Li family's Black Blood Hall, which boasted 500 members this year, all clad in black iron beast blood armor, trained as a military force. If he was not mistaken, each bore weapons, and though their cultivation levels reached no higher than the 7th layer of qi refinement, they were seasoned warriors, prepared for battle. He even noticed the ethereal Li character manifesting above them, suggesting that they would go to any lengths for the Li family. He was astonished by the fervor exhibited by these ordinary individuals. Then, he beheld 7 figures resembling black bears. No, they were humans. The 7 sons of Li Yaotai. Regardless of gender, their qi was inferior to Li Yunbing's, yet they were all interconnected by vital energy, their fates entwined. Each possessed the potential for a false golden elixir, and with resources, the attainment of a true golden elixir was within reach. 8 false golden elixirs could rival a true golden elixir. Huang Xiujin swallowed hard. Clang. Just then, the sound of iron striking iron resonated as he unknowingly followed Lin Yixio to the forging pavilion in Jian village. The heat emanating from the place was palpable, with artisans engaged in the art of forging. On the 2nd floor, a robust man with a tiger-like physique and a bushy beard stood by the window. He was bare-chested, revealing a left arm that had transformed into a high-grade spiritual prosthetic, and he stared at Huang Xiujin with an unwavering gaze, clearly aware of his identity. Beside him stood a strikingly strong woman with a kind demeanor, exuding the spirit of a warrior. Was this Li Yaotai, the father of those bears? And the woman, nearing Foundation establishment, was harboring a demon king elixir, aspiring to soar to great heights. Huang Xiujin merely cast a glance before turning away, yet a tempest brewed within his heart. A natural-born artificer, his qi presence rivaled that of the artificer sect elders he had encountered in the county city. He could sense the formidable hammer wielded by Li Yaotai, which resonated with the sound of iron being struck. Such weapons were beyond his wildest dreams. At last, a voice interrupted Huang Xiujin's thoughts. A woman approached. Her beauty seemed to embody the blessings of heaven and earth. Though she bore a spiritual artifact and her complexion was pale, needing the support of a maid. Li Yaowen, I greet the master of Yinshu Wanghelu, Mr. Huang Xiujin. Li Yaowen had heard much about him. He was a formidable figure in Qingyun, with eyes and ears spread across many counties. Now, upon meeting him, she perceived his exceptional qualities. Her words flowed like a gentle spring breeze. However, Huang Xiujin remained silent for a long time. He sensed Li Yaowen's weak qi, akin to that of a dying person. Yet even that meager presence felt ominous, as if a malevolent spirit were watching him, threatening to tear him apart. The energy surrounding her was charged with heavenly thunder, indicative of a mortal contesting against the heavens, a manifestation of her struggle to seize the natural order, rendering her qi insubstantial. Sir? Li Yaowen inquired again. Oh. In that moment, Huang Xiujin dared not delay, altering his demeanor to one of gentility and modesty. He performed a respectful bow, acknowledging her. You flatter me, young lady. If I am not mistaken, you are the 4th daughter of the Li family, Li Yaowen? Your knowledge is commendable, sir. I am fortunate to be known by you, Li Yaowen replied with courtesy. Yet Huang Xiujin felt perspiration forming in his palms. He sensed that as Li Yaowen grew increasingly affable, the ominous energy above her head drew nearer. It was peculiar, almost like a contagion. Huang Xiujin remained vigilant, unwilling to linger before her any longer, sensing danger. However, just before departing, he felt compelled to remark, Lady Yaowen, your talents have been recognized. May you observe the heavens, the myriad of beings, and the joys and sorrows of the 100 schools, perhaps gaining some insight. Having spoken, he hurriedly made his way toward the venue of the full moon banquet, not daring to pause. Lin Yixio, witnessing Huang Xiujin's demeanor, chuckled, even before adversaries. Master Xiujin remains so gracious. If Tai Lin town were to fall under the domain of Qingyun, it would certainly be a blessing for Tai Lin. However, as soon as he spoke, his expression shifted. Huang Xiujin regarded him with a cool gaze. Are you attempting to decipher my thoughts? Aye. Before Lin Yixio could explain himself, Huang Xiujin had already hastily departed with his entourage. Li Yaowen remained behind, frowning as she observed Huang Xiujin's retreating figure. Has he discerned my plight, and is it as I suspected? Is he attempting to curry favor with the Li family? Silently, she withdrew an ancestral tablet, murmuring, Ancestors. May this person be retained? At the full moon banquet, amidst a throng of attendees, including the elders of Jian village, a silence fell as Huang Xiujin arrived. The couple, Li Dalong and his wife, remained in the main hall, having learned of Huang Xiujin's presence, yet they displayed no respect. Lin Yixio observed the Li family's arrogance. Narrowing his eyes, Master Xiujin, I too hold the title of town leader. The Li couple shows no decorum, and thus, I need not extend them any courtesy. Please wait here, I shall take my leave. Before he could finish, Huang Xiujin, seemingly unfazed, beamed widely, and called out to the main hall, I am Huang Xiujin, the master of Yinshu Wanghelu. Having heard of the Li family's recent acquisition of a precious child, I have come uninvited, hoping to forge some friendships. I bring 3 gifts, wishing for the Li family to be blessed with prosperity and for the child to have a smooth journey ahead. The moment his words echoed, everyone present at the full moon banquet was taken aback. They had anticipated Huang Xiujin's arrival was for trouble or coercion, yet they were unprepared for the offering of gifts. Outdoors, concealed within the ancestral hall, Li Yaozu stood vigilant, ready to activate the ancestral treasures at a moment's notice. While Li Yaotai and his wife grasped the artifact used to summon the Silver Iron Forest, the demon kings and spirit beasts had gathered at the periphery, prepared to respond to a signal. Li Yunbing and the 7 sons of iron awaited with bated breath, poised to initiate the grand formation should conflict arise. They had anticipated Huang Xiujin to present something gruesome, even contemplating offerings of severed heads or deadly spells. Yet, they never expected, this was a gesture of goodwill, a plea for a harmonious relationship between Yinshu Wanghelu and the Li family, free from the scheming of talentless and scrupulous individuals. Huang Xiujin's voice resonated around the Li family. Heads fell at the full moon banquet, yet it was Lin Yixio's head that rolled, severed by Huang Xiujin's swift strike, leaving behind a pair of bewildered eyes. As for the 2 gifts, the sword of Yinshu Wanghelu would be regarded as a friend by those who wielded it, never to be met with hostility. With a smile, Huang Xiujin casually waved, causing a long sword to levitate and seize the essence of the air, its blade inscribed with the design of 9 towering structures. As for the 3rd gift, a detailed map of strategic layouts indicating that Xingyun's 3 factions were poised to seize Tailin, Wantian, and Qingping towns, with all offensive plans contained within. As his voice faded, the air around him stirred. Above Huang Xiujin, spiritual energy manifested a diagram, laying bare the routes of attack on Taiqing County for all to see. His visage radiated confidence, yet none could fathom the tumult raging within him. In the Li family's main hall, where Li Dalong and his wife held sway, a sense of dread enveloped them. They beheld an indomitable boulder, atop which a fox demon clawed at the air. Furthermore, the newborn, barely a month old, had already manifested a golden elixir. To oppose the Li family, one must be prepared to annihilate them entirely. Otherwise, the future is fraught with peril. Just moments ago, he perceived that the once flourishing aura he possessed was plummeting dramatically, nearly costing him his life. What kind of cursed place is the Li family? Huang Xiujin gazed at the couple exiting the main hall, cradling their child, forcing a smile. Surrounded by throngs of people and adorned with red lanterns and colorful ribbons, he could not feel an ounce of joy, only longing to return to his role as the master of his tower. Chapter 52, The World's Classics. Master, are we truly departing like this? At the Li family's full moon banquet, Huang Xiujin engaged in extensive discussions with Li Dalong and his spouse before finally taking his leave. A flying spirit vessel soared through the sky, a magical flying artifact, with Huang Xiujin standing at the bow, hesitant to glance back at the seemingly ordinary village below. His subordinates were puzzled. Their master, known for his extraordinary actions, typically visited battlefields, reaping abundant resources or executing thorough cleansings, rarely returning empty-handed. Standing resolutely against the wind, Huang Xiujin exuded an aura of superiority. The survival principle of Yinshu Wanghai Tower is to cultivate friendships across the realm. The Li family members are astute. They are now willing to serve my Yinshu Wanghai Tower. So it is, the wisdom of our esteemed master is indeed unparalleled. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiujin's silhouette appeared increasingly majestic to his subordinates, who listened as he continued. Relay the message. Inform the various clans of Qingyun County that the Tai Lin Li family is no longer a threat, and the demise of the Long Hu men will not be pursued further. The Li family will annually offer 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. His subordinates were momentarily taken aback. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? Master, other families have never offered so little. They could not perceive Huang Xiujin's true expression at this moment. Cold sweat streamed down his back, far from the exalted demeanor his figure suggested. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his voice to maintain an air of nonchalance, while secretly appreciating the small benefits bestowed, knowing that next year it would amount to 200,000. The grand spirit vessel ascended swiftly. However, the memories of his encounters with the Li family, particularly with Li Yaozu, remained vivid in his mind. Alongside the ethereal phenomena witnessed in the ancestral hall of the Li family, where dragons and phoenixes symbolically coalesced, an occurrence he had not encountered even at the Xianwu Gate. Within, There were two unfathomable entities. His desire to glimpse them had cost him a decade of life. After merely circling the Li family, he had lost 20 years. Furthermore, the two puppets brought by Liao Zhu were lethal beings capable of claiming his life. As the spirit vessel traversed the clouds, Huang Xiaojin observed the gradual resurgence of his aura after departing from the Li family, finally smiling. Regardless of the turbulent winds and tides of the world, calamity remains but a step away from me. Huang Xiaojin entered the Li family. Greeted by warmth and familiarity among its members, he engaged in a detailed discussion with Li Delong and his wife, expressing his willingness to form an alliance with the Li family, regarding each other as life and death companions, generously offering to present 100,000 spirit stones annually as tribute to the Xianwu Gate. Congratulations. Your family has successfully resolved the crisis from Qingyun County and earned 1,000 incense points. Was what Huang Xiaojin said truly genuine? As he watched the speed of Huang Xiaojin's flying vessel increase, Li Xiang finally released the mouse cursor that had been hovering over the Zilei Tianyang Python statue. A skilled master at the Golden Core stage possesses considerable abilities. He had thought that Huang Xiaojin was merely feigning friendship with the Li family due to the perceived threats posed by the Tianqing Spirit Seekers and the Pig Demon King. Yet he was astonished to see a pop-up window on the game interface, indicating that the crisis troubling the Li family had indeed been alleviated. As he pondered this, Li Xiang blinked in astonishment when a notification appeared in the event column. Your descendant Li Yunlin secretly sent a medium-grade spirit artifact, the 8 Directions Formation Plate. The 8 Directions Formation Plate can be activated with magical power and spirit stones to harness the strength of the earth and protect a region. Is this the trump card he intended to bring back for the family when he visited Yunlin? A flicker of joy crossed Li Xiang's eyes. The Li family possessed numerous magical artifacts, and Li Yaotai could craft medium-grade artifacts himself. However, they only had 2 spirit artifacts, both of the lowest tier, which were the Qianjun seal used interchangeably within the family and the spiritual robe bestowed upon Li Yaowen for protection. At that time, the monk Shankai also possessed 2 spirit artifacts, but those could only be activated with Buddhist power. Li Yaotai had melted those 2 spirit artifacts for countless years. Yet, with the strength of the Li family, they were unable to refine them with Dan fire. The Demon King had also attempted, but was repelled upon contact with the Buddhist spirit artifacts. A single medium-grade spirit artifact could become the treasured possession of the Li family. Excellent. Li Delong joyfully held the formation plate, thrilled that his grandson Yunlin had learned to present gifts to the elders of the family. The child had truly matured. Both he and Su Chuihua wore broad smiles, unconcerned whether the offering was a medium-grade spirit artifact or merely the lowest-grade magical tool, for it brought joy to these 2 septuagenarians. Others felt similarly, and the atmosphere was filled with warmth. In the days that followed, with the backing of Yunshu Wang High Tower and the presence of Yin Tai Lin, the offensives from Qingyun County posed little threat to the Li family, making Xian Village the most secure place in the entire Taiqing County. As for the Li Tian sect, it became an even lesser concern. Li Yunlin was a true disciple of the Li Tian sect, and even if he could not relay information back to the Li family, Li Xiang could glean news through Li Yunlin's experiences. In the 54th year of the Li family, Li Yaotai's 7 sons practiced the Mingwei Shui Yin Gong together, achieving modest progress. The 7 began traversing various Li family commerce halls in Taiqing County, often engaging in acts of chivalry, earning the esteemed title of the 7 sons of the Li family Iron Gate. They gained the trait, unity. When battling together, their strength increases by 10. Your descendants have gained modest renown, earning 100 incense points. These 7 young fellows have indeed achieved a measure of success. Li Xiang felt pride in them. Although the youngest was only 8 years old, they all inherited the chivalrous spirit of Li Yaotai and Bai Ro Ro. Observing their title, Li Xiang could not help but murmur. Fortunately, their father is named Li Yaotai. Had he been named Li Yaogang, they would have been known as the 7 sons of the rectum. In the same year, Li Delong ventured alone into the 2nd layer of the Zhi Tiangu, facing nearly 10,000 deaths, becoming introspective and entering seclusion to break through to the peak of foundation establishment. Li Yunbing approached the pinnacle of qi refinement, beginning seclusion to seek a breakthrough in foundation establishment. In the 55th year of the Li family, your descendant Li Yaozhu, having fought alongside the family for years, acquired over 100 enemy swords and mastered numerous sword techniques. In the Zhi Tiangu, his swordsmanship gradually matured, and he began seclusion, declaring he would not emerge until a significant matter arose. After the Li family gained the friendship of Yunshu Wang High Tower, the experts gradually entered seclusion, and Bai Ro Ro, who had spent many years in childbirth, also regained her strength, ready to enter seclusion and break through. The only one still struggling at the early stage of foundation establishment was Li Yaotai. Upon clicking on Li Yaotai's profile, one could see the blazing furnace within the forging hall, where Li Yaotai, disregarding the scorching heat that reddened his entire body, tirelessly continued his forging. After years of forging, Li Yaotai gradually grasped a certain hammering technique. Yet he faced a bottleneck that prevented him from crafting ironware as sturdy as the war puppets of his ancestors, nor could he forge a left arm that satisfied him. The trait of never giving up kept him relentless in his pursuit. Just a bit more, and I could become an 8th-grade artifact master, capable of effortlessly crafting high-grade and top-grade artifacts. Li Yaotai appeared almost frenzied. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, he approached the art of forging with utmost seriousness. Keep it up, Xiaotai. Li Xiang understood that individuals devoted to a particular vocation often exhibit such fervor. Their passion for their craft is akin to that of devoted disciples, and they are true artisans. Currently, it is not Li Yaowen who presides over the family affairs, but rather Li Yundo, one of the 7 sons of the Iron Gate. Despite the seemingly reckless nature of Li Yaotai's children, it must be acknowledged that they are not devoid of intelligence, especially under the watchful eye of Su Chuihua. The development of the Li family currently flourishes, at least for the time being. As for Li Yaowen, at the age of 40, she embodies a certain grace. Adorned in a white gown with her hair elegantly tied up, seated in a wheelchair, akin to a drooping white lotus, pushed by the family maid. Long after the Li family had rid themselves of troubles, Li Yaowen had embarked on excursions, having been away from home for 2 years. The maids accompanying her, all in their 30s or 40s, were armed, and skilled protectors could be seen weaving through the trees in the forests. Fourth miss, if you venture any further, you will exit Taiching County, one maid cautioned. Li Yaowen smiled charmingly. What? Is Taiching County a prison for us? The maid shook her head repeatedly. It is merely that beyond Taiching County, we leave our family's territory. And you say it is not a prison? Li Yaowen's smile broadened. You may not perceive it as such, yet your reluctance to leave Taiching reveals that your heart is already confined within its bounds. In truth, the world is vast, and there is nothing we cannot explore or achieve. Only by shedding fear can we truly venture forth. Fourth miss, I do not comprehend. The maid persisted in shaking her head. Li Yaowen said no more and departed Taiching County with her attendants. At that moment, Li Xiang, watching from his screen, widened his eyes in astonishment. What? He exclaimed, nearly spilling his milk tea. Could it truly be? He recalled that Li Yaowen was not incapable of cultivation. Despite her modest aptitude, she possessed a mixed elemental root. Her true aspiration lay in the scholarly path, immersing herself in the vast expanse of literature. Now, your descendant, Li Yaowen, has amassed considerable knowledge. Guided by Huang Xiujin of Yunshu Wang Hailu, she begins to step beyond the comfort of the Li family, observing the myriad wonders of the world and witnessing the joys and sorrows of humanity. For many years, gathering the works of sages and talented individuals from across the realm, she has authored the text Xianxiadrama, divided into 9 chapters, comprising a total of 99,999 characters. Your descendant is currently penning the first chapter of Xianxiadrama, titled Songshang. Your descendant, Li Yaowen, is nearing her tribulation. Upon receiving this game notification, Li Xiang gasped in disbelief. While he possessed limited knowledge of literary cultivation, he recognized that Li Yaowen had long harbored ambitious plans, which were far from trivial. Unlike others who cultivated sacred texts or the righteous verses of the Shi Jing, she had created a work of her own. It was no wonder she had not pursued literary cultivation for so many years. She had named her work after the world itself, encompassing all of humanity within its first chapter. This direct approach had led her to the precipice of tribulation. Li Xiang scratched his head, never anticipating that in such a short span, his own descendant would provoke the wrath of the heavens. Chapter 53, My Nature is Innately Pure. Li Family, Year 58. Li Yunbing emerges from seclusion, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Due to the antics of the Iron Gate's 7 sons during Li Yundo's tenure, the entire village of Xian Village was mobilized, with over 4,000 villagers practicing martial arts, each clamoring to seize weapons and dominate Taiching County, creating utter chaos. Upon witnessing Li Yunbing's emergence from seclusion, Su Chuihua seized the opportunity to administer a thorough reprimand to her 7 grandchildren, releasing 3 years' worth of pent-up frustration. Subsequently, she entrusted the temporary leadership of the family to Li Yunbing. Finally, a sensible person has emerged from seclusion. Seeing Li Yunbing, a double-rooted talent, emerge, Li Xiang felt a sense of relief. During the period of seclusion for the family's experts, he and Su Chuihua had been deeply troubled by Li Yaotai's 7 children. While they were undoubtedly clever, they were entirely unfit to lead the family. At least during this period, their mental faculties seemed akin to that of their muscles. The concept of everyone being a warrior had originated from Li Yundo, and the others had their own ambitions, primarily centered on expanding the Li family's martial influence. Reflecting on previous events, your descendant, Li Yunjia, attracted a multitude of guests, most of whom were revealed by Su Chuihua to have ulterior motives, leading to their elimination. Your descendant, Li Yunjia, coveted a family treasure, attempting to emulate her fourth aunt's scheme for a nighttime raid, nearly plunging the Li family back into chaos amidst a time of relative stability. She was subsequently dragged to the ancestral hall for a thorough reprimand, finally calming down. Your descendant, Li Yunjun, while traversing the martial world, rescued a woman who then favored him, prompting him to extend a marriage proposal. Zhun truly embodies the spirit of the Li family. It is evident that reckless individuals are ill-suited for leadership. Observing Li Yun being seated in the position of family head, Li Xiang felt a surge of satisfaction and murmured. With the experts in seclusion, this moment represents a blank canvas for the family's development, awaiting the day when these masters soar to new heights. It is preferable for the somewhat naive Yun Bing to preside over the family, as he is less likely to stir up trouble. Returning to the scene, Li Yunbing and Su Chuihua sat in the primary and secondary seats, while the Iron Gate's 7 sons occupied the side seats. Among them, Li Yundo's wife, Chen Lin, was applying ointment to the injuries of Li Yundo and his other brothers and sisters, who had just returned from being reprimanded in the ancestral hall. Now, 5-year-old Li Tianyi, unlike the robust Iron Gate's 7 sons, resembled his mother Chen Lin, a graceful young gentleman despite his tender age, who immediately leapt into Li Yundo's embrace. Being a non-leader does not exempt one from familial duties. Li Yundo, patting Li Tianyi's head, grumbled. Was it really necessary to be so harsh? Our grandfather never reprimanded us like this. That is because your grandfather spoiled you, turning you into reckless brutes. Su Chuihua retorted, her frustration boiling over. With so many children in the Li family, the offspring have been a source of relief for me. The experts are either in seclusion or forging weapons, while Yao Qing from Leihor Moku is receiving good news. Even Yao Wan, with no cultivation, managed to have someone return 1,000,000 spirit stones recently. Looking at Yao Zu's 2 children, Yun Lin has truly excelled, becoming a paragon of the Tian zone. Yun Bing, ever so obedient, is wise beyond his years. Much like Li Delong reflecting on the last 2 or 3 years, she realized her worries had multiplied, as she had aged a decade despite her 1,000-year lifespan. Grandma, Li Yundo began, but little Tian raised his head and innocently chimed in, Daddy, don't say that. Or not only will great-grandma punish you, but I'll also gossip about you to great-grandpa, and he will punish you too. Ah, my dear great-grandson. Come here for a moment, Su Chuihua beamed. Tian, not a small dog, pouted but still approached his great-grandmother. Li Yundo, visibly displeased, gritted his teeth, the swelling on his face causing him to gasp in pain, yet he managed to glare fiercely. Oh, you little rascal, how dare you threaten your father? Why are you being so harsh with a child? Chen Lin interjected, displeased. If you continue to scare Tian, don't expect to sleep in the same bed tonight. As Tian sat in Su Chuihua's lap, he stuck his tongue out at his father, infuriating Li Yundo even further. The Li family was bustling with excitement, with the 7 boisterous brutes and this little prodigy creating quite the lively atmosphere. Once the commotion settled, Li Yunbing cleared his throat, glanced around, and casually remarked, Now is the time to discuss Yunjin's marriage. I have checked the timing, and it appears he can marry in the coming month. Yundo has also reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. I will arrange for someone to procure pills from Yunshu Wanghai Lu so that you may enter seclusion and break through. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to him, nodding in agreement. Despite just assuming the position of family head, Li Yunbing still exuded an innocent demeanor. In truth, we ought to refrain from causing disturbances outside. If it were not for the experts in seclusion or away on business, our family has few foundational masters left. Given the current chaos in the world, we should rely on Yunshu Wanghai Lu and Tianzong to preserve our strength amidst these tumultuous times. Upon hearing Li Yunbing's words, everyone exchanged glances, especially Li Yundo, who recalled how he once tricked Li Yunbing out of candy during their childhood. Li Yunbing remained unconcerned by the gazes of others, still wearing a bewildered expression as he stated, There is also the Heishua Hall, which Yundo has expanded to 500 members, most of whom have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. We cannot allow them to be idle. They should head to Tai Lin Town and seize control of its mines to inform the new town chief that Tai Lin Town belongs to us. Grandmother, what about your Spirit Beast Academy? Is it possible for you to fetch 500 of the Fengshi giant eagles from Yintialan, the same kind that second aunt used to ride? With this, the Heishua Hall will be even more formidable when paired with aerial formations of gunfire. Recently, Yunsu Wanghelu has been tightening its ties with us, and Senior Huang Xiujin is trustworthy. Our Li family seeks to dominate Taiching amidst the chaos, yet our intelligence capabilities are currently lacking. Therefore, I wish to invite Senior Huang Shoujin for guidance. Each word left the members of the Li family utterly astonished. Li Yundo, unable to believe his ears, stood up and approached Li Yunbing, playfully ruffling his hair, exclaiming, "Who are you? Who has possessed my second brother? Don't make a fuss." Li Yunbing shrugged off Li Yundo's hand, continuing, "In fact, our family is already qualified to be a Jindan family, but we lack sufficient foundation. Once grandfather emerges from the Zhi Tianguan, and my father, uncles, and aunts return, I believe we will possess enough upper-tier strength. What we need to do now is to strengthen our family's foundation and prepare for the future." As he spoke, Li Yunbing cast a worried glance at the 7 Iron Gate disciples, urging, "You 7 should pay a visit to third uncle when you have time. He has been refining tools for 3 years. At this rate, he won't even be able to hold on through the foundation establishment stage." Upon hearing this, the 7 Iron Gate disciples ceased their playful antics. "We understand. The family is finally on the right track." Li Xiang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Li Yunbing continued to articulate matters regarding the family's development with remarkable clarity, which did not surprise Li Xiang. Although Li Yunbing possessed a childlike heart and had made foolish choices in his youth, even lacking understanding of matters between men and women, this did not imply that he was truly foolish. His innocence represented purity and kindness, coupled with an extraordinary comprehension. Otherwise, he would not have mastered the majority of the martial arts and techniques from the Li Tian Midian to such a high level within the Zhi Tianguan. Furthermore, due to Li Yaozu's minimal attention to his own children, this boy was raised primarily by Li Yaowen. With such comprehension, even learning merely the surface of Li Yaowen's teachings would render him an exceptionally intelligent individual. His outward appearance, along with a perpetually bewildered gaze, created a strong sense of intrigue. He seemed destined to play the role of a pig to eat a tiger. In fact, Li Yunbing excelled even more than Li Dalong and Li Yaozu, embodying the steadiness of Li Dalong, the decisiveness of Li Yaozu, and the broad vision of Li Yaowen. "It's settled. You shall be the one to handle this from now on. There is no escaping this responsibility." Li Xiang rubbed his hands together, promptly deciding on the future head of the family. Seeing that the Li family had finally managed to restore order among the 7 Iron Gate disciples, Li Xiang felt reassured and finally had the time to contemplate his own affairs. He then turned his gaze to the incense value displayed in the upper right corner of the game interface. 113,654. The incense value is sufficient. Li Xiang excitedly clicked on the martial arts techniques of Li Yaozu and Li Yunlin. You have selected the martial arts technique of Li Yunlin. The Xian level skill Misty Shadow Steps. Detected that the progress of the technique has reached 90, consuming 90,000 incense points. You have selected Li Yaozu's Huang level sword technique. 100 Shadows Sword Radiance. Detected that the progress of the technique has reached 100, consuming 20,000 incense points. Do you wish to learn? In an instant, Li Xiang felt his mind clear as the memories and understanding of these 2 techniques surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. Words of congratulations appeared on the screen. "Congratulations, you have consumed 110,000 incense points and learned the techniques Misty Shadow Steps and 100 Shadows Sword Radiance." Li Xiang felt an indescribable profundity. He had heard of enlightenment akin to the pouring of nectar, and perhaps this was it. As he learned the techniques, the game interface even displayed the visage of his ancestor. His personal information came into view. Li Xiang. Realm, False Dance Stage. Spiritual Root, Yin Yang. Martial Arts Techniques, Misty Shadow Steps, 100 Shadows Sword Radiance, Yin Yang Diagram. Trait, Yin Yang Blessing. The False Dance Stage, this was his realm. After all, he was a direct descendant of the Li family, capable of consuming the miraculous Tiangong Spirit Pill, and the resources he enjoyed each month were among the most precious. Even a dog could cultivate to great depths under such circumstances. The students at school thought he was of ordinary aptitude, but that was merely a reflection of their ignorance. Otherwise, in places like Jixian's Wang, even if his identity was not simple, those uncles and aunts would not regard him with special attention. He would not even be worthy of residing in the esteemed first residence. The teachers at the school would not beg him to compete in any contests. Moreover, he had yet to encounter anyone with greater aptitude than his own. Glancing at Li Yunbing, who was playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger within the game, Li Xiang felt a twinge of envy. He too possessed the ability to play such a role, but had yet to receive the opportunity. Perhaps he would break through to the Jindan stage when he found the time. Li Xiang grinned, casting his gaze toward another skill in the game. Ancestor's Moment. Using this skill, the soul of the ancestor enters the game world. It cannot attack or be targeted, consuming 1,000 incense points per year, with the time ratio between the real world and the game world remaining the same. Chapter 54. A Great Undertaking in Life. The skill list contains several skills that Li Xiang had gradually come to understand over these past days. Ancestors moment. According to the detailed description, his soul would enter the game, descending in a special form, similar to entering a training room where the flow of time was accelerated. This skill was perfect for breakthroughs in cultivation that could span years or even decades. For now, he would set it aside. Incense points were limited, and amidst the chaotic times, it was prudent to wait until the Li family stabilized before rushing into things. Li Xiang resisted the urge to enter the game world for a breakthrough. After all, he had the protection of the powerful figures at Jixianzhuang, along with the assistance of Boss Qi in business endeavors. Unless an alien invasion occurred, he was in no real danger. The Li family's 60th grand ceremony was approaching, during which many fortunate events had transpired. Your descendant Li Yunzhou witnesses third brother marry and have children, bringing happiness to the family, and subsequently strives to marry the renowned beauty Su Ling'er from Jian village. Gained 10 incense points. Li Yunji requests the family head Li Yunbing to host a contest for suitors. The Qi Refinement 8th level cultivator Lu Ziqiu from Jian village has gained his favor. Gained 10 incense points. Your descendant Li Yunjin falls in love with the wealthy girl Xiao Qing'er he saved, though initially rebuffed by her literary family. Through the sincere efforts of Li Yunjin and with the arrival of Huang Xiujin from Yunsu Wanghilu, the head of the Xiao family is finally moved, agreeing to their union. Gained incense points. These children may indeed be reckless, but their daring spirit made it easier for them to establish families and careers. Li Xiang could envision that soon. The next generation of the Li family would flourish like mushrooms after rain. As for Li Yunlin and Li Yunbing, they had yet to encounter their love interests. However, this phenomenon was likely hereditary. When Su Cuihua inquired about this matter while delivering pills to their father Li Yaozu during his seclusion, Li Yaozu had merely offered a few perfunctory remarks, showing no interest in the subject. Li Dalong had even ventured out of seclusion for this matter, spending nearly a month investigating whether Li Yunbing had any peculiar habits or health issues. Ultimately, it was discovered that this grandson was indeed a capable leader, not because he was flawed, but because he believed that his future wife should embody the gentleness of his grandmother, the wisdom of his second aunt, and the remarkable intelligence of his youngest aunt. Upon realizing his wishes, Li Dalong, with a somber expression, retreated to his coffin, contemplating that this grandson might end up living a solitary life. This predicament caused Su Cuihua's hair to turn even grayer, as she fervently prayed at the ancestral hall for Li Xiang, beseeching the ancestors to grant divine favor and ensure that her grandson Yunlin and Yunbing would soon marry and bear children to strengthen the Li family lineage. Li Xiang, with his hand resting on the head of the Zilei Tianyang Meng, found himself momentarily at a loss. How could one invoke divine assistance for marriage and childbirth? He pondered that perhaps during the grand ceremony, he could offer a few silicone dolls instead. Soon, during the grand ceremony of that year, the Li family ancestral hall was filled to capacity. The announcement rang out. The Li family celebrates its 60th year with a grand ceremony, held once every decade. Your descendants present offerings, blood spirit fruits. You bestow upon your descendants 12 heavenly spirit pills. The ancestors graciously bestowed gifts upon their descendants, prompting them to bow in reverence. Even though Li Dalong was quite accustomed to such scenes, he was still filled with excitement. Anything bestowed by the ancestors, no matter how meager, was to be cherished. He led his descendants in a series of bows, assuring the ancestors that the Li family, particularly those of the Yao generation, were extraordinary talents. The Yun generation, now 9 in number, had matured, with Yunlin already retreating into the Tianli Hall for meditation, while Yunbing managed the family affairs with great order. The 7 sons of Iron Gate were all heroes, and the women were equally formidable. Li Xiang was well aware of these matters. Yet Li Dalong recounted each achievement before the children, his face beaming with pride. At that moment, he resembled an elder during Qingming festival in his hometown, recounting tales to the ancestors. Everyone exhibited an expression of piety. However, this year's grand ceremony was different from those of the past. The 7 sons of Iron Gate were present, yet their wives were not permitted to join. The reason was the family's growing prominence, combined with the fact that the 7 sons shared their father's strong traits. The Yunshins and Yunzes, still immature, found themselves expecting children, unaware of how many more might follow. Additionally, the elders of the Li family needed to focus on their cultivation, leaving little time for education, making the disposition of these children uncertain. During this grand ceremony, Li Xiang had already instructed Li Yunbing to draft family regulations. After delivering the ceremonial oration, Li Dalong held forth a scroll, proclaiming, "Li family regulations, please review, ancestors." The first rule stated, those not recognized by the ancestors shall be deemed outsiders and must not enter the ancestral hall. The second, descendants of the Li family must not disclose family secrets to outsiders. Violators will be expelled. The third, descendants who indulge in extravagance and idleness, lacking ambition, shall not enter the ancestral hall. After establishing these rules, Li Dalong sought Li Xiang's approval, which he examined with utmost seriousness, understanding that as the family expanded, strict regulations were imperative to prevent chaos. Once the grand ceremony concluded, the Li family adopted new regulations. Li Dalong and the elders, such as Li Yaozu, resumed their meditation. The announcement followed. The Li family's 60th grand ceremony has concluded. In the same year, Su Linger gave birth to a son, Li Tianshuang. Xiao Qinger gave birth to a daughter, Li Tianai. Congratulations, your descendant Li Yun has given birth to a son, Li Tianxi. In disbelief, Li Xiang was overwhelmed with excitement. Rising from his seat, especially with the notifications concerning the family's development, he noted, your descendant Li Yunlai, now 18, anxious as his siblings have married, sought out his childhood friend from Jian village, Yadaner, and after exchanging pleasantries, he mentioned the secret techniques taught by his siblings. With emotions blossoming, Li Yunlai brought Yadaner to meet their parents and grandparents, candidly expressing his desire to share a bed with her. Su Tsuehua, thinking it was a jest, inadvertently consented. Li Yunlai, bold and decisive, that very night made a commitment to Yadaner in the barn. This was the 5th match, and Li Xiang found himself somewhat bewildered. Previously, he had been quite eager for the children to have offspring, yet now, with so many, he struggled to keep track of who was who. The chaos in the Li family courtyard mirrored his confusion. Su Tsuehua sat at the hall's forefront. Once the most formidable woman behind her husband, now appeared lost and distressed. In one arm, she cradled a chubby boy, while in the other, she held another plump child, with a wooden cart in front of her. The 3 infants formed a cacophony of cries. In the past, she managed them one by one with assistance, finding joy in their antics. But now she exclaimed, Yulun, come take Tianshuang to Yunjia. Let him bring the child to his grandfather. A woman nearby, wiping the sweat from her brow, protested, Grandma, I am not Linger. I am Qinger, married to Yunjin. No, I am Linger. This is my child, Tianshuang. Grandma, where's my baby? I can't keep track. Even Li Yunjia, barely out of confinement, clad in dark iron beast blood armor, was lifting infants' garments to check. The scene was utter pandemonium. Su Tsuehua, her face filled with despair, disregarded the cries of her granddaughters and daughters-in-law, set the children down, and marched directly toward the meditation chamber, forcefully shutting the stone door beside Li Dalong's dwelling. Hearing the commotion, Li Dalong inquired, Wife? Why are you here to meditate? Aren't you seeking opportunities as a demon cultivator? Su Tsuehua uttered a phrase that Li Dalong could not comprehend, then smiled brightly, saying, Dear, how delightful it is to have peace in the mortal world. Ha! My Li family is finally on the rise. These children are truly magnificent progenitors. Li Xiang was elated, unable to sense Su Tsuehua's plight. As long as he was not the one raising the children, they were undoubtedly adorable. He was starting to genuinely appreciate the terrifying speed of population growth when there was no restriction on childbirth. Once Yunlai, Yunxian, and Yunqing began to have children, it seemed they could rival the legendary figure who moved mountains. Soon, the 2nd year arrived. The Li family, year 61. Your descendant Li Yunlai has married Yadaner, gained 10 units of incense. As the marriages of children increased, the Li family became accustomed to such news. The parents, upon hearing the joyful tidings, would temporarily emerge from their meditations, drink the tea offered by their juniors, and then return to their seclusion. Furthermore, Yadaner was already showing signs of pregnancy. Upon seeing her burgeoning belly, Su Tsuehua's complexion changed dramatically, and after hastily consuming only half her tea, she rushed back to her cave, sealing the stone door. Your granddaughter-in-law by Ruru has broken through and attained the foundation establishment stage. That year, the Li family welcomed a new foundation establishment cultivator, and the female hero by Ruru emerged joyfully, initially thrilled to care for the children. In the first couple of days, she exuberantly shared her new status as a grandmother. But soon her demeanor darkened, and she retreated back into seclusion. Your granddaughter-in-law by Ruru, bearing the Beast King pill, has vowed not to leave until she reaches the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Have the daughters-in-law of my Li family truly become so diligent? Li Xiang felt a deep sense of gratitude. That year was filled with a succession of good news, especially concerning Li Yaotai. This man, who had been hammering away at the forge for years, finally ceased his frantic work, collapsing in exhaustion. You have utilized the warmth bestowed by the ancestors, consuming 20 points of incense value. Thank you, ancestors. I have succeeded. Haha, I am now an 8th grade artifact refiner. Li Yaotai laughed until tears streamed down his face. After years of forging, who could fathom how many times he had contemplated giving up? He suddenly realized that he was akin to an iron tree, with all his perseverance and effort culminating in the flowering of this day. Ancestors, behold my hands, witness this puppet, woo-woo. Following the direction pointed out by Li Yaotai, Li Xiang beheld his silver prosthetic limb and the imposing bronze automaton, nearly 2 meters tall, with golden glimmers in its eyes. Your descendants have forged for many years. Never yielding in defeat, the profession of a forger has been elevated to that of an 8th-rank spirit automaton forger. Chapter 55. The Pure Patriarch, Li Yunbing. The Yao generation is the most audacious of the Li family, perhaps the most reckless individuals Li Xiang has ever encountered. Li Yao's ancestor dared to commit murder at a young age, boldly infiltrating the Hu family's stronghold alone, slaying Hu Wei, and even creating his own martial arts technique. Displaying the potential of a swordmaster, Li Yao Qing, adept in both medicine and poison, directly possessed an immortal physique. Li Yao would outright refuse to pursue cultivation, instead crafting grand literary works through self-enlightenment. The third brother, Yao Tai, possessed the highest natural talent, utterly absorbed in the craft of blacksmithing, lagging considerably behind in cultivation progress. Yet the time for his fervent blossoming had finally arrived. The spirit automaton forger, a rare profession which utilizes the direct death heavenly coffin to transform corpses into zombies, combined with the craftsmanship of spirit stones and spatial rings, represents a unique vocation that Li Xiang had never encountered in the real world. It was difficult to ascertain whether this technique or that of war automatons was superior, for Li Yao Tai had only reached the 8th rank. What of the 7th, 6th, or beyond? Nonetheless, this path was fraught with challenges. Presently, Li Yao Tai resembled an explorer treading an uncharted path, feeling his way forward. Ancestor, take a look. As Li Yao Tai presented Li Xiang's spirit tablet, it levitated, and he joyfully introduced the spirit automaton as if seeking approval from an esteemed elder. The child understood the impossibility of replicating the regenerative flesh within a war automaton, yet he sought an alternative, envisioning the zombies within the direct death heavenly coffin. Li Yao Tai lifted the mask of the bronze automaton, reminiscent of an ancient armored warrior, revealing a zombie within that appeared oddly familiar. Was it not the desiccated remains of the crazy dragon from the Longhu brothers? This fellow, in life, was a false dam practitioner, drained of blood and spiritual energy, yet his physical strength remained at the pinnacle of qi refinement. Utilizing a peculiar thread, he could manipulate the armor externally. Subsequently, Li Yao Tai struck the armor, and in an instant, it expanded in a fantastical manner. The 2-meter-tall spirit automaton transformed into a towering 5 meters, exuding an aura of power. With another strike, the runes on its body activated, reverting it to its original size. The materials used were blended from the Shumi stone employed in spatial rings, with the primary component being Tianlin star iron, sourced from the Hu family's mines, achieving 8th rank. Furthermore, Li Yao Tai, reminiscent of a mad scientist, fervently described his creation, trembling with excitement. The child had forged a movable supreme magical artifact, he exclaimed. And in his overwhelming joy, Li Yao Tai fainted. Alarmed, Li Xiang hastily provided him with a warm embrace from their ancestor. A genius? Li Xiang shook his head, astonished. The term genius scarcely sufficed to encapsulate this muscular titan. Your descendant Li Yao Tai, through an indomitable spirit and years of relentless forging, has finally crafted a supreme magical artifact. The 8th rank spirit automaton. A breakthrough, reaching the mid-foundation stage. A special trait acquired, spirit automaton ancestor. When utilizing spirit automaton artifacts, combat power increases by 20, and comprehension of spiritual energy and automatons is significantly enhanced. Incredible. Even after Li Yao Tai was revived by the apothecary from the spirit herb garden and resumed his blacksmithing, Li Xiang remained profoundly impressed. He had witnessed the birth of a unique profession. However, in Li Xiang's perspective, this generation was not the Yao generation stage. Even when absent from home, they had become the foundation of the family. Only the elders and Li Yunbing were aware of Li Yao Tai's success in forging the spirit automaton. The Yun generation was prominently showcased within the Li family. Ancestors' blessings. The 7 sons of Iron Gate shall triumph in battle, vanquishing all foes. Warriors, all shall march forward. Form the formation. In a valley, the 7 sons of Iron Gate leaped into action, retrieving ancestral tablets to cast into the sky. They encircled a dozen adversaries with the 7-star formation, their united energies causing 7 colossal magical artifacts to unleash overwhelming spiritual energy, annihilating their enemies. This was the manifestation of their years of cultivation in the Ming Mei Shui Yin Gong, with 7 bodies working in unison. They even had their own unique attributes. Not to mention, the embarrassment lay not with them, but rather with Li Xiang, observing the scene on the screen. In the distance, Li Yunbing, the Patriarch, stood atop a mountain, displaying no signs of embarrassment, appearing almost foolishly dazed. Beside him stood Gu Kaming, the Patriarch of the Qingping ancient clan, who had collaborated with the Li family for many years, having previously orchestrated the eradication of the Lan Tianwu family. now with a few strands of white hair. This still handsome and refined middle-aged man witnessed the actions of the 7 sons of Iron Gate, his lips twitching slightly. Little soldier, your 7 brothers are truly heroic figures, praised Elder Gu. Li Yunbing nodded blankly. Have you concluded your matters? No sooner had he spoken than Gu Kaming raised his head, observing a surge of spiritual energy rising in the distance. It's over. This time, our gains remain the same, divided equally between our 2 families. Li Xiang, watching the 2 men, noted the small text above their heads. A notification appeared in the event log. The Li family, 63 years. Your descendant Li Yunbing has maintained relations with the Qingping ancient clan for many years. The Qingping ancient clan allied with the Li Tian sect, now under the control of the Su family, while the Li family has allied with the Xuanwu sect's subsidiary, Yinshu Wang Hai Lu. Congratulations. Your family has successfully collaborated with the Qingping ancient clan once again, ambushing the external disciples of the Li Tian sect returning from Yangqing County with spoils. Special event reward. Incense, 200. 2 years passed in the game. Li Yunbing became increasingly adept at his role as Patriarch, now a 33-year-old man, yet retaining a youthful appearance that belied his experience. Among the 7 sons of Iron Gate, Yundo and Yunjia had both broken through to the foundation stage, while the other 5 ranged from peak chi refinement to the 7th layer. The passage of 2 years had not stripped them of their youthful exuberance. Within the family, the 7 sons of Iron Gate had reached a point of absolute obedience to Li Yunbing. Elder Gu was mistaken. Li Yunbing subtly shook his head. Upon hearing this, Gu Kaming's gaze flickered with a hint of wariness. Is it that the Li family desires too little? Indeed, this time, the Li family had exerted greater effort. As others in the Li family remained largely absent, he had collaborated with Li Yunbing over the years, jointly ambushing other factions, acquiring resources, and collectively advancing. This was their means of survival in these tumultuous times. Initially, he had harbored some dissatisfaction, lamenting that the Li family had dispatched such an inexperienced youth, fearing it would hinder him. Yet, he gradually realized that this young man surpassed his previous acquaintance, Li Delong, in every regard. Li Delong was cautious, honest, and responsible. Li Yunbing, on the other hand, was utterly unyielding. He adhered to a singular principle. The Li family must not suffer losses. To that end, he would go to any lengths and engage in any competition. Gu Kaming even witnessed Li Yunbing extracting intelligence from an enemy while maintaining his current demeanor, slowly roasting the opponent's flesh, feeding it to them piece by piece. No, Elder Gu, during our last collaboration, your side suffered losses. So the Li family shall not take this haul. Li Yunbing wore an innocent expression. Gu Kaming's wariness intensified. Little soldier, our 2 families have shared life and death for many years. This batch of resources, I, Gu Kaming, cannot accept. Li Yunbing chose not to elaborate further. Then I shall not offer it. Gu Kaming's facial muscles twitched. He suddenly felt that Li Yunbing's decisiveness implied that his next words would be non-negotiable. Perhaps it would be better to simply accept. Indeed, Li Yunbing remarked, old Grandpa Gu is loyal to the Su family, but how much does he truly know about them? Gu Kaming's eyes widened gradually as he swallowed hard. What do you intend to do? Many years ago, my elder brother studied under the fire-scale Taoist of the Li Tian sect, receiving immense favor from him. Unfortunately, there is a direct descendant of the Su family within the Li Tian sect named Su Cheng, who almost caused my brother's demise, rendering him obscured for 12 years. Li Yunbing exhaled deeply, believing this matter to be settled, yet the Su family harbored lasting resentment, repeatedly opposing my brother. Thus, our Li family had no choice but to send the entire Su family to their demise. This startled Gu Kaming. Sweat quickly drenched his back. After reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he could hardly remember the last time he felt such tension. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke, masterly. The Su family has a golden core ancestor. Little Bing is aware, Li Yunbing replied. Does your elder know? I inquired of our family elders, and they are all aware. Gu Kaming sighed. My Gu family has also faced numerous troubles in recent years. Such a significant matter requires my contemplation. Old Grandpa Gu is a life-and-death companion of my Li family. If he wishes to abstain, then Little Bing shall take his leave. Wait, our Gu family and Li family are inseparable. Your matters are my matters as well. I shall act. Gu Kaming deflated, genuinely fearful. How could Li Yunbing dare to disclose such life-and-death matters to him? If he were to refuse, would someone like Li Yunbing allow him to leave with this intelligence? Little Bing noted this act of kindness. Old Grandpa Gu shall return home with me. Observing Li Yunbing's retreating figure, Gu Kaming weakly followed on his sword, letting out a long breath, regretting not having taken that half earlier. Li Xiang had been watching the scene unfold with Li Yunbing. Soon, the focus shifted back to Xian village. Presently, Xian village remained as tranquil as ever, with men plowing and women weaving in the spiritual fields, while the birds returned to the woods, and the mountain mist curled around the thatched doors. A beautiful pastoral painting emerged, though the surroundings had gained much more spiritual energy. The Li family estate had grown increasingly grand, with pavilions and towers, and the villagers of Xi'an occasionally visited, particularly the martial arts tower, now bustling with activity. Compared to before, the current Li family maintained a strict order. The Black Blood Hall, comprising 500 members, remained armored, with even the weakest reaching the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Among them, 100 soared through the skies on giant eagles, surveying the vicinity of Xi'an village. In the Silver Iron Forest, the birds and beasts were unafraid of humans, sometimes venturing to Xi'an village for food or assisting in fertilizing the spiritual fields, creating a harmonious environment. Within the Li family estate, several maidens and wet nurses cared for the children. The changes over the past 2 years had been monumental. Li Xiang glanced at the event log. In the 61st year of the Li family, Yaden was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to a girl named Li Tianying. 15-year-old Li Yunxian and the 6th young lady of the Gu family, Gu Qingqing, fell in love, becoming engaged 3 years later. In the 62nd year of the Li family, Chen Lin was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to a son named Li Tianxi. Li family members of the Tian generation, 9. In just 3 years, 9 births occurred, and in a mere 3 hours. Li Xiang was most familiar with Li Tianyi of the 4th generation. At this moment, Li Yunbing had already brought Gu Kaming indoors for a detailed discussion. Before long, a special event occurred. In the 62nd year of the Li family, your descendant Li Yunlin broke through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment at the Tianli Hall of the Li Tian sect. The deceased Su Cheng's master, Wichenzi, increasingly sensed the threat posed by Li Yunlin. During a sect trial, he hired a fake Dan assassin from the county city to kill Li Yunlin. But your ancestral skill saved him from the wrath of the ancestors, Li Yunlin reported to sect master Xinyang Daoist, who bluntly stated there was no evidence and advised caution. Special event. To eliminate the residual threats from Su Cheng's death, Li Yunlin decided to enlist Elder Wu Manzi and 12 inner disciples to eradicate the Su family and remove Wichenzi's minions from the Li Tian sect. You must decide. I must decide. I shall take action. Li Xiang's eyes widened. Li Yunlin was the most precious treasure of the Yun generation. Just an hour ago, had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have lost his treasure. Although Li Yunlin did not intend for the family to intervene, refraining from mentioning it in his correspondence for fear of impulsive actions that could lead to the family's ruin. What a fine child he was. This decision was made after extensive consideration by him and the family. Regardless of where they are, as an integral part of the Li family, one should not bear the burden alone when faced with challenges. The cursor hovered over the skills section. Fight, dear ancestor. Remaining incense value, 38650. Is our Li family afraid of his golden core stage? Child, the family is your greatest support. Chapter 56. Leaving seclusion. Wujua Mountain, Qingyuan County. Li Xiang opened the map and beheld the location of the Li family's adversary. The Su family's residence at Wujua Mountain appeared to be a peak severed in half. With their stronghold atop, adorned with palatial structures, an impressive sight for a family to thrive. At this moment, the Li family was preparing to assault the Su family. Following intelligence gathered from the Qingping Gu family and Yunshu Wang High Tower, Li Xiang was also observing the entirety of Wujua Mountain to obtain more valuable information. The details on the map became clearer with Li Xiang's scrutiny. The Su family's territory has been thriving for 722 years. Family members, 3286. One initial stage golden core ancestor. Name, Su Qingyun. Lifespan, 342 years. Foundation establishment experts, 121, among them, 4 in the fake Dan realm, and 13 at the peak of foundation establishment. Family formation, Wujue confounding spirit formation, 100 spirits azure bird totem formation. How could a newly risen golden core family possess such profound depth in just under 100 years? Li Xiang's expression turned serious. Golden core families truly qualify as cultivators' homes, possessing a lifespan of 500 years at the golden core stage. Their formidable strength allows them access to abundant resources. A family that survives for 500 years can generally expect a qualitative transformation. Faced with the newly emerged Su family, should he encounter an ancient golden core family, Li Xiang would dare not boast of annihilating them. Previously, he had learned of an established golden core family that had existed for over 2,000 years, boasting dual golden cores with over 120,000 family members, nearly 20 of whom were in the fake Dan realm, potentially achieving a third golden core at any moment. Such golden core families often possess powerful trump cards, with descendants spread throughout the entire Qingyuan County. Even the nascent soul stage must show them respect. After all, the collective strength of the family holds significant weight, with numerous hidden cards and a long history. Who knows what kinds of formidable allies they might have encountered over the years. The Li family serves as a prime example. During their foundation establishment, they had a golden core relative, and Li Yunlin was a direct disciple of the Li Tian sect. A millennium-old family could produce over 1 million descendants across generations, and no one could fathom the secrets hidden within such a lineage. 3,000 family members. When might the Li family reach such a point? Li Xiang gazed forward with hopeful anticipation. He then shifted his focus back to the Li family stronghold. At this moment, the family members had temporarily concluded their seclusion. Silver Iron Forest. Deep within the Li family's caverns, lying within the Silver Iron Forest, the Li family disciples engaged in seclusion and cultivation, benefiting from the protective characteristics of the Silver Iron Forest, which enhanced their cultivation speed by tenfold. They had long been aware of this. The crucial locations for the important members of the Li family's seclusion were established here, with precious spiritual stones lining the caverns. Beneath the surface, over 1 million low-grade spiritual stones and tens of thousands of mid-grade spiritual stones lay buried. As time passed, the Li family estate in Xian village appeared to be the public face of the family's existence. Yet over the years, the ancestral shrine dedicated to their forebears, the spiritual treasures, and the 8th grade blood spirit fruit trees had gradually been relocated to the caverns of the Silver Iron Forest. Bang! After nearly a decade of seclusion, Li Dalong emerged from his cave abode, inhaling the fresh air outside before finally opening his eyes. This venerable patriarch of the Li family, who had led the clan for over 50 years, appeared to be in his middle age, yet he had already reached the venerable age of 80. The passage of time had deepened the wisdom in his eyes, bestowing upon him an ethereal aura, making him resemble a majestic mountain at first glance. Although he had been in seclusion for what felt like the blink of an eye, he pondered the words inscribed above him, slowly accessing his historical information to reflect on his gains. In his 55th year, he had gained profound insights during his retreat, recalling the days of struggle within the family, battling wild boars, wandering through forests, and the countless slaughters over the past 5 decades, his essence undergoing a subtle transformation. By his 58th year, witnessing the gradual growth of his descendants, Li Dalong came to understand that the days of incessant bloodshed would soon be behind him, and his current duty was to acquire greater power to protect future generations. In his 61st year, after a grand ceremony, he beheld the emergence of the 4th generation of his lineage, finally grasping the significance of his role as the 1st-generation patriarch. As his attributes began to evolve, his traits, previously those of a wild boar slayer and forest hunter, transformed into that of a family guardian. When engaged in combat with enemies, all attributes increased by 100, and during family cultivation, the training speed was enhanced by 20. By his 63rd year, Li Dalong felt a revelation within him, poised to break through the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Truly, he was a man capable of traversing the wild boar forest. Li Xiang raised his thumb in admiration toward Li Dalong. Soon after, Li Dalong knocked on Su Tsuawa's cave, exclaiming, "Wife, I have emerged from seclusion." He lamented her lack of responsibility for their children during his retreat, noting that she had not fulfilled her duties as a grandmother. No sooner had he knocked than Su Tsuawa's voice echoed from within, expressing her dissatisfaction. "What do you mean by irresponsible? Those little rascals breed like pigs. I can hardly tell one from the other." "Oh, my dear, you should understand. We are getting older, and it is impossible to be close to every child." As her cave opened, Su Tsuawa appeared, surprisingly looking more youthful than ever. Her once graying hair had returned to its dark hue. Particularly striking was the multitude of fox dens surrounding her abode, as the foxes bowed before her as if she were a deity. Li Dalong understood Su Tsuawa's sentiments. With age, he too felt a growing distance from the new generation of descendants. He did not delve into the intricacies of their familial ties, but merely gestured toward the thousands of foxes outside, winking, "Wife, all these foxes surrounding your cave. My dear, let us see who among us can break through to the golden core stage first." Su Tsuawa chuckled, her eyes narrowing in mirth. "Oh please, aside from the fox within you, your own cultivation is still far from the pinnacle of qi refinement," Li Dalong retorted with a roll of his eyes. However, Li Xiang perceived the conversation differently as he clicked on Su Tsuawa's profile. In her 61st year with the Li family, a fox sensed the aura of a fox tamer and came to pay homage. 100 foxes followed suit, and Su Tsuawa gradually met the conditions to fulfill her potential as a fox tamer. The progress of homage from the myriad of foxes was at 13%. Su Tsuawa had discovered the path to her breakthrough. If the number of foxes paying tribute continued to increase, and she acquired a Beast King's blood pill, her spirit beast could transform into a Beast King. However, she chose not to share this with Li Dalong, intending to surprise him later. The couple then turned their gaze toward a nearby clearing in the Silver Iron Forest, where the ground was scarred with sword marks. Surrounded by iron swords that formed a circle, The wind swept through, producing a resonant sound of swords singing. Outside this sword formation, they both felt a sharp sword aura emanating from within. This sword intent belongs to Li Yaozu, Li Dalong remarked with a smile. Very good, very good. This child has cultivated his swordsmanship for nearly a decade in seclusion, and it seems he has tempered his violent tendencies over the years. While Li Dalong took pride in Li Yaozu's growth and filial piety, he also grew increasingly concerned as the family's enemies multiplied, amplifying Li Yaozu's bloodlust. It appeared that his worries had eased now. Father, mother. A refreshing breeze heralded the arrival of Li Yaozu, who, though nearing 60, still retained a youthful visage, with bright eyes and a serene demeanor. After bowing respectfully, he glanced around, and with a mere flick of his gaze, a leaf was severed from a nearby tree. After many years of seclusion, I have mastered over a dozen sword techniques and begun to abandon previous styles in favor of foundational swordsmanship. I have realized that a sword is not merely for killing, nor should it only dazzle the eyes. Swordsmanship ought to be simplified. Observing countless swords over the last decade, I now understand that a long sword should possess spirit, allowing it to be wielded as an extension of oneself. His profession underwent a metamorphosis from swordsman to sword sect master. When engaging with a sword, his spiritual energy and combat power increased by 100. To Li Xiang, Li Yaozu's ascension to sword sect master seemed a natural progression. As the three emerged from their respective retreats, Li Yaotai's spouse, by Ro, also broke free from her seclusion. In the distance, Li Yaotai arrived from Xian village, leading 8 members of the Yun generation from the Li family. His silver prosthetic arm gleamed prominently. After crafting a spirit puppet, he had shed the fervor of his earlier days spent forging in the smithy and reverted to his former carefree self. Look, everyone, my arm. There's an advantage to having a severed arm. Our family will never fear losing limbs again. The others instinctively ignored Li Yaotai's ramblings. The current head of the family, Li Yunbing, stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the elders. After several years as the family patriarch, he felt a wave of relief upon witnessing the elders return to take charge once more. Yunbing, you have performed admirably as the patriarch these past years, but remember, never neglect your cultivation, Li Dalong advised, patting his second grandson's arm. The others responded with smiles, knowing that despite their own seclusions, Li Yunbing had managed to procure necessary supplies through family resources and external acquisitions. I will remember, grandfather, Li Yunbing affirmed earnestly. Even Li Yaozu regarded his younger brother with newfound respect, ruffling Li Yunbing's hair. Child, you have grown, just like me. Those simple words brought tears to Li Yunbing's eyes. Throughout his life, he had spent more time with others than he had with his father, often believing that his father disdained him due to his mother's fate. Yet as he matured, he learned from his fourth aunt that his father's heart was burdened with guilt. As he grew older, he came to understand that perhaps on the day his mother was cast out, his father had been the one to suffer most, and from that day forth, he had not sought another woman. Whenever his father looked at them, it was as though he saw a reflection of his mother, stirring memories of the past, compelling him to continuously cultivate and practice swordsmanship. Father, I am already 34, Li Yunbing remarked, allowing a hint of childishness to surface after becoming the patriarch. Li Yaozu suddenly burst into laughter, proclaiming, Indeed, with 304, you are also my beloved son. Li Yunbing gazed foolishly at his father, who stood tall and straight like a sword. Past grievances drifted away with the laughter of father and son. The members of the Li family watched this scene, their faces adorned with warm smiles. Chapter 57. The Li family is no longer isolated and powerless. Soon, the group arrived at the location of the Zhu Yaowang. The Zhu Yaowang seemed to have grown even larger. The fourth generation of the TN character lineage, the little ones, were being entertained by the spirit beasts of the Yintai forest, circling around the Zhu Yaowang. It must be said that the Zhu Yaowang was indeed a skilled caretaker. Whenever the children cried, the spirit beasts could always make them laugh. They were practically the best babysitters for the Li family, although they occasionally fed the children raw meat. The Yun character generation of the Tai Min 7 had been raised on raw meat, growing as robust as black bears. Grandfather, please, don't let the spirit beasts take my brother to the sky. What if he falls? You big rooster, what are you doing? Are you feeding my sister? What? A spider can feed, why can't you? The spider has milk, and you don't. Besides, you're just a male. I beg you, grandfather. That big toad swallowed my brother. Nurturing the body isn't done this way. I'm scared. As soon as they arrived at the Yintai Forest Valley, the Li family noticed the fourth generation's eldest son, Li Tianyi, anxiously pacing. The spirit beasts around the Zhu Yaowang seemed to have their own methods of childcare, but the Li family appeared accustomed to it. The Zhu Yaowang lowered his head and said gently, Tianyi, weren't you also brought up like this by your grandfather? Little Li Tianyi felt like crying without tears. Indeed, he had been raised this way, but only those who had weathered storms would wish to shield others from the rain. He truly could not comprehend how his father and 6 uncles had endured. Once he grasped a bit of reason, he learned that raw meat was unpalatable. Being devoured by spirit beasts was somewhat terrifying, and there was always the risk of being melted away. The sensation of falling from the sky was unpleasant, and breaking a leg was agonizing. He had counted, and since he could remember, his bones had fractured 26 times. Now, Li Tianyi was deeply concerned for his younger siblings, staying at his grandfather's side all day, fearful that they would be mishandled. Ha ha ha, my dear in-law, it's been many years since we last met. A deep voice filled Li Tianyi with joy, and turning around, he saw his family, his great-grandparents and granduncles. You've emerged from seclusion. It had been far too long since he had seen these elders. He hurriedly bowed to each family member, allowing them to pat his head in turn. Just then, he caught sight of a sister being carried by a monkey, leaping among the trees, suddenly disappearing from view. As he was about to complain to his great-grandparents, his little face fell. Li Dalong looked on with satisfaction at the 4th generation of children playing with spirit beasts. Thanks to you, old in-law, our family has been busy, and these children are quite happy under your care. They have grown so robust. Li Tianyi stood as if petrified, gazing at the satisfied expressions of his elders, momentarily unable to discern whether he was being overly sentimental or if raising the children this way was indeed the correct approach. Yet, would they truly not be harmed in the process? At that moment, Li Dalong approached the Zhu Yao Wang and disclosed Li Yunlin's current predicament. The Zhu Yao Wang was instantly enraged. That child Yunlin, I have cared for him for 2 years. I have long warned you that Li Tianzong is not a good place. He should not have been sent there. Now, Yunlin has even been targeted for assassination by the elders of Li Tianzong. That elder truly has the audacity. Are they planning to eradicate the Su family? My dear in-law, allow me to prepare. The spirit beasts of Yintai Forest can easily annihilate that newly emerging Golden Core family. Please, my in-law, do not rush. Li Dalong halted the Zhu Yao Wang, who was about to summon the spirit beasts of Yintai Forest. We hope that during this time, when the experts of the Li family are deployed, you can assist in safeguarding our family's interests. The Zhu Yao Wang appeared ready to say more, but Li Dalong interjected. After all, the Su family is still a pawn of the elders of Li Tianzong. It would be inappropriate for Yintai Forest to mobilize so grandly. If you go, the aura of the Demon King will be pervasive, and Li Tianzong may perceive you as a scourge to humanity. That would be a grave matter. Only then did the Zhu Yao Wang relent, nodding. That is indeed reasonable. Go forth. With me, old pig. None shall lay a finger on my precious great-grandchildren. By the way, do you need spirit beasts? Li Dalong shook his head. Your concern is appreciated, but it's just the Su family. The Li family is no longer as isolated and powerless as before. Thunderfire Demon Cave. The scene shifted to this location. The Li family was en route to Qingyuan County. After all, the Su family was a Golden Core family, and although they felt assured, long-term preparation was still necessary. The once hellish Demon Cave was now surprisingly harmonious. The ground had been leveled, and beneath a large peach tree lay the entrance to the Demon Cave, with fire flickering within. In the distance, camps established by cultivators from various regions were growing larger, even forming a small town, complete with arrays set up within. They had been battling for nearly 18 years. Li Xiang's mouth twitched slightly, but throughout these years, he had been closely monitoring Li Yaoqing and had come to grasp the situation. A glance at the details on the map made everything clear. Thunderfire Demon Cave. In Taiqing County, there are disturbances caused by demon cultivators. Li Tianzong has proactively dispatched people to the Thunderfire Demon Cave to eradicate the demon cultivators. As time passed, the cultivators discovered that the formations above the Thunderfire Demon Cave were quite intricate. Even Golden Core cultivators could not easily break them. They gradually realized that this demon cave was the gathering place for demon cultivators throughout the entire Qingyuan prefecture, where for 5,000 years, demon cultivators had congregated, forming an underground world. Within the cave, there were likely tens of thousands of demon cultivators, utilizing the natural formations of the cave to gather the resentment of the entire human populace of Qingyuan prefecture for their own use. Li Tianzong had already recognized that they could not contend with them. For 17 years, they had gathered righteous cultivators from all over Qingyuan prefecture to guard the cave, but dared not enter, fearing that the demon cultivators would emerge to harm others. As time passed, the cultivators atop the Thunderfire Demon Cave formed alliances, known as the Demon Extermination Alliance. This situation was escalating uncontrollably. Li Xiang waved his hand helplessly. The people of Li Tianzong had originally just sought to eliminate ordinary demon cultivators, yet who knew they would unearth such a significant issue? Meanwhile, in the depths of the night, Li Yaoqing, who had been away from home for many years, was in a grass hut on a high mountain outside the Demon Extermination Alliance, preparing herbs to heal the demon cultivators. The demon cultivators before him appeared no different from ordinary cultivators, save for their red eyes and the mysterious black patterns on their faces. Thank you, sir. In this battle, I was severely injured by those despicable old Taoists of the demon extermination sect. Had it not been for you, it would have taken me decades to recover. The demon cultivator smiled at Li Yaoqing, but the black energy surrounding him surged, and his gaze gradually turned fierce. Sensing the murderous intent of the demon cultivator, Li Yaoqing remained unfazed, tousling his messy hair. At 56 years old, he showed no signs of aging. His eyelids drooped as if he could never muster energy. He waved his hand dismissively, speaking feebly. You demon cultivators are all like this. Once I heal your wounds, you all turn aggressive. No sooner had he spoken than the demon cultivator's murderous intent vanished. His face contorted in immense pain, and his true energy receded, leaving him speechless. Vines had somehow encircled the demon cultivator. Sir, The demon cultivator's expression darkened, regret etched on his face. He could clearly sense that Li Yaoqing had silently poisoned him while treating his injuries. Coupled with the mysterious vines, even a golden core cultivator would meet their demise. Li Yaoqing did not even glance at him, saying, Enough, no need to apologize. I've seen this too often. This poison will dissipate within half a month if you cultivate diligently. Leave the payment behind, and remember, you still owe me a favor that I can call in at any time. Understood. The demonic cultivator observed the vanishing vines and finally exhaled, handing a pouch of spiritual herbs from the demon lair to Li Yaoqing before striding towards the exit. Li Yaoqing soon heard the sounds of conversation among the demonic cultivators outside. What are you laughing about? Did you already know Mr. Yaoqing possesses such skills? One questioned. You never asked. If you had, I would have certainly informed you that we have all faced tribulations. Another interjected. What if I owe someone a favor? In our demon lair, the debts owed to Mr. Yaoqing number not less than 800, if not 1,000. What do you think? Shortly after, 3 demonic cultivators entered the grass hut, respectfully bowing to Li Yaoqing. Sir, as per your instructions, we have sent the Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang deep into the Lei Hua Mo Ku, where it is being refined by heavenly thunder and earthly fire. The Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang has now entered the volcano and is undergoing metamorphosis. Thank you. Li Yaoqing waved his hand, allowing the 3 demonic cultivators to depart. He then retrieved the ancestral tablet, a look of grievance on his face. Ancestral spirits, Yaoqing misses home. I have missed the grand ceremony twice. Please do not be angry. Upon seeing this, a notification appeared. You have invoked the warmth of the ancestral spirits, consuming 20 incense points. Feeling warmth enveloping his body, Li Yaoqing's fatigue dissipated instantly, and he felt invigorated. Ancestral spirits, you have manifested once more. How wonderful. As Li Yaoqing joyfully knelt in worship, recounting recent events before the ancestral tablet, Li Xiang's face broke into a smile. In this realm, Li Yaoqing thrived, growing rapidly. She had contributed the most to the family, even facilitating the conditions for the Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang's metamorphosis. In the 55th year of the Li family, Li Yaoqing saved countless lives, earning the esteemed title of desperate pharmacist among the demonic cultivators and the Demon Suppression Alliance. In the 57th year, she concocted the 8th grade potion, Pujing San, enhancing the probability of Qi refinement stage cultivators breaking through to the foundation establishment stage by 10%. By the 61st year, Li Yaoqing grasped the situation of the demon lair, leveraging the favors owed to her by demonic cultivators to compel them to escort the Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang deep into the Lei Ho Mo Ku for a baptism of thunder and fire. Now, the Zi Lei Tian Yang Mang, which had toiled for the Li family, was on the brink of transformation, only lacking a blood essence from a demon king. Ancestral spirits, I have heard that troubles have arisen at home. Rest assured, if you command, Yaoqing will have the Su family eradicated. Li Yaoqing's voice turned fierce. Even far from home, she remained aware of her family's affairs. No one could harm her family, not even the Li Tian sect. The scene shifted to a private school located in the southeastern corner of Qingyun County, in the largest city of Qingyun County. A modest school taught impoverished children to read and write. Within the school, the youthful voices of children reading rang out. The teacher was none other than Li Yaowen, seated in a wheelchair. At 48, she was once a beauty, as delicate as a snow lotus, yet with the aid of the Li family's spiritual herbs, she had not aged terribly. However, after years away from home, she had suddenly begun to age, wrinkles appearing on her face, her hair dry, and gray strands sprouting with the passage of time. Strangely, her eyes had also been covered by a white cloth. In the 55th year of the Li family, Li Yaowen beheld the beautiful landscapes of Qingyun County. She established a killer organization named Qinxi, utilizing the skills brought from her family to amass wealth to send back home. By the 56th year, she became a musician, playing the zither in tea houses. In the 57th year, she became a vegetable-selling peasant. In the 58th year, she took on various roles. By the 62nd year, calamities from the heavens tormented her soul, leaving her unable to see. As the students departed the private school, Li Yaowen coughed, blood staining the handkerchief she held to her mouth. Fourth miss. Several maidservants appeared in the small school, and the leading one expressed deep concern upon seeing Li Yaowen's condition. Li Yaowen shook her head. It's nothing. How is the situation at home? The maidservant replied. We have investigated. Young Master Yunlin has been assassinated and is currently leading the sect's mid-stage Golden Core Elder to eliminate the Su family. However, it seems young Master Yunlin has fallen into a trap laid by the Su family. Fortunately, the family's experts are on their way to rescue him. Fourth miss. Should we mobilize Qinxi's forces to eradicate the Su family? Li Yaowen's expression remained unchanged as she dismissed the maidservants. Slowly, she took out the ancestral tablet. In the next moment, Li Xiang observed the game interface displaying a pop-up. Your descendant Li Yaowen is reporting all intelligence regarding the Su family and the layout of their traps. In Chapter 58, we are all contributing to the Li family. Your descendant Li Yaowen informs you that it will take merely 2 months for Qinxi's assassins to die for the family. Your descendant Li Yaoqing inquires if you need assistance from the Lei Huarimoku. Looking at the messages from Li Yaoqing and Li Yaowen conveyed through various channels, Li Xiang's face broke into a smile. He suddenly felt the allure of family. Despite being far apart, Li Yaoqing faced constant ambushes from demonic cultivators daily. Though she was not adept at socializing, having previously only interacted with plants, she now navigated the treacherous waters of formidable adversaries from both sides. Li Yaowen had been battling the tribulations sent by the heavens, despite relying on the warmth of the ancestral spirits to sustain her life. She appeared frail, yet managed to establish a powerful organization. They were both contributing to the family's prosperity in their own ways, regardless of where they were. I have received your heartfelt intentions. Though you are not present, I, the ancestral spirit, will take your place and win this battle. The Li family shall be invincible. Li Xiang sat up with unprecedented focus. Even the roasted duck beside him lost its appeal as he gazed intently at the massive 500-inch screen. Above the clouds, a group of 13 figures in black flew on swords, when suddenly a bird call echoed from afar. The leader, handsome and sharp-featured, exhibited a flicker of surprise as he gestured for his companions to halt. A bily pigeon, traversing from the clouds, landed in the young man's hand. Who else could it be but Li Yunlin? Yunlin, why does this demon beast seek you? An elderly figure beside him inquired, slightly astonished. Li Yunlin's expression was complex. Elder Chioli, this bily pigeon is a beast of our clan, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day and seeking human presence. It must be a message from our kin. Elder Chioli was not surprised. Li Yunlin is a prodigy, deeply favored by the Li Tian sect. In less than 10 years, he will reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment, especially with the 9-spirit extraordinary fire in his possession, rendering the need for a fake core unnecessary during his breakthrough. The next sect master will undoubtedly be Li Yunlin. It was only natural for a small family like the Li family, having risen from the wilderness in just over 60 years, to harbor ambitions of climbing higher. Such aspirations were mere delusions. Yet, he still examined what message the Li family had sent. Moments later, Elder Chioli's expression turned enigmatic. Yunlin, your clan members are rather amusing. If not for the fear of creating discord with you, I would have to laugh aloud. The Li family actually sent word for you to pursue your desires, reminding you that you have the Li family behind you. What is the Li family? A mere establishment of over 60 years with only 20 descendants? A joke indeed. How amusing. Li Yunlin maintained his composure, having discerned the mockery in Elder Chioli's expression and the disdain in his tone. He then released the bily pigeon, casting a glance at Elder Chioli before proceeding forward. A glimmer of realization crossed his eyes. How could they know of my predicament without me sending news? Is the ancestral spirit watching over me? This letter was delivered by Yun Bing, who has gradually adopted the demeanor of a fourth aunt. He should be aware that all messages that arrive cannot escape the elder's scrutiny. Thus, he often does not convey his words entirely, leaving them laden with deeper meaning. In other words, the family has dispatched assistance to me. As Li Yunlin contemplated the implications of this message, he caressed the ancestral tablet nestled within his embrace and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of peace. He has always understood that the family is his most steadfast support. Is it interesting? It will become even more so when you meet us. Li Xiang glanced at the characters inscribed above the head of the passerby and chose not to dwell on it further, feeling a sense of relief that Li Yunlin remained composed. After all, being associated with Li Tianzong placed Li Yunlin in the position of an undercover agent, possessing the qualifications to take charge. Every action of his is under the watchful eyes of others, and the pressure he endures daily far exceeds that of Yaoqing and Yaowen. As Li Yunlin approached with members of Li Tianzong, Li Xiang's gaze shifted towards the Li family. At this moment, they had already entered Wujua Mountain. Within Wujua Mountain, akin to the Li family's Xian village, a self-contained town had emerged. The Su family boasts over 3,000 descendants, and with their vassals, the total population of Wujua Mountain exceeds 20,000. Mr. and Mrs. Li Dalong proceeded straight into Wujua Mountain, and as they drew closer, they encountered the Su family's formation. It seems they too possess a method similar to the Li families, marking their own people with tattoos to distinguish between allies and foes. The couple quickly clarified their intentions, stating they wished to negotiate with the Su family, and soon they were led into the heart of Wujua Mountain. Meanwhile, the others remained outside the formidable enemy array. The formation was of the 8th grade, posing a bit of trouble. Li Yaotai grinned. In his eyes, the entire Wujua Mountain was enveloped in a protective aura of mysterious yellow energy. Array formations materialized on the ground of Wujua Mountain, creating a vast circular diagram. Suddenly, a formation plate appeared in his hand, with a sphere traversing various arcane inscriptions before finally settling on a location. However, it posed no significant issue. They should be able to keep pace. Your descendant Li Yaotai is currently utilizing the exquisite formation-destroying artifact, Zinmi Xuanlingpan, to locate the formation core and dismantle the 8th grade protective array of the Su family. Zinmi Xuanlingpan specializes in dismantling formations. Upon encountering a formation, Zinmi Xuanlingpan will issue a warning. It was still thanks to Yao Qing's efforts. Li Xiang smiled. This item was originally absent from the family's inventory. Yet Li Yaoqing had operated within the Thunderfire Abyss for over a decade. Due to the myriad formations present there, numerous masters of formations were available. And this item was a reward Li Yaoqing received after rescuing an 8th grade formation master. Moreover, the Li family could vaguely sense the presence of formations beyond the Su family. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, most cultivators acquire knowledge of formations, alchemy, and talismans. However, mastering these arts necessitates extensive knowledge and, for those aspiring to excel, a combination of talent and years of dedication. This leads to a significant dilemma. A chi refinement stage cultivator aspiring to become a weapon forger might find themselves unable to forge any artifacts due to a lack of time for cultivation, resulting in their demise before achieving breakthroughs. For instance, a golden core stage cultivator may not necessarily become a 7th grade weapon forger, but a 7th grade weapon forger must certainly be a golden core stage cultivator. Such individuals often possess extraordinary talents. Li Yaodai happens to be one of those gifted individuals. And as he forges weapons, he also requires the support of formations, being a 9th grade formation master. Just wait for your breakthroughs in the formation. Li Xiang observed Li Yaotai dismantling the formation and then shifted his focus back to Mr. and Mrs. Li Dalong. After all, he did not wish for the earlier incident involving the Li family attracting trouble to befall his own kin. Su family courtyard. As the perspective shifted, the grandeur of the Su family courtyard, a lineage that has endured for over 700 years, became evident. Mr. and Mrs. Li Dalong, guided by Su family members, entered the grand hall of the Su family courtyard to meet the family head, Su Jinming. Through observing the aura within the hall, Li Dalong gathered intelligence about the Su family. The family head was at the false dance stage, accompanied by an elder of the same tier, a peak foundation establishment expert, 3 other foundation establishment practitioners, and several younger members of the Su family. After brief introductions and casual conversation, Li Dalong, seated in the secondary position, delved straight into the matter, sighing, Brother Jinming, I have come to apologize. Apologize? Su Jinming was taken aback. Indeed, Li Dalong forced a smile. My grandson Li Yunlin had a falling out with your Su family's Su Qing years ago. Young people are often hot-headed, and skirmishes ensued without measure. However, if I may say, if we clarify this matter, it will be easier to resolve. Your Su Cheng was at fault initially, and my grandson also bears responsibility for the killing. How about this, 50,000 spirit stones, and let us put this matter to rest. Your Su family should agree to cease involvement against my grandson. What say you? What do you mean? The Su family head, having lived for over a century, remained unperturbed, calmly sipping his tea. Moreover, the Su family was currently plotting to eliminate Li Yunlin. The arrival of the Li family members at this time felt inherently suspicious. Now, he was filled with doubts. According to the intelligence he received, there had been no mention of the Li family's visit, and he could not believe this was merely coincidence. At this moment, Mai Yunlin is accompanied by Elder Chioli of Li Tianzong. Li Dalong did not hold back. Having reached his age, he understood that some truths need not be hidden. Elder Chioli is at the mid-golden core stage. It would not be difficult to eliminate your family's newly initiated golden core ancestor. Seeing Su Jinming frowning, he slowly lifted his teacup and leisurely took a sip. I know even more. The assassination of my grandson Yunlin was instigated by Elder Chioli of Li Tianzong, who sought your Su family as assassins. The expression of Su Jinming grew increasingly grim. Li Daolong continued. You say Li Tianzong is indeed intriguing. The sect master, Xianxiadrama, is fully aware of Yunlin's assassination, yet feigns ignorance, unwilling to send Elder Qiuli, who has reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, to eliminate him. Such neglect has led Elder Qiuli to surmise that my grandson intends to eradicate your Su family, and thus he has set a trap for you. The simplicity of his words drained the color from Su Jinming's face. In the eyes of Li Tianzong, we are all mere ants. Why should we sacrifice the lives of your Su family members for the sake of past grievances or for the sake of one Elder Qiuli? In that moment, Su Jinming was drenched in sweat. What Li Daolong spoke of were matters from the past, yet he grasped the deeper implications, which conveyed the message that the Su family's dealings with Elder Qiuli had not evaded the keen eyes of the Li family. Furthermore, the Li family's visit was not merely an apology. They were offering a path to survival for the Su family. Indeed, all the traps laid by the Su family and Elder Qiuli were under the watchful gaze of the Li family. But how could this be possible? He stared intently at Mr. and Mrs. Li Daolong. This man was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage, his presence rather ordinary. According to the intelligence Su Jinming possessed, the Li family from Taiching County's Tailan town had only risen in prominence for a little over 60 years. Their strongest member was merely a purple thunder sky sun python, along with a puppet nearly equivalent to the false dance stage. The most astonishing feat this family had accomplished was the annihilation of the Longhu sect, becoming the subordinate of Yinshu Wanghelu. In an instant, Su Jinming seemed to grasp the situation, his expression softened, and he exhaled deeply. He regarded Li Daolong with a playful gaze and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Li Daolong. You are too ridiculous. Your backing is Yinshu Wanghelu, that charlatan Huang Xiujin from Qingyun County? So that is how you learned of these matters? You secretly brought people from Yinshu Wanghelu here? You think my Su family, with barely a century as a Golden Core lineage, can be bullied by you? Do you truly believe you have the upper hand? In an instant, the powerful individuals in the hall summoned their artifacts, regarding the couple as if they were fools. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the true energy of the Jin Dan realm surged forth from Wuju Mountain, striking the Su family's grand formation. The sound resembled thunder, shaking the very earth and mountains. Li Daolong observed the manic laughter of Su Jinming, who had risen to prominence, and rose alongside the silent Su Tsuhua. Frowning, he summoned the low-grade spirit tool, Qianjunin. Su Jinming, I have given you a chance. Chapter 59, My enigmatic ancestor has manifested. Li Xiang, upon hearing the booming noises outside Su family town, swiftly shifted his focus, confident that the couple, Li Daolong and Su Tsuehua, could confront the imminent danger. The scene unfolded before him. Above Wuju Mountain, the elder Qiu Li of Li Tian's sect stood, his robes billowing without wind, surrounded by thousands of fiery talismans, casting a shadow that rendered the bright day akin to dusk. At that moment, Elder Qiu Li resembled a resplendent phoenix in full display. With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed thousands of talismans, their formidable power causing Li Yunlin and his companions to feel the pressure and retreat hastily. Within Su family town, the members of the Su clan gazed skyward, feeling the overwhelming mid-Jin Dan pressure emanating from Elder Qiu Li, their faces etched with fear and despair. Li Xiang clicked on Elder Qiu Li's profile. Li Tian sect Elder Qiu Li, 7th-ranked talismancer. Still a 7th-ranked talismancer? If you were to establish a business on Earth, you would undoubtedly amass a fortune. Li Xiang could not help but admire the spirited Elder Qiu Li displayed on the screen. In this world, no unique profession should be underestimated. The role of a talismancer is particularly aggressive and straightforward, essentially inscribing spells onto talismans that can be activated with a mere fraction of spiritual power. Theoretically, with adequate materials and preparation time, a talismancer could even contend with multiple opponents of the same realm. It was no wonder Elder Qiu Li exhibited such arrogance, bombarding without any prior preparation. Yet, Li Xiang shook his head, recalling the intelligence relayed by Yao Qing and Yao Wen. Li Yunlin had fallen into a trap, and their every maneuver had been under the watchful eye of Elder Qiu Yi from Li Tian's sect. True to form, as the talismans descended upon Su family town, the Su clansmen appeared like ants fleeing from a raging inferno beneath the rain of hundreds of talismans. Above their heads, words materialized. A mid-Jin Dan comes to annihilate our clan. Help us. Ancestor, we rely on you. Where is the family head? Hurry and report to the ancestor. Behold, even a Jin Dan family maintains the venerable tradition of invoking their ancestors in times of crisis. Li Xiang suddenly stood tall, feeling a surge of pride. He recalled the numerous times the Li family had been invaded. Their descendants did not cower like the Su family, but rather stood their ground, armed and ready to confront the enemy. However, The Su clan's terror was evidently unwarranted. The intelligence provided by Li Yaoqing and Li Yaowen was not erroneous. Suddenly, a piercing bird call resonated repeatedly. Surrounding the Su family, 9 towering totems, each adorned with large avian engravings, emerged from 9 directions. In an instant, the town of Su family was enveloped by the massive silhouettes of azure spirit birds, successfully intercepting the hundreds of 8th-grade talismans unleashed by Elder Chioli. In the next moment, 3 spirit tools materialized from an unknown source, floating above: a spirit gourd, a spirit spear, and a red silk ribbon, strategically positioned to obstruct Elder Chioli's path, revealing 3 Jin Dan practitioners. Elder Chioli's expression shifted dramatically as the Su family's grand formation activated. 5 fake Dan cultivators, seemingly prepared, emerged from the surrounding 5 mountains, their powers modest yet formidable. They cut their palms, allowing droplets of blood to rise and form a crimson canopy, isolating the 4 Jin Dan experts within, clearly establishing a separate battlefield. Meanwhile, the foundational experts of the Su family soared on swords, encircling Li Yunlin and the disciples of Li Tian sect from all sides. The intelligence previously reported by Li Yaowen to the ancestral tablet flashed in Li Xiang's mind. Li Tian sect Elder Chiu Yi is astute. During the martial arts competition at Li Tian sect, he observed Li Yunlin kill publicly and realized this young man harbored a vengeful spirit. Therefore, he deliberately sent the Su family to Qingyun County to hire assassins to eliminate Li Yunlin, subtly leaving traces behind. Li Yunlin, narrow-minded, would inevitably seek revenge, leading to an eventual assault on the Su family. He summoned renowned assassins from the killing hall of a neighboring county, promising the unique 9-spirit fire within Li Yunlin as payment, laying a trap in advance for the Su family. This would allow him to avenge his disciple and eradicate Li Yunlin, a rival for the position of the next sect leader. Moreover, Li Yunlin brought this trouble upon himself, rendering it unrelated to him. Indeed, Elder Chiu Yi of Li Tian sect was a significant figure. Li Xiang gazed at the prior information with a deep sigh. Elder Chiu Yi had meticulously orchestrated this scheme, luring Li Yunlin into a trap without leaving his seat at Li Tian sect. In the visual before him, the previously spirited and imposing Elder Chiu Li was now entangled in battle with the 3 assassins. These 3 assassins, seasoned in teamwork, comprised 1 mid-Jin Dan and 2 early Jin Dan practitioners, employing tactics reminiscent of the previous Longhu brothers. Yet, Elder Chiu Li was no ordinary adversary, holding his ground. Elder Chiu Li is ensnared within the onslaught of the 3 assassins, trapped by the Su family's Qing bird totem array and the Wuju spirit binding array, struggling to extricate himself. Soon, Li Yunlin and 11 fellow disciples found themselves encircled, layered by multiple assailants. With a rush, a figure emerged from the heart of Su family town, a middle-aged powerhouse, the Golden Dan ancestor of the Su family, Su Yuanwu. Faced with the oppressive aura of this Jin Dan ancestor, the disciples of Li Tian sect, true to their noble lineage, did not falter at the sight of Su Yuanwu's Jin Dan presence. In this moment of peril, they gritted their teeth and summoned their artifacts, warily observing the encroaching 100 Su family foundational experts, seeking a glimmer of hope. Li Xiang gripped the mouse tightly, repeatedly witnessing the Li family combat. He gradually realized that the combatants within this game world were truly formidable. During life and death struggles, many remained silent, uttering not even a curse, engaging in fierce combat from the moment they met. Observe Su Yuanwu within the game. He merely cast a glance at Li Yunlin and the disciples of Li Tian sect, and with a casual strike, forced them to defend with all their strength. In the next moment, a colossal water dragon materialized, soaring through the sky. Yet, Su Yuanwu's movements halted. He furrowed his brow, gazing towards the direction of the Su family courtyard. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, dust billowing forth as Su Jinming, previously conversing with Li Dalong and his wife, emerged from the Su family hall with his clansmen. In the center of the Su family estate, the once magnificent hall lay in ruins. For gigantic golden-armored puppets emerged from the haze before the Su family's eyes. Li Dalong and his wife stood at the forefront of the ascending war puppets. The 3 ground-bound puppets moved sluggishly, unable to ascend, rampaging about. What else could these 3 puppets, crafted by Li Yao Tai be? 8th grade spirit puppet number 1, forged with the core of Master Xianxia's zombie. Constructed from 8th grade Qianjun spirit iron, capable of strength and defense equivalent to the fake Dan level. 8th grade puppets number 2 and number 3, with the core of Longhu brothers zombies, possess strength reaching the pinnacle of foundational level. Li Xiang could not help but commend Li Yao Tai's genius. However, these 3 spirit puppets, while imitating war puppets, clearly fell short in several aspects. They lacked the ability for 360-degree attacks, were not agile and lacked an intelligence core. The spiritual stones within them demanded a significant expenditure of energy for movement. The internal flying puppets are unable to allow for rapid flight, appearing somewhat sluggish while suspended in the air. However, these 3 puppets possess formidable combat capabilities. At this moment on the battlefield, Grandpa, Grandma, upon seeing the war puppets with the couple Li Dalong, Li Yunlin, surrounded and agitated, felt his eyes redden. Although he had surmised from family letters that assistance would come, the actual sight of them stirred his heart beyond control. The couple merely smiled gently at their grandson. Suddenly, Su Jinming, who had been conversing with Li Dalong in the hall, had arrived beside the ancestral figure of the Su family, accompanied by his kin. Despite his previous disdain in the hall, the appearance of the 3 puppets from the Li family genuinely startled him. Immediately, he reported to Su Yuanwu, "Great-grandfather, be cautious. The intel from Elder Chiui is erroneous. Not only have Elder Qili and disciples from Li Tianzong arrived, but the Li family has also brought along people from Yunshu Wanghilu." Oh, Su Yuanwu furrowed his brow, employing his golden core powers to scan the surroundings. Yet he sensed no presence of experts from Yunshu Wanghilu. Only a few unfamiliar but insignificant auras within the Su family residence. He cast a glance at Li Dalong and his wife, and remarked coolly, "Huang Xiujin, the trickster of Qingyun County, is merely a coward at heart. I shall see if he dares to show himself today." With that, Su Yuanwu waved his hand lightly, and the water dragon behind him surged towards Li Yunlin without a hint of regard for Li Dalong and his wife, intending to drive them back. He was confident that if Huang Xiujin truly dared to come, he would ensure that the latter would not return, for this was the land of the Su family. However, at that moment, Su Yuanwu's expression changed. The enormous water dragon, roaring fiercely, suddenly turned to protect him. To his astonishment, Li Dalong and his wife had effortlessly shattered his casual golden core attack. No, it was not them. At that instant, 2 more puppets materialized beside Li Dalong and his wife. These 2 entities, appearing as ordinary humans, bore expressions of numbness and were covered in dust. As Li Dalong and his wife infused them with their true energy, their eyes opened, fixating directly on Su Yuanwu. Although they emitted no true energy, their presence instilled a sense of threat in him. What is this? Su Yuanwu was convinced that these 2 beings possessed the combat power to rival that of the golden core, potentially even lethal. Yet just as he intended to use the water dragon behind him to block the 2 puppets, he was again taken aback. These 2 puppets had no intention of engaging him. Instead, they charged towards the distant Elder Qili, evidently aiming to rescue him. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind swept through. Everyone present stared in astonishment at the Li family members as ancestral spirit tablets began to shimmer with a violet glow, rising from their chests and gathering before Su Yuanwu. Ultimately, the violet light from the spirit tablets coalesced into a massive altar, towering approximately 5 meters high, mysterious and sacred, upon which the character Li was inscribed. "The ancestral spirits have truly manifested. Is this the enigmatic ancestor of mine?" Su Yuanwu's ears twitched. He faintly heard several coarse voices in the Su family, nearly frenzied with excitement. However, he had no mind for other matters now. He fixed his gaze intently upon the towering altar. The spiritual energy from the altar burned like flames, causing the spirit tablets to emit black smoke, which gradually coalesced into a humanoid form. Though at the fake dance stage, it exuded an immense sense of threat. The figure formed from the black mist seemed to revel in its arrival, disregarding the early-stage golden core Su Yuanwu entirely, instead opening its arms and gazing skyward. Had it not been for the complete enveloping of its body in mist, it would have appeared to be savoring the air and embracing the world. As if with its emergence, the entire Su family town fell into an uncanny tranquility. Li Dalong and his wife, along with the besieged Li Yunlin, trembled before the figure cloaked in black mist, their eyes reddened, nearly kneeling as if in the presence of a supreme deity. With the debris from the previously destroyed hall crashing down once more, the figure slowly turned, its eyes flashing with a cold glint as it focused on Su Yuanwu. Its hoarse voice, calm yet chilling, sent shivers down the spines of all present. "Your life is now mine." Chapter 60. Let us fight, dear ancestor. I feel it. I feel this world. I see it. I see my beloved descendants, who strive for the family, united in their resistance against all adversaries. Li Xiang greedily inhaled the surrounding air. Even amidst the tumult of battle, with war puppets behind him and Li Dalong and his wife standing on his shoulders, he felt no sense of crowding among the throng of over 100 Su family members surrounding Li Yunlin and a dozen disciples from Li Tianzong. He yearned to etch the visage of every member of the Li family into his heart. Witnessing them in reality versus in a game offers 2 distinctly different experiences. The spiritual energy here, due to the fierce battle, was rife with murderous intent. The flames ignited by Elder Qili's talisman filled the air with smoke. reminiscent of the scent of a kitchen where firewood burns. Yet Li Xiang continued to breathe greedily, feeling this air was sweeter than that of the mundane world. He believed that beyond this realm, it must be filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers. If only he could return to the Li family residence. He longed to see the Zhu Yao king and to witness how the fourth generation of the Li family could drive the resilient Su Zuohua to madness. He wished to use a clean towel to wipe the perpetually dirty face of Li Yaoqing, ensuring that this devoted child of the family took care of his health. He wanted to tell the seemingly fragile yet stubbornly obstinate Li Yaowen that if she could no longer persist in her path, it was unnecessary. For the ancestor would protect her. Even Li Dalong and his wife were not exempt from his thoughts. He yearned to converse with them about the times they flaunted their affection before him, wishing to strangle them for it. Additionally, he thought of Li Yaozu, Li Yunlin, and Li Yunbing, hoping to give the Iron Gate 7 a sound thrashing, as their antics often left him feeling embarrassed even from afar. With a deep exhale, Li Xiang lamented that his time was truly limited. He could only muster all his strength to eliminate every threat to the family within this brief period. Skill in use. Let us fight, dear ancestor. No level skill, conditions for family development over 50 years have been met, can exist in the game world for 5 minutes. For each additional family member, time increases by 1 second. Detected player is at the fake dance stage. Incense value consumption per minute, 1000. Current remaining existence time countdown, 523. What on earth are you? Upon learning from his great-grandson about the possible arrival of experts from Yunshu Wangilu, Su Yuanwu remained unfazed. Yet now, despite his impassive expression, turmoil surged within him. Otherwise, he would not waste words with this suddenly appearing mysterious figure. Emerging from the spirit tablet? He had never encountered such a phenomenon. Moreover, this being formed from mist was merely at the fake dance stage. Yet he could only sense its realm without being able to gauge its true essence. The feeling of threat coursed through him, sending tingles from the crown of his head to the tips of his toes. Yet the misted figure did not respond, seemingly entranced. Humph, a trickster. Su Yuanwu was reluctant to admit his anxiety. He recalled the loathsome fortune-teller from Qingyun County. In his youth, he had been deceived by Huang Shoujin, using such sorcery while at the mid-foundation establishment stage, leaving a lasting impression of disdain upon the Su family. He narrowed his eyes, forming hand seals to solidify the aura of the water dragon in the air, directing it to roar at the mist before him. Once again, he initiated his incantation. The Su family's secret technique, Shundong, compelled Su Yuanwu to adopt a grave demeanor. The golden core's power surged like a mighty river in the air, with a water dragon several dozen meters long, magnified many times over, rushing towards Li Xiang amidst the torrent. Within this river's might, one could discern the water elemental weapons forged from the power of the water spirit root, wielding blades and spears as they charged forth. Before Li Xiang, the dark mist he conjured and the 5-meter-tall spiritual seat behind him appeared alarmingly feeble under the force of the river. Indeed, there exists an insurmountable chasm between the golden core realm and the false core. However, Li Xiang suddenly raised his head, his eyes glinting with brilliance, within which the yin-yang fish diagram swirled. The grand spectacle before him, akin to a cataclysmic golden core assault intending to obliterate everything, came to an abrupt halt in his presence. He slowly extended his hand. In the space before him, a silver spearhead materialized, followed by a shaft intricately etched with various patterns. It seemed to sense the impending peril from afar. The patterns upon the spear shimmered with white light, gradually exploding into brilliance, suppressing Su Yuanwu's magical power as if an emperor had descended. The great river in the air transformed into a 100-meter-long water dragon, while countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as if confronting their nemesis, returned to their essence. In an instant, the dissipating water-based magical power morphed into a torrential downpour over the Su family's stronghold. Everyone gazed at this scene in terror. Even the distant elder Chioli, engaged in a bloody battle, and the Sankai assassins who had come from other counties, instinctively halted their movements, staring in astonishment at the spear radiating such brilliance. Their eyes filled with both caution and a hint of greed. A magical artifact, indeed, the aura of a magical artifact. Moreover, it was no ordinary artifact. It could suppress and unravel spiritual power. What manner of being emerged from the spiritual seat? Wielding the spear, Li Xiang felt an overwhelming force coursing through him. As the spear dismantled Su Yuanwu's magical power, its shaft trembled, seemingly enraged at the audacity of this insignificant ant to challenge the majesty of a supreme magical weapon. It also appeared to urge Li Xiang to bring an end to the life of this impudent foe. Tianshu Polingchong, supreme magical artifact. The spirit spear protects the body. Beneath the spear's tip, it can shatter myriad laws. By making this artifact one's life source, one can obtain the Tianshu spear formation, capable of subduing all things under heaven. This was the mysterious spear unearthed by Li Daolong above the deeply buried Zhi Tianguan in the wild boar forest, sacrificed to become a supreme magical artifact. Even after countless years, the restrictions on this spear required 1,000,000 incense values for unsealing. Only with the power of a supreme magical artifact, combined with the characteristics of the Tian Shu Poling Chong, could it continually suppress the Zhi Tianguan. Unbeknownst to outsiders, this was also the reason Li Xiang dared to confront the Golden Core realm while possessing merely a false core level, descending into the game world through the skill, fight, dear ancestors. This was his trump card that had kept him unafraid of any mishaps befalling Li Yunlin at Li Tian's sect. If it were merely a golden core, with the Tian Shu Poling Chong, there was no cause for alarm. Even the magical power flowing into his body from the Tian Shu Zhun Ling Chong rendered his strength comparable to that of a peak golden core. As for the Yuanying, Li Xiang dared not test it. Although he could suppress the opponent's magical power with the Spirit Spear's might, the physical strength of a Yuanying cultivator had already reached its zenith. Under the gaze of all, this dark mist, wielding the Tian Shu Zhun Ling Chong, surged towards Su Yuanwu like a meteor, carrying with it a terrifying pressure. Simultaneously, Su Yuanwu relentlessly launched attacks against Li Xiang. But regardless of how formidable Su Yuanwu's golden core power was, or what hidden trump cards he possessed, he could not even graze Li Xiang's true form. He could only watch in horror as his magical power crumbled inch by inch before the spear. With a splatter, a splash of crimson stained the sky, dripping from the spear's tip as Li Xiang pressed his hand against Su Yuanwu's face. Black flames enveloped Su Yuanwu's body, invading his 7 orifices, annihilating his very soul, leaving no chance for survival. Instant annihilation. Is this the strength of our ancestral patriarch? No, I can sense that this is not the true form of the patriarch. Otherwise, how could it be shrouded in black mist? Perhaps this is merely a fragment of the patriarch's divine soul. With such an ancestor, what more could the descendants desire? The Li family descendants were enraptured, finally sensing a hint of the mysterious patriarch's divine might. In stark contrast, the Su family members were engulfed in despair, particularly Su Jinming, the head of the Su family, who gazed hopelessly at his great-grandfather's powerless descent from the sky. He still recalled the choice offered to him by Li Daolong and his wife in the hall, believing that the Li family's trump card was Yun Shu Wang Hai Lu. He was mistaken, and he had chosen poorly. As he watched the Li family's ancestor approach, he closed his eyes, expecting death to arrive at any moment. However, after what felt like a mere instant, the anticipated demise did not come. Li Xiang passed by him. His target was not Su Jinming, this mere false core. Such individuals could be left for the family descendants. Moreover, as the family head, this person still held other value. His aim was to flee swiftly, scatter and escape. With a supreme magical artifact, even if we unite, we are no match for him. How could such a prodigious artifact emerge from a humble rural place? Brother, second sister, you must go first. I will hold him back. We will meet in the next life. The human assassin from the trio of heaven, earth, and humanity was also loyal and righteous. He held the spear, not fleeing alongside the others, but facing Li Xiang directly. Elder Qiuli was also among those retreating. Damn it! Qiuli watched as the mysterious figure drew ever closer, sending the human assassin's long spear flying with a single strike, piercing him cleanly. He cursed under his breath. He had assisted Li Yunlin, hoping to gain sufficient resources once Li Yunlin became the sect master, allowing him to break through to the peak of the Golden Core. With proper maneuvering, he might even wield control over the future new sect master. Yet now he realized how gravely mistaken he was. The Li family was far from the mere foundation-building family they believed it to be. Look at the Li family members. Their trump cards are all laid bare. Various puppets. 2 with the strength of early Golden Core, along with that mysterious figure and the supreme magical artifact. Such a family, let alone himself, possessed enough strength to catch the eye of Li Tian's sect. It should be noted that within Li Tian's sect, there was only one inferior magical artifact, and it served as the sect's treasure. Especially as he fled, Elder Qiuli spat out a mouthful of blood. Madman, a family of madmen. His complexion turned pale as he cursed. The Li family had long deemed him a target for elimination. Just moments ago, when he battled the human assassin, he felt a momentary thrill upon seeing the 2 early Golden Core puppets emerge, only to be blindsided when one of the puppets approached him unexpectedly, striking him down. Elder Qiuli had strategized meticulously for a lifetime, yet within a single day, he had fallen into 2 traps. The first was set by Elder Qiuli, an ambush to kill him. That was manageable, as he had confidence in his escape. At worst, he could switch allegiance to Elder Qiuli after Li Yunlin's death. Yet the second trap was laid by the Li family, who clearly intended to eliminate everyone, including him. If he could escape, he would seek vengeance. The sect master and the Grand Elder would undoubtedly be interested in the supreme magical artifact. Elder Chioli cast a cold glance back at the mysterious figure and then at Li Yunlin, who was attacking his fellow disciples. Indeed, these family descendants could never be nurtured properly. Though the mysterious figure possessed a supreme magical artifact, he could not fully harness the power of the golden core. He could not catch up with me. This is the consequence of the Li family's own doing. With a dozen talismans entering his body, Chioli had never fled so swiftly. But suddenly, his expression changed again. The mysterious figure behind him seemed to regard his escape with utter indifference, remaining calm and unhurried, his voice indifferent. Close the gates. Release the blood spirit fruit tree. As the words fell, Elder Chioli was horrified to see Li Yaozu of the Li family at the center of the Su family stronghold. Wielding the power of the sword sect, surrounded by hundreds of flying swords that ruthlessly slaughtered the Su family members, advancing towards the heart of the Su family stronghold. He held a scroll, casting it high into the air. In an instant in the painting, a root emerges with a fierce tenacity, followed immediately by the sight of a colossal tree nearly 20 meters high, capturing the attention of all present. This peculiar tree seems to dance, particularly with its roots, thick trunk, and branches inscribed with a plethora of runes. As it dances wildly in the center of the Su family, the array of symbols upon it radiates brilliance. With its roots spreading throughout the Su estate, while a disc above its crown gradually enlarges, an array disc of the 8 directions, once gifted to the family by Li Yunlin. As the blood spirit fruit tree and the 8 directions array disc come together, a series of magical formations envelop the entire Su residence, prompting Li Xiang to exhale in relief. The immense ancestral spirit tablet behind him transforms into several plaques, obstructing Elder Chioli, who seeks to breach the array's confines. Li Xiang charges once more towards Elder Chioli, who has indeed perceived the truth. The Li family's visit to the Su family was, in fact, a scheme within a scheme. Neither Li Xiang nor the entire Li clan ever intended to allow the celestial, earthly, and human trichotomy assassins to escape, nor to let go of the experts from the Li family that Li Yunlin had brought. Forsooth, Sawa's Tianyue Fox and the Zile Tianyang Python sought to break through to the Demon King. And the quickest means to achieve this was to obtain the blood essence of a Demon King, with the golden core of a golden core cultivator serving as a potential substitute. After all, it was in this manner that the blood spirit fruit tree ascended to the 8th grade. Li Xiang squinted. This was the very purpose behind his audacious gambit with the entire Li family. Otherwise, he would have simply hired the personnel from Yunshu Wang Hai Lu with a hefty sum. Before him, the roots of the blood spirit fruit tree had already taken hold of the entire Su territory, rendering ordinary Su clansmen and Qi refinement experts mere sustenance for the blood spirit fruit tree. Even Li Xiang could sense the exuberance of this demonic tree. Meanwhile, Li Yaozu was not to be outdone. He leapt atop the blood spirit fruit tree, scattering millions of spirit stones to maintain its vital energy and activate the formations. Observing the myriad inscriptions upon it and the array disc above, it became clear that this was the key to the Li family's ability to trap everyone present, preventing any escape. This entity embodied nearly half of the Li family's foundational legacy. As Li Xiang had previously understood, living trees of this nature were inherently unique. When the Longhu brothers invaded the Li family, the blood spirit fruit tree had not even unleashed its full potential. The history of the Li family's blood spirit fruit tree was one of continuous growth and accumulation of power, having absorbed blood for decades, its roots extending far and wide. The Li family had seldom encountered formations because the blood spirit fruit tree itself was the embodiment of their magical arrays, marking the location where years of accumulated formations resided. Over the years, the Li family had transformed from merely a clan sheltered under the protection of ancestral spirits into a blood-soaked lineage flourishing atop the roots of the blood spirit fruit tree. As the blood spirit fruit tree ascended, 100 formations arose, and the 8 directions array disc, being a medium-grade spiritual artifact, ensnared an area spanning nearly 20,000 meters, with 8 ancient stone gates erupting from the earth, grand and magnificent. The formations utilized for the Golden Core realm were also spiritual artifacts, and the 8 directions arrays were akin to the might of a 7th-grade formation master. Elder Chioli found himself unable to dispel these formations with talismans, as he was pursued by Li Xiang, who relentlessly chased him. With the emergence of the blood spirit fruit tree, the Li family demonstrated to the Su family the formidable strength of a rural family hailing from Tailin town. The Li family members were demon cultivators. They sought to eliminate him and Li Dalong, who was controlling that coffin, an impenetrable object surrounded by zombies, akin to the treasure of a mysterious figure. Li Dalong was enveloped in a dense aura of darkness, having bestowed the low-grade spiritual artifact, the Qianjun seal, upon Su Tsuwa. The GC Tian coffin emerged from the spatial ring. For years, the Li family had vanquished countless enemies. Their corpses invariably offered to nourish the blood spirit fruit tree before being refined within the xianxiaaudiobooks coffin. The zombies possessed chi refinement strength, and the flying zombies, akin to foundational cultivators, could soar and slay with deathly energy. This was merely the power acquired from unsealing the first layer of the coffin seal. No one comprehended the true might of the xianxiaaudiobooks coffin. As countless zombies surged forth, Li Daolong bore the silver coffin, pursuing a peak false core elder of the Su family with unrefined directness. Su Tsuehua, although only in the mid-stage of spiritual beast cultivation, seemed to have recently inherited some form of legacy. Shadows of foxes manifested around her as she battled alongside the Qianjun seal and 2 artifacts returned by Li Yaoqing against another false core. Li Yaozu, the eldest son of the Li family, astonished Li Xiang the most. Originally wielding a multitude of swords to guard the blood spirit fruit tree, he faced an assault from a peak foundational cultivator. With a disdainful snort, he summoned 100 swords, which floated around him, unleashing a torrent of strikes in an instant. As for Li Yaotai, he had previously been a hindrance during battles, but after acquiring the profession of a spiritual puppeteer and forging a supreme artifact arm, he had undergone a complete transformation. It was no wonder he had been flaunting his arm lately. With a hearty laugh, the arm morphed like the spiritual puppets he had created, encasing him in colossal armor and allowing him to command an 8-meter-tall spiritual puppet, akin to piloting a mech. This being possessed the strength of an 8th-grade spiritual puppet, yet was far more agile, wielding a massive hammer weighing tons, becoming a reaper on the battlefield. Li Yaoya's wife, Bai Ruru, was no ordinary figure. A radiant blood pearl manifested around her, granting her the power of a peak foundational cultivator despite being in the initial stage of foundational cultivation. This was the Demon King's blood essence gifted to her, the daughter of the Pig Demon King. Meanwhile, the 9 members of the Yun family, the visible face of the Li family, were led by Li Yunlin, who transformed into a blaze, surrounded by 9 fire lotuses battling the enemy. Li Yunbing and the 7 Iron Gate disciples, being slightly weaker, slowly approached the blood spirit fruit tree, wielding the medium-grade artifact longbows crafted by Li Yaodai for chaotic firing. Their gazes were drawn to the ancestral spirits in the sky, pursuing the golden core cultivators, and the elders showcasing their prowess in battle, filled with admiration. Heaven above, did our family harbor so many secrets? I once believed that coffin was merely for training, but now I understand why Grandpa had us returning enemy corpses all these years. 8th brother, what are you doing with that knife near yourself? I'm contemplating where to strike. Afterward, I'll ask Father to help me forge a similar artifact. The beatings we've endured over the years were not in vain. Look at Grandma and Mother. They're now aiding Uncle in pursuing and defeating the false core cultivators. I've made up my mind. I must practice swordsmanship. Why? I aspire to unleash a myriad of swords like Uncle. How incredibly splendid. Only Li Yunbing remained quietly observing the ravaged Su family, reflecting on every shortcoming of this emerging Golden Core clan. He summarized his insights, preparing to rectify the deficiencies he had witnessed in the Su family to render the Li family even more formidable. Spiritual artifacts were of utmost importance. Had they possessed powerful protective artifacts, they would not have faced such a predicament. Their forces were far too scattered. If all clansmen united under the array's enhancement, they would not be without the means to confront Golden Core cultivators. In truth, the previous plan of mobilizing all forces was not unfeasible. After all, we would acquire abundant resources after this encounter. It seems our Li family's trump cards are still too few. If only there were 10 more spiritual treasures akin to Xianxiaaudiobooks, then things would be much safer. In the distance, Li Yunlin, though touched by the rescue from his family, found himself filled with confusion and a hint of embarrassment upon realizing that his family members were utilizing the Li Tian sect's techniques. After years of hard work in the Li Tian sect, his aspiration had been to bring back their practices after reaching the Golden Core stage to strengthen his family. Surely, it must be the efforts of the ancestors at play, he thought, and with this realization, his embarrassment evaporated. Gazing at the mysterious figure of his ancestor, who was vanquishing foes in the sky, he felt a profound admiration. This was indeed my ancestor, Li Yunlin thought. Not only could he aspire to acquire the techniques of the Li Tian sect, but he could also extinguish it if necessary. With the steps of Mi-ing Tian Tsong and the myriad shadows of sword brilliance, Li Xiang unleashed his own techniques as well. In an instant, the power of the golden core he had obtained from the Tian Shu Town Spirit Spear allowed him to multiply his shadow into thousands, transforming the original 100 sword shadows into countless long spears, nearly 10,000 in number. These spear shadows surged towards the earth-ranked assassin among the trio of heaven, earth, and humanity. However, Li Xiang held back, merely shattering the protective true qi surrounding the woman before piercing her skull and incinerating her soul. He desired an intact corpse to create a zombie, a spiritual puppet. Friend, you cannot catch up to me, he taunted. Yet the Earth-ranked assassin was not as loyal as his sister and brother. This individual's movement was quite peculiar, rivaling even Elder Qiu Li's speed when employing a dozen talismans, making it difficult for Li Xiang to seize him. At that moment, the assassin gritted his teeth and proposed a negotiation, asserting that he could catch up to Elder Qiu Li. This rogue intends to break the formation and flee. This would not bode well for either of us. Let us strike a deal. If you swear to the heavens to let me go, I shall assist you in pursuing and eliminating him. I can also vow to erase today's memories, and from henceforth, we shall forget each other in the Jianghu. What say you? Upon hearing this, Elder Qiu Li was engulfed in fury, a surge of frustration constricting his heart. He unleashed 10 precious talismans and continued bombarding the formation, attempting to hasten his escape. Li Xiang, however, remained unfazed. He furrowed his brow, gazing at the blue screen before him. Remaining time, 1:45. Time was running short. Yet, he also understood his shortcomings. Indeed, as the Earth-ranked assassin had stated, pursuing further would be futile. Suddenly, he halted, calmly observing the fleeing Earth-ranked assassin and Elder Qiu Li. In an instant, as Li Xiang closed his eyes, every resident of Sujia town felt a surge of overwhelming energy, a force brimming with contradiction. It exuded an extremely sinister, deathly aura, while simultaneously radiating the vibrant life of the rising sun. Especially the two in the mid-golden core stage felt it most acutely. The pressure emanating from Li Xiang's presence causing their spiritual roots to tremble. They stared at him in horror. A yin-yang fish diagram manifested beneath Li Xiang's feet, with extreme yin on the left and extreme yang on the right. Empowered by his golden core strength, the yin-yang fish diagram formed a vast domain, enveloping the sky trapped within the 8-directional formation, ensnaring the two individuals. What is this? Elder Qiu Li gazed at the swirling yin-yang fish diagram and the mysterious figure shrouded in black mist at its center. Gradually, his expression turned bewildered. His head lowered as he gazed at his abdomen, shrouded in shadow. The bright silver supreme treasure pierced through him. Li Xiang stood before him. Instant kill. Elder Qiu Li was dazed. He could not comprehend how Li Xiang had appeared or what advanced power he had wielded. Yin and yang intermingled. A duality without a fixed direction. Within my yin-yang diagram, I am omnipresent. This was the technique he had cultivated throughout his life. Yin-yang diagram, first layer. Between heaven and earth. Li Xiang slowly withdrew the long spear, no longer concerning himself with the deceased Elder Qiu Li. He cast a calm glance towards the distant Earth-ranked assassin, whose face was ashen. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the despairing eyes of the assassin. Li Xiang smiled. Weren't you seeking to negotiate with me? The terms of our earlier agreement no longer hold. Propose a new one. The once esteemed Earth-ranked assassin, a mid-golden core, found himself trembling with fear, gazing at the fallen Elder Qiu Li in the distance, unable to utter a word. Li Xiang expressed regret. It seems your worth is quite low. As he spoke, he nonchalantly drove the Tian Shu Town Spirit Spear into the chest of the Earth-ranked assassin, incinerating his soul with the flames of the golden core. Li Xiang took a deep breath, retracting the yin-yang diagram and the Tian Shu Town Spirit Spear into his dantian. He quietly observed his descendants still engaged in combat against their foes, a gentle smile gracing his face. Next time we meet, I hope to exist a bit longer, to fully appreciate this world. As Li Xiang's form gradually faded, merging into the ancestral tablet, all the descendants of the Li family looked up towards the direction of their disappearing ancestor, their eyes glistening with moisture. Li Dalong led the charge in a roar. Ancestral blessings. Li Yindo, perched upon the blood spirit fruit tree, wept bitterly. Safe travels, ancestor. In a mere moment, he trembled under the watchful eyes of his elders and siblings, who were preparing to clear the area. Chapter 62. The Li family sons must be like this. Just moments ago, Li Xiang had been battling in Sujia, and now he found himself back in the familiar confines of his room. Though he had only spent less than 5 minutes in the game world, he felt an inexplicable sense of disconnection, his emotions tangled. A feeling of loss washed over him, akin to a child striving away from home while an elderly parent waits by the phone, yearning for news of their children's recent endeavors. He longed for their next reunion, to gather with these descendants he had never lived with, to share stories from far and wide, to discuss the significant matters of life. Ideally, they would enjoy a meal together, each person receiving a cup of milk tea. Perhaps this world operates in such a manner, even though they have never met. They have already invested emotions in one another, like an invisible thread transcending space and time, binding them together. Alas, it resembles a real world. My descendants, even if they are characters from the game, are undeniably real. Li Xiang sighed deeply, suppressing his impulse to return to the game world, when suddenly his eyes widened. Observing the figure of his ancestor in the game, Li Yundo, he nearly lost his temper at the thought of chastising that boy. You little rascal. I've remembered you well, and you shall await my next visit. It was also Li Yundo's interruption that brought Li Xiang back to his senses. As for returning, that was a matter for another time. What he should focus on now was observing the battlefield. With all the Golden Core experts having been eliminated, the Su family was beyond redemption. As Li Dalong crushed a fake Golden Core with a coffin, the tide of battle completely turned. The over 20,000 inhabitants of Sujia Town could not withstand the onslaught of the blood spirit fruit tree and the relentless zombies and flying corpses. The potions returned by Li Yaoqing enabled the members of the Li family to sustain their spiritual energy recovery. You have invoked the ancestor's wrath, consuming 500 incense. Though he had returned, Li Xiang remained in combat, directing the ancestral spirit to vanquish enemies. Brother Su, you have chosen the wrong side. Half a day later, Sujia Town lay in ruins. All the corpses of the Su family were gathered back into the Zhi Tianguan, and the blood spirit fruit tree was restored to the picturesque blueprint. Supreme artifact, Songling 2, stores spiritual beasts and treasures, containing peak foundational spiritual energy, nurturing the objects within the painting. The members of the Li family stood before Su Jinming, the head of the Su family, who had long been bound by chains that sealed his powers. Alas, as the head of the family, he gazed upon the downfall of the Su family, witnessing 700 years of legacy crumble in an instant, yet there were no curses or regrets for his erroneous decisions. Only a deep sigh that conveyed the passage of time. He discerned the intentions behind Li Dalong's solitary presence, and, with a wry smile, said, Brother Dalong, I shall divulge all the arcane arts and the location of the treasures retained by my Su family, but you must concede to one condition. My Su family, as well as the innocent children within Sujia Town, are blameless. They are but youths, unaware of the unfolding events. Spare them. Furthermore, the branches of my Su family in various cities and towns remain oblivious to this matter. Upon hearing this, Li Dalong cast his gaze towards the children in the corner of the Li family estate. They had been scheming for 2 months, fully prepared to eradicate the Su family and Elder Chioli, while Yinshu Wanghelu and Qingping Gujiao were tasked with eliminating future threats. Frowning, he replied, I regret to inform you, Su Xiong, that your branches in other towns have already met their demise. As for these children, I shall not harm them. I will extract their memories through my arts. Their future will depend solely on their ability to survive. Ah, so it be, Li Xiang thought to himself, left speechless. Though Li Dalong exhibited cruelty towards foes, he inherently possessed a compassionate side. Moreover, the prospect of slaying innocents evokes pity in anyone's heart. This dilemma is one that none wish to confront. In Li Xiang's view, it was a fleeting moment of compassion or the necessity to eradicate potential future threats. He too found this decision exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, he respected Li Dalong's choice. Even if these children were to grow and seek vengeance, so be it. Is not the nature of human affairs thus? However, just as Li Dalong finished speaking, Li Xiang swallowed hard, his attention caught by a message that appeared in the event log. When Su Jin mentioned all of the Su family's valuable possessions, the notification read, Your descendant Li Yaowen understands the kind-hearted nature of the family. The Su family may very well leverage their secret arts and valuable possessions as a bargaining chip, causing Father Li Dalong to hesitate and ultimately feel pity, sparing the children. Another message followed. To eliminate future threats, a command has been issued. The Morning Dawn assassins are on their way to the Su family stronghold. Li Xiang was momentarily at a loss for words. This girl had always been astute. Not only had she thoroughly grasped the enemy's intelligence, but she also anticipated the thoughts of her own family. Yet he felt a weight in his heart for Li Yaowen. The Li family often found themselves swayed by compassion, exhibiting kindness at times, for such is human nature. In those moments, Li Yaowen would clandestinely make choices starkly different, ultimately benefiting the family. Some are wholly inclined towards goodness, standing in the sunlight, while others tread on, burdened in the shadows. Li Yaowen had always remained in the darkest corners, engaging in the most unsavory deeds, unnoticed. Perhaps her soul bore the weight of divine tribulation so profoundly that she is yet to attain the path of culture and enlightenment, weighed down by grave sins. Soon, the Li family members returned with their spoils, heading back to the Li household. Congratulations, your family has successfully completed the special event of eliminating Elder Chioli's minions. You have gained 10,000 incense points. In this battle, you exhibited tremendous prowess, effortlessly vanquishing Golden Dan experts. Your mysterious demeanor while wielding the yin-yang diagram to slay foes. Revered by your descendants as if you were a deity, they sing your praises. You have gained 5,000 incense points. A total of 15,000 incense points from the battle. Li Xiang observed the sudden surge in incense points, joy illuminating his face. However, his delight was tempered by the emergence of another message. Your two Tianxing Seekers have been destroyed. Tianxing Seekers, possessing the physical prowess of a golden Dan, impervious to pain and soul attacks upon activation. It detects the target's scent and gaze, marking them as enemies, relentless until completion of the task. Once fulfilled, the Tianxing Seeker becomes ineffective. This entity was the puppet he had initially gifted to the Li family, acquired from the extremist organization by Boss Qi. This contraption had been researched long ago, and countless prominent figures had fallen to the Tianxing Seekers, rendering them contraband. Nonetheless, it was of little concern. Boss Qi was resourceful and should be able to procure more, albeit at a high cost. Yet the recent gains far outweighed the losses. Your family has acquired a 7th grade formation diagram, the 100 Spirits Bluebird Totem Formation, along with 9 Supreme Grade Totem Artifacts, the Bluebird Totem Pillars. Your family has obtained low-grade Spirit Artifacts, the Wind and Fire Halberd, the Heavenly Sand Gourd, the Prisoner's Scarlet Cloud Silk, the Great River Dragon General Diagram, and the Array Symbol Carving Spirit Pen. You have obtained 8th grade herbs. War is invariably the most effective means of accumulating wealth. Following this conflict, Li Xiang sensed that the Li family would soon undergo a monumental transformation. A 7th grade formation possesses the power to resist Golden Dan realm experts. Spirit artifacts are possessions that only those of the Golden Dan stage are entitled to wield. Even a low-grade spirit artifact can enable a mid-foundation establishment to contend with a false Dan, and only those in the Golden Dan realm can truly unleash their might. The Thailand royal family had once guarded a low-grade spirit artifact as a clan treasure. To acquire 5 such artifacts is akin to augmenting the Li family with 5 false Dan experts. Additionally, various elixirs, spiritual herbs, and mystical items were fortifying the Li family's foundation, not to mention the spiritual stones discovered beneath the peach tree, sufficient to fill an interspatial ring, along with various ores leading to instant wealth. As time accelerated, the Li family members returned to their ancestral home, all well. The group squeezed into the ancestral hall. Li Yunlin, a child who had long been absent from the family, looked around, taking in the unfamiliar environment of his kin. Hidden away from the Tianzong for years, he finally found himself with misty eyes, kneeling before the ancestral tablets, feeling the solemnity of the family rituals, recalling the myriad memories of his past within the family. He could not restrain his tears, reminiscent of the child who wept in the ancestral hall years ago. Ancestors, your child has returned. As was customary following such a grand battle, Li Dalong resembled an elder guarding the village shrine, singing praises, and the family members grew increasingly devout in their admiration. Once the tumult subsided, Li Yaozu gazed at the now-grown Li Yunlin, inhaled deeply, hesitated, and wished to pat Li Yunlin's shoulder but withdrew his hand instead, expressionless, merely stating, "Since you have returned, do not venture back to Tianzong." Li Yunbing, witnessing this, also urged his elder brother, indeed, big brother, "You have brought out over a dozen disciples from Tianzong, as well as Elder Chiuli. Now that they are all dead and the Su family has been annihilated, if you were to return, they would surely become suspicious. Stay with us. Tianzong is aware of our alliance with Yunshu Wanghilu, and Thailand town is also under the jurisdiction of Xuanwu Gate." Well spoken. Li Dalong regarded Li Yunlin with satisfaction. "Grandson, though Tianzong is vast, our Li family's legacy is not to be underestimated. Under the protection of our ancestors, there will come a day when Tianzong bows before our Li family." Yet, despite the entreaties of the others, Li Yunlin stubbornly shook his head, declaring that he must return to Tianzong. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Yaozu erupted in anger, raising his hand as if to strike, but upon meeting Li Yunlin's resolute gaze and reflecting on the years of estrangement, he ultimately refrained. Gritting his teeth, he could not conceal a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. "In your view, is my Li family truly inferior to Tianzong? Is the status of a direct disciple so worthy of your concern?" Li Yunlin knelt before his elders, his tone resolute. "I must return to Tianzong. I have always known that this is where I, Li Yunlin, belong. It is my safest home. However, I have already caused enough trouble for the family. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not bring further troubles from Tianzong back to the family, endangering our kin. I am a man, and I shall always remember that day when the elders of my Li family marched towards Thailand town. None of us knew whether that battle would yield victory. While Yunbing and I waited at home, I pondered the words of my 4th aunt and father. If everyone were to fail to return, what would become of Yunbing and me? From that day forth, I no longer wished to wait, nor did I desire to allow the burdens of my mother's past to weigh heavily upon my heart." Listening to Li Yunlin's words, the members of the Li family, who had endured the events of years past, sighed deeply. They understood well that both Li Yunlin and Li Yunbing were entangled in the emotional aftermath of those bygone days. With fists clenched and an unwavering expression, Li Yunlin declared, as long as I, Li Yunlin, am a son of the Li family, I shall not cower like a coward. I will confront every challenge, just as my grandparents, father, and aunts have done. I have ambitions. I have vowed to my ancestors that I will ascend to the heights of Li Tianzong, returning home with glory and achievements. I shall forge a career that makes my family proud, and I will proclaim to the people of Zhen village that I, Li Yunlin, am truly worthy of being a son of the Li family. The crowd ceased their attempts to dissuade him, their gazes filled solely with admiration and pride. This was indeed their child. Only Li Yaotai scratched his head, pondering whether the child had forgotten to commend him. I have heard that third uncle has been practicing weapon forging for over a decade without faltering. The child can endure for decades, even centuries. Esteemed elders, let the child pursue his path. Li Yaotai stood tall, his chin raised defiantly. Humph. If you wish to go, then go. Li Yaozu snorted coldly and turned to leave. Li Dalong shook his head with a smile, helping Li Yunlin to his feet, though concern lingered in his eyes. Yunlin, do you have a plan for returning to Li Tianzong? Indeed. Li Yunlin nodded, his lips pursed as he gazed in the direction his father had departed. Li Dalong discerned his son's thoughts. Your father can be rather brusque. Do not hold it against him. I understand, the child replied. Moments later, amidst the farewells of the crowd, Li Yunlin set forth once more toward Li Tianzong. Li Yaozu suddenly mingled with the throng, observing his son's resolute silhouette, his eyes reddening with emotion, yet unable to suppress a smile that exceeded even his pride upon mastering swordsmanship. Yunlin has matured, just like me. Chapter 63, Grandfather. Please take care of second aunt. Li Xiang could perceive that Li Yaozu harbored concern for Li Yunlin, though he had never been one to articulate his feelings. Nevertheless, the Li family need not fret over Li Yunlin's safety, for there were already plans in place. Li Xiang focused intently on the unfolding scene. As time accelerated to its maximum pace, Li Yunlin had just exited the Li family estate, still within the confines of Taiqing County, when he was abducted. The Morning Star assassin, arriving from Qingyun County, knocked out your descendant and took him away, passing through Su family town at Wuju Mountain. When Li Yunlin regained consciousness, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Su family town, where demonic cultivators were wreaking havoc, leaving the land desolate and filled with demonic energy. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was struck unconscious once more and sold to the demonic cultivators. Upon awakening again, Li Yunlin found himself within a thatched hut in the thunder-fired demonic cave, surrounded by demonic cultivators. He saw second aunt. Li Yunlin, bound by a restraining cord that suppressed his powers, opened his eyes to find his second aunt, Li Yaoqing, smiling at him, resembling the same visage he had known in childhood. As Li Yaoqing waved her hand, the demonic cultivators, whom he had always perceived as ruthless and bloodthirsty, bowed respectfully before her and exited the hut. While pondering whether his second aunt had secretly become a demon lord, her hand gently stroked his head, reminiscent of childhood days. Li Yunlin began to regain his composure, yet his eyes remained filled with confusion. Second aunt, where are we? What has happened? These demonic cultivators. Li Yaoqing shook her head. Do not ask anything, just listen to your aunt. As she spoke, she opened a small porcelain vial the size of a thumb, pried open Li Yunlin's mouth, and poured a purple elixir into it. In an instant, Li Yunlin's already bewildered eyes turned pale, and his consciousness began to drift back to the time when Elder Chioli attacked Su family at Wuju Mountain. He could hear Li Yaoqing's voice weaving through his mind like a siren's call. Because you were targeted by assassins, after numerous searches, you discovered that Elder Chioli had enlisted assassins from the Su family, and in a fit of rage, you sought to eliminate Elder Chioli's underlings. Is that correct? Li Yunlin, in a daze, nodded. Yes, that is correct. There was a room where Elder Chioli introduced you to the assassins from the county, adorned with beautiful maidens, tables, and spirit tea, where you discussed the annihilation of the Su family. Is that not so? In this state of unawareness, vivid images emerged in Li Yunlin's mind, aligning perfectly with Li Yaoqing's words. Indeed. Do you recall what transpired next? The assassins inquired about payment, their gazes cold, filled with greed and cunning. I remember now. It was like this. You led Elder Chioli and the assassins to attack the Su family, only to find that the Su family had long been prepared. In a moment of peril, a group of demonic cultivators appeared and saved you, yet they then turned on your assassins, slaying your sect's disciples. The assassins sold you to the demonic cultivators, who had long coveted your talent. You were brought to the Thunderfire demonic cave, intending to sell you to a high-ranking figure within, but midway, you were rescued by a righteous warrior from the Demon Exorcism Alliance, and then seeing Li Yunlin nodding repeatedly, Li Yaoqing grew increasingly animated, bouncing on the spot. Then that so-called righteous warrior harbored ill intentions midway, and you were sold again. This time to a female demonic cultivator skilled in the art of pleasure, who sought to bear your offspring. 10 minutes later, for female demonic cultivators took Li Yunlin away. Awakening, he observed his predicament with a blank expression. Internally, however, he had already grasped the entire situation. It was merely a matter of breeding. Reflecting on his experiences at the Su family, having been sold multiple times, he resolved to survive and escape this thunderfire demonic cave, seeking further opportunities later on. Realizing this, Li Yunlin gritted his teeth and resigned himself, closing his eyes as he thought, such is the nature of the world. Acceptance is key. What does it mean to be a silent lone wolf? This boy still harbors thoughts of survival against the odds. Witnessing Li Yunlin's plight within the game, Li Xiang rubbed his face vigorously, left speechless. Soon, 2 elders from Li Tianzong arrived, exclaiming boldly at the audacity of the demonic cultivators who dared to abduct their true heir, swiftly rescuing Li Yunlin. Your descendant, Li Yunlin, has returned to the sect. Xinjiang Daoist inquired about the circumstances, and Li Yunlin recounted the entire tale without a hint of deceit. Even the elder in the nascent soul stage did not perceive anything amiss. Messengers were dispatched to investigate Su family at Wuju Mountain, confirming the presence of demonic energy. And communications from Qingyun County corroborated the timing of the assassin's arrival, as well as the situation in the demonic cave. Due to Li Yunlin's unauthorized expedition with sect elders and disciples to commit murder and annihilate families, Xinjiang Daoist was incensed and imposed punishment, forbidding Li Yunlin from leaving the sect for 50 years and sentencing him to 10 days of solitary reflection at the thought-reflecting cliff. Xinjiang Daoist was aware of Elder Qiuli's assassination attempt on Li Yunlin, yet remained unmoved, casting a meaningful glance at the 2 individuals. Observing Elder Qiuli kneeling and pleading for mercy, he merely smiled slightly, sentencing him to 20 years of imprisonment in the dungeons for reflection. 2 days passed. In meditation, Li Yunlin suddenly experienced a surge of memories flooding into his mind. His expression grew increasingly complex, filled with relief, admiration, gratitude, and a hint of incomprehensible shame and anger. Ultimately, he let out a suppressed roar at the thought-reflecting cliff. Ah! Moments later, he smiled numbly. His 4th aunt was indeed astute, having anticipated everything. Those assassins must have been dispatched by her. He had only heard that she had arrived in Qingyun County. Never imagining she had amassed such power. Had she broken through in her cultivation? Such trivial matters, surely, 4th aunt would not engage in. The demonic cultivators at her disposal, combined with the fact that when I left the family to join Li Tianzong, she had scolded me. Her vengeful spirit was indeed strong. At this age, how could she still be so childish? With that thought, Li Yunlin wore an indifferent expression. It is but a trifling matter. A few days later, during a night of cultivation, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Skillfully, he retrieved the ancestral tablet, kneeling with a thud and his words laden with grievance and sorrow. Oh, ancestors, I beseech you to look after Ergu. He was assured that the safety of this lad was secure. Li Yaoqing and Li Yaowen had indeed not let him down, leaving no stone unturned in this matter. It was evident that they had previously dispatched individuals to ensure the post-battle cleanup was thoroughly managed. He noticed Li Yunlin reporting back. Li Xiang swiftly changed the scene, adopting an expression that conveyed indifference, as if to say he was not inclined to intervene, leaving the unfortunate to their fate. A smirk crossed his lips. Li Xiang shifted the focus to the Li family, who, after acquiring abundant resources, had once again embarked on a vigorous path of development. Your descendant Li Dalong has entered the Zhi Tianguan, armed with 3 inferior spiritual artifacts, vowing to break through the 2nd layer's restrictions. Su Zuohua has taken 2 golden pills, attempting to see if they could substitute the blood pills of the Demon King. Her cave dwelling is now surrounded by 2,000 foxes. In the battle against the Su family, Li Yaozu acquired nearly 200 enemy swords, which he has planted near the cultivation grounds, dubbing it the Sword Tomb. Cultivating near the Sword Tomb enhances swordsmanship comprehension by 10. Soon, the game time shifted once more. Li family, 64 years. Your family has gained 2 new members. Another birth. Joy illuminated Li Xiang's face as he glanced at the family member list in the upper right corner. 4th generation members, 11. However, Li Xiang had begun to pay little attention to the new members, for the lineage of Li Yao Tai had produced an overwhelming number of offspring. Not only him, but even Li Dalong and his spouse had grown distant from their descendants spanning 3 generations. Only truly exceptional members captured their interest. Among them was the Li family's prodigy, Li Tianyi. This young man was not only gifted but also remarkably diligent. He was busier than the family head Li Yunbing. Each day, he had to oversee his 10 younger siblings while hurrying to learn cultural subjects and music theory from the village's teacher, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and mastering the art of time management. Nevertheless, it was to be expected that he could not attend to every family member. As the years passed, the Li family witnessed various operational methods from other clans, understanding that their descendants would multiply, a natural consequence of human procreation. Simultaneously, this was a key to the family's strength. A sufficient continuation of bloodlines allowed them to confidently delegate responsibilities beyond the family estate to their progeny. Moreover, the qualifications of descendants varied, and a larger number of offspring increased the probability of extraordinary talent emerging. This was also the reason why larger families often boasted thousands, if not more, of members. The increase in descendants signified the genuine growth of the Li family, ushering them into the next phase. Once the fourth generation of children matured, they could gradually take control of Taiqing County. Li Xiang smiled faintly. The Li family had perpetually struggled to break free from Tailin Town. For even if they gained control over other regions, they lacked the personnel to oversee them. He suppressed his thoughts, shifting his gaze to the family head, Li Yunbing. Your descendant Li Yunbing is nurturing the blood spirit fruit tree, which is absorbing a copious amount of blood. Its roots are expanding and undergoing some transformation, a process that will require considerable time. The formation acquired from the Su family is in search of materials to imprint onto the blood spirit fruit tree. Li Yaotai is forging more spiritual puppets. A large quantity of herbs has been delivered to your descendant Li Yaoqing, who is joyfully spinning about, aware that it must be a reward from the ancestors, expressing her gratitude to you. Under Li Yunbing's guidance, the Li family flourished in an orderly manner. Presently, the Li family faced no external threats. Although the conflicts between the two sects persisted, peace was gradually returning to Taiqing County, as clearly recorded in the special event log. As the two sects clashed, the resources of Taiqing County were gradually divided cleanly by the forces of Xuanwu sect and Li Tian sect, with all factions choosing sides. Due to the recent deaths of two Golden Core elders from Li Tian sect, they have begun to withdraw into a defensive stance. Consequently, the previously chaotic Taiqing County had lost its value. Tailin Town had always been a rural area, and it was unlikely to be targeted. Perhaps it was time for a breakthrough. Li Xiang licked his lips, yearning for the Golden Core stage. He had long desired to break through, and this time, amidst the chaos of the Su family battle, he felt an infatuation with formidable power. Moreover, without a breakthrough, he had little else to occupy his time, aside from watching the Li family gradually digest the spoils of this endeavor. You are currently utilizing the ancestral moment. Detected that you are at the fake dance stage, consuming 1,000 incense points annually. Do you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Li Xiang clicked yes. In the next instant, his eyes glazed over, and his consciousness plunged into chaos.